Chapter 37, Extermination 8-2 Hell or Kamarak. Extermination 8.2. Hell or Kamarak. The impossible had happened. The port of Lost Souls, the greatest Yildari shipyard of the webway, had fallen to our enemies. The first and greatest defense of the Dark City was burning in planet-sized infernos. We realized quickly that this was just the beginning of the end. As the beaten armies ran to take refuge behind the safety of the walls of Zelharst and Uterrak, the Hell Spiders gave chase and annihilated the rearguard. We thought the nightmare would end there. How could it not? Zelharst, Mar-Lych, Uterrak, they were three of the most fortified and heavily garrisoned subrealms in the webway. Their dark walls soared to the very limits of the possible in the crimson atmosphere of Kamarak. The hundreds of bastions dreamt up by the dynast artisans had been built by many famous artificers and billions of slaves. There was no space to bring in a sizable starship without it being brought down in the next heartbeat by thousands of anti-air guns. I am not ashamed to admit I thought the human offensive would be stopped in blood and tears on our last defensive lines. Uterrak had 12 defensive walls and more than 60,000 batteries. Zelharst was even better defended, as dynast Kralach had tried to compensate for the smaller size of Port Shard by making his key citadel greater than the palace fortress of Maestros Zelion. But more importantly, the element of surprise was gone. Yes, the upstart Imperium had completely smashed apart the defenses of the Port of Lost Souls, and the losses in warships and lives were beyond horrifying. However, millions of reinforcements were pouring into Kamarak. The loss of the ports prevented the great fleets from entering Kamarak, but the armies and raiding forces had no such problem. There were smaller gates which could be employed to transfer impressive quantities of fresh troops. While no records have ever been made, not that it would have done any good considering what was coming, the citadel of Uterrak was likely defended by more than 700 million Yildari. It was also by many strategists and commanders considered to be the most likely route of advance of the enemy. Port Shard had been abandoned to the Ngur, and Port Carmine had been wiped out without mercy, but the humans had fought hard and long to gain a foothold in the Port of Lost Souls. And if they wanted to take the core spur, as many dynast leaders believed, the shortest and easiest method of reaching it would be a direct attack against Uterrak. They were wrong, although unlike the delusional farcers and autarchs of Biltan, they had the excuse of never having fought Maelsha Danan before the Shadow Point. The true offensive was going to fall on Zelharst. Before the battle, the very prospect of an attack against the mighty walls and defenses of House Kralach would have been considered the delirium of an agonizing slave having 100 different drugs injected into his or her bloodstream. Zelharst was defended by 13 walls, and if the Kralach dynast gave the order and Lithric Kralach had given it long before the battle in the Port of Lost Souls was over, it would be defended by the armies of the Blue Sun and all its allies. To name but a few, there were the shrines of the Naked Hatred and the Cursed Knight, eager to take revenge for the death of the executioner. The homunculi of the Black Descent were leading the other covens. Many renowned succubi like the Marchionesses of Beasts, the Green Fear, and the Unbound Lover, ruling the cults of Seventh Woe, Terror, and Blade Denied, had returned to the Dark City. The Mandrakes of Elendrak had rallied behind their shadowy masters and come to honor the bargains of bone and flesh. This was only the first wave of reinforcements. There were rumors of more armies and legendary figures on their way. It was whispered that the tyrant of Shatiom, Karsak Aluriak himself, had caught the scent of blood and was now on his way with his redoubtable armies. So was the cult of Strife and the peerless Lelith Hesprax. It is not impossible that during the whole battle raging in this subrealm, there were more than 1 billion defenders waiting on the dark walls of Zelharst. And it was in vain. I am Aurelia Melis, and I fought during the second fall. I was not at Zelharst. Few Yildari can boast that. Maelsha Danan went there. And once again our certainties crumbled against the merciless tide of insects, humans, and gigantic war engines. There are fools who say the battle was lost when the Vilith pocket was exterminated and more than 11 million dynast troops were massacred. There are mad prophets who claim we could have resisted and seized victories despite the destruction delivered to the Port of Lost Souls. They are so wrong I can't help but laugh at their stupidity. The moment Maelsha Danan arrived at Kamarak was the clarion call of our demise. Without a thought, we gave her an army of hell spiders with which to kill us all. And naively, we tried to convince ourselves this never-before-seen form of control applied only to spiders and spider-like creatures. We were utterly wrong. A swarm of death and lethal beasts had been forged in the pits of Kamarak, and the Angel of Death needed only to enter a subrealm to unleash creatures we had lived next to for thousands of cycles. Anonymous testimony of a Kralach warrior in the healing chambers of Aledok. The Drukari veteran would eventually succumb to the hell spider venom and the wounds suffered during the Battle of Kamarak. Before the second fall, we had a proverb, never corner a dynast in his strongest citadel. The ancient weapons they were stockpiling in their vaults included some pieces no one wanted unleashed in the webway, or the galaxy at large. And for the most part, everyone had accepted this was a prudent course of action. Between the founding and the second fall, only 4 life-cleansing weapons were unleashed by the dynasts, and it was rumored at least 2 were catastrophic accidents, not voluntary purges. But as humans stormed the Port of Lost Souls, the unwritten customs and codes were suddenly null and void. And Lithric Kralach, eager to win where Maestro's Zillion had failed, began unlocking his vaults. Naturally, the humans retaliated. Attributed to Aurelia Mellis, 320M35. There is no god but the God Emperor, and Lady Weaver is his living saint. Follow the Hell Spiders and charge. Ecclesiarchy Priest of the Second Army, Battle of Kamarak. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Citadel of Zelharst. 80 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Thought for the day, nothing can hide from the wrath of the Emperor. Dynast Lithric Krail Lach. An eternity ago, when the greatest architects sworn to his dynasty had presented him the plans for the fortress of unyielding slaughter and the wall of death which would defend the outer perimeter of Zelharst, Lithric Krail Lach had been promised that no enemy, living or undead, would ever be able to breach the first defensive line of his great citadel. The 12 walls behind it were only to give more despair to a potential enemy, obviously. So if someone asked, the ultimate archon of the Blue Sun would say it was because of these false assurances that his chief architects and artisans had been plunged into pools of sapphire-colored lava inch by inch, their bodies reinforced by homunculi drugs in order to increase the duration of their agony. To their left the defeated commanders who had returned after the total defeat in the Port of Lost Souls were joining them in this excruciating and noble torture. House Krail Lach had standards, after all. Lithric left the brutish and inelegant impalement to Zillion. His line had ruled over the Ildari for millions of cycles, and they had done it with grace and proper respect for the rules. And if after the death of the incompetent he had hundreds of exquisite sapphire statues to present to his visitors, well, that was an additional pleasure. Now that he was a bit calmer, the master of Zelharst returned to watching the displays and his surviving subordinates as they observed the battlefield. To his consternation, the situation had not improved. Really, he could say it had gotten far worse during his period of distraction. Hell Spiders. The battle could be summed up with this single word. There were millions of them storming out of the tunnel gates from the Port of Lost Souls, and, worst of all, hundreds of thousands more were rising from the pits and undercities of his own domain. The fortress of unyielding slaughter had been overwhelmed before it had the time to fire 2 salvos of its most powerful batteries. Something everyone had told him was impossible. And yet it happened before his very eyes. The horde of hell spiders had not even slowed down. And now the beasts were climbing the first wall of Zelharst, the wall of death. Even a blind Ildari could tell his forces were slowly but surely overwhelmed. Have the beasts have been exterminated between the 2nd and 13th spheres of defenses? They have, my most glorious dynast. One of his great agony generals answered, prostrating himself before replying. The only hell spiders the Monday Key will be able to use against us are those coming from the Port of Lost Souls and the First Sphere. Lithric would have preferred his subordinate had not used the word only, not when there were millions of the arachnids scaling the outer walls. Still, he would have to accept it was the best that could be achieved for now. In a rare moment of unity, the 3 dynasts had enacted a general webway order after the catastrophe in the Vilith shipyards. Every species of arachnid, be it an arena competitive hell spider or a finger-sized venomous dark widow, was to be exterminated immediately. Several beastmasters had protested, and been dragged to the torture chambers by the wishes and the incubi. After seeing millions of proud warriors being encircled and killed by their own beast weapons, no one was going to pretend the hell spider horde wasn't posing a serious threat. Lithric Krail Lach shivered inside, taking great care to hide his unease from his servants and inner circle. The Monday Key warp-touched prey had a lot of curious powers that were denied to their Ildari betters, but no one had had a clue arachnid mastery had existed before today. Obviously, the harlequins and the spies he paid so generously were going to receive a large dose of his wrath once this whole fiasco was over. To not be aware of something like this was completely unacceptable. The executioners were going to have the opportunity to create thousands of new statues in the next cycles. The wall of death is not going to hold, the dynast of the Blue Sun declared, trying not to snarl and almost failing at the monstrous humiliation this simple acknowledgement would result in during the cycles to come. The reinforcements are arriving to defend the wall of cruelty, my most glorious dynast, the guardian of the inner walls announced. They will not be in position to cover the wall of death before. I know, the master of Zelharst interrupted him. The one-sided slaughter the hell spiders had inflicted upon them in the Port of Lost Souls had been too quick, too total, too shocking. The first wall had not been ready for war, and now they were paying for it, in blood and agony. Under the dynast's hawkish gaze, millions of hell spiders submerged the towers guarding the death gates. The very ground was soaked red and black as the corpses piled up by the tens of thousands. The gate's servants sold their lives dearly as they should, but every heartbeat saw the arachnids press further. Soon they would be able to force the death gates open from the inside, and it did not take a great mastermind to know what would happen a couple of heartbeats after that. There were millions of beasts waiting outside for the signal to begin the feast. Lithric Krail Lach gritted his teeth, trying to find a way to turn the situation around through the usual means through which he had claimed so many victories in the past. But too many factors weren't present in front of him. Betrayal could have been considered, but as the Beastmasters had tried and failed to communicate with the Hell Spiders before being eaten alive, it had to be discarded from the list of options. Killing the Mundaki abomination controlling the horde would be his favorite course of action, if the Mundaki was in killing range, and that wasn't the case here. No assassin or long-range battery would be able to find its mark in the port of Lost Souls where the enemy army concentrated and the anonymous swarm controller waited. This only left one option, the Dynast concluded as the flow of Hellspider reinforcements seemed to slow down. It was not his favorite, and Zelian and that coward of Elethian were undoubtedly going to scream in offended pride once news of his actions reached their ears, but this succession of defeats had lasted for too long. The first wall is lost, the death gates were about to fall at any moment now, but I swear this defeat is going to cost them their ambitions and their Hellspiders. Deploy the Spectradicon. One of his subordinates hissed, and two murmured curses in surprise. Oh my most glorious Dynast, I understand your anger, but weapons like the Spectradicon are regulated by the Covenant of Cain. Using it in the middle of Kumarak requires. Yes, it requires the unanimous vote in favor of the three Dynasts, the Master of the Blue Sun smiled viciously. I have neither the cycles nor the will to waste my time debating with those two arrogant venomous tongues. We have lost Port Shard, we aren't going to lose Zelharst. Besides, the Master of the Citadel smiled largely, the Mundaki themselves burned the Covenant of Cain when they murdered Port Carmine and every Ildari inside it. They can hardly complain that represents an escalation of violence. Indeed, my most glorious Dynast. The Master of Pain approved. The vermin cavorting with the Hellspiders need to be taught a lesson. Raise the Twilight Shields for the entire Citadel save the war zone including the Wall of Death and the Fortress of Unyielding Slaughter, Lithric Kraillatch ordered. Once it is done, deploy the Spectradicon. Preparations being what they were for Cain ultimate weapons, the Dynast and his senior generals had to watch the Hellspiders breach the Death Gates and butcher their way through the forces of the wall and its surroundings. Warriors, whether they were using chain flails, splinter rifles, shard nets, impalers, heat lances, blasters, or dark lances, were facing the same problem. Each time a Hellspider was killed, the rest of the beastly horde immediately became aware of how their fellow had died and learned from its mistake. Spectradicon deployed, most glorious Dynast. The air of the Zelharst subrealm was suddenly obscured by darkness and a large pulse explosion. Then everything not protected behind Twilight Shields began to change. It did not matter if the targets were Hellspiders, Ildari or the first wall itself, everything began to fall apart into billions of dark crystalline petals. The outer defenses of Zelharst were disintegrated, but since the horde of Hellspiders was removed with it, it was an acceptable sacrifice. It is beautiful. Before the tunnel gates, everything had been transformed into mountains of beautiful artificial petals imitating the beauty of the black flower which had once grown on the core planets of the Empire. This was where the name Spectradicon had come from at first, the shadow flower heralding the end. A pity the Spectradicon's magnificent flowery use can't cross the tunnel gates, your limitless magnificence, the master of the slave markets commented. Yes, a pity, though if the Spectradicon had an ability like this, neither Elethian nor Zelian would have agreed signing the Covenant of Cain. It was best to keep that in mind. Reorganize our armies mustering on the Wall of Cruelty. We will wait a bit for the last after effects of the weapon to dissipate and then we will counterattack. The Mundaki commanding the Arachnids must have been taken by surprise by the true power of Ildari creativity. Let's make sure the prey will know more defeats and plenty of suffering. Indeed, the flaw of the Spectradicon was that it inflicted little pain to those afflicted. As a result, the execution of the Hellspider horde had been satisfying, but it wasn't very soul-refreshing. Not that it was much a problem. There had to be millions of Mundaki to capture and punish in the port of Lost Souls. Most glorious Dynast. Movement in the tunnel gates. Lithric screamed in rage, followed by the rest of his subordinates, when a new horde barreled out of the portals leading to the Lost Port. But his anger was rapidly controlled and strangled into compliance. Now that the first wall and the sprawl slums had been reduced into crystalline flowers, the strategic vision available to him and the different officers was somewhat improved. It was sufficient anyway to realize that the new wave of enemies was not only including Hellspiders but ambules? The Mundaki can control ambules too. This wasn't fair. What sort of psychic power allowed for something like that? Their primitive cousins managed to tame a few megasaurs in hundreds of cycles, not dozens of species in a few heartbeats. Most glorious Dynast, the ambules are beginning to dig tunnels. Lithric Kraillatch shivered again. He had underestimated the Mundaki, again. To imagine a second assault so fast, the Hellspiders had been nothing more than bait. It was just bait and he had swallowed it like a large dose of elixir. The enemy now knew that he had Cain ultimate weapons and was countering them by the same method they were going to use to bypass the Wall of Cruelty. Cancel the counterattack. The Master of Zelharst commanded. Prepare the sappers and all slaves near the second wall you think expendable. The ambules had not been allowed to breed like the Hellspiders in the dark depths and the undercities of Kumarak, but his memory without problem brought up reminders of numerous large-scale raids on the planet the Mundaki called Luther McIntyre 9. By Vyleth and Cain's bowels, this was another disaster. Send messages to those parvenus of Elethian and Zelian, the Krail Lach Supreme Commander seated. Tell them the ambule is to be added to the extermination list. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Citadel of Mar Lych. 79 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Dynast Ariex Elathian. So the Monday Key vermin has reached the second layer of Zelharst defenses, Ariex Elathian stated mockingly. Ah, how proud Krail Lach must be of his invincible citadel. Each time they met, Lithric took pleasure giving Ian's long speeches on how great, tall, dangerous, and unbreakable his walls were. Seeing him humbled in this manner was not unpleasant at all. Should we try to reopen some of the tunnel gates leading to the Port of Lost Souls, Dynast? Inquired the succubus known as the Ripper Princess leading the forces of the Cult of the Flayed Hand. The Monday Key brutes have, exactly as you planned, unleashed the Hell Spiders on Zelharst first and Udarak second. The moment appears well chosen for a counterattack. No, the Dynast of the White Sun shook his head in negation. Krail Lach and his useless commanders have not crippled our enemies enough. The core of the Monday Key armies is still intact and uncommitted. If we counterattack now, they are going to use their starships to bleed our forces like they slaughtered Zillion's executioners in the Vileth shipyards. And then there will be a chance they might turn their attention to Mar Lych. Ariex wasn't going to take the risk. He had already lost Port Carmine and died in a very unsatisfying manner. Burning alive was not something he had any wish to repeat. Losing Mar Lych would almost certainly cause his fall from the rank of Dynast. Moreover, while he wasn't going to say it out loud, his citadel was not as well defended as Udarak, and his reinforcements were still trying to reach Kamarak. Disorder, riots and several insurrections were raging in the main arteries leading to the Dark City as the forces sworn to each Dynast were recalled at the same time. Maybe conducting a security exercise and a war game to simulate an attack on Kamarak would have been a good idea after all. No, we are going to let Krail Lach and Zillion bleed their forces against the Monday Key and the insect hordes. Since they kept their tunnel gates open to the very end, I can only wish them great pleasure in dealing with the rampaging creatures. The single beast master in his throne room did his very best to not meet his eyes, or those of the two succubi flanking him. Before this battle started, masters of beasts and their disciples were maybe not the favorites of the crowd in the arenas. This honor had always belonged to the greatest female weapon mistresses, but they had been appreciated. Now everything had changed. Cults, covens, and Dynast forces were busy murdering the arachnids and ambules in their cages before the unnatural horde effect took control of them. Large slums and abandoned parts of the old city were saturated with torrents of special insecticide. Oh yes, the Beastmasters had every reason to fear the future. I can only approve your pragmatism, applauded one of the homunculi perched on one of his engines of pains. The creature had long since abandoned the physical limitations of Yildari physiology, with 3 mouths, 8 eyes, and 6 arms. The homunculus would have perhaps not approved as much if he knew that Ariex had hired the great Urian Rakarth of the Prophets of Flesh to create him an army in the homunculi labs under this very citadel. Thank you, replied the Dynast. Now however I think we need to discuss the subject of sanctions. My dear friend the Dynast Krail Lach has broken the covenant of Cain, and my heart bleeds at his betrayal. This is a most egregious violation of the rules between the Dynasts of Kamarak. The horror. The perfidy. He dared deploy a weapon like the Spectraticon without asking for my permission. This was both an insult and a humiliation. Make sure 2 of his children have tragic accidents the moment they set foot outside the torment spire of the core spur. And poison the water reserves of the Scream Jade Market. The covenant is a very serious matter. Or at least it had been a very serious matter, as recent events had broken the established order. And speaking of the established order, have our forces suppressed the miserable uprising of Vex Rats? Yes, Supreme Dynast. One of his raid masters reported. The old city has been thoroughly purged of the Vat-spawned usurpers' supporters. We are exsanguinating 100,000 of the Blackheart's supporters as we speak. Excellent. For too long the Blackheart had been allowed to plot and challenge their betters. They had been useful during the War of the Sun and the Moon, but their forces had long since crossed the line separating a minor nuisance from a massive headache. Transfer a few hundred traitors to Mar Lych. I want to torture some of these race traitors myself. Now what's the next point of order? The earth rumbled under their feet. Lights flickered and died out. In the distance, a spire lost its counter-gravity support and broke in half, impacting the surrounding structures and spreading death and explosions. This was not some extraordinary accident. Several fuel depots were exploding at random. And finally the Palace of Justified Domination, his secondary residence in Mar Lych, blew up in a spectacular inferno of green light. How? Ariex Elathian shrieked. We cut the tunnel gates. There wasn't an opportunity for the Inger to enter Mar Lych. You have forgotten much, haven't you? For a heartbeat everyone in the throne room stopped speaking and stared at the tall creature which had just appeared from out of nowhere. It wore a long purple cape and wielded a golden scepter. Its body was finely crafted silver metal and the eyes shone in an artificial green light. It was a Inger's slave. And it was in his throne room. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Trazyn the Infinite Collector, Chief Archiovist of Solemnace. And I want to notify you. Kill him. The dynast of the White Sun screamed. Kill him now. I will make the one who takes his skull a raider master. A storm of splinter ammunition, black light, and diverse projectiles as exotic as they were dangerous were fired. A powerful green shield of energy stopped everything and the abomination emerged from the assault unfazed. Your dissatisfaction has been noted, and ignored, the creature spoke slowly, using its scepter to disintegrate a succubus with a green blast. I have come to save the treasures hidden in your vaults. And you will not stop me. As for you Dynast Elithian, you will be one of the jewels of my Chimerac collection. Ariex had participated in hundreds of battles. He had cut down millions of enemies. He was a dynast of Chimerac, master of the White Sun, lord of Port Carmine, the old city of Chimerac, and the citadel of Mar Lych. And at this moment he knew there was no chance of victory against this monster. The Elithian dynast jumped from his throne and began to run away. Heart of the Webway. Chimerac. Port of Lost Souls. 79 hours before the mark of Chimerac. 2nd Naval Secretary Dennis Peters. Just to be clear, Dennis didn't believe the Emperor was a god. Yes, that was heresy, keep moving. Honestly, it wasn't because he believed the man struggling to keep the Astronomicon functional did not exist or some other nonsense. No, the Emperor existed and was an extremely formidable being of untold might. But Clockblocker had seen people worship a golden hero called Scion too, and the entire world had paid the price when their faith in it was revealed to be horribly misplaced. So no, like a majority of the para-humans living on the hive world of Nyx, Dennis didn't believe in the divinity of the god Emperor. Unlike Lead however, he was careful enough to not give the local authorities reason to complain about his behavior. There were plenty of times to joke around and prank unsuspecting friends, but religion wasn't among the topics you could afford to criticize or ridicule in public. Honestly, it was far simpler to visit a church twice or thrice a week and say the prayers with the rest of the crowd. Plenty of issues and religious problems avoided for a minimum of effort. This was all very good and well, and that way Dennis avoided being one of the many people suffering from a crisis of faith before he was 30. On the other hand, he was a bit at a loss now that his fellow para-human and superior had taken an appearance which could only be described as angelic. It was not a facial surgery or anything major. In fact, Dennis was rather sure people having only seen the Basileia from afar would be unable to tell there were differences. But some faint scars received during the Battle of the Death Star had vanished, and a few traits which had made the Brockton Bay para-human more imperfect, more human, were also gone. Weaver looked far more noble and regal now. That said, this was a little underwhelming compared to the elephant in the room, the wings. The Angel's Tier, courtesy of the Tech Priests and Dragon's work, had included 2 decorative wings, placed on the sides of the jump pack. They were the same shade as the radiant, large wings of Ormite now shining on the back of Taylor A. Bear, but the similarities stopped there. Having had the opportunity to observe them from up close, he could tell these were things of solid energy answering to the will of Weaver. They were not part of the power armor, they were directly coursing across it to merge with the back of the para-human general. There was no bone, no flesh, the wings were simply there, golden energy and magnificence incarnated. Fortunately for his sanity and the minds of everyone in the rest of the army, Taylor's brain seemed completely unaffected by this and her behavior had not suddenly shifted to that of an angel from the Bible or something equally ridiculous. One officer of the Imperial Guard could testify to that right now, although how long he would stay in position to be a witness remained to be seen. The prelude of Operation Caribbean had proven Taylor A. Bear had absolutely no compunction about executing her high-ranking officers when they failed to meet the standards she had imposed, and the man in front of them had screwed up big time. "What the hell were you thinking, Marshal?" Taylor demanded in the icy tone she used when you had created a mess and the explosion of rage was imminent. "There are maybe 5 or 6 Eldar anti-air batteries still active in the Port of Lost Souls, and the moment the Commissar keeping an eye on you is killed by a Xeno sniper, you order the Lumini 9th Armored to deploy in front of one." Colonel Garigliano evidently failed to understand my orders, Marshal George Hans 6 Ludendorff replied with the haughty tone which was the norm for this idiot. And the armored regiment stormed the Eldar bastion in the end, though I will admit the losses were substantial. 38% casualties, a Martian Magos interrupted after several metallic noises, and half of the regimental officers, including Colonel Garigliano and his staff, are permanent losses. This is war, the Kadayan bastard had the gall to shrug. Casualties are unavoidable. Lord Commissar Zuev. The cutting voice and the name called finally made the Imperial Guard officer realize how badly he had screwed up. The dark figure of the representative of the commissariat took a step forward. "I have no use for this kind of incompetence and mental cowardice in my army." The scarred face of the Lord Commissar could have been carved from granite. "He will not be a problem anymore," the veteran political officer ominously promised. 2 guardswomen of the Fey 20th dragged the stunned marshal of the 2nd Army away from the temporary field headquarters prepared by the Mechanikus. "Lieutenant General Cox will take up the duties of commanding officer of the 2nd Army," the insect mistress announced to her subordinates and the Vox officers dashed to relay her orders. Major General Domenico Flabinico will replace him as the commanding officer of the 4th Corps. Brigadier General Samuels, per our contingencies, will assume command of the 14th Division. The familiar bark of a Nix pattern bolt pistol reached their ears. No one made any comment when Zuev came back alone seconds later. Archmagos Felicia 24 Toledo, your tactical decisions on the deployment of the Skitarii legions, if you please, the Supreme Commander of Operation Caribbean said as she turned towards the representative of the Fabricator General. Archmagos Hediatrix should have been there, but the other high-ranking Mechanicus fleet commander was busy studying the STC template recovered in the ruins of the Port of Lost Souls. By your will, chosen of the Omnissiah, the Martian female canted back. The 3rd and the 9th Legions will stay in the Port of Lost Souls as suppression forces, questing support, and mobile reserves. They will be granted sufficient anti-air assets to support the fleet, the Knights of House Durbach, and the Ordinatus belligerent guardian once the mighty symbol of the Omnissiah is deployed. The first war plans made for the landings had not called for the use of so many Skitarii and powerful assets to guard the rear of the ground forces. But per the ancient proverb, no plan ever survived contact with the enemy, and with the pirates and monsters busy sending in tens of thousands of warriors through hidden portals in the shadows, the battles continued to rage in the Port of Lost Souls. And from the vids he had been able to take a few minutes to view, it was very, very ugly. The 4th Legion will engage the Eldar armies coming from the war zone known as the Sprawls in support of the Necron phalanxes. This one was certainly going to play the role of a secondary reserve. The green annihilation blasts of the Necrons were not something the pale-skinned Eldar had an answer for. The 5th, 7th, and 8th Legions will participate in the diversionary attack against Uter-Rak, supported by the Knights of Houses Raven, Cadmus, Terran, and Wintervale. The Ordinatus Volcano's Wrath and Omnissiah's Lance will support them once the proper rites of activation have awakened their marvelous fury. Yes, this was a feint. And they would have the 3rd Army of the Imperial Guard and the 5th Company of the Iron Drakes with them. In this instance, the distraction should have been less powerful, but as the 3rd Citadel was no longer accessible for army-sized forces, the Knights and Legion which should have gone there were going to march against the bastion the Inquisition's prisoners called Uter-Rak. The 1st, 2nd, 6th, 10th, 11th, and 12th Legions stand ready to battle their way across the defences of the Azelharst Citadel. The list of forces assigned for this attack was a very large book by itself. All the Titans were committed. The Knights of Houses Bomaris, Cortana, Hawkshroud, Hermetica, Krast, Sablis, and Tyrannes were going to handle everything which didn't require one of the Mechanicus God Engine's interventions. The 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard armies would be in the thick of the fighting once more, accompanied by the rest of the Space Marines and the Frat Eris Templar. Consider the Mechanicus order of battle approved, Archmagos, Weaver replied as her aura seemed to burn in golden flames and somehow determination seemed to fill the atmosphere. Tell Archmagos Hediatrix to get the STC template of the hololithic device the Ryza Ranger recovered out of Kamarak as fast as technically possible. It may be damaged, but the risks of keeping it here are not worth it. There was a moment of silence and then the order which had been awaited for half an hour finally came. The ambules have brought down the second wall of Zelharst and the enemy has exhausted its exterminatus-grade weapons. Inform Grand Princeps Surina that his Legio can begin its march. If the 5 extra-large tunnel gates into which the God engines disappeared one by one looked like gigantic maws, Dennis was not sure it was just his imagination. Heart of the Webway. Nightmare Avenue, approaches of Port Shard. 79 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Admiral Marquis Madrax YSCLYTH. Many times in the past, Madrax YSCLYTH had thought his title of Master of the Nightmare Protection was the manner Dynast Krail Lach had found to humiliate him when one of his raids only brought half of the slaves he had promised to the Blue Sunday. And to be honest, before the Monday Key stormed into Kamarak, it had truly been a joke and a humiliation. Everyone high-ranked enough to matter knew it. He was aware of it. His rivals were aware of it. Dynast Krail Lach made no secret of it. There were excellent reasons for this. Nightmare Avenue was the quickest and largest webway path from Panda Island to Port Shard, and there were 4 armies and 5 fleets encircling him at any time. No enemy could reach Nightmare Avenue without pulverizing the defenses of Port Shard or Panda Island. Ridiculous, anybody having a shred of sense agreed. It was too bad that here and now, the galaxy had decided to become more insane than usual. Port Shard had fallen against the Ingur slaves' assault. Panda Island was in the midst of a terrible civil war, and the first reinforcements they had received from the subrealm were in all likelihood going to be their last for a while. And in the middle of this was Nightmare Avenue, with his forces of the Marquisate of the Talon and his dying Sun-class battleship the Doom Talon. Since the Dynasts had decided to scream for reinforcements without bothering about coordinating anything, the duty to organize the evacuations from Kamarak and the arrival of the reinforcements from every part of the webway had fallen into his lap. The Admiral Marquis had obviously tried to relinquish this honor to one of the other admirals, but they had declined, of course. Nightmare Avenue and every great artery and large route of travel into or exiting Kamarak were in utter chaos, and the situation was getting with every minute. Many pirates using lairs near Kamarak had used the opportunity to settle their differences with the refugees of Port Shard. Over 6 squadrons who had tried to come to the aid of Port Shard had retreated back after losing 2/3 of their numbers to the annihilation batteries of the soulless creatures. Each captain, each admiral, and each succubus was trying to shout louder than the others and pretend he or she was in charge. Fleets and capital warships maneuvered however they wished without any supervision, most of them charged into several of the largest webway gates leading to the Port of Lost Souls. Generally, hideously brutalist survivors came back a few moments later, traumatized and half insane. If they came back at all. Homunculi preyed on rogue cults and those they thought were in league with the Black Heart. Succubi and wishes executed the commanders who didn't bow fast enough. It was chaos. We must reconquer one of the ports, Admiral Zindral Wypolian of the Magnificence of the Falling Moon declared. The more warriors and warships arrive, the more confusion and fights we will have to deal with. We are also forced to divert quantities of light craft like the bombers to less important avenues because we're beginning to run out of space for our larger cruisers and battleships. Madrax nodded, and not just because what Zindral Wypolian had said was true. The older admiral had proved a remarkably competent strategist, and unlike plenty of idiots he wasn't going to name, the Falling Moon commander had enforced ruthless discipline among his troops from the start. If only he was the norm rather than the exception everywhere the reinforcement armies and fleets concentrated. I quite agree. Without the Port of Lost Souls or one of the other shipyards, the transfer of the armies and the raiding forces is logistically disastrous. I have reserved 3 gates each for Zelharst and Uterrak, but honestly the crowding and the lack of discipline are having the numbers we are able to transfer to the dynasts and the armies currently facing the Monday Key. Unfortunately, I don't see how to improve the situation. Probably thanks to Ngir technology, everything from the biggest battleship to the smallest starfighter emerging into one of the ports is immediately the target of a capital warship. We are losing entire raid fleets and we kill nothing in return. And as long as the Monday Key held Port Shard and the Port of Lost Souls, they had a knife tearing through the throat of the sub-realms of Kamarak. Madrax was realistic enough to know the shipyards and most of the infrastructure there were total losses, but it was vital to destroy the enemy fleets and close the Eversprings Gate as quickly as they were able to. As far as their sensors were able to discern, neither the Monday Key nor the Ngir slaves had received a lot of reinforcements since the battle began. Mostly they were towing their damaged warships back out of the Dark City and replenishing their ammunition, fuel, and supplies. But there was no guarantee it would stay that way much longer. The Ngir had been thought to be sleeping, but that was evidently not true. And the Monday Key had trillions of useless mouths in real space to throw at them if they decided the benefits justified the agony. I think we must think small for the time being, Zindral admitted after reviewing the latest tactical disposition of the enemy. The abominations are clearly withdrawing from Port Shard. 10 of their battleships have returned to the Port of Lost Souls, with twice as many cruisers accompanying them. Most of the infrastructure is beyond repair, but we will be able to deploy a lot of armies to Zelharst if we retake it. It is certainly a trap, the member of the Marquisate pointed out bluntly. They landed millions of their killer automatons to wipe us out, and now they're withdrawing? If it's not an invitation to annihilate more of our fleets, I don't know what it is. I will certainly not volunteer to be the first to enter in Port Shard, the other admiral approved with a large smile. And if it's evident for us. Yes, even the bloodthirsty wishes and the most arrogant incubi or admirals weren't going to charge forward and sacrifice themselves after the previous massacres. Port Shard was a trap and unfortunately, no one here had any idea what sort of cosmic slaughterhouse the Ngir had been able to engineer. As if the dark muses were answering his prayers, one of his communication lines was activated and Madrax had to control himself not to gape as a Farser's eyes met his. I am Farser Highlander, master of the Opal Expeditionary Force, Craft World Biltan. Rejoice cousins, for I have come to save you from your incompetence and kill your enemies. The Admiral Marquis stayed silent. He already had to restrain himself to not order his subordinate captains to open fire on the first Biltan warships which were a bit late announced at distant gates in Nightmare Avenue. Thank you, little cousin, replied Admiral Wypolian in both of their names. How would we be able to survive without your help? I have 10 battleships, 25 cruisers, and 75 escorts, the Craft World Farser declared, superbly ignoring the mockery of Wypolian. I have an army of 200,000 warriors ready to murder the Monday Key. Remove your forces from my path and allow my warships to annihilate the enemy presence in Port Shard. That is. He wanted to say a folly, but Zindral was faster than him. That is an excellent idea. I and Admiral Marquis YSCLYTH are going to discipline our wayward subordinates severely, allowing you clear space lanes to invade Port Shard. Farser Highlander watched the noble of the falling moon with suspicious eyes before cutting off the communication. Biltan is not going to forgive us, ever, if we use one of their fleets as bait. And this Opal Expeditionary Fleet was a considerable force. Madrax YSCLYTH couldn't remember a time when so many of these arrogant hypocrites had come so close to Kamarak. I don't care, replied Zindral Wypolian. Kamarak is under attack, and unless we retake Port Shard immediately the only other strategy we have left will be a headlong charge into the Port of Lost Souls. He didn't say directly into the firing lines of the Monday Key super batteries, but the master of the Nightmare Avenue heard him loud and clear. If I have to sacrifice the fleet of this imbecile to reconquer Port Shard, so be it. Between the displeasure of Dynast Kraillatch and the displeasure of these delusional aspect warriors, I'll choose the latter every time. The Admiral had a point. One was going to plunge you into a pool of metal infusion if you failed him before resurrecting you and torturing your body and your soul anew. In contrast, the Biltan farcers could only rip apart your mind and body once. I can't fault you for this reasoning. Madrax voiced aloud. Now let's clear the way for our friends, and throw in some of the most expendable cults and lone raiders in for good measure. Secret sections of the Webway. The Black Library of Chaos. The population of the Imperium of Mankind numbered, by the lowest estimates, around several quintillions. Of those, only an incredibly tiny minority had any clue something like the Black Library of Chaos existed. The guardians of said repository of knowledge had no intention of changing this situation. Protecting the Black Library was to be their duty until death or Segarac released them, and they already had a lot of enemies to safeguard their legendary realm against. The Black Library, for all its nearly mythical reputation and formidable array of defenses, was regularly the target of the demonic and many other enemies. Some of them were Ildari. Some belonged to the other races. The Greenskins for example had an annoying tendency to find the tunnels leading to the approaches by virtue of not being intelligent enough to realize they were completely lost. Contrary to what one might think, being admitted inside was no guarantee of safety. The only common point between the billions of books, scrolls, and every document Segaraca's servants had been able to acquire was the subject of the warp. The Black Library was without question the greatest repository of knowledge about the Immaterium and the myriad of horrors it was able to unleash on an unprepared galaxy. As such, some of the knowledge was contained in books a conclave of Puritan inquisitors would have been delighted to throw into the nearest star the moment they were able to confiscate them. The Inquisition would have been justifiably horrified to learn the Harlequins had after the equivalent of hundreds of years of peregrination been able to acquire musings and writings of the 9 traitor primarchs and their chief lieutenants, like the Book of Magnus, the Treatise of Dark Justice, and many other proscribed tomes. There was no denying these texts were extremely corruptive and dangerous for every living being with a soul. Alas, compared to some of the imprisoned lore kept in the most defended sections, the aforementioned tomes were downright tame. Segarac had been able to keep many works dating from the War in Heaven, dictated by the Old Ones themselves, out of Slaaneish's greedy claws. Many empires infiltrated and brought low by the primordial annihilator had disappeared completely from real space, but here in the Black Library, some of their memories survived, their works a dire warning about the perils of the warp. This was why the Black Library was defended by a psychic barrier, which had become a rarity as the 35th millennium continued outside the Webway. This was also why the only known altar of Segarac existed at the heart of this secretive sub-realm. The Black Library mustn't fall to the forces of chaos. This was something Segarac had never made any secret of to its servants, and the Harlequins always had several contingencies to deny the slaves of the four everything should the gates of the library be breached. This wasn't the reason why tens of thousands of Harlequins had gathered here and now in the heart of the Black Library. On an obsidian plinth, there was a tome of extraordinary beauty. This book was not made of paper or any material a writer would use, no, it was made of an exquisite crystal. And while it was easy to describe the plinth supporting it, the color of the tome and its main characteristics were near impossible to put into words. The best way to describe this artwork of the Black Library was mesmerizing. It had been there since the fall of the Eldar. And no one, including the Harlequins and the Guardians, had been able to read it. Chains of light had protected the book, keeping its content a well-guarded secret. The rare beings who had managed to reach it and test the esoteric protection were still regretting it, assuming one was willing to jump into the black hole which had swallowed them. Until now. The chains of the book had faded away, and immediately 13 solitaires of the Harlequins had appeared from nowhere to guard the work of their deity. Time had no meaning in this place, and so it could have been mere seconds or long years before the first Harlequin mask came to read the orders Segarac had written for them. But come they did. A twilight troop of the Mask of the Sunset Reflection was the first honored by the trickster god. The Mask of the Penumbral arrived as the high avatar of the Sunset Reflection bowed down to the solitaire leader and departed without a word. For each mask the process was repeated with an exacting precision. Not every servant of Segarac who was allowed to read the contents was a great troop or mask leader. For the Mask of the Weeping Dawn, it was a trooper. The Mask of the Silent Shroud would receive their commands from a master mime. The Mask of the Morning Mist vanished after their warlock read and bowed, tearful but obedient. This reaction was not uncommon as more and more troops arrived at the Black Library. As befitting Segarac, the message was one of folly and tricks. Victory was the goal, but the price the Harlequins and the rest of the Ildari remnants may have to pay would not be small. Several great Harlequins, beings who had ordered planetary genocides, sang funeral melodies as they fled the secret tunnels to accomplish his will. Tens of thousands of Harlequins walked into the dark corridors to hear the plan that might, at great cost, give them a chance to defeat She Who Thirsts, doom of the Ildari. Hundreds of light, dark, and twilight troops renewed their oaths to the first fool as, unknown to them, their deity was watching them in the shadows and gave them his benediction before they went to war. Segeric could be cruel, as befitted the god of folly and enigmas, but he was not capricious for the sake of capriciousness. The hour was too grave, the battle to come too important. And as the dark troop of the soaring spite departed, the sole Ildari deity to remain free and uninjured from the fall knew three masks had not rushed to the Black Library to receive his instructions. The laughing god was not surprised. For all the thoughts of the farcers that the great harlequins were directly communicating with him personally, in reality his control of the masks was indirect by necessity. She who thirsts hunters were still in pursuit, hunting those who knew a time before the fall. No, these masks would not come, and it did not take a seer god to guess where they were going instead. Dreaming shadow, frozen stars, shattered mirage, he could only hope they were going to fail in their endeavors. The crystal book closed again and the chains of light returned to protect the tome. Segeric and his 13 solitaires had long since vanished in the webway by then. Heart of the webway. Kamarak. Citadel of Zelharst. 78 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Abbess Crusader Theodora Gaius. Theodora and the corps of the Silver Rose Brigade stayed less than 1 full minute on the surface of the Zelharst cavern between the moment they exited the titan-sized tunnel gates and the instant they ran into the ambule-dug underground paths. But it was long enough for the Abbess Crusader to realize this was a war her infantry had no place in. The landscape managed to be both strangely seducing with crystal flower petals by the billions and utterly horrifying with cascades of acid and eldritch energies thrown by the enemy. The fighting was terrifying and furious. All the god engines of Legio Defensa and Legio Ares Estus had begun firing. There were 56 titans, the great majority of the Warhound, Reaver, and Warlord classes, and they were firing an apocalyptic barrage at the Drukari defenses. Volcano cannons and other macro weaponry rarely seen outside of the Imperial Navy's warships was relentlessly sending the long ears straight to meet their damned deities. The knights and the growing numbers of mechanikus and guard artillery pieces were adding their weight to the storm of destruction. The monsters of Zelharst were not staying idle, of course. But Lady Weaver had finally committed the dragon armors to the inferno, and the light attack craft of the Eldar were thoroughly massacred as they tried to execute a flanking attack against the titans. Dark spires were falling. Xeno's anti-air batteries were burning or vanishing in gigantic explosions. And despite the aura of darkness and terror the impossibly tall and dark walls were projecting, Theodora knew deep inside that this gigantic series of fortifications was never going to stop them. They had a living saint, a custodes, and the favor of the god emperor. Theodora was not one of those clerks who were so stupid as to proclaim an imminent victory wherever a custodian arrived on the battlefield, but so far the sheer number of Xenos exterminated and the events unfolding in Kamarak promised salvation for mankind and doom for the enemies of the god emperor. And you will accept his might, when the walls of Xenos oppression crumble against his power. Galatea murmured next to her. The elderly commander shook her head in slight amusement. Her pupil had always been fond of these sermons based on the Lectitio Divinitatis. Her thoughts refocused on the fighting to come. The underground of Kamarak was far from empty, and for all the ambules had excavated the tunnel ahead of them and ate the resistance they met, the risk of running into opposition was extremely high. And indeed less than 10 seconds later, the first ranks of the advancing Atlantis 2nd Infantry 50 meters in front of her began to fire at lone Eldar emerging from the shadows. For the god emperor and his saint. Ave Imperator. The god emperor protects. Kill all the Xenos and let the emperor sort them out. The charge of the Frateris Templars slaughtered the 3 or 4 dozen monsters and the towering abomination they had brought with them. Some of the treacherous long ears tried to retreat, but a platoon-sized pack of ambules had run back, attracted by the noise, and within a few seconds the Eldar were all dead. They are coming, Galatea stated grimly, shooting a half-mangled Xenos in the head just to be sure. Indeed in the distance it was impossible to mistake the loathsome laughter and war cries of the enemy for anything else. They are going to regret it, replied the Abbess Crusader. Move the sunworms to the first line. According to the biologist Magos who had given the briefing, the sunworm had evolved on the same planet as the ambule. Naturally, the Eldar of Kamarak had captured many specimens, evidently wondering how they could torture worms requiring contact with sunlight to survive. There had been thousands of cages filled with them in the port of Lost Souls, and the moment the resistance had been crushed, the sunworms were immediately placed under special lamps provided by the Mechanikus. Mundaki. No, you are going to scream under the blades of House Krail Latch. Theodora didn't give a command. The sunworms were under the control of someone far more saintly than her, and unable to miss this provocation. The sunworms released the light and the energy they had accumulated for hours. For humans, it was like an unpleasant flash had been created. For the Eldar and their abominations, it was like a second sun was born. The Xenos were damned and lived in a realm of darkness and twilight. Their senses were overwhelmed by the light of the god emperor in less than a second, and hundreds collapsed or fell to their knees, screaming and begging their deities for salvation they didn't deserve. Fire! Fire for the god emperor! The tunnel dug by the ambules allowed 10 men and women to stand side by side. Even a bad marksman could not miss this crowd of defenseless enemies, and her Frateris did her proud. The first volley slaughtered the Xenos, the second decimated them, and the third absolutely murdered the core of their counterattack force. Within 5 minutes, the tunnel the Xenos had used to sneak upon them was filled with Eldar corpses. For the Saint. For the God Emperor and the Saint. The second wave of enemies arrived, and more ambuls appeared to massacre them. Surviving Hell Spiders jumped to meet their creators in a lethal embrace. The air was filled with death, blood, and screams of anger. Theodora ordered the Atlantis II to follow the ambuls with 70+ sunworms and the spiders, supported by the Claire III, while she used the Atlantis I to cleanse the Xenos tunnel of its heretical dwellers. The possibility of being flanked had to be eliminated. The new age of rebirth is at hand. Galatea screamed. Kill the Eldar. The first lines of the Atlantis first charged to meet the enemy, flamers, lasguns, and grenades, introducing the sadistic creatures to the concepts of death, humiliation, and having their arrogance trampled by the servants of the God Emperor. As the Eldar-built tunnel got larger, more than 30 soldiers could form a line side by side now, and so more and more horrors came. Some of the Mechanicu's magi had uttered terms like pain engines, homunculi, or deep dwellers, but frankly, the differences between these monsters did not interest the Abyss Crusader very much. Incendiary weaponry worked against all of them, the precise volleys of lasguns were murdering them, and she could very well live without knowing the difference between the various types of mutated beasts these freaks had created for their sick amusement. Their resistance is getting more fanatical, her second informed her after a few seconds. I think we have found one of the resistance nodes which gave the ambuls so much trouble for the last hour. That's why we equipped the heavy platoons with plasma guns and meltas. It had cost Bishop Martin a few favors to change the standard donation, but the Atlantis First had always believed speed was of the essence on the battlefield, and while mortars and lascannons were efficient, their sheer weight in a confined environment generated countless problems, beginning with their speed during a military deployment. Surely the enemy is going to learn they can't continue to fight us this way. One of the members of Galatea's staff voiced his astonishment. Their armors are not designed to resist battlefield punishment. But the Dark Ones, as the slaves they had freed from the hellish prisons called them, came back in strength like they had done dozens of times since this battle began. And once again, the commanding officer of Division Atlantis Divine was perfectly willing to teach the Xenos before they died why you didn't charge the firepower of the Frateris Templar unless you had far more armor than these arrogant long-ears possessed. After approximately 3 minutes of one-sided slaughter at the cost of 6 dead and 10 wounded later, the counterattack was ordered and the Frateris formation shattered the remains of the enemy's company and initiated the annihilation phase. Needless to say, no quarter was given. Lady Abbess, we believe we have discovered why the Xenos put up so much resistance. One of the numerous priests included in the ranks of the Frateris unit called out to her. Theodora left the mop up to her subordinates and headed into a large tunnel, which led to a gargantuan gallery hall. The statue was definitely the eye-catching attraction of the hall. It was, maybe 30 meters tall? Since every possible entrance was far too narrow and small to allow the passage of something like this, either the Eldar had used their techno-sorcery to transport it there, or it had been created on site. Predictably, it represented one of the Eldar leaders, totally naked, holding chains and whips. Trust the monsters to be exasperating and lamentable to the point no one could contest them for the title of most depraved species of the galaxy any longer. This wasn't why she was still staring at the statue, however. It was because the statue was made of ormite. The subtle gold-like color was impossible to mistake for anything else once you had seen the armor of the saint and the custodes. This statue will be worth a fortune, once we have broken it down into transportable parts. And unfortunately, she had neither the tools nor the time to take care of it. And according to her instructions, she was supposed to call the Mechanicu's extraction teams to handle such things. Damn it! Fortunately, the discovery reward would still apply, so the Atlantis First soldiers were not going to lack funds to operate in the coming months. At least the Cogboys were likely to be very pleased the Frateris Templar had killed the masters of this place. Part of the decoration included several impaled tech priests of Mars, who had been tortured and affixed with quantities of eldritch things which were definitely not mechadendrites. Be careful! The elderly abbess barked as several of her soldiers were shifting through the series of museum-worth pieces. The Eldar are fond of lethal traps. I found it! I found it! One young woman shouted, attracting the attention of all soldiers searching the chamber for anything interesting. Theodora recognized her as one of the last recruits they had taken from Claire 47 to bring the veteran companies of the Atlantis First back to their full strength. Brunhilde was her first name if she wasn't mistaken. The object of her joy was a small black elongated object, and slowly a hollow projector activated, revealing the three-dimensional image of what looked very much like a human starfighter to hundreds of eyes. Definitely going to have to call the Mechanicu's to avoid any misunderstandings. Theodora Gaius whispered as she saw a bright future and a mountain of problems looming on the horizon. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Citadel of Uterak. 78 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Marshal Lorelei Maltka. It had to be nice, having millions of tech priests cooperative and willing to satisfy each and every one of your demands. As for herself, Lorelei was not and in all likelihood would never be called Chosen of the Omnissiah, or any saintly title, by the Cogboys. Not counting the current war raging in the Eldar webway, the Mordian Marshal had had to cooperate with large-scale deployments of the Adeptus Mechanicus 4 times in the past. To say these experiences had been thriving successes would have required a lot of amasec to get drunk beforehand. Magi and Archmagi always considered the affairs of the Imperial Guard unworthy of attention when compared to their objectives. Fair was fair, Lorelei Maltka could agree the value of a STC was far greater than that of the lives of an entire regiment. But generally, Imperial Guard officers like herself weren't able to tell, because the Cogboys never told anything important to anyone. The good news was that today, the commissars around her and the influence of the Saint were enough to obtain some answers. The bad news was that the initial attack of the Hell Spiders against the wall of Udarak had revealed several caches of ancient plasma and laser technology the Xenos had stolen from humanity, and now thousands of tech priests were refusing to make their precious Ordinatus fire again for fear of damaging more precious archaeotech. Archmagos, she said to the commander of the 7th Skitarii Legion. I very much regret the potential risk of destruction the archaeotech held by the Xenos might suffer. This was really a really huge lie, but I fear we have no other choice but to risk it. There are millions of mercenaries Xenos and Eldar abominations preparing their counterattack behind the second wall of Udarak. I need the considerable firepower of the Volcano's Wrath, and the Omniscia's Lance too. In many ways, the initial feint Lady Weaver had forged in the blood of the Eldar had worked too well. Unlike the rumors of Zelharst, the much diminished swarm had not inspired limitless terror inside the enemy, understandable because for each insect marching to Udarak, 100 had gone to Zelharst. As a result, these crimson-armored Eldar had not used their own version of chemical warfare or other mini-exterminatus weapons. Thus the Mechanicus had been able to pillage fortresses, Xenos museums, and former manufactorums at will. Of course, the Imperium didn't need to conquer Udarak. The plan she was ordered to supervise demanded of the Third Army to tie up the crimson-clad armies for as long as possible. But against the thousands of portals vomiting legions of scum and monstrous Xenos by the hundreds of thousands, even holding the line was going to require the help of the Mechanicus Great Creations. But for reasons no one had explained to her, Archmagos Rho 5-12 Oberon of Mars was only willing to take orders from Basilic Delta 90 Ballista and not his fellow Archmagi of the 5th and 8th Skitarii legions. Clearly, the foolhardy tech priest was not going to be a happy cogboy when the living saint demanded explanations from him. The fate of Lichten laid before Pavia and now that of the idiot Ludendorff had proved beyond question that your high rank was not going to save your life if the Emperor's angel decided you had failed the God Emperor and the Imperium. But Lady Weaver was at Zelharst, and Lorelei Maltka was not going to ask for an intervention from her superior now. It would be an acknowledgement of weakness, and all the cogboys would try to step on her prerogatives and authority later. Should the Ordinatus provide their unceasing support against the Xenos hordes and the 7th Legion pledge more than 40% of its Skitarii effectives to reinforce my infantry and armored regiments, all archaeotech acquisition efforts will be given to our allies of the Mechanicus between the 2nd and 5th wall. It was in many ways stopping the pillage of the cogboys now for more problems in a few hours, but Lorelei needed the largest beachhead she could get to prepare defensive lines for the Third Army, and the Mechanicus, well, if they were willing to take their chance with a person they had decided to call chosen of the Omniscia, who was she to interpose herself? Acceptable, the Archmagos canted after a long series of buzzes and weird noises that the cogboys used to communicate between each other, before leaving the big transport she used as her mobile headquarters. Precisely 120 seconds later, the volcano cannon of the Volcano's Wrath fired, perforating the eldritch shields of the second walls, blasting away gigantic chunks of black fortifications, and undoubtedly killing thousands of Xenos. And its brother machine the Omniscia's Lance was at last stepping out of the largest tunnel gate they had captured in the Hell Spider offensive. May the God Emperor protect us from our allies, Lieutenant General Marcus Hanover prayed, and neither Lorelei Maltka nor the commissars had the energy to burn telling him his words were wrong. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Citadel of Mar Lych. Secret Homunculi Labs. 77 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Chapter Master Jeremiah Isley. It seems that, somehow, a Necron infiltration force has managed to enter Mar Lych with us, Jeremiah whispered. They are busy wreaking havoc in the Eldar's inner citadel, and our servo-owls have been able to detect the Xenos equivalent of their tech priests moving against the tunnel gates we traveled through to reach this sub-realm. So the Necron's invasion is imminent. Logan, the sniper of the kill team, voiced the thoughts for formality's sake. Do we have an idea why they chose this curious method of approach? Murmured Sergeant Isaac Flynn of the Iron Drakes. I will admit plans don't hold together very well once battle has commenced, but it seemed like the Necron leadership had agreed with the approach of War Plan Olympic. The last thing the Xenos attacking Kamarak with us need is to have an insufficient quantity of troops trapped on the wrong side of a webway gate. I don't think this is the idea of the Necron leadership, Victor interjected. I think we are seeing the Necron thief trying to add plenty of new unwilling subjects to his collection. All Heracles Warden and Iron Drake members of the infiltration force frowned. So Trazyn has followed us to Kamarak, Jeremiah sighed. Why was he not surprised? Our methods aren't going to work with this troublemaker nearby. We'd assumed that as long as we were cut off from the army group and our allies, setting these perfidious bastards against each other had the best chances of success while we went to sabotage the genetic facilities. I agree, the green-armored space marine replied in a barely audible tone. We are out of time. I already see 2 guards running 400 meters away. In a few minutes, they are going to reinforce this entire facility and our chances to get out of here alive will be minimal. There was no counter-argument. For all the inbuilt resistance of space marines, they were not invincible. It was true the common drukari weapons were nothing more than toys against an Astartes power armor, but they were only 11 Heracles Wardens and 8 Iron Drakes left now. Jeremiah had lost Jonathan to self-destructing Xenos weaponry and 2 Iron Drakes, which by an ill turn of fortune included their apothecary, had perished. Now, Jeremiah Isley had never been very impressed by something like unfavorable odds, but by his lowest estimate, there were 1 or 2 million Eldar mutants and abominations for every space marine in this very citadel. And they had no wish to be taken prisoner and be vivisected by the crazy sociopaths of Khmerak society. Jeremiah glanced at each of the Astartes he had chosen to accompany him. He could not see their expressions behind the helmets, but he knew they were all steely and determined. Then he glanced at the spectacle below their resting place. The best thing that could be said about it was that it fell short of the labs of that group of Nurgle cultists they had killed in a mission long ago. Still, even for a space marine, it was very bad. There were hundreds of thousands of amniotic tubes on this level alone, attended by mutants and abominations. It was impossible to say if they had once been Eldar or from another species. In each of these tubes, surrounded by devices spreading feelings of pain and suffering, a young Eldar was waiting to be born, its growth accelerated by atrocities committed on dying slaves and unending screams of agony from beings which should have died long ago but were kept alive by heretical and odious processes. Every device, every cocoon, every table, and every instrument was a dark mockery of the hospitals and places of healing Lady Weaver had built at Nyx. If there was something pleasant to look at in this laboratory of abominations, Isley hadn't seen it. If there was any crime against life the Dark Ones had not committed, the former Alpha Legionary had no idea which atrocity it might be. Each of the lives these creatures manufactured was one of the damned. He didn't need an inquisitor to determine that much. No good could come from these pulsing machines of cruelty and suffering. Each Eldar who would be created by these monsters would itself become a monster and perpetuate the cycle. No wonder the Emperor's children had never made a serious effort to invade Khmerak from the webway gates in the Eye of Terror. The denizens of this dark dimension were already serving one of the 4 in every way that mattered. I do not see the key target of Objective B, Logan said. He must be on a level we haven't scouted, one of the Iron Drake's battle brothers whispered. There are 15 levels above this one, and at least 2 below. The chapter master had heard some planetary governors joke about growing an army in their mother's wombs, but their Xenos enemies had evidently taken this adage and twisted it to their amoral minds. It was likely there were more than 10 million Eldar being prepared for accelerated birth in this gene lab of horrors. If there were more like it elsewhere in Khmerak, the Eldar would be able to recover from their losses with an incredible facility. There are more Necron bombs exploding above us, Charles, the tech marine of the Iron Drakes, informed them. A first tunnel to the port of Lost Souls has been activated. A chorus of shrieks echoed in the distance. It was certainly an invasion alert for the Xenos. The choice is out of our hands, cousins, brothers, Isley announced, not bothering with a whisper anymore. You know what we have come to do. Victor, Charles, once you reach the main power source, set the timer for self-destruction to 10 minutes. All encounters with homunculi must end with the Xenos abominations dead and incinerated. Destroy this lair of perversion and abominable science. In the name of the Emperor, let none survive. For the Emperor. Pierre was the first to smash something, the venerable dreadnought having decided to jump crash right into the middle of the gigantic vats. In a couple of seconds, dozens of tubes were pulverized, conduits filled with nutrient-rich liquids demolished, and plenty of pain devices silenced with no hope of repair whatsoever. The lab guardians shrieked and tried to interpose themselves between the Astartes and the vat-grown army. This was their first and last mistake. The bolters of the Iron Drakes found their marks, and without a head, most of the horrors of Khmerak died like every normal enemy. Isley ran towards the level below, using his Folkite weapon and his blade to inflict the maximum amount of damage. 5 Eldar were guarding the choke point to the other lair of Eldar birth creation. He eliminated them before they had the time to do more than touch the handles of their weapons. One demolition charge was placed out of view on one of the supporting devices showing all signs of being a Xenos counter-gravity generator. Several liquids which looked like the fuel they had torched in the port of Lost Souls was set aflame and thrown onto the vats. There was no time for small actions, and in the next seconds Jeremiah Isley used his considerable experience to cause untold devastation through sabotage. This horror of a gene lab was vast, but in 50 seconds of sabotage he was proud to say that if the security teams didn't arrive in the next minute, there would be nothing left to save. Chemical solutions had been combined to create some of the most dangerous acids, Folkite blasts had made sure there was plenty of fire, and there were 3 more demolition charges in addition to the first one. All the pain engines and other living horrors were mercifully dead. How dare you? How dare you Monday Key? The scream was so loud, so visceral, so filled with hate that the former legionary almost jumped in surprise. But the enemy wasn't there. The object responsible for this outcry was the Xeno's equivalent of a voxcaster, though naturally the Eldar had used the lungs and vocal cords of someone and somehow made it work. Isley destroyed it with his blade, and then went to another level to continue his work of destruction. All along he was pursued by the sound of the hateful voice, because of course the vermin had dispersed hundreds of lung relays in this facility to make sure everyone heard his voice. I promise you whatever blow you strike here will be rewarded by 1,000,000 of your years of torture. Isley activated a grenade and let it fall into another vat containing somewhere between 500 and 700 liters of a flammable black substance. No. Make that 2,000,000 years of torture. I will clone your beating hearts and devour them each time my slaves bring me a meal. The Heracles Warden commander almost smiled before throwing a bunch of torture instruments into a machine which looked like it was regulating the temperature of an aquarium. The fishes in it were definitely not friendly, it had to be said. The fortress of Mar Lych will hear your screams for all eternity. 2 guards in silver armor stormed in as he was leaving the level he had just thoroughly sabotaged, and their lamentable skills as swordsmen saw them eliminated in less than 10 seconds. Seriously, this was really disappointing. If the loudmouth was as old as Jeremiah thought, he should have learned the cardinal rule of not gloating before his opponents were permanently neutralized. It was like Voldorius all over again, but this time the enemy had long ears. Apparently, whatever efforts had been enacted to stop the wave of destruction spread by the Space Marines must have been as efficient as the attempts to stop him, because the next rant of the local megalomaniac was particularly impressive. Kneel. Kneel before the master of the prophets of flesh Urian Rakarth. You are made to be slaves. You are made to kneel before the magnificence of the Ildari chosen. You were nothing but primates when we ruled the stars, and when your agony ends you will be a symbol of failure. I am a god and I say you are going to die. Jeremiah Isley rolled his eyes, and then winced as the lung relays relayed the noise of an armored fist hammering into something far more fragile. Puny god, the voice of Pierre resonated through the facility. We have found the thing powering the inventions in the labs of the homunculi, cousin, the voice of the Iron Drake Tech Marine was announced after the correct Vox password. We are preparing the detonators of the melted demolition charges now. Primary objective be located and killed, Pierre grumbled, 20 plus clones of Rakarth eliminated. 10 clones of Asdrubal Vect accounted for. The sabotage of the command room is nearly complete. Jeremiah at first thought it was too good to be true, but no, as every Astartes reported in using the correct protocols, it appeared they really had not suffered a single loss. The flames were beginning to finish the efforts of the 2 chapters to ruin the future of the Khamarak Eldar. We leave using exit E4. 20 more seconds of destruction, and then we let the monsters have fun searching for the demolition charges about to blow their nice resurrection chambers sky high. Perhaps Rakarth had more facilities like this one. It was extremely unlikely one of the most wanted enemies of the Imperium would have only one lab as his sole contingency plan. But one thing was sure, the self-proclaimed god was not going to use this lab for his ambitions or any other plan in the short term. The loss in terms of resources and influence would be severe, no matter the outcome of the battle. We move on to the core spur. We have other homunculi facilities to visit. Heart of the Webway. Khamarak. Port Shard. 77 hours before the mark of Khamarak. Destruction Overlord Sitka. Neemzer, please contact our human allies and inform them that the Asuryani have decided to help the Drukhari slavers in this battle. Yes, Destruction Overlord. Sitka watched as one by one, escorts, cruisers, and battleships emerged from 6 different gates into Port Shard. Her command battleship's datanode compiled the order of battle which had just arrived without difficulty, 10 battleships, 25 cruisers, and 75 escorts. Moments after this invasion of vermin, 3 more gates activated and 80 additional Drukhari escorts returned to their ruined shipyards. It appears the data we received on the different subspecies of the Ildari descendants is wrong, the subordinate of Feyruk Nefertun said. The Asuryani and the Drukhari will fight together if given sufficient incentive. Although in this instance, the female Necron overlord believed it perhaps was a genuine error on the thief's part. The invasion of Khamarak was an unprecedented act, and during such exceptional events, the flesh beings' cognitive abilities failed them and they took steps they would not consider with processors and unflinching logic. Are we going to recall the battleships from the port of Lost Souls, noble overlord? One of the 10 cryptex behind her queried. This Asuryani fleet, while potentially more dangerous than a Drukhari one, is largely within our capabilities to destroy. It was tempting, very tempting. But Sitka wasn't going to do it. The port of Lost Souls had to be secured and the Necron phalanxes prepared to be deployed against the Drukhari points of resistance in the other sub-realms. And when it came down to it, if she sent half of her fleet back to Port Shard every time a fleet of long ears translated ready for battle, nothing would ever get done. No, we aren't going to give them the honor of being crushed by our full fleet. I have a fate far worse in mind for our long-eared foes. Whoever was in command of the Asuryani fleet was not a great tactician, that much could be said. The fleet of the arrogant Ildari's successors was forming two horizontal lines nearly perpendicular to each other. That formation had been considered obsolete by the end of the war in heaven for a reason. Release the C'tan. Yes, Destruction Overlord. Maximum control on its necrodermis shell and the Tesseract. Yes. The Shard of Niadrasatha doesn't need its full power to defeat 10 battleships and their support. And I think we can trust our God to not show any mercy to the Asuryani and the Drukari. Of all the C'tan, the mighty exalted Lord of Flames, Infernos, and Novas, the Burning One, yes, that was the title every Necron had to call him by and pray to. At first Niadrasatha had undoubtedly been the one most determined to conquer the webway and hunt the old ones in their last hideouts. Its flames had devoured many parts of the ancient webway in its time, and Sitka didn't think it was going to need a lot of incentives to burn more and kill the favorite toys of the arrogant reptiles. Preparations complete, Overlord. Release the C'tan, she repeated. The enemy fleet fired first. The Asuryani fleet had no intention to enter the Necron fleet's range. The batteries of her battleships began to fire back, not that there was much danger. The Long-Ears in command had once again made the worst decision possible, and divided its fire between her 3 Cairn battleships, therefore lacking the firepower to cripple any of them. A gigantic column of fire burst into existence and Niadrasatha screamed its hate into the webway. The Burning One had 2 legs, 2 arms, and 1 head like Necrons, Asuryani, and humans, but no one would have ever mistaken it for a member of those species. It was a tall shell of necrodermis eternally wreathed in flames. It was an arrogant monster with the power of suns to justify its universe-sized sense of superiority. The Asuryani were faster to recognize their doom had come than the Drukari and tried to change course and lock their weapons on the C'tan shard. Before they had time to fire their weak pulsars, Niadrasatha struck. 2 of the battleships leading the first line were swallowed by the star flames. They were just the first ones, as the fire spread and 3 escorts became raging infernos plunging onto the devastated docks of Port Shard like meteors. This was the storm of heavenly fire, and, while greatly diminished, it was as impressive as in the past. Some warships had the time to strike back, but every energy shot or physical projectile was pulverized or diverted to strike a part of the local infrastructure. In a third of the time it took to say it, the Drukari ships were screaming torches and the power of the Lord of Fire was at the same time tearing apart and burning the last Asuryani warships. Some aspect warriors had managed to throw themselves out of their warships before the hulls became fiery graves, but they had just exchanged one death for a slower one. Niadrasatha pursued and disemboweled them 15 by 15 in a combination of a wheel of fire and some torture fire that even the Ildari probably didn't deserve. Return the Burning One to its Tesseract vault. I think the Long-Ears understand the lesson now. Sitka ordered. Are the destabilization matrices ready? They are, Destruction Overlord. In this case begin our withdrawal from Port Shard and activate them. It's time for the stolen sons of Port Shard to die. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Port of Lost Souls. 76 hours before the mark of Kamarak. 9th Lieutenant Freya Brasidas. Freya had just shot down 3 Xenos aircraft High Command had tentatively identified as Razor Wing jet fighters when hell came to Kamarak. The warnings and alerts blared on every frequency, but it did not do much good. In the space of 4 seconds, over 3,000 gates which had stayed inactive so far pulsed with baleful energies. And then the enemy fleets came. Not 1, not 2, over a dozen massive formations of capital warships, surrounded by a gigantic swarm of light attack craft. The cogitators tried desperately to count the prodigious numbers of battleships pouring into the Port of Lost Souls, but failed before the enormity of the task. At the same time, new portals were also activating close to the Eversprings Gate and the landing grounds captured by the Imperial Guard. Hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, of Eldar stormed out in a cacophony which was heard despite the distance. White Squadron form on me! White Squadron form on me! White Leader screamed. For the God Emperor's sake, don't let them reach the battle line. The Nixian noblewoman watched the spectacle with horror for a fraction of a second before pushing the afterburners to maximum military power and following the squadron leader into the fray. Somehow she didn't think winning her 50th victory and the title Ace of Aces was supposed to involve rewards like this one. One of the Xenos crescent ships pulsed with eldritch green lights and many portals seemed to flicker out. But too many Eldar ships had gotten through. The displays indicated tens of thousands of light craft, and this was most likely a fraction of the total number. The Imperial Navy Starfighters, the flying machines of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and the Aeronautica Imperialis met the attack head-on. This was nothing like Freya had ever trained for or had any experience in. This was a gigantic dogfight, and in this maelstrom of violence skill was not even the deciding factor anymore. Less than 10 seconds into the melee she saw White Leader die as his Thunderbolt and one of the dagger-like Xenos aircraft collided and mutually wiped each other out. There was no grand strategy, no discipline anymore. It was just killed or be killed. Squadrons had dissolved and all those who bore the Aquila formed and reformed new squadrons on a whim and as chance dictated. And suddenly, after bringing down one last Xenos bomber, there were no more enemies coming. For the first time, Freya looked at her energy and ammunition levels, which were deeply in the red. They had fought for nearly 24 minutes in this unprecedented aerial battle. The young woman watched the fighters and all other aerial engines of the fleet stream back to the battle line, which had lost a lot of elements but was still standing valiantly, even as more and more warships had to be towed away. It was almost unbelievable that so much had happened in 24 minutes. But they had held the line. And as the operators of the fleet carrier the Great Quest guided the scarred and battered remnants, there were ecstatic voices spreading the kind of news everyone had prayed for in the last hours. The salamanders were coming. Forge Father Fukin and Var. The port of Lost Souls presented an apocalyptic spectacle as the battle barge Fukin's Wrath arrived in this realm of the damned. There were crippled ships and monumental explosions everywhere. In the first 3 seconds the flagship of the Salamander's fleet broke a Xenos cruiser which had gotten too close in half. It looks like the Xenos called Necrons have been forced to use their portal collapsing weapons in the last few minutes, Chapter Master Antony444 declared as the tactical display tried to sort out the mess they had upon their hands. Only the portals fully under our control remain active. This was probably for the best, Fukin and Var thought. The Eldar had struck the port of Lost Souls in overwhelming force, and judging by the fury of the fighting continuing on the intact platforms, despite their courage and all their training, the forces of the Imperium had taken massive casualties. Your orders, Regent of Prometheus, the Forge Father of the defunct 18th Legion spoke out loud. Though the times are dark and the enemy is numerous, it won't be said the sons of Fukin stayed idle when the destiny of mankind was fought over in the port of Lost Souls, the chapter master declared gravely before his expression grew more bloodthirsty. Prepare all the teleporteriums, brother. It is time to exact our long-awaited vengeance upon this monstrous Xenos species. Advice and suggestions were exchanged with Captain Ronan of the Howling Griffins and Captain Alexis of the Silver Skulls, but in 5 minutes top, more than 90% of the available battle brothers aboard the fleet were ready. Into the fires of battle, brothers! The Regent of Nocturne bellowed, raising his massive thunderhammer Ignis Magnificat without effort. Unto the anvil of war! There was a flash of ozone, and then 1 second or an eternity later, 500 space marines materialized by the sides of Mechanicus Skitarii bearing the symbols of the Ryza Forge world. Fukin lives! Fukin lives! For Guillemon son of the Emperor! Primus inter pares! Fukin lives! For the God Emperor! A gigantic firestorm was born, and in a moment the armies of the Eldar died, incinerated by the breath of Nocturne's flamers and heavy weapons. For Nocturne! For the ideals of the Primarch! Each strike of the Ignis Magnificat broke 4 or 5 long-eared Xenos. Chapter Master Antony444 was carving a bloody path through the crimson armors of the Eldar, so fast even the fire drakes had difficulty keep up with his pace. We remember cowards. Come to our blades. Come. There is nowhere left to flee. The tide of battle had turned against the Eldar, Fukin and Var realized. More of the co-belligerent metallic Xenos called Necrons were deploying north of their position, disintegrating companies of pirates and murderous scum. The Ryza Mechanicus had regrouped, some of their rangers mounting large beetles and ants to go on the offensive again. But more importantly, the naval battle above their heads was won and the perfidious drukari of Kumarak knew it. How could they not? They were seeing many of their battleships disappear into the abyss, cruisers torn apart by the implacable fire of Astartes strike cruisers, and their superiors scream as Archmagos Belisarius call teleport his elite forces directly into the vital compartments of their warships. The time of reckoning was at hand. The raids of these abominations were going to cease. Fukin lives! The Forge Father screamed as 100+ monsters burned in the pyres of judgment. Fukin lives and his punishment comes in fire. First Naval Secretary Wolfgang Bach. Destruction Overlord Sitka informs us her Dolmen seal will be able to stay activated for the next 75 hours, Archmagos Thayer Sagami reported in an extremely formal tone, even for a Mechanicus cogboy. Thank the Necron commander in my name, Archmagos. Formalities had to be respected, since it was in great part thanks to the Necrons they were all still alive and standing defiant. The future rogue traitor that is, if they managed to get out of Kumarak alive took a deep breath and steeled his nerves again. Now wasn't the time to show indecision and panic, obviously. So our window of opportunity is down to 75 hours. Some of his old instructors at Karduniash would have called it pessimism. Wolfgang preferred to call it a realistic outlook. They had thought they would be able to handle everything the drukari and their mercenary allies would throw against them. Wolfgang wasn't too proud to admit they had been completely wrong. The drukari had truly recalled everything to reconquer the port of Lost Souls, and by his best estimate, the everything which had managed to get through before the Necrons disrupted the webway gates had included at least 16 massive fleets and 20 armies. The precise count might never be known, but Archmagos Hediatrix had sent a preliminary report of 75 Xenos battleships, 620 cruisers, and over 53,000 light craft destroyed. About 87% of those numbers had belonged to the crimson-clad Longears, and the God Emperor only knew how many were still waiting behind the gates for a chance to finish the job. On the ground, it was thought the Dark Ones had mustered something along the lines of 50 million warriors, all of them armed to the teeth. This time they had not faced inexperienced conscripts or the equivalent of children playing with real weapons. This time the real infantry of the Eldar had come to wage war, and the fighting had been vicious and utterly merciless. The only reason they were still alive was because of the preparations they had made to counter potential counterattacks. All long-range cannons and macro batteries had been loaded and ready to fire when the skies darkened again, such was the number of warships arrayed against them. Large fields of space mines had been placed in front of the largest gates. Nova cannons and other weapons of strategic importance had disintegrated 4 fleets and roughly 25 battleships plus escorts. The mines had accounted for 2 more fleets and 5 battleships. The rest had begun to fire back and the carnage had been total. If he survived this operation, he would have to rewatch the recordings of those minutes, analyze the litany of desperate improvisations he had barked, and see what he had done wrong. For now, the blonde-haired naval secretary knew that as correct as some of his moves had been, there had been too many enemies to prevent a breakthrough. The Drukhari and their horde of mercenaries and monsters had come like a tidal wave, and there had been no time to intercept them all outside killing range. The Enterprise, the El Dorado, and the Utopia Planitia had suffered their first casualties, though they were incredibly minor compared to the rest. Lady Weaver's flagship's lucky reputation had been more than confirmed, with less than 200 casualties. The rest of the battle line had been severely battered, however. The Emperor-class Cerberus engine had died weapons blazing, taking 3 Eldar battleships and as many cruisers with it as it perished. The machine's stand had behaved like its name implied, but it would need at least a year of repairs before being considered functional again. The Abolition-class bombardment cruiser Priceless Damage was completely unresponsive, engines and most of its weapons gone, and no one even knew if towing back was going to be mechanically possible. The Lunar-class Red Fiefdom, not completely recovered from the Battle of Pavia, had perished after taking over 600 torpedoes. So had the Discovery-class Fringe's Exploration, the Inferno-class Vindication of Production, and every surviving cruiser had taken a lot of casualties and damage only a true shipyard would be able to repair. The escorts of the Mechanikus had paid a proportional price for their attempts to save their larger cousins. 3 light cruisers, their last heavy frigate, 7 frigates, 10 more destroyers and an additional 6 which would need total reconstructions to be functional again, 2 Titan transports, 5 macro transports, 1 fuel transport, and 4 non-specialized transports would never serve the Omniscia again. The rest of the Caribbean fleet had also paid heartbreaking losses. The Defensor fleet had lost the cruiser Volcano Rage, 4 more destroyers, and 2 minor transports. The Lunar-class Fury of Jupiter had chosen self-destruction when boarding murder parties of Eldar were 1 door away from taking the bridge and the engines. 2 Dauntless-class light cruisers had accompanied it in death. 1 corvette, 8 destroyers, and 5 transports had fought and died like legends, and it had just barely been enough to maintain a stalemate until the rescue fleet arrived. The Iron Drakes had lost the strike cruiser Relentless War. The Frateris Templar captain of the Dutiful Sentry had rammed a Xenos battleship and therefore saved the existence of the crippled Holy Warrior. 15 destroyers had given the souls and lives of their crews leading an insane charge into the heart of the bloodbath and buying enough time for the Enterprise to devastate the enemy battle line. The last Inquisition frigates had died giving heavy orbital support. No one knew how many starfighters and atmospheric fighter bombers had found martyrdom, but the air wings had given everything in their hearts to the God Emperor. At 1 against 10 or 20 enemies, they had stopped the bombers and jet fighters of the enemy permanently. Many pilots had achieved the distinction of Ace of Aces with 50 victories, and there were even cases of kill counts over 100. Hundreds of thousands of crewmen and crewwomen had died with their ships. And that didn't tell the whole story. For every ship utterly destroyed, 3 or 4 of the same tonnage were very heavily damaged and counting thousands of dead. And of course the losses had been considerable on the ground too. 3 Knights of House Durbach had gone down fighting 5 meters tall horrors that many among the brass had already nicknamed the Flesh Towers. The 9th Skitarii Legion had bled hard in oil and broken machinery, with casualties approaching 25%. The 3rd Legion of Ryza had fared even worse with 29% dead, wounded, or missing, though their legion was far larger and thus somehow more functional after that. But Archmagos Dominus Mu Sever 400101 had been slain, his bodyguards and himself unable to kill an army of Mandrakes fast enough to save their lives. The Petersburg 47th Infantry, who had not yet been deployed against Utarak defenses, had lost 60% of its guardsmen in 30 minutes, and all its commanding officers were dead. But the Salamanders, the Howling Griffins, and the Silver Skulls were here, along with a new Ark Mechanikus and 2 more battleships. They had held long enough to secure the port of Lost Souls for 70+ hours. Do we know what the Necrons have done to Port Shard? The de facto fleet commander asked. He had not questioned the wisdom of the Necron withdrawal when there had been far more pressing things to care about, but the anomalous energy readings now compiling on the hololiths did not reassure him. The only logical explanation is that the Necrons found a way to destabilize the matrices containing the 3 sons of Port Shard, declared one of the Nixian Magi in a tone that was very impressed. Wolfgang looked at the suns right above the Enterprise in the port of Lost Souls and estimated the gravitic effects and radiations aftershocks of such an action. Then he returned his attention to the Magos. We're speaking of a potential supernova. Wolfgang Bach considered it a triumph of self-control. He didn't begin screaming. The simulations are running, but such a potential outcome is not impossible. The Magos shrugged his mechadendrites like unleashing such gigantic explosions was a perfectly rational decision. The destruction of the subrealm known as Port Shard is considered certain. And since the 4th Skitarii Legion had abandoned the Sprawls when the Necron did, the only tunnel gates or other exits from the Port of Lost Souls were the gates the Necrons had somehow prepared with their strange green technology. So the Imperium could still travel to Pavia via the Eversprings Gate, and its armies could reach the fortified subrealms of Mar Lych, Zelharst, and Uter-Rak. The flanks in the rear were clear of serious opposition, for now. Port Carmine, of course, was burning and would continue to do so for more than 300 hours. The Salamanders are finishing their preparations to advance into Zelharst. Archmagos Thayer Sagami returned after a few minutes with the Vox operators. A demi-company and the Silver Skulls will stay here to help us secure the port properly against the remnants of the armies and light craft fleets which have hidden after the Eldar defeat. The Howling Griffins have volunteered to go help the forces assigned to Uter-Rak. And the Mechanic use reinforcements. It wouldn't be polite to say an Archmagos was sulking, but that was exactly what his interlocutor began to do at the largely inoffensive question. They are deploying to support the Salamanders. This was for the best, Wolfgang supposed, though he knew saying it aloud would not make him popular among the cogboys. Zelharst was the priority, and the Necrons had decided for some reason that the citadel of Mar Lych was going to be their separate ground theatre. There is more bad news, the Archmagos added. Our ammunition expenditure is exceeding all pre-war projections. Army Group Caribbean is using lost cells, shells and other ordnance at levels previously unmatched since the last Black Crusade. The Logis don't think we have the war supplies to continue the fight for more than 120 hours. Prepare a new report to Lady Weaver, the blonde-haired naval secretary replied unsurprised. He had seen what his superior considered appropriate artillery bombardment, and this apparently included placing a 10,000 Earthshaker cannons side by side and pummeling the enemy until everything was dead. If the same strategies were applied in the subrealm of Zelharst. By your will, the tech priest bowed. Do you think we can declare Objective G accomplished? For the first time in an hour, Wolfgang was able to find the strength to smile. I think I can answer your question positively, Archmagos. Objective G had called for the maximum number of Eldar fleets to be recalled to Kumarak. By any standard, they had succeeded. Yes, they had not been able to destroy all the reinforcements. There were certainly a lot of Eldar warships and captains scurrying around trying to reactivate their webway gates, but the Eldar fleets had come back to the Port of Lost Souls. In fact, they may have succeeded beyond their most ambitious goals. A Biltan fleet had been destroyed in Port Shard by the Necrons, and plenty of Eldar with similar banners and colors had been seen in the limited fighting of the Sprawls. Objective G has definitely been accomplished. For the first time in millennia, I think the galaxy has a shortage of Eldar raids. Heart of Kumarak. Nightmare Avenue, approaches of Port Shard. 75 hours before the mark of Kumarak. Admiral Marquis Madrax YSCLYTH. There were moments in your existence where it was difficult for a commander to say who was to be rewarded with a visit in the torture pits. This moment was one, no question about it. This was a bloody disaster, a colossal defeat, a cawing bloody catastrophe, a dark muse-inspired humiliation. He could have voiced many descriptions of this nature, but he didn't have the time. You know, Admiral, the Admiral Marquis said conversationally to his counterpart of the Falling Moon, at first I wondered what could honestly push the Monday Key to invade our beloved Dark City. Really, we know they don't like our raids and our treatment of captives, and these, lesser species have always been delusional where qualities are concerned. They seem to believe honor, faith, and loyalty, among other things, are important. And now? Zindral Wypolian raised an eyebrow. Now I wonder if the Monday Key and Ngir leaders are just outright insane and have joined together because their craziness will become more and more contagious as this battle goes on. It said something that before the Necrons unleashed what was certainly one of their broken star gods, he had never considered it. I have nothing better to propose, the other admiral admitted with non-feigned regret. And on this, I suggest we turn our minds to working out a plan to reconquer the Port of Lost Souls. Somehow, I don't think we will able to use Port Shard anymore. Madrax laughed, and he was surprised how hysterical the sound appeared in his own ears. There was nothing left of Port Shard, and Wypolian knew it very well. Destabilizing the Sons of Kumarak had certainly ruptured the webway in this subrealm, but even if it hadn't, 3 suns being released from their containment matrices at the same time must have been like seeing the fall, only in more luminous and less demonic. Somehow, the Talon officer didn't believe the ruined shipyards could handle the gravity, temperature, radiation, and shockwaves of multiple supernovas. No, Port Shard was utterly gone. At least Port Carmine had merely been incinerated and would be able to be rebuilt in dozens of cycles, assuming the securities of the webway which had activated when the Monday Key threw their damned realm killers could be shut off somehow. Of course, this assumed they won the cataclysmic battle raging in the subrealms of Kumarak. And Madrax YSCLYTH was not as confident of that outcome as he once had been. I think that's going to be the easy part. There is nothing we can do about the Port of Lost Souls as long as the Ingur keep the gates closed. And even if by some miracle of Kain we could open one, I would never send one fleet alone and unsupported. Not after. He shivered again, the screams of torture of those who had failed him continuing around him and yet failing to provide any pleasure. Everything was turning rancid and unpleasant as the Monday Key and the Ingur demolished fleet after fleet and army after army. As much as it pains me to admit it, Wypolian said slowly, we cannot afford another failed fleet offensive like this. Between the catastrophe of the Port of Lost Souls and the 4 fleets we lost in Port Shard, a good fifth of the Zillion fleets have been annihilated. Since the Monday Key brutes have been reinforced and nothing stops them from calling for more, we have to make sure our blows strike true. I fear every ship we have is irreplaceable. It is my opinion armies and ground raiding forces are now far cheaper and less valuable than our warships. Let's keep the reinforcement fleets concentrated for the killing blow. The Necron devices won't be able to deny the work of our ancestors for long. Let's reinforce the citadels first. We must prevent the primates from storming into Kumarak proper. This was not a bad way to look at the storm of defeats and the consequences they had to adapt to. There was no denying the shipyards were gone. Now the most important things were to save the homunculi labs, the slave factories, and as much of the valuable treasures and infrastructure of Kumarak as possible. I can't believe I am saying this. Madrax grimaced. But he wanted to suggest we should begin an evacuation of Kumarak, but 2 silver armors, 3 crimsons, and 5 dark blues on his bridge convinced him to stay quiet. Asking for an evacuation would be tantamount to admitting defeat. If the invaders had been an alliance of craft worlds or another faction of Yildari long forgotten after the fall, this would have already caused huge problems, but to accept, even if only implicitly, that they had been beaten by up-jumped primates that had probably been convinced their sun turned around their planet a few thousand cycles ago, it would be political and military suicide. Never mind that more than 8 billion Yildari had already been directly sent to meet She Who Thirsts since the beginning of this slaughter feast. Never mind that their race was not going to be able to rebuild the shipyards of the Port of Lost Souls in 1,000 cycles, such was the scale of the devastation and the losses in qualified Yildari. Never mind that the citadels previously thought impossible to conquer were reeling under an assault never seen in the living memory of the masters of the webway. They were Yildari. And the orders of the dynasts didn't involve retreat or evacuation. To war, then. Let's defeat the Monday Key and the Ingur before they try to make the disaster worse. Heart of the webway. Kumarak. Citadel of Udarak. 74 hours before the mark of Kumarak. Duke Leary O'Hara. House Wintervale had always hated the Eldar pirates. Be they from Kumarak or any other realm of damnation, the vermin would take refuge in whenever they faced serious opposition. Longer than there had been an Imperium, House Wintervale had stood vigilant, defending the worlds of the Galway cluster from the depredations of the Eldar pirates. Many oaths had been sworn by generation after generation of young knights who arrived too late to do more than bury the victims of villages targeted by these evil long-ears. As such, today was more than a day of reckoning for House Wintervale. Today was the day where the lances under his authority were going to fulfill the oaths of their ancestors. It had taken thousands of years, but the noble quest's end was in sight. Leary O'Hara smiled, and the Acastus-pattern Knight Porphyrion Immortal Grudge roared as it fired its irradiation projectors against the Xenos hiding behind the ruined black walls. Against heavy armor it would have likely been a waste of priceless relics of the ancient age, but the Drukhari and by the God Emperor, wasn't this abominable name perfectly fitting for an awful civilization and an even more loathsome species? Had little heavy armor, torture instruments, splinter weaponry, acid guns, traps whose sole purpose was to inflict great suffering. Yes, they had those. But conventional weapons built for the kind of wars fought regularly against greenskins? No, they didn't. The Howling Griffins are coming, husband, his wife Rosaline called to him, as her Acastus-pattern Knight Astrias Knight of Dawn erased the threat represented by the last bunkers of the Xenos with its conversion beam cannons. And the Marshal asks to reform the line. Why? Leary wondered out loud, as he trampled fleeing Eldar and executed a group who thought they were particularly smart by attacking him from behind. I don't think whatever reserves they hid underground or on the other side of another portal will do the Xenos any good after several Ordinatus bombardments supported by the Imperial Guard artillery. Leary O'Hara was not that fond of Marshal Lorelei Maltka. Aside from her previous record, the female officer was not the kind of guardswoman one invited to the completion of a quest or a crusade back home. The woman never smiled or seemed to have any use for a conversation that was not a military one. The 5th highest noble of House Wintervale had seen many soldiers like her during the wars fought outside the Galway cluster. People like her would always break at some point. Career, duty, and war merged together until there was nothing else to validate one's existence, and when it broke. The enemy has received new reinforcements of the units called Flesh Towers. I'm on my way, Leary replied as more than 20 Drukhari were boiled alive by the irradiation projectors. Immortal Grudge's bellicose machine spirit tried to protest when he changed course and ignored the last pathetic long ears trying to dig some hideout in the hope his auspexes wouldn't find them. I wonder how many abominations the Eldar have left in their vaults now that we have sterilized their first 2 layers of defenses. Unlike Lady Weaver, I don't think they can breed a new army from the bodies on the battlefield. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Citadel of Zelharst. 73 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Captain Gabriella Jordan. They met General Taylor Hebert near one of the major breaches which had been created in the 5th wall of the Eldar fortress. The Wall of Eternal Torments, the Xenos had called it before a swarm of bees filled the air above it and the cannons of the god engines had bombarded it into oblivion. Zudais was very glad this fortification had been destroyed. A wall of screaming faces with hundreds of thousands of human and alien skulls on the ramparts was heretical work and had to be treated as such. But since the Long Ears had never dreamt their defenses would have to withstand the might of the god engines and thousands of artillery shells striking it for a good hour, the monstrous Wall of Eternal Torments had fared as well as the Wall of Cruelty, the Wall of Whales, and the Wall of Agony, which was to say it had crumbled in a very pathetic manner. The Eldar reinforcements were the major source of resistance, not the wall. It was why the sea of spiders, beetles, and ants surrounding the space marines of the Dawnbreaker Guard were busy feasting on tens of thousands of Xenos corpses. There were mountains of them, and thanks to the brilliant lights of the sunworms and other insects under the control of the general, the scale of the massacre and the replenishment operations for the swarm could not be missed. Even as she spoke, hundreds of new gigantic centipedes and spiders were marching in neat columns between the guard and the Skitarii. Perhaps the army group was short on manpower, but it certainly had no problem replenishing mandibles, claws and fangs. Every hour saw more hell spiders join the battlefield, and for every Eldar killed there were likely 10 or 20 insects born and ready to kill in their new mistress' name. The former Calidus apprentice wondered if the Xenos truly realized how much it changed the outcome of the battle. Probably not, she immediately concluded. If they had, the Eldar would have tried to use their exterminatus weapons from the start, when the battle for the Port of Lost Souls began. And they wouldn't have wasted their time ordering the deaths of the hell spiders, then the ambules, and one by one every Death World monster as Weaver deployed them. It was utterly inefficient, the insect-killing efforts were poorly coordinated and deprived their frontline troops of critical elite forces when the walls were under attack. Zudais Jarek had never been particularly impressed by the performance of certain adepts from the Administratum, Munitorum and other adept uses. But the way the Eldar handled this insect crisis was proof the Xenos' administration of Kamarak was significantly worse. After the survivors of the Alamo 4th were sent to fill the holes in the Wuhan 20,417th Infantry, she had been witness to countless examples of Eldar turning on each other in the middle of the battle. Yes, it was as stupid as it sounded. Excellent job with the Alamo 4th and the Wuhan 20,417th, Commissar Colonel, the angel spoke. Yes, everyone had changed as the skies of Kamarak were on fire and the ground was covered in millions of Eldar corpses, but General Taylor had changed far more than most. The golden wings and the very large aura were difficult to miss. It was like speaking with a blazing beacon of light in the twilight of the dark city. Thank you, General. Since Colonel Han suffered a tragic wound to the head as a result of his cowardice, I think it is better that you keep the leadership of the Wuhan 20,417th until this battle is over. The Saint spoke in a tone that was formulated like a suggestion but in practice was more an adamantium-clad order. If you'd allow me one remark, Lady Weaver, Volpahan interjected without ambiguity, the methods the Wuhanes use to select their superior guard officers are in dire need of change. You are not the first to make this remark, I assure you, the golden-winged woman caressed the head of the closest spider, a beast which had an abdomen the size of a space marine. And I will give you the same answer I gave them, once I return to the Nix sector, there are going to be changes to Wuhan. The former Calidus apprentice was not a politician or a great expert in the planetary institutions of the Nixians, but that boded ill for the Wuhanes nobility and every member of the upper class who had at one point or another influenced the Imperial Guard in a negative manner. One might even suggest there were going to be purges, executions, and many penal legions created in the not-so-distant future. Since your new regiment has already lost 11% of its men to death or injury, I want them to follow the Hemovaries on the southern front and help them free the population of slaves. It had to be noted Commissar Colonel Volpahan didn't even flinch at the mention of the Hemovaries. Gabriella Jordan didn't either, but she was frankly one step away from protesting. The Hemovaries were bloodworms, and as the name implied the Eldar psychopaths were using them as a weapon to drain the vital fluids of someone in 10 seconds flat. And since the former leaders of Kamarak were unparalleled geniuses of cruelty and arrogance, they had bred particularly huge specimens they had tried to use as terror weapons against the Imperium. It went without saying the Xenos must be regretting this strategy a lot, assuming they were still alive to do so. A lot of the slaves on the southern front and the areas we have not broken the cages of our Xenos, General. That's why I'm sending the Hemovaries with you, Commissar Colonel. If they promise to fight against the Eldar but end up betraying you, I will make sure their ends will not be pleasant. I understand. One couldn't have said Volpahan was happy to receive these orders, but he understood the logic like Zudais did. Everyone in Kamarak hated the Eldar including the Eldar themselves apparently, but the loathing slaves felt for their dark masters was far more powerful than those of mere guardsmen and guardswomen. Giving the opportunity to kill the treacherous Xenos to other Xenos for the mere cost of one regiment as overseers was not a great sacrifice. The Space Marines of the Dawnbreaker Guard suddenly changed the disposition of their protection system, and the reason did not wait long before coming into view. Separated in two large columns of vastly different sizes came Space Marines of the Salamanders Chapter and Skitarii of Mars. They had not been uncommon sights in the battles fought in Comorak, but these newcomers were not of the 1st Skitarii Legion or the contingent of the Forge Hammer. They were far, far more dangerous, if the quantity of heavy weaponry, the Terminators, and the sheer aura of ferocity surrounding them was any indication. Their leaders were even more impressive. The Salamander leader was a mountain of green and scales, a thunderhammer in one hand that no non-Astartes would be able to lift, never mind use in battle. The Archmagos next to him was an even stranger sight, its misshapen body equipped with quantities of rare and ancient weaponry. Both of them bowed deeply as they came within 10 feet of the saint. The Salamander's chapter master in fact went further and his right knee touched the ground, so it counted technically as bending the knee. Chapter Master Tafor Hezon, Regent of Nocturne. Archmagos Dominatus Dominus Belisarius Call of Blessed Mars. Rise Chapter Master, you do not have to. We do. And the Space Marine's voice made clear he wouldn't tolerate a negative reply. Fine. For a single second Zai's thought she saw some exasperation on the general's face, but if there was, it disappeared very quickly. Rise, we have much to do and plenty of Xenos to wipe out. That, at least, got the chapter masters and the Archmagos' undivided attention. Heart of the Webway. Comorak. Citadel of Uterak. 73 hours before the mark of Comorak. Dynast Maestros Zelian. Feckless traitors. Spider chew toys. Excrements unworthy to command a raid force. He was surrounded by incompetent subordinates. He was surrounded by incompetent admirals and generals. How dare they come back and defeat again and again? The Hell Spiders weren't even in this assault. They were at Zelharst, not here. Supreme Dynast, we followed your directives. Impale him. Maestros shouted and the SSLYTH surged forwards, seizing the defeated master of the labyrinth. He lost the labyrinth of folly. He must pay for it. 3 lines of defenses lost in a single offensive from Monday Key of all vermin. There wasn't even a single Inger deployed against them like Mar Lych faced. There were no ambules, hell spiders, hemoveries, or whatever other species the destructing power leading the Monday Key turned against Krail Lach at Zelharst. No, the Monday Key assaulting his citadel had no Inger technology, no insects, just big guns. Why, oh why were his army commanders unable to stop them? Where are the Dinark and Love Air Terror Barons? He asked as the 40-plus commanders he had summoned from every part of the webway prostrated themselves before him. They have deserted, Ultimate Archon, the Flesh Reaper of Jovel admitted. When they heard of the final destruction of Port Shard, they fled into the darkest tunnels of the webway and we had no time to pursue them. They deserted. Zelian repeated, feeling very numb as he tried to process the unbelievable words. Ildari armies didn't desert. Their commanders regularly tried to usurp or betray him, obviously. They stockpiled weapons and ships away from his gaze in the hope his spies wouldn't find them and let him discover their treason before they launched their betrayal. But never, never since he had taken up the title of Dynast, never since the fall, had armies marching under his crimson banners cowardly abandoned their duties and renounced all dignity to behave like rats. I will hunt them down once this battle is dealt with. In this case Grand Dynast, one of the rare wishes left in his council intervened, I humbly request a weapon of your vaults to deal with the 2 supercannons of the Monday Key. The first was already destructive enough against our walls and traps, but the second unleashes a sonic attack which incapacitates every fighter we have, no matter the skill, speed, or prowess. The brutes are taking advantage of our advanced senses to murder us. Zelian wished he could accuse the succubus of defeatism or cowardice and let her join the rest of the impaled traitors who had failed him. But the Monday Key supercannons existed and had to be destroyed. These were the only things these upstart primates had to threaten his magnificent citadel. Since the situation is so bloody, I suppose I will grant this with my legendary generosity. Zelian answered, before pointing his finger to one of the pain engines serving as direct liaison with the guards of his heavily guarded vaults. Prepare the Bloodrot Crown torpedoes for immediate deployment on the front lines. The Covenant of Cain had been pretty much torn apart since Krail Lach had used 3 of his most dangerous weapons, and neither the Monday Key nor the Inger appeared to be very interested in limiting the infrastructure damage and the killing of his servants. To accomplish his vengeance, the Bloodrot Crown was perfect. Every non-Ildari being in the blast zone would immediately be seeing beautiful red flowers grow on its skin, and it rapidly grew worse from there as the Bloodrot fed on its host and took control of its nervous system. Before long the Bloodrot would turn the contaminated beings into its puppets, and instinctively try to acquire more. In general, it was not a very useful weapon, for every self-respecting Ildari had the antidote or a homunculi engineered reagent to protect himself or herself. But against Monday Key, it was perfect. This time we counterattack and push the vermin back to the port of lost souls. This time we go on the offensive and punish these trespassers. This time we capture the leaders of this invasion and make sure they will be screaming for all eternity in our dungeons. Dynast. Sublime Dynast. A messenger ran in front of his great throne. One of the blood-wrought crowns stored inside your vaults was defective, and when the vault was opened, all of my guards assigned to defend my vaults are immunized to the deadly effect of the blood-wrought crown. And how this vat-grown messenger dared pretend otherwise? Yes, Sublime Dynast, but there was also another weapon not of the blood-wrought variety inside the same vault, and I'm afraid. Maestro Zelian murdered the incompetent messenger with a scream of rage. Incompetence. I am surrounded by incompetent servants. You. Go find the acid weapons and purge the defective vaults. The others. Muster your armies and kill the Monday Key. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Citadel of Zelharst. 72 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Colonel Tanya Svrev. The average Eldar was faster than the average human, a far better swordsman, had quicker reflexes, and their weapons had hideous effects every time they hit flesh. It was not defeatism to say that in a fight at close quarters, Eldar were at least going to win 90 times out of 100. So the Imperial Guard and the Fey 20th weren't fighting at close quarters. Each new counterattack of the Xenos faced a wall of Larkine lasguns and the heavy bolters mounted on the chimeras of the regiment. The monsters were slaughtered, and yet they kept coming. They aren't very good at modern warfare, are they? Captain Anton Rykov noted as the basilisks of the Andes 10th Artillery opened fire again and transformed the zone occupied by what looked to be 4 or 5 regiments of crimson-clad Eldar into gore-filled craters in a ruined wasteland. This is their first true war, really, the blonde-haired colonel pointed out. The hit-and-run tactics they are so fond of do not work anymore, and they must fight this battle on our terms. It was a very painful experience for them. 2 spires which had been blazing in black crimson energy fell down, crushing thousands of beasts and Xenos in the process. Bunkers, or at least things which were probably supposed to be bunkers, exploded in massive eruptions of acid, blood, and other disgusting substances. The Eldar war machine of the Biltan Long-Ears relied on speed at the detriment of everything else, but that type of Eldar subspecies at least understands the concept of tanks and armor. The Kamarak Eldar waged war relying entirely on speed and terror. In practical terms, this means their artillery is mounted on light attack craft and they have no tanks whatsoever. These Drukhari may have thought they had the role covered in the case they were forced to fight someone in a conventional conflict. Fortunately for the Imperium, they didn't. The Long-Ears had deployed a lot of horrors now. The flesh towers were night-sized monstrosities made of screaming faces, black energy, and shrieking voices, the torture Engdines, which were the corpses of screaming slaves strapped to immense machines of black suffering and heavy batteries, and of course the tyrant guns, which looked like the work of the archenemy, Eldar style. All of these heretical creations were largely inferior to a proper knight, and the armored regiments were eating them for lunch. Do we tell the Andeans to stop firing in order to have our fun? Captain Ekaterina Plaxine inquired. I think we can let them have theirs for a few more minutes, Captain. Tanya shook her head in negation. The enemy appears to have another crisis of incompetence and is pushing more of its crimson-clad killers into the bombardment of our artillery. In fact, I think there may be a major counterattack coming our way. Contact Colonel Troy and ask him if he wants to join the Andeans in giving the slavers a nice welcome. I would prefer the guardsmen of New Chelsea, grumbled the captain of the 2nd Company. The Amethyst Guard. They are servants of the God Emperor like us, the colonel reminded her subordinate before the nearby commissar could intervene. And I have no reason to believe their commitment is insincere. As for the New Chelsea artillery, they are unfortunately busy finishing off the remnants of a warband which came from underground. We will have to make do without them. I didn't want to. I know. The reason why so many of her men and women didn't like the Megaround Amethyst Guard, in truth, was certainly because the military dictatorship reminded them far too much of the old regime of Bjukar and the excesses which came with it. Unlike Nyx and Faye though, the not-so-benevolent martial governor of the civilized world of Megara had quickly sensed the way the wind was blowing and adopted several economic and military reforms Nyx had suggested. Since the artillery and other regiments of Megara were also a long-trained professional force, Tanya somehow doubted the social structure of that world was going to change anytime soon. Who do we have coming in behind us to help us exploit the new breakthrough? The regiments of the Brigade Indefatigable are our reinforcements, Colonel. Tanya groaned. A bunch of Ogren and madmen. Wonderful. The Buxanu's 7th Mechanist Infantry wasn't too bad, as it had been formed from the mold of a conventional Mechanist infantry formation, though their farming traditions were strange by Faye and Nyx standards. The Ogrens were loyal, but they were a gigantic club the commissars in charge unleashed at their own peril. And the Tsakapek 1st Cavalry, they were the crazy maniacs who had decided cavalrymen riding carnivorous reptiles was an excellent pick for their first military tithe to the Imperial Guard. But then as it was time to land to fight on Kamarak and their reptiles began to die from a chemical attack from the Long-Ears, the Tsakapek had decided the completely logical new strategy was to tame several hundred hell spiders and use them as substitute mounts. It was utter madness, as many of the hell spiders involved had not been controlled by Lady Weaver in their war zone. But somehow, they made it work. Let's see the golden light in this, Colonel, Anton chuckled. The Eldar are going to be more furious at their presence than we are. Some 300 or 400 hell spiders in a sector where Lady Weaver had not sent her swarm. Yes, the enemy was going to be really unhappy. The Megaround artillery is ready to begin their bombardment, Colonel. Mere seconds later, dozens of basilisks and even 2 manticores added their firepower to that of the Andes 10th. The crimson-clad Eldar infantry began their own charges, their light attack craft conspicuously absent now after the Hydras had slaughtered them by the hundreds 2 hours ago. Soon thousands of lasguns began to fire, adding illumination to this world of twilight, dust, and smoke. We crush this wave and then we launch the new advance. I want our flag atop the next wall before these pompous blue bloods of Atlas. The ground shook and a machine roar echoed far to the left, as if in to answer her words. Tell the artillery to stop the bombardment. Cease fire. Cease fire. They emerged from the dust and twilight like legends of old. They were immense and regal in black and white. 5 warhounds began their march, and before them the armies of the Eldar parted like water meeting an unbreakable obstacle. Behind them the reavers and warlords extinguished all resistance, their power claws collapsing spires and all aerial structures while their plasma destructors and Gatling blasters killed hundreds of thousands of Xenos every time they voiced their fury. Captain Tovar has finished freeing the slaves. Tanya Svrav verified without looking away from this marvelous spectacle. These were the god machines of the Mechanikus, and at this moment the title had never felt more appropriate. Yes, Colonel. Some 50,000 of them want to join the fighting. Who am I to deny them? The Feyguardswoman couldn't even imagine the strength of body and will it took to survive in the hellish pits of Kamarak. As long as these poor souls had stayed untainted, Tanya was not going to deprive them of their vengeance. We will follow the Titans for this one. The 6th wall awaits. Grand Princeps Surina Tesafon. Imperial Titans were thought to have only 2 things to fear, other Titans, and the corruption of the ruinous powers. Surina Tesafon had so far seen no sign of the servants of the ruinous powers, assuming you didn't count the heretical things the Eldar monsters had done to billions of slaves. But the living saint had assured the Grand Princeps that for all their atrocities and crimes, the Drukhari weren't directly worshipping the enemy and the fell powers of the warp. Lady Taylor Hebert had not contradicted him when he said these Xenos were close, very close, to worshipping the enemy, however. And as Surina was mentally ilium scutum, he had seen and heard plenty of horrors in the port of lost souls and this subrealm that the local monsters called Zelharst. Millions of things which should never have been dreamt of, and certainly not done in real space, were considered normal in the spires and slave markets of Kamarak. Blessed is the living saint for bringing us here. Blessed be her name for allowing us to purge these treacherous creatures from the webway. Blessed be her name. Repeated the other princeps who were in range to hear his prayer. By the will of the God Emperor, I smite down these walls. The Grand Commander of the Legio Defensor proclaimed as ilium scutum created tank-sized holes in the structure of the wall of massacres with its lascannon turrets. By the will of the God Emperor, I purge the Xenos and contribute to humanity's ultimate victory. For the God Emperor and the living saint. Legio. We march once more. Ave Imperator. Ave Imperator. Long had the Nova Guard besieged the High Lords of Terra and the Fabricator General to allow them to prove themselves in a grand crusade or military operation worthy of their long and proud history. But before Operation Caribbean, the status of errant Legio had been a heavy burden to bear. No one would question Legio Defensor's list of victories and sacrifices in his name, and no one would question their loyalty. Their princeps had been among the first members of the Loyalists to acknowledge the divinity of the God Emperor. But while they had been brought back to strength after the Great Heresy, nothing could erase the fact their forge world had been destroyed during the darkest hours of the Imperium. Machine Holy Sadirays 12 had been bombed to oblivion and despite the binary cants of some high-ranking archmagi, the Mechanikus was not without its internal politics too. As long as they were an errant legio, the Nova Guard would be assigned to secondary fronts and sectors of little importance to fight the endless game of seditious uprisings and minor PDF rebellions. Until today. Until the Battle of Kamarak. And blessed be the God Emperor and his living saint, the crumbling resistance of the Eldar did not so far involve any type of their Xenos Titans. I see only darkness ahead of me. It was not an exaggeration or figure of speech. The spires, the defenses, the foundries, and everything which might exist behind the 6th wall were shrouded in a darkness which was absolutely not natural, assuming that word held any meaning in this realm of heresy and Xenos depravity. Warhounds. Illuminate this realm of darkness if you please. Blast guns, megabolters, inferno guns, and turbolasers obeyed his order at once, but surprisingly the darkness did not dissipate save where the Titan's weapons directly impacted the ground. A perfect place for ambushes of all kinds, one of his moderati declared. I can see why our prisoners called this defense the Labyrinth of Darkness. I agree it is perfect for ambushes, Surina spoke, forcing the spirit of the ilium scutum to reduce its speed a bit. There had been no Titans of any kind, but the presence of several craft-world Eldar in regiment-sized numbers was reported with increasing frequency as the Imperial forces continued their advance. But there is a simple solution to deal with it. Contact the Imperial Guard artillery and our mechanic use support. Tell them to help us dissipate this darkness with heavy incendiary shells. This is going to slow us our progress, Grand Princeps. Perhaps by a few minutes, he conceded. But the shock of the new offensive will give new nightmares to the Long-Ears. Sergeant Gavril Forkas. Sometimes, the Eldar really made colossal mistakes in their inconceivably arrogant attempts to present themselves as the masters of the galaxy. Although Gavril had no idea how they had managed to convince themselves of their full and complete mastery of the galaxy in the first place. The port of Lost Souls may be large enough to move 5 planets here, but certainly not 10. Each wall of Zelharst was less than 50 kilometers away from the next. The other citadels were not planet-sized either. There were far bigger and tougher fortresses in the Imperium. Comorak was impressive because it was a realm of cruelty and terror where gravity and the rules of the real galaxy had been killed long ago. It was not and never would be, thanks to their invasion, the capital of an Eldar-inhabited empire. But the Long-Ears had an arrogance that still managed to leave plenty of Astartes gaping, so the sergeant was not surprised they still tried to hold on to the delusion they were above everyone else in the galactic order of species. Even if judging by the weapons and ammunition fabricated in their manufactorums, there was nothing highly advanced or particularly revolutionary. The Adeptus Mechanicus could have easily forged most of these weapons, assuming the Cogboys developed a sudden urge to inflict pain to every living being. It was unnerving how far these sadistic monsters were willing to go in their quest of pain, suffering and sensation. But they were not the masters of the galaxy. They were monsters, they were slavers and tyrants, and they were a plague of raids and thievery. Mankind knew how to deal with those. And their mistakes were colossal. Best to not forget that. Gavril didn't know if the original Eldar commanders were still in command of Comorak now, but if the answer was positive, he was going to applaud their schizophrenic efforts in defending their possessions. Anything they could do wrong, they had done wrong. The worst error had of course been to freely let in vast quantities of hell spiders, ambules, and hemoveries. But it had only been the first error of a long series. The leadership of the dark creatures acknowledged the danger, only to send hundreds of thousands of their best warriors into the pits and the underground to hunt insects. As a result, plenty of areas had been left undefended against the Imperial Guard and the Space Marines. There was no discipline, communication, coordination, or a clear chain of command. The Long-Ears had a hierarchy, but it was respected only as long as the leader didn't receive a shot to the back of the head. After that it was everyone for himself or herself. There were regiment-sized elites, but they often attacked on their own and with whatever immediate air support they had. In spite of the little detail that no one knew for certain what the real orders given by the Comorak leadership were, the magnitude of the disaster was evident to all. Many Skitarii cohorts engaged the enemy only to realize their opponents were armed with insecticide dispersers, something that naturally ensured a swift and bloody massacre. Tens of thousands of Eldar infantry soldiers were still trying to engage the armored insects of their lady with their ineffective splinter weaponry, to the point no one asked anymore if it was all they had at their disposal. The outcome was thus predictable and inflicted Xenos casualties which were nothing short of catastrophic. There were reinforcement armies coming from open and hidden webway gates, but they were thrown in piecemeal and often shelled by the artillery the moment they arrived. But now the Eldar of Comorak had really searched for the whip to be spanked with an image that would never have come to his mind before they stormed that spire dungeon whorehouse 4 hours ago. Past the 6th wall of Zelharst, under the weak light of the captive suns, the builders had created a mini-realm of lava, fire, and volcanic eruptions. At the risk of repeating himself, they had built fortresses and foundries, opened webway gates to let lava flow from somewhere in real space, and transformed the location into something looking like a volcanic death world in miniature. And then they had lured in the very chapter of Space Marines whose home world was a volcanic death world. If someone protested when he called the Eldar a civilization of psychopathic idiots in the near future, Gavril knew he would have plenty of arguments to discourage any being willing to defend the intelligence of the Long-Ears. Not that he supposed many people were going to after seeing the kind of atrocities the Eldar did to those they enslaved. Let the salamanders try their hand first, Taylor Bear ordered from her improvised seat on her command bane blade. They know this kind of environment better than anyone, and my heavy land-based insects can't cross the lava on their own. As the salamanders were busy throwing Eldar corpses and spire debris into the lava to build a first makeshift bridge, Gavril had absolutely no problem with that. No insects to help us in this volcanic realm. No. Despite the twilight, the ashes, and every condition darkening the air and the battlefield, their lady remained a beacon of light and golden wings. Gavril wasn't going to say it out loud. Kratos had received a smack on his helmet as punishment the last time. I think they have learned by now to kill most of the insects they were keeping in their labs or arenas. Or maybe they weren't able to find insects able to survive in lava, Gamaliel suggested in a faintly optimistic voice. We are speaking about Eldar, it was more and more the basic counter-argument uttered by hundreds of thousands of voices. The enemy can't be that stupid. They are Eldar. The enemy won't try to counter-attacking when there are titans able to intervene. They are Eldar. Building 50 meters tall statues from bones, flesh and the mortal remains of your slaves is the height of bad taste? They are Eldar. Have there been any signs of more craft world Eldar in the last hour? No, General, Marshal Groner replied. So far we had a few regiments worth of Nakertime forces here in Zelharst. The Necrons of course destroyed one Biltan fleet at Port Shard, and there have been several light craft and scouts from some unidentified craft world warriors here and there, but if they have landed several ground armies, we have seen no sign of them for now. I don't like that, the angelic-looking woman stated. Gavriel and the Dawnbreaker Guard weren't going to naysay her on this. Our time here is already awfully limited, and fighting more Eldar aside from the forces of Kamarak will not help. We could use that, the originally white power armor of Clockblocker, though with all the fighting and the general environment, it was nearly black now, returned from the storming of Aspire where some agony generals had learned how annoying time-stopping could be. Lead is on his way, right? No. That is a weapon of last resort, Dennis. The general instantly shot down the idea. We are winning. I see no reason to use that. As if to support her words, the salamanders began to use some gravitic weapon borrowed from the Mechanic to begin altering the flows of lava and drowning an attempted Eldar Mandric counterattack. And by Terra, the shadowy long ears could scream in pain when they were sufficiently motivated. But evidently after a few seconds, they wanted more in this case being a thunderhammer to the chest as the fiery terminators of the salamanders chased the wounded survivors down the burning slopes of this volcanic landscape. General signal to all commands, the insect mistress ordered as new bees and flying assets flew above their heads. Enemy resistance is crumbling. Intensify the artillery bombardments and push the enemy back towards his last citadels. Dynast Lithric Krail Lach. My most glorious Dynast, the wall of lava is lost. Lithric Krail Lach thought about the first 200 most common methods he could use to make someone scream in agony before deciding he was a bit too short on relatively trustworthy messengers to get rid of this one. Yes, I am aware of this disaster. Because of all the space marines to capture, Vect had chosen the ones who were specialists of fighting in volcanic conditions. Why exactly the arrogant vat-grown slave had thought this was a good idea was a fall-level mystery. The consequences on the battlefield had been severe. The Monday Key in scaly green armor had turned the flows of lava against his armies by a succession of improvised dams, bridges and volcanic infrastructure, before encircling 3 armies on platforms being flooded by lava. There had been few survivors, as air transports had become rather sparse in numbers when the 13th damned anti-air guns of the primates had finally ran out of ammunition. The wall of lava is lost, yes. And the approaches of the wall of execution are now coming under assault while they're critically undermanned. This was Vex's fault again. The armies which should have been there had been sent to Low Kamarak before the fires of war reached Zelharst. And now there was so much confusion and warfare down there his orders to extricate them had not been obeyed. We must deploy other weapons like the Spectraticon, Mighty Dynast, and Glorious Light of the Blue Sunday. For this we must take back some of the ground lost. The Ether Death, the Bilthradon, and many of the precious relics of the Blue Sun in my vaults are too dangerous. The Monday Key primates are too close. Should we unleash one here it would result in our mutual annihilation. He was not going to admit to his subordinates that he did not have that many of these pre-fall weapons left, not in this moment of weakness. Thousands of treacherous subordinates had been thrown into pools of molten metal after the last defeats on the wall of executions. There were more and more deserters too. On the wall of betrayals, a mutiny had barely been stopped in time. Several witch cults had been prevented from seizing an armory for unknown purposes. The garrisons of Middle Darkness and the Abyssal Wall had gone dark. Meager consolation, the few messages he received from his spies indicated his fellow dynasts were faring even worse than him. There was no more resistance in Mar Lych, and no one even knew if Dynast Ariex Elithian was still alive. The silver armors of Elithian were leaderless and collapsing into total anarchy. The Ingur were slaughtering every Ildari in their range and pushing their deathless phalanxes towards Old City. The crimson armors of Zelian were butchered by the millions in futile assaults against fortified trenches and gigantic supercannons at Uter-Rak. Time, the Dynast of Blue Sun growled. We need more time so that our reinforcements can arrive coordinated and at full strength. But the Monday Key vermin never stops attacking, splendid and glorious Dynast. They are rotating their assault forces every 4 or 5 of their primitive microcycles. Lithric seated. It wasn't that complicated to understand. First comes their artillery, then the red robes or the armored thrust, and they finish with cavalry or infantry charges. The huge machines they call Titans are inserted between one of the phases to cripple our counterattacks. It's not difficult to understand. Why not abandon Zelharst? Let's withdraw to the Korspur and. Lithric Krail Lach could not hide the very horror he felt hearing the idea. Abandoning Zelharst, his stronghold, one of his great seats of power, a jewel without equal in the galaxy, the citadel protecting his most valuable vaults. Never. Lithric pressed a button and 10 SSLYTH rushed in and proceeded to remove the limbs, organs, and muscles of the agony general who had dared suggest such a cowardly tactic. If Zelharst falters, the core spur will be next, and this time there will be no more walls to protect your miserable lives. No, we will stop the Monday Key invasion on the Wall of Despair. The twilight shields of the 12th wall will resist the fire of the Monday Key artillery. And suddenly the very air felt wrong. Lithric heard shrieks and felt some fragrant perfume, and barely managed to snap out of it as 6 daemonettes materialized in a chorus of alarms and screams. Disjunction. Major disjunction in the Dark City. The daemonettes plunged their blade claws into the back of an agony general who had not managed to fight free of their illusionary aura. The next moment the SSLYTH began to battle them, and Lithric himself drew his blade and began to fight the largest one which had tried to impale him on his throne. For the Dark Prince. The fight was one-sided in his favor however, as past the initial moment of surprise, a dynast like him was largely superior to the handmaidens of She Who Thirsts. And a ruthless series of attacks banished the daemonette before the SSLYTH executor had the opportunity to remove the last intruder. Before he had the time to catch his breath, the Master of the Blue Sun saw one of his servants deliver the news every Yildari of Kamarak had dreaded hearing since the fall. Cain's Gate is under attack. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Cain's Gate. 70 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Succubus Jezebel the Bloody Baroness. The sub-realm of Cain's Gate, which for some reason was also called Cain's Gate to increase the odds of miscommunication, was not very large. Jezebel had barely been able to gather an army of 10,000 warriors and support to garrison the never large enough fortifications. So when the first disjunction struck, there was no way to miss it. 6 dynast guards, 2 each for Zelian, Kraelach, and Elethian, began trembling before screaming both in pleasure and agony. And then from their corpses 6 daemonettes emerged. The Dark Prince comes. The Dark Prince comes. The Dark Lances wiped them out before they had the time to repeat their diabolic symphony a third time, but it was too late. 2 incubi murdered each other, and, judging by their surprised faces, control over their bodies had not belonged to them. One of her wishes began to claw out her own eyes and had to be immobilized and subjected to sensory deprivation. As horrible as it was the only known way to repel the influence of She Who Thirsts. Stand firm. Stand firm. The elder succubus shouted, as her army began wavering. You are Yildari of Kamarak. Reject She Who Thirsts. But as they tried to recover from the psychic and demonic assault, the effects of the disjunction became all too clear. The fissures covering the webway gate had multiplied in length and size by a factor of 3 or 4. And from the largest one, at the very center of the portal, one could clearly see the storm of purple-pink energy piercing the post-fall protections. Get away from Cain's Gate. Jezebel ordered. Get away. She repeated as a pungent odor of lust and death poured into the sub-realm. One artisan who failed to stop his now useless attempts at repairing the gate was transformed into a chaos spawn in the blink of an eye when the baleful energies touched his skin. 5 splinter rifles immediately gunned it down, but 3 more Yildari fell, shrieking as She Who Thirsts claimed her due. The area surrounding the gate was abandoned in all haste. Artisans, homunculi, and the teams she had assembled ran to the abyssal wall's gate in extreme urgency. We have 2 armies ready to reinforce us the moment you give the order, Great Succubus, the incubus next to her promised. Jezebel nodded in gratitude. As much as the prospect scared her, they had to make a stand here. Cain's Gate could not be destroyed without wiping out all the core subrealms of Kamarak and probably most of the surrounding arteries, avenues, and main subrealms of the webway with it. It was difficult to say since nobody had ever been stupid enough to try. The temptation was there to abandon Cain's Gate and retreat to the abyssal wall. That way she would gain some time to reinforce other subrealms, but if she did that, there was no guarantee the mortal servants of She Who Thirsts would not find some way to reactivate the inactive gates in this very subrealm. No one had been so moronic or desperate enough to see where they led, and no one remembered a time when those had been activated, but if she abandoned Cain's Gate now, it was far from impossible they were going to pour into Kamarak from an undefended path. The 9 other armies are fortifying the inner defenses of the abyssal wall. She queried as 4 more large fissures appeared and an ugly sound of psychic-resistant stone cracking arrived at her ears. They are. But we won't get any more reinforcements. I have sent many messengers to the dynasts, but it's a bloody civil war in the streets of Kamarak, and the Monday Key invasion continues to gain ground. The ground shook and the air vibrated in a veil of purple energy. Second disjunction, the succubus of the cult of the impaled declared with a vicious smile. 666 daemonettes materialized in a random pattern everywhere across the subrealm, and Jezebel was sure more had begun appearing everywhere in Kamarak. The dynasts were going to be aware of the peril threatening every Yildari, for all the good it was going to do. Cain's Gate was now shining in eldritch pink light, and the army defending it put some 100 more feet of distance between them and the breach. Even with this precaution, 6 warriors in dark blue Kraelach colors began to mutate and shriek and had to be decapitated and burned. Jezebel tried to desperately think about an unconventional tactic which would turn the tide, a desperate action which would be able to delay the inevitable, but there was nothing. The null engines which had been emplaced against the gate were breaking down against the terrifying amount of warp energy pouring out from the fissures in waves. Even if they had farseers or shadow seers to provide some resistance on that front, they would have been overwhelmed in short order by the sheer power and corruption coming from the depths of the Empyrean. The last protections are failing. It's not going to be long now. Just as these words ended, the shrieks coming from the other side became perfectly audible and the ancient crystalline surface of the gate grew thousands more fissures. For Kamarak. The center of Cain's gate crumbled and a hole the size of 2 Ildari appeared as a cloud of purple-pink corruption seeped into the sub-realm. Glory to Slaanesh! The Daemonettes led the charge. They could only come by 2 or 3, but Jezebel could almost see the legions behind them preparing to assault Kamarak. And then a second hole was created and the enemy skirmish became a general invasion. For the Dark City and the Ildari. For the Dark Prince in excess. The defenses of Cain's gate fired. Whether they were jet fighter weapons adapted for defensive purposes or ancient weapons dating to before the fall, everything fired and disintegrated the first ranks of the Daemonettes. But as the holes in the gate became larger and larger, the number of opponents multiplied many, many times. The first demons of She Who Thirsts managed to reach the army's lines, and savage claw-to-blade fights started. Call the armies! Jezebel ordered. Call the armies before we are. Cain's gate exploded, and the horrors of She Who Thirsts came through. So many Daemonettes that it was impossible to count them flooded the sub-realm and the pressure on her mind and soul was nearly unbearable. Hundreds of the Dynast guards collapsed like they had been cut down, stripped of energy and vitality. Belay that order! Belay that order! Retreat! Retreat to the abyssal wall! Steeds, fiends, and a myriad of creatures she would have preferred to never see in her existence hurled themselves without any tactic or specific strategy. In one instant her right flank was broken, and the only reason the left flank didn't break was due to the tenacious resistance of the incubi. There were simply too many demons. The pink energy gave her nausea and the powerful urge to vomit. Her soul, hurt. Hurt, hurt, hurt. We can't. They were in melee and everything hurt. Killing the Daemonettes was giving her more and more difficulties despite their slowness and crude battle skills. For the Lord of Dark Delights. For the Dark Prince. Something huge slammed out through the destroyed portal. It was elegant and yet utterly repulsive, a true vision of horror. Children. I am Enkari, chosen of excess. In the name of the Dark Prince, surrender to excess and your darkest desires. Hundreds of warriors, wishes, and hellions screamed in ecstasy and lowered down their weapons only to be instantly possessed by the Daemonettes. The lines of resistance crumbled. It was impossible to concentrate or to make oneself heard. There was only ugly, desperate fighting, and the struggle to fight for the control of one's soul. An unending tide of reinforcements was granted to the servants of She Who Thirsts. And then the abyssal wall's portal deactivated. Betrayal. The incubi hissed while decapitating 2 more Daemonettes. I should have killed that useless slime of Zillion the last time. The succubus growled. He or Vect had done so many wrongs to their race in their ambition and stupidity. Since they would never be able to reactivate the gate in time to save a single warrior, they prepared for their last stand upon the slightly elevated platform where the gate and salvation should have awaited. The incubi and the wishes of the cult of the impaled closed ranks. By this point, they were the only large formations to have survived the slaughter. Make sure they remember our blades. Attack. Slaanesh will claim your souls. All the legions of She Who Thirsts fell upon them. Jezebel abandoned all restraint and became a storm of death like she fought in the arena, stabbing, bisecting claws, paws and tongues, massacring everything and everyone trying to end her life. But it hurt. Why was it hurting so much? The 3 incubi guarding her back fell one by one, fighting at odds of 1 against 100. The tall sinuous creature, the fiend which had called itself Enkari, towered above her. You will serve the Dark Prince finally. Jezebel smiled and spat on the bloodied floor, transforming into a carpet of pink flesh under the warp influence. If She Who Thirst wants my soul, come and take it over my dead body. The bloody Baroness avoided 53 blows before one faster than a tail strike impaled her. There was only torment and unimaginable agony after that. Heart of the webway. Kamarak. Lo Kamarak. 69 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Supreme Lord Asdrubal Vect. During his preparations for the coup which would lead him to be recognized as the true and uncontested master of Kamarak, Asdrubal Vect had thought of organizing a battle royale to celebrate his victory over the useless parasites of Zillion, Krail-Lach, and Elathion. For those who had been absent from the Dark City for some time, the battle royale had been an idea of the now deceased. Come to think of it, what was his name? Yes, it had originally been the idea of one of Elathion's worthless sons. You feel the spectators of your greatest arena are going to be a bit bored tonight? Organize a spectacle where no less than 13 factions are going to massacre and kill each other for the delight of your audience. To be absolutely honest, the idea had been extremely enticing, with its delicious number of betrayals, fake alliances, stabs in the backs, an ungodly amount of slaughters. That said, the Elathian scion had chosen very pitiful specimens of the lesser species, and there hadn't been much elegance or superb gestures during that night. Asdrubal knew he would have done far Far better without trying. It wasn't like it was that hard. Unfortunately, within a mere 2 cycles, the Battle of Lower Kamarak had become, to his great consternation, a battle royale, as if to convince him of the irony of ill-thinking. Spires were crushed by thousands of riots and slave uprisings. Markets burned. Stockpiles of ammunition went up in huge explosions. The atmosphere of slaughter and unbridled war was present. But they were, right now, a bit short of 13 factions, the Blackheart leader had to admit. So far the main armies fighting were, the arrogant hypocrites of Zillion, the haughty cowards of Krail Lach, the harlequins of the Shattered Mirage, the various gangs and mercenaries bands of Low Kamarak, the armies of Craft World Kur-Ys, and of course his sublime forces now united under the dark banners of the Cabal of the Black Heart. Obviously, nothing was going according to the plan. His intention had been to strike hard and quickly defeat the forces of the two dynasts and solidify his control of Low Kamarak before anyone else had the time to contest it. The offensive had been at first remarkably successful, slaying 5 of the Zillion's great lieutenants and 3 of Krailika's, not to mention 6 dynasts' children, until the armies of Craft World Kur-Ys chose this opportunity to assault his forces directly in his undefended left flank. It was absolutely preposterous. Asuryani like the Spirit Stone lovers enjoyed calling themselves never came to Kamarak at the best of times. And of course the damned harlequins had arrived after the situation devolved into complete chaos and started butchering everyone in Low Kamarak. He had believed this was the worst it would get until the Monday Key managed to break through Zelharst. This assumption was wrong. Daemonettes. The Supreme Lord of the Blackheart hissed as he banished the handmaidens of She Who Thirsts back to the depths of the Empyrean. This was the third disjunction. Lord Archon, one of the Krail Lach guards who had defected to him as his dynast failed to send him reinforcements, reported. I think there is something deeply wrong with Cain's Gate. Yes, he was forced to acknowledge. Their cousins of Kur-Ys were not the brightest minds, but even they knew better than to use their mastery of the Great Sea in the middle of the Dark City. Doing so was just akin to lighting a beacon for the greater servants of She Who Thirsts. Fortunately, we have almost finished off the Zillion and Krail Lach armies of Low Kamarak. Provided the Prophets of Flesh arrive on schedule with the promised reinforcements, we should have no issue fighting our way to Middle Darkness and see what is happening at Cain's Gate. Asdrubal Vek didn't expect the situation to be anything but desperate. Lone disjunctions projecting a handful of demons into Kamarak had happened in the course of the Dark City's post-fall history. But there had rarely been 2 disjunctions so close together, and there had been 3 in quick succession. Everything in his heart and his brain told him something incredibly bad was coming this way, and he had not survived this long by ignoring his instincts. You. Go to the Hidden Blade, and prepare a general evacuation to base Vek's spire. Vek turned towards the other homunculi in his service. We have lost too much time as it stands. I don't care what Kur-Ys goals are by this point. They have attacked us and are refusing to see reason. Deploy the Slaughterwind Monk's Hood. And if you get half of the clowns of Segarik with them, I will double your slave bonus. That was all the encouragement the flesh crafters of Kamarak needed. As rank after rank of their emotion-repressed aspect warriors surged out of the gates to fight the Blackheart's armies, darkness came for them. It was difficult to describe exactly how the Slaughterwind Monk's Hood worked. One heartbeat it was a black wind flaying skin from bones, the next a black hole sucking in matter, then it was light decimating the grav tanks and jet fighters of his enemies. Even the avatar of Cain towering like a god over these mongrels was unable to survive the primordial fury forged by the pre-fall Ildari. The flame and fury were beaten, the berserk monster they mistakenly believed to be a god worthy of their adulation was removed from Low Kamarak. Where exactly the thousands of warriors of Kur-Ys had been sent with their bloody-handed god, Asdrubal didn't know and didn't care. All that mattered was the reality, the armies of Kur-Ys had been wiped out in a single blow, and now Low Kamarak was at last going to be his. Prepare our fresh reinforcements to deploy against High Kamarak. And that was when the 4th disjunction came. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Citadel of Zelharst. 67 hours before the mark of Kamarak. General Taylor Hebert. So much for keeping the demons under wraps, Taylor said to Gamaliel. They may have been able to keep the big secret after the first 2 or 3 incidents. There had been less than 100 of these Eldar-looking demons having bathed in pink paint. Without asking anyone, she had known what they were, the servants of Slaanesh, one of the 4 ruinous powers, specifically empowered by depravity, excess, and murder orgies like the ones the Eldar of Kamarak loved so much. The problem was that the 4th time, there had been over 1,000 of them, and while they had been easily blasted back to whatever hellish pit they had spawned from, the damage had been done. It was difficult to argue demons didn't exist when 200,000 or 300,000 of your soldiers had seen you using the nebulous shard to decapitate and therefore banish the hideous warp beasts. The enemy is panicking, the custodes simply noted when the general of Army Group Caribbean turned her head in his direction. Somehow, the Warden of the Golden Throne managed to remain regal and imposing as he entered the battle. The cloak and the armor didn't even have a minuscule blemish. Seriously, how did he manage to remain that clean and unaffected by the battlefield? Even with the golden aura and the wings protecting her from the ashes, and the swarm to fight in her stead, she was unable to do that. No doubt as we speak its hordes are busy fighting their way through the fortified defences the Eldar have in place to protect their city from the ravages of the warp. Given how badly we have broken the armies and fleets of Kumarak, I don't think we can expect the Long Ears to resist the demonic onslaught for long. The insect mistress stated after looking at the new report compiled by her field headquarters. The custodes' confirmation was not long in coming. Indeed not. Do you think your armies can break the last 2 walls of Zelharst and reach Korspur before the enemy? This was a question with so many unknowns it was more an educated guess than a true analysis of the pros and cons. Yes, the female para-human said at last. Yes, I think we can take the last 2 walls in 7 hours or so. But I will have. There was a shiver of light on her right, trying very hard to remain out of her ambule's view. Trazyn, I know you are there. Stop hiding. Taylor never had any doubts the Necron Collector was going to follow them to Kumarak or precede them, as no one had seen him entering the Eversprings Gate. And as the battle for Zelharst progressed, her doubts had completely vanished. In every realm where the Imperial forces were fighting the Long-Ears, either her insects or her soldiers had seen small task forces of Necrons assault certain vaults and dark spires to spirit off with many surprised Eldar dignitaries. Since Feyruk Nefertiti's forces were not focused on pillage, but on committing the largest Eldar genocide their schedule allowed for, that left only one possible culprit. It wasn't like there were many Necron thieves at large in the galaxy, no? My dear friend. What a splendid day. The Archiovist of Solemnace, like the custodes nearby, was still as pristine as ever. Or is it night? Well, day or night, you look as radiant as ever. And the golden wings are absolutely amazing. They would look fantastic in. Taylor raised an eyebrow. Ahem, in the Imperial Palace of Terra, somehow, the general was absolutely sure this wasn't the way Trazyn had wanted to end his sentence. And she found it interesting the grip of the custodes around his spear had tightened at the mention of the Imperial Palace. It looked like the bodyguards of the Emperor had already met Trazyn before, and knowing the Necron's main hobby, it had certainly not been for a cup of tea. Yes. But as I'm sure you are aware, I have an invasion to supervise and my time is limited. So as flattering as your compliments are for my ego, Trazyn, I have to insist you get straight to the point or continue your collection raids on your own. Of course. I would not dream of wasting your time, my friend. The violet and gold-clothed Necron walked until they were literally at arm's length from each other and declared in a murmur which was particularly useless given how many transhumans were in the vicinity. I was following the exploits of your Heracles wardens when I found them in an abandoned vault. I found your objective E. Taylor looked at the green artificial eyes of Trazyn and wasn't able to feel any deception, for what that was worth. I suppose you want something I have in my possession in exchange. For all the collection value of this trophy, admitting to having it and not releasing it into her custody would be a guarantee of having several battle fleets sent to find Solemnace as soon as this battle was over. Indeed. Now your forces 5 hours ago acquired some tapestries and mosaics in the Brisserlon spire that I have some use for. The list was rather long. It didn't surprise her. The being in front of her was strange and how he gave a value to an item was not something a human mind could grasp. But even Trazyn knew that it was a primary objective that they weren't going to find it anywhere else in the galaxy. As such, it didn't matter that the Necron wanted 4 red jewels larger than her fist, about 200 artworks of long-lost Xenos civilizations, and a small mountain of coins to go along with several M33 tapestries. I agree to your demands. All across the sub-realm, her queen ants relayed thousands of orders and the troops transporting the items Trazyn wanted stashed them apart from the rest of the loot. It did not take long for Necron parties to emerge from the shadows and grab them. Fantastic. Since we are all good friends, I added a few trinkets I found here and there at Mar Lych. And on this the Infinite Collector took 2 steps back and disappeared in a blaze of emerald lightning. 3 seconds later, an advanced optical illusion dissipated and behind the elements of the Fey 20th and the next second eating and resting before the next assault 4 large containers were suddenly revealed to human eyes. 3 out of the 4 were clearly of Imperial manufacture, with the Imperial Aquila painted in gold over the old grey paint. The 4th looked more like something Trazyn had manufactured to transport his gains. It would be extremely impolite to say the custodes ran towards the containers. But the Golden Giant arrived well before any guardsman was able to touch it. Are these the containers half a dozen regiments were prepared to search Korspur for? The golden armored para-human asked once the custodes had finished inspecting the identification codes carved into the gold of the double-headed eagle. They are. They were supposed to be in the Korspur sub-realm, not Mar Lych. The Elithian dynast must have transferred them to his citadel, or there was a documentation error and the Eldar simply forgot about them. Does it really matter as long as they are once again property of His Majesty? No, Taylor acknowledged. I am contacting Archmagos Felicia 24 Toledo and Archmagos Prime Gast of Hediatrix. They will provide you an escort of 12,000 Skitarii and tanks for your journey across Zelharst. I suppose you want to supervise the evacuation of the containers yourself. Yes, the custodes agreed. The superhuman guardians of the Golden Throne did not look prone to emotional bursts, but it looked like the completion of his quest had cracked the stoic facade. I regret that I cannot accompany you to the end of this battle, but my orders are clear and non-debatable. The recovery of the priceless machines forged to serve as replacement parts for the Astronomicon is the very reason for the presence of the Custodes ships I deployed with me at Pavia. Ironically, the very reason these parts had survived was because the Eldar raiders had stolen them in the last years of M30. According to the Custodes, most of the machinery ordered by the Emperor to serve as replacements had been destroyed by agents of the ruinous powers during the heresy. Many forge worlds had burned because the abominations had wanted to leave nothing to chance where the master of mankind was concerned. Of course, these containers were filled only with critical components. The Astronomicon was a gigantic machine, and not every part the tech priests needed to maintain it was here. But it would repair certain sections, provide the Astronomicon with direly needed maintenance, and maybe return its range to what it had been in better times. What is in the other container, then? Asked one of the salamanders who was studying the Necron-forged metal. Only one way to find out, I suppose, she answered and used one of her razor beetles to push the big flashing green button with an open above it. There was a flash of green light, and the metal rapidly dissolved into grey paste, to the great disappointment of the tech priests 3 meters away who had already planned to study it assiduously. Relics. One of the Frat Eris Templar's Vox operators declared as a spectacle of gold, jewels and many banners became visible to every eye. I think this holy cup is the chalice of Saint Natalia. And here is the Aquila of the Militant Baptist. Lost for 2,000 years, the chains of Saint Xavier. The reliquary of Cardinal Martyr Polycarp stood at the forefront of 10 crusades. This banner was presented to the Frat Eris first and stolen so long ago we always believed it had been destroyed. Wonderful. Taylor had a sinking feeling as she saw thousands of eyes stare at her with expressions far too close to veneration and adulation. Trust treason to make a bad situation worse. Half of the army was already declaring her a living saint or any other religious saintly title, and now the thief had released plenty of holy relics to her custody. Could this day get more embarrassing? I think the golden power sword is Galatine, Marshal Werner Groner said hesitantly. According to the tales, it was used by living Saint Gerstal in his defense of the Cadian Gate. If the other relics had as much aura and history behind them, Trazen had given her priceless religious items, and right now she had no idea what to do with them. But for the moment it could wait. Quickly she ordered a few companies of Frat Eris Templar priests and Mechanist infantry guardsmen who were no longer fit for frontline duties to transport it to the port of Lost Souls in boxes usually used for precious archaeotech. Everyone returned to war duties. We have walls to breach and the enemy is on its way. Silently, the insect mistress began to move some of the sizable reserves she had accumulated in the last 13 hours. Kamarak was a horrible place, but the number of locations to breed millions of battle-ready insects in was impressive when you eliminated the previous occupants. Which approach do you want to use to storm the next wall, General? Brigadier General Theon Dan of Lionheart asked her after the usual salute. Aerial, underground, or the conventional assault? Weaver chuckled as 5 colonies of ambules, several 100,000 of Sonora bees, about a third of the available hell spiders, and dozens more Death World breeds were beginning to dig, fly, or run towards the pre-assault positions. We will do all 3 at the same time, she answered. The Long Ears abandoned the last walls without too much resistance, we have to break them here and now. Otherwise, they are going to be a nuisance in our rear for the next several hours. And while she could oversee the fighting in Zelharst and the battle to come in Corspur, there was a proverb about supervising everything and not making the correct choices. Legio Defensor and Legio Ares Estus can begin their bombardments without restriction. The next gates won't allow us to take the God engines with us. The Necrons are continuing their advance in Mar Lych, by their own admission they have killed more than half of the enemy armies and breached 2 more walls. And on the Uterak front, the Crimson Armors are killing themselves against our fortified lines and the fire of the Ordinatus. Everything is proceeding according to the plan. Taylor didn't have the heart to tell the young Brigadier General that even if things went according to plan for now, things were going to get far worse in the future, no matter how many Imperial reinforcements managed to reach them before the end of this battle. It's time. Tell the Skitarii 2nd Legion and House Sablis to prepare to follow the ambules. As her airborne insects darkened the skies, Taylor flexed her wings and soared into the air, trying hard not to giggle. Even after a few hours of it, the novelty of this new ability had not lost its magic. Soaring high she saw the armies she had brought here, into the heart of Kamarak. And the entire dimension of the webway shook as tens of thousands of basilisks from the 1st and 2nd Army, helped by Titans, Knights, and the Mechanikus and Frat Eris guns, fired their first volleys. Begin. Dynast Lithric Krail Latch. This was not working. This was not working. Dynast Lithric Krail Latch jumped to the side and struck with his sword, decapitating the ambule that had somehow managed to excavate a tunnel right under his feet. Dynast. One of his agony generals shouted as the screams of the dying and the supplications for more pain filled the air of Zelharst. We need to retreat. The wall of despair is lost. As if waiting for these words to be spoken, a new tide of hell spiders arrived on top of their section of the ramparts, and more Yildari of his personal guard began to die. Damn it, how many of these beasts had the Monday Key managed to breed in half a cycle? Retreat, his pride told him to continue to fight, his reason told him the wall of despair was lost, with 2 large breaches created and ambules having dug at least 5 large tunnels leading the mad red robes directly into the factories behind the walls. Retreat. We will wait for them in my inner citadel. As he embarked on his largest customized Ravager, the invincible Blue Sun, the dynast could only feel loathing and unabated hatred for the Monday Key. Tens of thousands of cycles of exploitation, schemes, and carefully laid plans to be able to build this citadel in the first place, and all of it was ruined by a species unworthy to do more than lick his boots. Because Zelharst was lost, he wasn't able to convince himself of the contrary. The inner citadel, also known as the 14th wall of Zelharst, was going to take them more time and ammunition than the primates would like, but take it they would. The air wings of Ravagers, Reapers, and Razor-wing jet fighters were doing their utmost for him and the greater glory of House Krail-Lach, but for every flying insect they killed, 10 more replaced it. The walls were eaten by termites, broken by ants, and overwhelmed by hell spiders. Ambules and hemoveries dug under his magnificent walls, bypassing the carefully laid out murder zones he had envisioned entirely and ambushing his forces before they had seen the first of the real enemies coming to kill them. And even as the massacre continued, the 13th damned artillery drew closer, continuing its bombardment, massacring Yildari and thousands of insects, but the latter were endless and the former weren't. Entire companies of Blue Sun warriors were not even bothering to attempt more than a few short offensive skirmishes before storming his own depots and trying to reach safety at any cost. The ugly mountain-sized machine stood in the middle of the Monday Key army undaunted. He had managed to cripple or destroy a few of the smaller ones, but the larger had suffered no losses whatsoever, their shields and aerial protection killing light craft long before they were in position to detonate their engines. I believe I have no choice but to use the most dangerous weapons in my vault this time. The obsidian section of the Wall of Despair, which had stood intact and defiant since the beginning of the assault, suddenly vanished in an explosion of light. Even from his distant viewpoint, Lithric winced as it was like 1,000 golden flames had been lit at once. Space Marines flooded through the breaches, from the air and the tunnels, with tens of thousands of new insects. She came. His officers had called her Malesha Danan, but that was pure nonsense. The burning angel governing the cycle of entropy was not a mere Monday Key with a few light tricks and some disgusting ability to control insects. It was the Monday Key creature which was leading the upstart primates against their rightful masters. Though Lithric could not deny that the warriors who defended the Obsidian Despair Bastion could not stop this creature, alas. We will see if it's vulnerable to our sovereign weapons. We will see. Dynast. My most glorious Dynast, the disintegrator cannon of the Invincible has been sabotaged. We must evacuate before. Lithric and his 2 other guards managed to reflexively jump away from the Ravager, and not a heartbeat too soon as the prow of his beloved transport was consumed by black light and poisonous fumes before beginning its long fall to meet the bloodied battlefields of Zelharst. The master of Zelharst fortunately had a jump pack built into his armor for sensation thrills of this nature. But he was neither a hellion nor a scourge, and the air at this altitude was a scene of vicious fighting. Twice the large insects sparkling with electrical energy missed frying him by a few finger spans, and as the landing approach began he had to fight with a large spider which had somehow managed to climb half of a burning spire and get in position to jump him. The pain and suffering in his left leg did not compensate for the horrible feeling of humiliation and the numbing symptoms telling him that a large quantity of poison was in his blood and he didn't have the antidote on hand. Then as he managed to kick the hell spider away he crashed into the debris of an auction slave house, and the pain overwhelmed him with its pleasure. Arg. He didn't know how long he stayed there, unable to move. His body was poisoned and broken. Surely his guards were going to find him. They knew only he had the keys to the elixir antidotes he regularly poisoned their food and drinks with. His inbuilt communication device had been broken by the shock. He could not call for help. Vect. It was Vec's fault his Ravager had been sabotaged. Or was it Elithian? The perfidious bastard had cremated 2 of his concubines that way after all. Where were his guards? They had to find him before the hell spiders. He could not die here. He was Lithric Krail-Lach. He was master of Zelharst, dynast of the Blue Sun, and tyrant of Lokamarak. Loud footsteps came from the floor where he had crash-landed, and the heart of Lithric Krail-Lach was devoured by an emotion he had long believed he was immune to. Fear. We found him, chosen of the Omnissiah. Yes, he is still alive and we can use him. We have studied the security protocols used by the Xenos, and as long as we have its blood, eyes, and fingers, we will be able to claim the vaults for the glory of the Omnissiah and yours. I can pay you. The dynast of the Blue Sun cleared his throat as many of the primates in red robes surrounded him with many of the metallic tendrils holding a lot of cutting weapons. I can give you. Silence Xenos. Lithric tried to resist. It was his last mistake. Heart of Kamarak. Kamarak. Coarse spur. 66 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Captain Ian Thiel. If Kamarak as a whole received one security grade, on a range from 0 to 1000, a group of unbiased judges would unanimously award them a negative number. The Dark City was a catastrophe waiting to happen. Flammable substances were stored less than 50 meters away from enormous foundries. Titan-sized vats of acid could leak into the shadowy streets at any moment. Explosions went off every minute, and it was a minor miracle there had been no disastrous incident in the last few hours. Under these circumstances, the job of a saboteur was not that difficult. The long ears of this sub-realm were busy stabbing each other in the back, preparing their next betrayals, and of course waging war to reach the thrones at the top. Rumors were spreading that one of the dynasts had been kidnapped by a Xenos abomination and one was dead. No one had any interest in searching for a lone space marine. Ian wasn't going to complain, though his pride was a bit insulted that even after flooding 5 entire hab blocks in acid to clear himself a path under the shrouded suns, the psychopaths of Kamarak were unable to unite and make common cause. Truly there was no hope for this degenerate race. Now, how do I find a prison in this sub-realm? The clues the dying White Scar had left him were Eldinesh Prison and Black Gate, but unfortunately after the interrogation of several important-looking officers, he had learned that no prison called Eldinesh that could be a match existed in Kamarak. Given that the Eldar were no better at keeping secrets than they were at following sane security protocols, this piece of information was relatively reliable. There was however one Eldinesh prison. It was also nicknamed the Black Gate, and was rumored to imprison the most dangerous prisoners ever captured by the dynasts of Kamarak. Since a Primarch, Gene son of the Emperor, could not be described as anything but extremely dangerous, this was most likely the prison he was looking for. There was only one problem. Nobody seemed to know where the prison actually was. The reason behind this ignorance was as cruel as it was logical. The superior clique ruling Kamarak until a few hours ago had made the mere mention of this prison a capital offense. Those who asked and weren't cleared by their masters were immediately tortured for long periods of time before being executed or disappearing into the cells of this very prison. As a result, Thiel didn't even know if his efforts to search for a webway gate pulsing with black energy, of which there were hundreds in Kamarak, were a step in the right direction or not. To make things more difficult, the sub-realm of Korspur was a maze of wealth, unlimited cruelty, and disorder, and if a map of the region had existed a few thousand years ago, the builders had certainly not updated it in the last century. I'll just have to hope the Imperial forces are not far behind. The loud screams of a Mundaki invasion had not fallen on deaf ears, though the mentions of killer automatons with disintegrating rays had made him wonder how much time he had spent in the webway. Let's continue the sabotage. Something he did very well, in all honesty. His favorite trick was to disable the anti-gravitational fields of the Xenos spires. For some reason which totally escaped him, the long ears were so arrogant they rarely guarded the reason their residential towers were not collapsing with more than 20 soldiers. It was very satisfying to hear them shriek as if they were strapped to their pain engines as the buildings fell upon their heads. Many times the ultramarine captain did not have to reveal his presence. Eldar loved, really loved, drinking prohibited substances in crystalline glasses in front of tortured prisoners, and there were many species including their own, who were slowly being dissected, impaled, or burned alive. But what happened when one of the monsters had absorbed the equivalent of a year or so of illegal substances and the shields containing its prisoners failed? Ian had already released tens of thousands in a dozen operations like this. Uprisings and massive rebellions were waiting impatiently for an opportunity to begin in Kamarak, and today the agitation guaranteed that disorder and violence spread like wildfire. Seeing a new column of Long Ears corner and butcher a hell spider, another unpleasant idea came to his mind. Since for some reason the Eldar suddenly seemed to have a fixation on exterminating the spiders of Kamarak, he was going to ensure the hab blocks they were spreading with insecticide had a lot of very dangerous goods which shouldn't come into contact with certain chemicals. It was not difficult to implement. Robbing several Xenos stocks of liquids the evil beings used for torture and their sadistic activities was accomplished, requiring only the killing of 5 silver-armored guards. And watching the idiots disperse insecticide and scream when they realized they should have at least checked if there was anything dangerous in the insect lairs was incredibly amusing. Before the heresy, unleashing the Night Lords on Kamarak would have been the logical response. That's a bit cruel, cousin. From an archway that he had judged devoid of any enemies, 20 Astartes emerged. Ian didn't miss the fact their armors showed signs of minor damage everywhere, and the gate they had just activated and stepped through was depicting a nice tapestry of devastation, fire, and smoke. Last but not least, a dreadnought came through, a large pirate hat on top of it, finishing its mangling of an Eldar in blue armor. Yes, but for who? Heart of the webway. Kamarak. Citadel of Zelharst. 64 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Magos Feng C801 Skua. 5 hours ago, Feng had thought it was an honor to be assigned to be the liaison officer between Archmagos Dismirius Lankovar and the very famous Archmagos Dominatus Dominus Belisarius Call. This sense of honor had lasted only until he saw the Martian Archmagos participate in the assault against the Eldar's 12th wall. The Archmagos was simply insane. Solar atomizers were used so far beyond their usual mode of operation it was a miracle they had not been incinerated. Plasma guns were not meant to be fired in such rapid and exhausting volleys. Artillery was not supposed to fight directly atop your positions unless you were neck-deep in enemies. Feng C801 Skua realized he should have stayed on the standard template construct and damn the promotion. Kamarak was already bad, as it was filled with heresies beyond counting and monstrosities which made the Chosen's insects seem outright adorable and cuddly in comparison. But that was the enemy. Allies were supposed to be trustworthy and reliable. Sometimes, being a liaison was just not worth the promotion. He would make his next prayer to the Omnissiah about crazy, obsessed archmagi. Still, crazy or not, he had a liaison's duty to fulfill. Belisarius Cawl may be a heretic in doctrine and actions, but he was still one of the 20 most powerful archmagi of the Imperium, so giving him a reason to complain was a 100% guarantee to be demoted before this battle was over. Archmagos Lankovar sends his respects and suggests we move to the northwest. Lady Weaver and the Dawnbreaker Guard called for Mechanicu's support in extracting several valuable pieces of archaeotech, and this column appears to be the closest available for support. Something Feng C801 Skua decided was no coincidence. Archmagos Belisarius Cawl could very well proclaim he was going wherever the Omnissiah guided him. The Wuhan-trained tech priest thought it far more likely the Prime of Primes was using a tracker placed on a soldier of the Fey 20th or one of the other guard regiments the Saint used as her mid-distance bodyguards, since no one would be so crazy as to attempt placing one on an Astartes pauldron. My compliments to the Archmagos, my escort, and myself are going to provide the necessary support. A mandrake jumped out of the shadows, and the omniscient axe wielded by the Archmagos Dominatus Dominus struck faster than Feng's augmented eyes could follow. The mandrake's body fell to the floor lifelessly, neatly bisected in two. Thus the enemies of the Omnissiah always perish. This was not the first ambush in the corridors of the citadel of Zelharst, and it would not be the last. While the approaches and the walls had seen the Eldar armies mercilessly exterminated, there were hundreds of thousands of Xenos crawling in the darkness which for some deluded reason attempted to resist the will of the Adeptus Mechanicus. 5 times they were ambushed, in great part because Cawl was pushing his troops too fast, too hard. But each time, the arsenal the senior Archmagos and his bodyguards carried made short work of the enemies. Overall it took some 10 minutes to reach the tactical coordinates provided by Archmagos Lankovar, though in the last few minutes they hardly could have missed the location. First, there were a lot of insects patrolling in the corridors, beginning with the miniature artillery of the Queen Tortoise and the beacon-shining Catachan ants, and ending with the ambules, the disgusting hemoveries and the hundreds of thousands of razor beetles. Secondly, the ground was littered with a stupendous number of enemies. It looked like the Long-Ears had tried to make their last stand against the Chosen of the Omnissiah here. They had been crushed for their arrogance, and Feng C801 Skua felt a non-negligible amount of satisfaction at this discovery. General Taylor Hebert, Angel of the Omniscia Emperor, was waiting for them before what had been a few hours ago a vault door for some arrogant Xenos prince. Now the armored protection had been partially eaten and thrown aside by a colony of termites and other dangerous insects, and the men and women in the dust-covered uniforms of the Imperial Guard were busy transporting several artifacts out of the vault. The Magos didn't miss the fact certain items were transported by armored beetles and directly set aflame by the weapons of the Dawnbreaker Guard. Archmagos Belisarius Cawl, what a surprise! The tone of saints and high-ranked officers was difficult to decipher, but Feng was rather sure there was absolutely zero surprise in the voice of Lady Weaver. I was not expecting Mechanicu's reinforcements to reach me so quickly. One of the salamanders present coughed rather loudly and a few of the guardswomen smiled. The Mechanicus is always quick to act in the service of the quest for knowledge, replied Cawl courteously. That even had the merit of being true. Of this I have no doubt, the general said as one by one infantrymen and space marines began to pile a rather impressive number of power fists, plasma weapons, ancient M32 pattern shotguns, and, more strangely, dozens of servo skulls at her feet. As you can see, the Eldar owning this vault had a fetish for his collection of servo skulls and several types of human-forged weapons. Don't ask me why. I don't understand Eldar minds, and I'm sure I don't want to. The Mechanicus will certainly ask this perfidious Xenos tyrant the reason for his actions, one of the heavily modified tech priests in Call's entourage spoke up. The golden armored saint clicked her tongue. That's going to be rather difficult, I'm afraid. The gesture of the golden gauntlet to where one of the giant centipedes lay dead was all they needed to realize the owner was still present in the ruined antechamber. The long-eared Xenos had killed the insect, but the dying centipede had trampled the Eldar in its death throes. It was by all accounts a fitting end for one of these arrogant beasts. Anyway, I think I've deactivated all the traps, killed all the beasts, and massacred all the guardians. Please begin the transfer of the contents of this vault to the port of Lost of Souls before resuming your quest. Screams were heard in the distance. They were very powerful, and distinctly belonged to Eldar throats. Idiots, murmured the insect mistress, returning one of the shotguns she had been studying to the rest of the lined-up weapons on the ground. When will they understand it's better to flee than to die for nothing? Feng C801 Skua thought that, given the limitless Eldar arrogance, the answer was likely going to be never. And then Archmagos Call made plenty of guardsmen jump in fright as one of his mechadendrites struck one of the servoskulls without warning. Aha! I was right, again, the radical Archmagos laughed and commented with absolutely no humility. Feng frowned as the thoroughly ruined debris of the venerable servoskull had revealed a sort of blue device. Whatever this was not an STC. The repositories of the Dark Age of technology could come in many forms and shapes, but now that the Mechanikus had obtained the Athena STC thanks to Lady Weaver, they knew to look for specific signs, and this small rectangle did not show the signs of one. Perhaps you could explain, Archmagos Dominatus Dominus. The inquisitive tone of the saint made clear Belisarius Call had better have a good reason for ruining a serviceable servoskull. The near heretic grumbled in a high-level cant incomprehensible to him before returning to Low Gothic. I trust you are all familiar with the concept of the standard template construct, Call began, and everyone nodded. What you may not be aware of, on the other hand, is that the Emperor, in his great wisdom, was incredibly impressed by the system and wished to replicate the feat of the ancients and then improve it. While it is beyond my imagination to guess the designs of the Omnissiah, I have recovered several stolen samples of projects he ordered several Forge Worlds to research during my expeditions across the galaxy. The Horus Heresy destroyed many, of course, and most of them were not ready to receive information, but you think this archaeotech is one surviving piece of His Majesty's projects? Yes, the Archmagos replied levelly, staring in the eyes of the saint as he did. I believe so. Unfortunately, the advanced interfaces for this data repository have been lost and the encryption promises to be difficult. I will need several days in my lab to know for sure if schematics or templates have been recorded. One way or other, this will have to wait until the end of the battle. The chosen of the Omnissiah stopped the beginning of what promised to be a very long monologue. Magos, Skua, is it? The transfer of all this archaeotech is now your responsibility until it reaches the landing zones of the Port of Lost Souls. Yes, finally things were looking up. He would no longer have to follow the heretic into uncountable ambushes. Should this, M31 archaeotech contain valuable data, Archmagos Call, you will be granted 50% of the rights of the discovery. Feng almost gaped at the incredibly generous terms. The chosen of the Omnissiah had done all the work. It is my pleasure. Of course it was, the ancient Archmagos was certainly going to receive a new fortune in favors and priceless archaeotech. Now let's return to the sack of this citadel. We must crush all resistance on our way to Korspur. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Citadel of Udarak. 62 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Aurelia Melis. Aurelia had believed she knew what war was about before the humans invaded Kamarak. It had not even been arrogant to think so. When millions of assassinations and raid-sized battles happened every cycle under the suns of the Dark City, no Ildari living there, dynast or slave, was really ignorant when it came to warfare. Aurelia had been forced to swallow her ignorance several times during this last cycle, which was already being called the bloodbath cycle by several of the loudmouths who somehow managed to live through the killings. The young Ildari winced as the familiar sound of human artillery thundered again, and, like dozens of her fellow veteran warriors, she threw herself into an abandoned trench and tried to protect her head as best she could while violent explosions transformed the ancient grounds into a crater-filled landscape. Part of her mind screamed at the honorless, brutish, and disgusting methods of war employed by their enemies. The infantry opposing them was gunning down every transport, fighter, and bomber, while hiding behind gigantic earthworks their red-robed creatures had constructed. There was no glory for an ex-slave to find on this god-forsaken battlefield. More precisely, there was no glory to be won for anyone. The average enemy weapon was more a funny flashlight compared to a dark lance, but try to laugh when the short-eared opponents fired hundreds of thousands at the same time. I hate their sonic weapons, growled an old-looking veteran in the colors of the magnificence of the falling moon. By Cain, we were supposed to have the Ravager support of the Crimson Guard on this counterattack. Where are they? Dead, a young black-haired male laconically replied, one who could not possibly be more than a year out of the vats. And if they aren't, they're busy watching the spectacle from the Korspur spires while evacuating their families and treasures. I've heard several fleets and armies of the craft worlds were on their way to help us, a Elethian warrior said. We may be able to hold with them. One of the Hellions which had joined their haphazard group after miraculously crashing without major injuries spat and murmured a few insults. Fleets won't be of any use against the humans, the which commanding the force they were all answering to stated. I've heard the Inger have detonated an anti-gate weapon in the Port of Lost Souls. Armies, yes, armies we could use. The former slave could only marvel at the fact the term Monday Key was on its way to extinction as the number of dead skyrocketed and the tide of destruction refused to die down. In less than 2 cycles, the word human had gone from being an unforgivable offense to an increasingly accepted part of the vocabulary. Amazing how a thorough kicking in the vulnerable parts could give you some respect for a species the Ildari had always looked down upon as a bunch of above-average primates. As long as they remember to keep their Ilhila to damned sorcery out of Kamarak. Another conscript retorted hotly. We don't need more instability with the disjunctions. Everyone tried very hard to look like it was business as usual. Aurelia did not voice the fact that most utterly failed. She knew her own face would hardly be a shade picked of serenity and confidence. The human attack was bad enough, despite the combined efforts of millions of warriors, the invasion was neither stalled nor even close to defeated. But fighting humans and the servants of She Who Thirsts at the same time and across several sub-realm battlefields? It was a nightmare, no mistake about it. We should get out of this citadel before everything falls apart, the blue-haired witch gritted out between her perfect teeth. Then the sub-commander realized she had voiced this out loud and sent them a glare promising painful death if someone dared murmur something nasty about her. No, that's a good suggestion, really, the falling moon warrior agreed as the enemy artillery seemed to stop and began trying to annihilate everything on a section to their right. Why don't we evacuate the Dark City? I'm no terror admiral of course, but I know enough to say that if we can't cut off the flow of human reinforcements, we are utterly screwed. It's not that bad. One of the zillion regulars tried to protest, but no one knew if it was an affirmation or a question. You've not been on any raids, their female commander half confirmed the pessimistic statement. There are planets with trillions of humans in real space. Trillions we called vermin and raided for thousands of cycles to take slaves, artworks, and satisfy our requirements of pain and suffering. The blue lips twitched slightly. For some reason, I don't think our raid forces have left happy and Ildari-friendly populations in their wake. This is leaving me all desolated deep inside, the Hellion sneered. But I'm afraid the Oblivion lances defending the private citadel of mighty Dynast Zillion are pointed directly at our backs as we speak. And if you think our tyrant is wise enough to not consider us expendable. For the God Emperor and the Saint. Oh, by Cain's bloody hands, they are going to send their armored walkers, whimpered one of the conscripts as familiar huge figures bristling with weapons and hurting her ears rose from the enemy earthworks. There was no question about what to do. Until they had equally gigantic things on their side, every attempt to hold the line would just result in tens of thousands of dead Ildari. Abandon this trench and return to the previous defense line. Retreat from this trench before they incinerate us with their blasting guns. Colonel Myroslav Suvorov. Your role, Major General, is not to exterminate all the Eldar of the webway by yourself. The voice of Lady Weaver's envoy was definitely not amused, thought Colonel Suvorov. The general has not forbidden local counterattacks, but there is a difference between pursuing a broken enemy and attempting a breakthrough when there are several undefeated armies converging on your position. Given that the man delivering them was the second naval secretary of Nyx and one of the close counselors of Lady Weaver, this made his recommendations very close to an order from the saint herself. Unfortunately, for all her mistakes where military tactics were involved, the Major General commanding the 18th Division wasn't an idiot and saluted, implicitly accepting the rebuke. I understand, Lord Clockblocker. This situation won't repeat itself. The vigor of the answer proved someone had definitely learned from the failures of several officers who had stupidly charged ahead and disregarded the potential thousands of casualties their bloody-minded attitudes could cause. See that you do. Lady Weaver is not as forgiving as me. For a reason which escaped Suvorov and the rest of the high-ranked officers present, the man known as Leet chose this moment to burst into laughter behind the dirty white power-armored man. The casualties of Brigade Light and Thunder, Brigadier General Dovator, if you please, the young orange-haired man continued. Myroslav Suvorov felt a jab of jealousy at the idea Major General Anita Duvall was not going to be brought before a court-martial. 300 guardsmen of Faye had died to break the trap the Manchester 2nd Reconnaissance had placed the core of its infantry into through her fault, and the butcher's bill for the men of Colonel Shannon were comparatively higher. If it had been up to him, the Arminian officer would be facing a firing squad as a reward for her tactical stupidity. Unfortunately, it wasn't up to him and he had to hide the anger he felt towards the blue-blooded woman who should never have risen to command a division of the Imperial Guard. The Manchester 2nd has been badly mauled by the Eldar flanking maneuver, announced the white-haired, blue-eyed Brigadier General who kept a large scar on his white cheek as a reminder of the greenskin battles in the Nyx sector. They have taken 30% casualties, most of them unrecoverable. The Nyx 26th of Colonel Suvorov has bled, but remains operational for defensive duties with 16% casualties, but half of them are wounded, not fatalities. The artillery is mostly intact. The new Chelsea was only peripherally involved in the action and has 5% of its pre-battle effectives as casualties. Their oh-so-wise aristocratic leader didn't even feign regret or sorrow at the casualties inflicted to what before the last assault had been a near-intact force. Not that Myroslav or the other Fey men would have believed her if she did. Everything about Major General Anita Duvall screamed fake. In appearance, the Arminian guardswoman looked like a 20-plus young woman with hair so blue it was almost the same shade as the seas of Fey, and eyes of the purest silver. But like everyone else, he knew the truth. This young-looking woman was merely 170 years old, and the natural looks were created by so many gene enhancements and body modification therapies that even their former planetary governor would not have been able to afford them. Duvall was in all likelihood the oldest Major General of Army Group Caribbean, and there were rumors even the unbreakable hold of her family in the Sphinxium diamond trade on her home planet had been unable to do more than keep her in the guard until promotions were handed to her by virtue of seniority. Our psychers and our Magi Logis predict an important assault on this section of the Uter rack in less than 4 hours, Lord Clockblocker explained, thereby revealing the reason for his presence here and now. With all due respect, sir, we have stopped all the assaults of the Long Ears so far, Dovator intervened. And while some regiment-sized assault forces of the Eldar are showing a tendency to learn from their mistakes, I think we can deal with whatever they send against us. As long as there aren't more of these disjunctions in the future, of course. Faces tightened. Learning the God Emperor considered this operation sufficiently important to send one of his own custodes had been a real morale booster for the men. But there had been small scenes of panic each time the abominations materialized, and Myroslav Suvorov wasn't going to pretend he wasn't afraid. The God Emperor had sent a saint and a custodes to win this battle. But the forces of darkness were here today too. Normally I would agree, but our astropaths have received many alerts of Biltan forces across the galaxy abandoning critical battlefields. You have one guess where we think their equivalents of our Titans are headed. They had angered the Long Ears so much that entire wars were abandoned for them? Myroslav was really impressed, before remembering the little issue of Xeno's Titans. Legio Ares Estus will redeploy here while Legio Defensor guards our gains at Zelharst. But if we let the enemy choose the location and pace of the engagement, we are going to take tens of thousands of casualties at the worst possible moment. We need to force the Eldar reinforcements to fight on our terms. And how are we going to force them to do that? The female Major General asked with a voice dripping with skepticism. For once, the Fey Colonel didn't blame her. The Long Ears were fast, and after more than 30 hours of pure, limitless slaughter, even the stupidest Xenos seemed to realize charging the armies of His Most Holy Majesty head-on was a suicidal course of action. The second Naval Secretary sighed, and his expression seemed to be filled with genuine regret. To fight the monsters, we are going to unleash our own monsters. If the strength of our enemies is confirmed, we will activate a case Thulhu against the Eldar. Say it, Leet chuckled, surrounded by a large escort of tech priests. Fine, Lord Dennis Peters grimaced. Case Thulhu, Horribilis 1, is to be prepared for imminent activation. Password is, Han Solo shot first. Somehow, seeing the crazy grin of the black-armored madman, Myroslav Suvorov had an urge to say he really didn't want this weapon to be deployed. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Course Spur. 61 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Chapter Master Jeremiah Isley. This is a rather big army, Ian Idthiel commented as blue-clad Eldar of the Krail Lach faction emerged into the Corspur subrealm in their tens of thousands. Indeed, Isley replied to the heresy veteran. A big reminder our enemies still have large reserves to draw upon. Assuredly, by any standard the reinforcements the Long Ears had just received were inferior in numbers to the forces his infiltration team had observed at Mar Lych and the estimates Lady Weaver had thought she would have to fight at Zelharst. Still, 300,000 plus Eldar was not a toothless army, especially if it had aerial and artillery support, and this one had both in considerable numbers. Moreover, they had someone smart in command, for instead of charging the tunnels leading to Zelharst head-on, the Krail Lach army was trying to fortify its position. It was good to put an emphasis on trying. I think their warriors are learning the hard way. Paving your streets with metal-coated skulls is not exactly good for digging trenches, the Ultramarine noted as several Drukhari behaved in a manner which would have made several Whitefield companies face palm. Until recently, they had their slaves to do these humiliating tasks, Victor chuckled. Why bother dirtying your hands when the system works so well? It must have helped that the warfare doctrine of these Xenos is nearly totally opposed to the Imperial Guard, added Sergeant Isaac Flynn of the Iron Drakes. Said doctrine being essentially extreme speed and deadly Eldar weapons wrapped into one package. If your enemy doesn't see you and can't touch you, then you have nothing to fear from him. It was very seducing when you had the technology and the centuries-old veterans to make it work. But there were plenty of reasons why the Imperium had never tried it, and the main one wasn't naval conservatism. It was the fact that when it didn't work, the defeat was horrific beyond words. And the current battle was a very clear example of what awaited the species disdaining armored protections. What now? Jared asked. The demolition expert of their kill team was not smiling. If they are trying to build defensive positions here, I suppose the Imperial Guard and Lady Weaver are not far from these webway gates. But judging by the sizes of these Xenos tunnels, they won't be able to use the tallest knight classes, and I won't even speak of the Warhound Titans. We will have to use the shell we have requisitioned from these Eldar thieves, Thiel declared tranquilly. The Heracles Wardens and Iron Drakes went silent, as always when the Ultramarine captain suggested something. It was not because of seniority or anything stemming from the importance of one of the first founding chapters. On these issues, Isley was largely the highest-ranked Astartes of the force. He was an ex-Alpha Legionnaire, though they had decided to postpone this revelation for the post-battle council and a chapter master to boot. But Thiel had become a legend during the heresy, and while the Iron Drakes had not been briefed on his exploits, the Heracles Wardens had been more than happy to remedy these informational deficiencies. Ian Thiel was one of the survivors of Calth, executioner of Night Lords and Alpha Legion operatives, an advisor to the Primarch of the 13th Legion. He was undoubtedly one of the most decorated officers of the Ultramarines for the entire heresy and the decades after, and all of this had been done with ideas which ran against most of the Ultramarines' tactics. Meeting him as they sabotaged an ammunition complex of Commerac had not been anticipated. Among the Alpha Legion cells and cohorts, Thiel's fate had always been something of a mystery. Many lieutenants of Horus had placed gargantuan bounties on his head, but no one had ever come forward to claim them. Well, this day provided the answer, though Jeremiah had felt really bad about informing the Ultramarine of the news he had been lost in the webway for about 4,000 standard years. We have no idea how stable the detonators are, and let's not speak about. Alexander tried to counter. I'm aware that what I propose is very dangerous, Thiel interrupted. But if your forces are on their way to these gates, we can't afford to leave this Eldar army intact and united. No matter how many insects your leader can afford to sacrifice, the casualties the rest of the troops will take to storm Corspur are going to be awful. I'm sure you have noticed the huge dark lances they are transferring from the northern gates. Practical, I am of the opinion these are starship batteries they are going to use against the Guard and the rest of our allies. That it would be very, very unpleasant and bloody was left unsaid, but everyone knew it. He is right, Jeremiah conceded. Pierre, you heard the captain. Prepare the phosphex shell. With pleasure. 3 kilometers away from their Aquila's nest, the pale-skinned monsters continued to try to fortify their army's position against the inevitable assault. And then a Reaper they had convinced an ingrate Eldar commander to cede to their cause smashed into their rear lines. The initial explosion wiped out close to 200 long ears. After that the horrible green-white flames began to spread. This is really a horrible substance, Jared stated, which was quite indicative of the destructive power of phosphex when the speaker was a demolition expert. Phosphex had not been named living fire or crawling death for nothing. Let's hope they will act resolutely or... Darkness came to Commerac, and Jeremiah suddenly felt like something monstrous was close. The part of the battlefield where the phosphex shell had begun its implacable work of destruction became a maelstrom of green flames and something very dark fighting each other. That is definitely one of the Eldar exterminatus weapons, an Iron Drake battle brother pointed out, disgust evident in his voice. I fear this is something far worse than that, Thiel corrected. I've seen several phenomena when we hunted the Emperor's children. This is a warp-touched abomination. There was only one thing to say as sorcery faced the pyrotechnical attack. Damn it, we are going to have to intervene, again. Heart of the Webway. Commerac. Citadel of Zelharst. 60 hours before the mark of Commerac. Major General Domenico Flabinico. It was a common saying in the Guard that the Ventrilian noble regiments were only interested in riches, glory, and adventure when they volunteered for the Imperial Guard after the trial of Lava. These were well-spread rumors, and Domenico could confirm they were absolutely true. In his fairest moments, the Major General would admit high and loud clear that it was unfair to poorer planets which couldn't negotiate the sort of agreements Ventrilia administration routinely made with the Administratum, but he didn't hear the Cadians complain about being granted the best equipment available either. Every planet had to use its strengths and merits to rise in the esteem of the High Lords. Such was the imperfect galaxy they lived in. Take his personal situation for example. It had been a series of less than perfect warp travels which had seen him arriving at Samarkand, nearly 5,000 light-years away from the headquarters where he'd wanted to meet with his old uncle. Had he known the pirate hunt would earn such glory and lead them to launch one of the most glorious and adventurous charges of this millennium? Of course not. But he had volunteered, using his influence and his reputation in service of his flair, so he was here, part of the legend. His cousins were going to go mad with jealousy, and that suited Domenico just fine. The last Eldar army is completely encircled, General, and yes, though he was not formally a lieutenant general, he was assuming the duties of one. The Knights of House Tyrannis and Hermetica are leading the charge to annihilate them, his Vox operator added. Excellent. He smiled. If the enemy had not been this vermin of Eldar slavers, the Ventrilian noble would have perhaps felt a bit guilty thinking about the enemy infantry being trampled by the giant machines of the knightly houses. But the enemy was loathsome even for Xenos. And Domenico, like everyone else, had marched into settlements filled with human corpses that the monsters had poisoned or tortured to death to make sure the Imperium wouldn't be able to liberate them. The Centaur 45th and the Bahamut 6th are in support positions. Yes, General. And they have a demi-company of flesh Tyros which has just arrived on the battlefield. In this case, let them have their fun. A few queries on the Vox made sure 6 other regiments would be available if the Knights failed to wipe out the last resistance of the Long Ears. Not that Domenico expected failure from the Knights or his regiments. The horrible creations of the enemy had been decimated and pushed into the abysses of Commerac burning and screaming. The Battle of Zelharst was won, for the moment. The most difficult action he had to do in the last hour was preventing the Mechanikus from dispersing its forces in an orgy of archaeotech looting. Colonel Jensen, since the Long Ears don't present any danger anymore, I suppose you can do the honors. Thank you, General. The commanding officer of the Matopan 1st, a stout brown-haired man, saluted perfectly. First Company, get that flag. More than 30 guardsmen immediately charged ahead towards the dark spire in front of them. 2 died under the eldritch weaponry of the Xenos, but the rest crossed the narrow boardwalk without problem and proceeded to explain to the Long-Ears why it was a bad idea to anger His Most Holy Majesty's Imperial Guard. His favorite moment was when the red skull-shaped helmet of the enemy commander was thrown, with its owner, directly into an acid pool 20 meters below. It took several more minutes for the men of the Matopan first to verify there weren't more potential ambushes waiting for them, and only then a group of 5 began the long and difficult part, climbing to the top of the spire. Domenico would have loved to do it himself, but he wasn't a young man anymore, and besides he wasn't going to steal the glory of these hot-headed youths. The Ventrilian guardsmen would cheer like everyone else though when the flag showing twin daggers and a blue eldritch symbol on black was removed from its honorific location and the aquila of the Imperium of Mankind replaced it. We struggle, we fight, and we triumph. Thus it has always been, and thus it will continue until the God Emperor orders us to stop, Domenico uttered formally as the purple gold flag given by Lady Weaver was hoisted for all to see at the summit of the citadel of Zelharst. Ave Imperator! Ave Imperator! Ave Imperator! And the forces of the Imperium progressing below between the ruined walls and the now empty slave markets shouted to bear more weight to the incredible victory they had just won. Ave Imperator! Heart of the Webway! Kamarak! Course Spur! 59 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Major General Paul Dundee. Paul had never seen an insect horde like this one, and he was from Indigan. Thanks to the stupidity of Governor Constantine Argoi, more commonly known 1000 years after his death as the Zoimbecile, Indigan never lacked death world beasts on a day-by-day basis. Most of the beasts of Indigan were extremely dangerous, he wasn't going to deny it. There was a reason Indigan was sometimes compared to several other famous death worlds of the Imperium. But the alpha predators they had rarely hunted in numbers greater than 4 or 5 in general, an adult male and female with their progeny. Lady Weaver's swarm largely blew away the threat they represented out of the water by its sheer numbers. Already, hundreds of thousands of arachnids, centipedes, and ants were fighting on this side of the portal, and more were coming from between the echelons of Imperial Guard, Mechanicus Skitarii, and Frateris Templar. Paul bit into his cigar, trying not to show any nervousness at being effectively surrounded by a swarm which by all rights shouldn't exist. The men and the guns are ready, General. Colonel Eliantine, commanding the Calypso 4th Artillery, spoke in the name of the regiments forming the 7th Division. Show them no mercy. Paul took the time to remove his cigar from his mouth and light it before giving the order. You have seen what they did to the poor souls who were unable to take their own lives before being captured. I don't know about you, but I really want to explain the errors of their ways to these monsters. Nods, bared teeth, and determined expressions were all the signs he needed to know the guardsmen under his command took this seriously. You know we have little time to find the artifact the general was ordered to find. Her swarm hopefully will be able to cover more ground than us, but I don't want to read that we haven't done our best for the God Emperor in the after-battle reports. We will not fail, General, Colonel Adamus of Nyx answered for the 20-plus superior officers present. We will. The assurance the man was about to give was left unfinished. From the night-sized gate, an army of heroes advanced. Magi Dominus and heavily augmented Skitarii, so many there had to be thousands, carrying so many heavy weapons plenty of them had to be more dangerous than a battle tank on a firepower basis. The Astartes followed them. The mighty salamanders were first, their ranks of green scales and incinerating weapons the very symbol of the Emperor's justice delivered to Kamarak at long last. But there were many others just behind them. The Brothers of the Red had mingled with the Angels Sanguine, and the Crimson Scions marched with the Flesh Tirers, heads held high. There were more than 200 Iron Drakes, their presence bolstering the spirits of the divisions as they stood a couple meters away. Then the Sunworm's light doubled in intensity, and as the Dawnbreaker Guard flew into Corspur around the living saint, Paul Dundee shed a tear at the glorious golden sight. The God Emperor was with them. For several seconds, he castigated himself for all the doubts which had ever plagued him during his career. To his right Colonel Mircos Absalom had prostrated herself in religious fervor. From the army, battle cries were shouted, soon repeated by millions of voices. Death to the Eldar! Death to Kamarak! Ave Imperator! Ave Imperator! Death to evil! Glory to mankind! Revenge for the fallen! Revenge for our innocent! For the God Emperor and for his saint! Attack! Army Group Caribbean's artillery began its bombardment, and as the flames began to consume this sub-realm, the 8th Division went to war once more. The Warp Palace of Slaanesh. If Slaanesh had been a sane entity, it would have never risked sending so many legions of excess to a single location of the webway. Of course, Slaanesh was one of the ruinous powers. And the entities currently dominating the great game of chaos were, by the standards of any living being, completely insane. How could you explain Tsianch's ability to make sure half of its flawless plans collapsed at the worst moment from a cultist's perspective? How could warriors find confidence in an eternal war when their lord and master the god of slaughter didn't care who won as long as blood was spilled? The self-proclaimed gods were divinely insane. And Slaanesh wasn't the exception to the rule. By all rights, the logical strategy of the Dark Prince should have been to influence the elites of the Dark City by corruption and blade in order to engineer a Drukari demonic alliance. Another possibility would have been to stop the soul-sucking of its favorite toys for the duration of the battle. There were 1,000 other possible grand strategies which should have at least severely inconvenienced the forces of Operation Caribbean and the expeditionary force sent by Feeric Nefertun. Instead, the entity having absorbed the decadence and the hedonism of the entire Ildari Empire had chosen to directly send a sizable number of its most dangerous legions to confront the Khamarak forces guarding Ka'in's Gate. Quite predictably, the Drukari were fighting back and thus slowing down their doom's progression into the heart of the webway. And since the sub-realms of the Dark City were suffering from the same rule as real space in that no individual could be in two places at the same time, the armies trying to delay the legions of excess were not fighting the Imperium's invasion. Slaanesh was very annoyed. Hundreds of daemonettes which had been in disfavor at court were disintegrated by the fury of the Dark Prince. In the meantime, the problem of the Khamarak souls had worsened. The river of Drukari souls which had formed as the battle for the port of lost souls raged had become an ocean. Millions and millions of souls belonging to the cruelest species in existence were falling into the claws of the Prince of Excess. And it was a disaster. The debased descendants of the Ildari were still inflicting suffering and pain to their slaves wherever they had the time, but this unanticipated conflict was taking most of their attention. Few nobles and their lieutenants were so lost in depravity as to prioritize suffering over their immediate survival. The billions of deaths were creating an ocean of souls Slaanesh could feed upon, but it was a disgusting, shriveled sea of incompetence, betrayal, and blind arrogance. Most of the souls were shriveled, half-born things. The immense majority of the Drukari had never had a real choice at their moment of birth, they were damned by their predecessors before they emerged from the homunculi vats. In practical terms, Slaanesh was exchanging 6 oceans of delicious suffering for a sea of useless, crippled souls. And of course, millions of souls which were never going to be born or corrupted by the Drukari were vanishing from the palace. The warp was timeless, but it could not ignore the laws of causality indefinitely. For a soul to exist, a living being had to be born in the matrium or the webway. No births, no souls. And thus on several battlefields of the eye, many demons which had been vanquishing the armies of blood, pestilence, or change were suddenly removed from existence. All in all, 6 legions of excess would no longer participate in the game, and no, this sentence was wrong. They hadn't participated in the games of the ruinous powers. They had never existed in the first place. Slaanesh's fury was terrible. Its hatred surpassed its anger by 6 times. And for the first time since the Emperor's plans had failed during the heresy, the Dark Prince experienced a slight tingle of fear. It was a god of the Empyrean. The fall of the Ildari and the Horus heresy had ensured it could not die to the actions of mere primate-descended vermin. But Slaanesh could be severely weakened. It could be weakened enough to be prey for someone else. And the warp was hardly a compassionate place. Disregarding the other 3, upstart challengers were not something the warp lacked. Slaanesh wasn't sane. How could it be? Seguruk had been the Ildari god of folly, but the Lord of Dark Delights had long since devoured the madness of the old Ildari Empire. And so at a time where all strategists would have advised to stop, Slaanesh continued to pour more legions of Slaanesh into Ka'in's Gate. War. So much of Slaanesh's attention was turned towards the Dark City, it almost missed the meteor striking the forests of shrieking symphonies. Almost. But as a dark form emerged from the crater just created and the purple skies began turning a reddish hue, she who thirsts had no choice but to abandon several projects in all haste and call back several legions it would have preferred not to. For rising from the depths of the crater, an immense legion of bloodletters was materializing. And leading them was a tall humanoid figure with black-red skin soaked in an aura of blood and massacre. Weaver's skull belongs to me. There were only 8 bloodthirsters of the first host in existence. They were the mightiest servants of Khurn and, save the Daemon Princes Angren and Doombred, few entities were capable of surviving a couple of seconds against them before dying horribly. Flames began to burn the singing forests. The air grew heavy with the odor of smoke and blood. Blood for the blood god. Kabandha the angel's bane screamed, raising his titanic axe and his monstrous whip above his head. Skulls for the skull throne. And before the palace of Slaanesh, the legion of blood charged to war. Nexus ascending moon. 59 hours before the mark of Khamarak. The Queen of Blades. In hindsight, waiting for a transport had clearly been a waste of time. A Ravager or any rapid transport was only faster than her if the webway arteries weren't crowded. Granted, it happened very rarely, and she knew what she was talking about. Even in their ruined state, the main tunnels could support settlements and the passage of thousands of warriors. This cycle was an exception. But it was an extremely devastating one. There were jet fighters in various states of disrepair everywhere. The reapers which should have been reserved for the dynast armies were filled with wounded and dying. There were wounded mercenaries and beaten warriors everywhere. There was no discipline in this crowd pouring into the main arteries, fleeing the non-existent security of the realms of Khamarak. There was no leader, no order, and no purpose. It was fleeing for the sake of fleeing, the Ildari race blindly lashing out as it suddenly realized the masters of the previous cycles were now the prey. Flashes of memories she had done her best not to think about returned. Flashes of a shrieking mass of idiots suddenly realizing what their stupidity had wrought onto the empire. Millions of terrified drug addicts waking up from the deliriums of the arenas they had corrupted and turned red with the blood of the altars as pink imperial predators took form and impaled priests and slaves alike upon their claws. It was exactly like the fall, except it was limited to Comorak and its surrounding accesses. But that wasn't only where the similarities ended. There were corsairs and pirates preying on the wounded. There were semi-intact companies betraying their former allies and stealing transports and ships to travel away from the Dark City quicker. Not that they got very far before being taken up in accidents and the chaos of the disaster. Yes, it was exactly like the fall. And the dynasts wondered why she thought of them as narrow-minded petty pretenders. Whatever the name she chose during an era, Aenaria had always considered herself a killer and an elite fighter of the Ildari. She was born in the age of the war in heaven, and during this cataclysmic conflict embracing delusions of grandeur was as dangerous as being an average warrior, if not more so. Killing and fighting had always been her reasons to breathe and continue living. The one who fights adapts, changes, and thus avoids stagnation. The one who stagnates, there was the fall. The Queen of Blades shook her head, banishing the bad memories, and continued to run. The fall was the past. She had tried to warn everyone that electing the arrogant Prince Malekith Uldanesh to be their next emperor was going to be their downfall. They had not listened to her, and no one had raised their voice when she was banished. Why would she help them? For millions of cycles it had been a thankless task to find and kill the self-destructive cults and the nobles supporting them. For millions of cycles she had tried to keep the promise she had made to Vol. And now look at what the Ildari had become. There were pale-skinned ghosts who had never felt the caress of an unshrouded sun for more than a cycle. There were homunculi who were one step away from being chaos spawn in flesh and daemon princes in soul. There were torturers who served the cause of she who thirsts far better than their predecessor priests of the dark pleasures. Why would she care about these errors? The nexus of the ascending moon was no better than the rest of the arteries once she reached it. In fact, it was likely worse. Forces of Elathian, Krail Lach, and Zelian were looting and pillaging, or at least raiders and murderers clad in their colors did. The succubus continued to run, slashing her daggers at anyone in her path. 4 or 5 weaklings didn't understand the lesson she was trying to impart to them and tried an ambush. 3 heartbeats were largely sufficient to exterminate them. It was near the High Ruby Gate she at last found her 2 chief subordinates of the Cult of Strife, Melika and Lixina. At first glance, neither they nor the 50-plus wishes the 2 lesser succubi had with them appeared wounded, and the hierarchy was maintained. Good, Lilith would have disliked getting rid of them. Report. Salutes, ceremonies, and pleasantries could wait. The Anger have detonated the Dolmen seal weapon in the port of Lost Souls like you feared, my queen. Melika began as many young wishes bowed and her second escorted her to the opened hatch of the final strife, her personal battleship. As expected, if the Necrons involved in this battle were smart enough to let the humans take the brunt of the casualties, they would also be intelligent enough to deny the possibility of Ildari reinforcements. Disposition. The Monday Key brutes are making a 2-pronged offensive against Zelharst and Uterrak. The Anger are supporting an assault against Mar Lych. The dynasts or their surviving lieutenants are sending in more and more armies, but there are more and more disjunctions. Certain gates have been closed as the servants of She Who Thirsts are summoned. I think you can stop calling them Monday Key, Lilith said as she went to her personal quarters and negligently threw several of her damaged weapons into her weapon makers. My queen. They have given you a beating which is going to be remembered by every living species of the galaxy, the Queen of Blades explained slowly. When you call someone by a disparaging nickname, first ensure you aren't in a position to be killed by him or her. Lixina looked rebellious, but didn't argue. Cain's Gate. It has fallen. The battle rages in the Abyssal Wall subrealm. Jezebel let the subrealm fall. The Bloody Baroness wasn't her, obviously, but still. The cult of the Impaled was betrayed by Dynast Zelian. The Wishes and their allies were massacred as they prepared to wage war against She Who Thirsts. Zelian didn't disappoint her, then. Whatever the situation, he always made the worst possible decision. Comorak was lost. The Abyssal Gate had been built under the assumption its defenses would be manned by all of Comoraka's armies, not just what a few leaders could scrape together. Pathetic, Lilith commented. Leave me. You have much to do. The 2 succubi bowed and left. Protections from better times she had managed to save activated. Murmuring a password and touching 3 panels at a speed most succubi would be unable to follow, 2 large secret caches opened. The first contained her sword of course. Al-Ra, the first sword of Vol, which in High Ildari simply meant the first. It was both the least powerful and most complicated of the 100 swords to wield on a battlefield. It was a long and thin curved blade devoid of all decorations. It was a reminder of the times when victory was all that mattered and niceties were for the idiots unable to understand that this war would be settled by the annihilation of one side or the other. The second contained her armor. She had called it the Night Rose, and it was certainly the last of its kind since all her other creations had disappeared forever during the fall. Useless in her usual raids since no one could even touch her, but since the Necrons were present, it was best to have some means of protecting her skin. The Eternity Stone embedded between her lungs was protecting her soul, but it wouldn't do much good if the parasites managed to drag her into the infernal depths or she took an annihilation beam from nowhere. The last thousands of cycles had been boring. But that didn't mean she was keen to be enchained to the abomination Malekith and his band of orgy maniacs had created. Let's see if someone can give me a challenge, the ancient Ildari whispered as she began to don her black armor. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Abyssal Wall. 59 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Hierarch Moore the Blue Clave. Release the Void Mines. Release the Void Mines now. The bombers obeyed his orders and released the Void Mines. 5 heartbeats later, dozens of dark light singularities ripped open the demonic hordes surrounding the walls. In less time than it took to say it, hundreds of thousands of daemonettes were vaporized and thrown directly back to She-Who-Thirst's palace. If only there weren't millions more behind them. It was a spectacle of agonizing horror. The very air was distorted by purple clouds and poisoned perfume, and his incubi could still smell and breathe the latter despite having void-sealed their black armors. For Kamarak. For the dark shrines. There was a time even a battle-hardened warrior of the incubi felt the need to shout his battlecry, and that time was now. Thousands of incubi added their voices to his, and as their claves cut down the members of the things trying to reach the top of the abyssal ramparts, Moore smiled internally. They were the elite. They were incubi. They were fighting She-Who-Thirst's legions, and that was how they would be remembered. Not like those cowardly cockroaches of the Xelian dynasty, who couldn't continue to exist if they didn't commit 1,000 betrayals per cycle. For the Dark Prince. Glory to the thirst of excess. Prepare yourselves, chosen ones. For Slaanesh. 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 You can't win. Surrender to your desires. The cursed name hurt so much every time it was uttered, and the incubi of his army were resisting better than most. Thousands of wishes and warriors had fallen in agony the first time it was voiced by the enemy. Cain's bloody hands, there are so many. The ruins of the first fortress which had been intended to suppress any demonic activity was drowning in daemonettes and other abominations Moore had no wish to describe or name. It was an ocean of madness, uncontrolled psychic sorcery, and raw, forbidden emotions. And each heartbeat saw more legions of excess pour into the sub-realm. If I ever have the opportunity to kill Dynast Xelian, I won't make it quick, by Cain, the hierarch swore, despite knowing how unlikely he was to survive to see his oath realized. And we will help you, hierarch, one of his subordinates assured him. The evacuations in Middle Darkness have started, for all the good it's going to do. There's no order left in the large tunnel gates leading out of the Dark City. And once She-Who-Thirsts has finished defeating us, we will not be able to delay pursuit any longer. Moore finished while using his clave to decapitate 2 daemonettes. It was too late to do anything but close as many gates as possible and hope that the possessed and the traitors serving the doom would not be able to reopen them like they had the gate between Cain's Gate and the Abyssal Wall. It was in all likelihood a futile hope. Too many beings used the great gates every day, and the dynasts in Vex seemed to thrive in the excesses of betrayal and backstabbing. Now they were drowning in the consequences of those choices. Countless armies climbed and struck with fanatical devotion, never tiring, never stopping their infernal assault. Banish 1 in a million replacements took its place. The void mines he had activated were the last of the abyssal armories, but since the Void Raven bombers had been destroyed by a cloud of winged demons, it wasn't like he would have been able to reuse the trick. Stay on the walls. The hierarch killed one Elethian coward who was trying to run. Stay on the walls and kill the enemy. Why? The shrieks of the daemonettes stopped. Everything wavered. The air seemed to pulse with danger and purple energy. Why? The abomination which had arrived on top of the walls was immense, easily twice his height. It was also incredibly armored by a purple cuirass both decorating and protecting every part of its body. It was a body which was serpentine and four-armed. A large sword dripping with poison was held in each hand. It was a creature which was both completely repulsive and supremely elegant. The face of the beast, like that of a Mundaki which had been given several uplifting treatments, was the same way. Because we are warriors, Moore answered, recognizing with horror the servant of the Dark Prince which had been sent to take this citadel from him. An acceptable and yet so predictable answer, the Prince of the Warp said mockingly. Come then, little incubus. Let's see if you can win where your dark fathers failed. Moore swiftly saluted with his clave and placed himself ahead of his surviving incubi, trying to ignore the sheer number of keepers of secrets and daemonettes surrounding them. I am Hierarch Moore, of the Shrine of the Blood Strike. I am Fulgrim, the living perfection. I am the chosen of Slaanesh. Moore charged with the survivors of his shrine, trying to come to blows with the monster. If they could banish this abomination, maybe this assault could be repelled. He wasn't able to evade the massive blade whose flat side slammed against in his head. Nor was he able to raise his clave to parry the next blow which severed his legs. More screamed as the poison seeped into his veins. Slaanesh comes, the voice dripped with satisfaction and arrogance. And your species can't deny her any longer. The next strike didn't kill more. But it made him wish he was dead. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Holy Terra. 59 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Chancellor of the Imperial Council Samson Pitt. There were receptions every important dignitary of the Imperium dreamed of being invited to. No doubt billions of men and women would have said the one celebrating the ascension of Xerxes Vandir to the high lordship of Master of the Administratum was one such event. Samson Pitt didn't agree, and not just because he had opposed the nomination of that amoral hypocrite to what was unquestionably one of the most powerful positions of the Imperium. In 40 years of service, the Chancellor had assisted in the ascension of over 100 men and women to a high 12 seat, no less than 4 of those masters of the Administratum. After a while, the receptions all blurred together and he had stopped being impressed. Nevertheless, appearances had to be maintained. By long tradition, the Chancellor of the Imperial Council held a secundus seat in the Senatorum Imperialis, and as such was one of the lords, the courtiers and the millions of plaintiffs and billions of adepts called the Lesser 20, high lords unable to get a seat among the 12 most important men and women of the Imperium, but who you couldn't afford to neglect, such were their influence and personal power. As several leaders of galaxy-spanning adeptus were holding secundus seats while Pitt had less than 30 million men under his personal control, though his family's resources were another story entirely, it was far from a dishonorable position. Even if most of the time his job consisted of gathering the 12 most ruthless and ambitious scoundrels of the Imperium and preventing them from killing each other. It was a well-paid job, Samson Pitt was not going to deny it. But it was also not one devoid of dangers. The last 2 Grand Masters of the Officio Assassinorum had taken a heavy dislike to him, and by a curious coincidence the number of assassination attempts had tripled in the last decade. Of course, he was hardly the sole recipient of the hostility of Grand Master Hunter. Slowly, he analyzed his reflection in the mirror, trying to discern flaws in his appearance, before turning away and leaving his private quarters, hundreds of his bodyguards surrounding him. Have there been more cancellations? He whispered to his aide Louis as they descended the long regular stairs leading to the magnificent aircars which went with his title and duties. No, my lord, the middle-aged Neptune-born adept replied carefully. But there are rumors the speaker for the Chartist captains intends to be fashionably late. Samson whistled an old-fashioned military tune for a few seconds, considering his options. He could call High Lady Eleanor Gutenberg and tell her to stop her drama. Yes, she didn't like Xerxes Vandir. So what? Samson didn't either, and most of the other High Lords, from Primus to Septimus ranks, deeply hated him too. But on the sacred soil of Holy Terra, the number of people you liked was in general limited to your circle of very trusted allies, friends, and family, and sometimes not even them. On the other hand, at least the speaker for the Chartist captains had accepted the invitation to tonight's reception. The Fabricator General and the Archcardinal Terran, the man who voted in the name of the Ecclesiarch since the priests had relocated to Ophelia 7, hadn't. The same was true of the Grand Master of Assassins, though in his case, his absence was a relief, not a problem, and the inquisitorial representative. The next council promises to be extremely amusing, Samson admitted to his aide with a thin smile. Thankfully, tradition imposed 12 days of mourning for the previous master of the Administratum, and that meant he had 9 more days to prepare for what was undoubtedly going to be an unpleasant moment of diplomacy. Unless of course someone summoned an emergency council of the High 12, but there were no current threats or legislative procedures requiring this, to his best knowledge. I don't envy you, Lord. Louis agreed as a thunderous martial-toned bell began to ring in the distance. To his mild surprise, he didn't recognize this one. Is it the bell of lost souls, Lord? Asked his aide. No, if it were, we would be looking for earmuffs, believe me. Of course it sufficed that he said these words for the sound to grow in power, and soon the ring of the gigantic bell had risen to an unbearable volume. If only he could remember what bell was ringing at this very moment. But this was easier said than done. Even limiting your search to the Imperial Palace, there were at least 10,000 bells of varying importance. Naturally, neither he nor the other High Lords bothered memorizing them all. You learned the most important ringing noises, and you ignored the rest. Or you asked the subordinate you paid to keep an eye on such things. The worst part was that it had to be an important bell. Only those were authorized to deafen the ears of the High Lords and the billions of workers at heart of the throne world. Not to mention the Adeptus Custodes were peeved when someone annoyed them with something making their patrols more difficult. And then the thought arrived in his head, horrible, impossible to shake off. No. No, no, it can't be. He protested out loud. It has not rung for several thousand years. And yet the thunderous ringing was continuing, and if he had guessed right, it would continue for an hour. Lord, what is this bell? It is the bell of the Golden Dawn, and if his voice trembled, Samson Pitt felt he could be forgiven. The Custodes are called to war. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Course Spur. Uldanesh Prison. 58 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Heir Dynast Grevith Barbtung Zelian. Grevith had only apologized 5 times in his entire life, and until this cycle it had always been to his sire. But when someone had a blade against his throat and the poison covering the weapon was beginning to hurt his skin, the Heir Dynast felt it was prudent to amend his positions. "I apologize, Great Warden Baroness," the Ildari male lied with his most charming smile. "Apology accepted," Succubus Sarala of the Cult of the Crippled Lungs replied. The warden of the Uldanesh prison didn't even turn to speak to him. And the Hikatarii blade pressed against his throat was not withdrawn. Deep inside, Grevith burned to slay these treacherous wishes, but with his escort of Crimson Guards lying dead a few feet away and over 100 of the arena fighters in the same control torture room, his chances of winning if things turned violent were non-existent. Plus, he also had another witch pressing her long dagger between his legs. "I never liked Zelian," Sarala continued after long heartbeats of silence. "He never respected me for my art in the arena, he regularly derided me for my favorite activities, and above all he often refused my requests. Grevith had a powerful urge to torture someone, anyone. Boo-hoo, that was why Maestros Zelian was the dynast and everyone else obeyed his orders. If Sarala wanted to be in charge, she knew what she had to do. But now he has the gall to kill my rival Jezekal, ignore the most powerful disjunctions Kamarak has ever endured, and utterly fail to repulse the invaders, be they Mundaki or servants of She Who Thirsts. Our victory is inevitable," the Barbtung lied brazenly. "Before or after they have finished placing the heads of your entire family on impalement spears." The Heir Dynast had to grit his teeth and swallow the insults he wanted to scream at this upstart witch. "You swore a vow of obedience." "I muttered some words with a blade against my throat," the white-haired succubus retorted, finally turning to meet his eyes. Her smile was particularly predatory. "Sound familiar?" Grevith didn't answer immediately. He needed time to not let his anger get the better of him. "I hope you will not insist I transfer my allegiance from Ultimate Archon Zelian to you." The older female Ildari laughed without any warmth in her voice, and all the wishes joined in. "I will cut my own throat before accepting an oath from an insignificant parasite like you." Grevith tried to ignore the rising pain against his throat. This was definitely going to leave a scar, assuming he survived, and that sounded unlikelier with every retort. One didn't insult Lord Maestros Zelian like this without suffering terrible consequences. And as the simplest way to avoid said consequences was to ensure he never returned to repeat the words to his sire. "Purge the Uldanesh prison from all the prisoners the Mundaki may want to free, and all will be forgiven," the Zelian noble tried a last time. "Do you believe this action to be that simple, ignorant prey?" One of the older wishes purred. "You and your master failed to give us warning when the disjunctions began. Many levels were overrun with prisoners possessed by She Who Thirsts. While we fought and killed them, all our mercenaries have been killed, and many other dangerous prisoners have broken out of their cells. This includes a good third of the deepest and darkest cells we kept closed for an eternity," Sarala revealed while examining her dagger-long nails. "And with She Who Thirsts armies so close, a lot of our most destructive purge procedures can't be implemented. Are you the Baroness Warden of the Uldanesh prison, yes or no?" Grevith could not restrain his exasperation. "Now that you mention it, I have decided to resign and find something more rewarding to do with my life." The white-haired succubus pressed a button, and suddenly Grevith had no blade against his throat or between his legs. There were no wishes in sight anymore. There was nothing but a dark corridor, and screams of agony echoing in the distance. There was no source of light, but this was not a drawback for an Ildari of Kamarak. What was a problem, however, was the total absence of weapons in his hands, and of his holsters and secret pouches. The wishes had disarmed him completely. Damn that naked tight-legged nullity. Damn that rebellious incompetent band of females. He couldn't even scream his hatred. If the traitor wishes had sent him to a level of the Uldanesh prison as he believed, any obvious sign of his presence would be answered by a pack of screaming beasts ready to fight over his head. The Uldanesh prison kept the creatures too dangerous for the succubi to handle in the arenas and the political opponents of the three dynasts prisoner. Both types of prisoners would be extremely happy to kill the Heir Dynast of Maestros Zelian. The only thing to do was keep his calm and try to climb towards the surface. The Uldanesh cells had been built into one of the ancient pre-fall pits, and while he had never seen the prison plans, he at least knew the main exit was just below the surface of the Corspur hyperdimensional labyrinth, or not. He could escape. He could bring news of this great treachery to his sire. Something threatening pushed him to turn back and look what was arriving behind him. There were no screams anymore. The prison was silent as a grave. Grevith's heart beat faster when his eyes were able to see the creature which was no doubt responsible for the lack of visible prisoners in the corridors. It was tall. Tall and huge. It reassured him. Big primates and other inferior species were pathetically slow. "I congratulate you for surviving the challenges posed by your fellow prisoners. Let me grace you." "Silence," to his shock the creature had answered, in perfect Ildari. "You, how? I ate many of your kind." "Silence." The closer the thing approached, the more Grevith could see the thousands of scars and the ravages of poisons and uncountable duels and massacres. How could a lesser creature live through that? My father is a very wealthy and powerful dynast. If you spare me, his benevolence. He tried to jump away, but an arm caught him by the throat. The barbed tongue could not help but shout in disbelief. This kind of speed wasn't possible for a huge brute. If there is something I've learned about your kind in my life, the voice was guttural and utterly devoid of mercy. It is that each and every Eldar in this galaxy is an inveterate liar. In desperation, Grevith tried another tactic. Then believe me, when Maestro Zelian will learn you have killed his heir, his vengeance is going to be terrible. He will begin to murder your home world, and then he will slay your friends, your family, your descendants. More lies. Blue eyes colder than the harshest freezing poison stared at him. I am Rogaldorn and Terra stands. His body exploded in agony and his surroundings dissolved into a storm of blood, his blood and darkness. Grevith agonized, but before he gave his last breath, he could hear his murderer repeat the last two words. Somehow it crushed every thought like an incubi mantra. Terra stands. Extermination countdown. 58 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Surviving Drukhari population in the webway, approximately 175.2 billion. Asuryani killed during the Battle of Kamarak, approximately 1.1 million. Chapter 38, Extermination 8-3 Terra stands. Extermination 8.3. Terra stands. It was a battle we couldn't lose, and yet we lost it, badly. It shouldn't have been possible. Despite the sheer chaos, no pun intended, caused by the disjunctions and the massacres, the human forces were extremely limited in number. Counting the initial fleet, their ground forces, and their reinforcements, these days it is considered a fairly accurate estimate there were less than 100 million Imperial soldiers participating in the Second Fall, and this number is largely considered overblown. Naturally, there were millions of insects helping the enemy. And there was an Ingur army to neutralize as well. But when one considers the gigantic amount of firepower available to the dynasts of Kamarak, and then their subordinates when Elathian and Krail disappeared in the confusion of the conflict, the Ildari should have won. Millions upon millions of warriors had poured into the Dark City. Several craft worlds had begun to reinforce the battered lines. But by the time the last wall of Zelharst collapsed, whatever discipline and overarching strategy had once existed was largely in the process of disintegration. Yes, Dynast Maestro Zelian was still alive, had taken the mantle of Supreme Commander over the Dynast forces, and was coordinating the defense of many sub-realms against the invaders. If only this Supreme Commander was not a complete moron fond of executing his subordinates to divert attention from his disastrous blunders. The hierarchy and the communication had completely collapsed. Desertion was killing armies faster than our enemies did. Deprived of many aristocratic commanders, leaders fought each other for the command of a raiding force or an army, and generally up dying under artillery fire before agreeing to a new general. By this point, tens of thousands of slaves had launched their uprisings. The slave masters had considered themselves artists when it came to tormenting their prisoners with the small flicker of hope. The tortures they had inflicted were now repaid a millionfold in a short amount of time. The civil war between Zelian and Vect forces continued to rage, though it had moved from Low Kamarak to High Kamarak. Fighting in the former subrealm remained fierce though, as remnants of She-Who-Thirst's power and masterless mercenary warbands pillaged and killed for their own glory. Many Ildari survivors after this dark cycle focus on the kill count of Maelsha Eildanan and tended to dismiss everything else. Which is a mistake, in my opinion. The Queen of the Swarm brought us to our knees with the Mark of Kamarak, but she couldn't have ensured the survival of her army for so long if we hadn't made it easy for her. While there are no precise records, and there never will be, it is entirely plausible that over 10 billion Ildari died at the hands of other Ildari during the Second Fall. We were cornered in the very subrealms which were our home, and at that moment when we should have amazed the galaxy with our power and the might of our forces, we did not rise to the challenge. As Zelharst suffered the wrath of the Angel of Death, the situation had stopped being merely disastrous and became hellishly untenable. Many of Homunculi covens tried to implement their evacuation plans, a move which evidently infuriated many Dynast loyalists and didn't take into account the fact that the gates leading into and exiting Kamarak were now overcrowded due to the destruction and the capture of the primary ports. The catastrophe was further amplified as the servants of She-Who-Thirsts broke through into several sub-realms, generating more panic and bloodbaths as millions of Ildari reacted individually or in small groups, their only acknowledged goal saving their souls and their skins. The armies of Kamarak and the Webway could have overcome these problems. We had the numbers, the firepower, and the knowledge of the Webway where the battles were fought. But the Dynast armies were fighting on 5 fronts. Blackheart, Ingur, She-Who-Thirsts, civil strife, and the humans were all coming from different directions, and at some point, a wise Supreme Commander should have understood this reality and tried to take it into account. Unfortunately, the Dynast in charge was Maestro Zelian, and while his cruelty and punishments were rightly feared, his skill in coordinating multiple armies over multiple sub-realms could rightly be considered below average. Many warriors went further and outright called him unfit to command anything larger than a colony of slugs. The worst immediate consequence was undoubtedly his effect on morale. At a time where millions died under the artillery cannons and a gigantic sacking of Kamarak was occurring, when morale and faith were at rock bottom, the presence of a leader having a plan to save us would have made all the difference. The enemy had Mailsha Ildanan, and for even the lowliest soldier, her leadership and her sheer presence were going to carry them to victory. Every Ildari on the battlefield, from the thousands cycle-old commanders to the hastily armed conscripts, were convinced that defeat was unavoidable as they reeled from the series of disasters ravaging the Dark City. In the end, it probably made all the difference. Port Shard and Port Carmine were gone. The Port of Lost Souls was in enemy hands. Zelharst and Mar Lych had been crushed militarily. And the counterattacks faltered. The core spur, the traditional seat of power of Kamaraka's rulers, was now open to direct attack. And each of the choices Zelian and Vect had taken in the past to engineer their supremacy was revealing itself to be a poisoned dagger. We had lost Kamarak. The only questions worth asking now were how many of us were going to survive to see the aftermath of it, and which enemy would claim the ashes of the sub-realms. I am Aurelia Melis. I was there when Zelian's spire was disintegrated. When legends walk, do not stand in their path, anonymous guard soldier, Battle of Kamarak. It is a major understatement to say that the limited reinforcements granted to Operation Caribbean were the source of a lot of controversies, accusations, and problems in the later years. These criticisms and influence struggles happened despite the representatives of the Adeptus Custodes personally taking the responsibility for having launched the sneak attack on Kamarak without informing the nearby sectors and closest Imperial bases. Caught off guard, the Imperial Navy and all the other organizations did their best to send as many warships as was humanly possible to deploy to Pavia. Unfortunately for the brave soldiers of His Most Holy Majesty, arming entire battle groups and refueling a battle fleet is a time-consuming process, and by the non-classified navigator testimonies, we now know that the calm around the Pavia system was a thing of the past. Adding these factors to the obvious difficulty of maneuvering fleets in what had a mere 2 days ago been a true space battlefield between the Imperium and the Pavia pirates, and the reinforcements to the scouring of Kamarak arrived in extremely dispersed order. The call had resonated from astropathic choir to astropathic choir, and every captain able to divert from his or her course did so. Unlike what the legend claims, the battle barge Fukin's Wrath was not the first rescue warship to pass through the Eversprings Gate, it was the second. Chronologically, the reinforcements for the first phases of the fighting were, in parenthesis the arrival hour in the Port of Lost Souls compared to the Mark of Kamarak. Imperial Navy Destroyer Loyal Investigator Tempestus Battle Group Acacia, 77 hours before Mach. Salamander Mechanicus Rescue Fleet Ref AJ 6431C3X, 75 hours before Mach. Imperial Navy Corvette Prince of Pelicans Ultima Battle Group Acacia, 73 hours before Mach. Astartes Strike Cruiser Wrath of Sanguinius Flesh Tears Chapter, 70 hours before Mach. Star Galleon Aurica Orpheus Rogue Trader Lady Magdalena Orpheus, 65 hours before Mach. Imperial Navy Light Cruiser Sirius Tempestus Battle Group Desateria, 64 hours before Mach. Adeptus Mechanicus Explorator Flotilla Delta II Metallica Forge World Strength, 1 cruiser, 4 destroyers, 63 hours before Mach. Frat Eris Templar Destroyer Holy Thunderbolt Heeltine Diocese, 62 hours before Mach. Imperial Navy Flotilla Broadsword Tempestus Battle Group Desateria Strength, 10 destroyers, 59 hours before Mach. Rogue Trader Cruiser The Last Opera Rogue Trader Great Duchess Olivia Cheshire, 58 hours before Mach. Adeptus Mechanicus Cruiser Machine Myrmidon Atanix Triumvirate Forge World, 56 hours before Mach. List continues on page 20. But as the Imperial forces reinforced their position in the burning Dark City, battle was joined in front of another webway gate. Extract from The Scouring of Kamarak, by L.U. Braganza, 330M35. Terra stands. Words attributed to the Primarch Sanguinius, Siege of Terra, M31. The Warp. Crystal Labyrinth. Thought for the day, all demons are falsehood. They are lies given the shape of creatures by the fell power of chaos. Impossible Fortress. A large portion of humanity, for all its other major flaws, had long since understood killing the messenger arriving with bad news was a stupid idea. Unfortunately for the demons having the temerity to displease the changer of the ways, Tsianch understood it too. Proper punishment began and ended with change. Sometimes being blasted apart by one of the four like Gurn did was definitely less dolorous than the kind of mutations the Great Conspirator reserved for its defeated minions. As a consequence, the Duke of Change which had been charged with overseeing the campaign of Pavia didn't look like a Duke of Change at all now that Tsianch had unleashed some of its pent-up aggression for the litany of bad news the Architect of Fate had received following the catastrophic conclusion of the Shadow Point. The bird's head had been replaced with a curious hybrid of lemming and platypus. The body could have passed for a pig, if it weren't for the blue fur with zebra coloration moving randomly across it. And the paws themselves had more in common with the bears than any farm animals. It was kind of obvious, but Tsianch was really angry. Many demons in the Impossible Fortress were mutated beyond recognition. Exits vanished and millions of eldritch entities were trapped inside labyrinths, mazes, or libraries filled to the brink with demon-eating books. But the changer of the ways was not the Dark Prince of Excess. The opportunity seized by the anathema of the humans had only been possible because the four had been, in hindsight, too overconfident with space-time paradoxes involving souls. The architect of fate was not going to let the being besieged on the golden throne try this method a second time once the current disaster was over. The Master of Fortune cursed the anathema, a scream so violent it mutated 99 sorcerers across the galaxy with additional limbs and tentacles, leading to the birth of a cult known as the Spawn Hour. 9 daemon worlds imploded, before beginning a tentative rebuilding process which would take 99 years or 99 minutes. Civilizations and cultures tainted with change unleashed atomic weapons on their own citizenry. Mutations went rampant and mad psychers rose to power before being consumed by their own powers. Trillions of plans and billions of plots were now in ruins, for the future they had been supposed to guide was no more. The grand tapestry of fate was reduced to ashes, and what was coming to life to replace it was changing so fast not even one of the four could manipulate it deftly. Xianch loved change. Xianch loathed this change that he was unable to master and use for its own purposes. Still, the changer of the ways could already see some of the threats the anathema had prepared for Slaanesh. A generous ally would have tried to help the youngest god, or at least warn the doom of the Eldar that the actions ordered at Comorak and elsewhere were utterly counterproductive. Xianch was not a generous ally, and in this particular instance the ever-plotting Lord of Sorcerers had decided to do what a myriad of civilizations would have classified as stop throwing good money after bad. The expeditions of the Thousand Suns in the Webway were commanded to retreat to real space immediately, beginning with the one commanded by Ozak Ahriman. Retreat orders were also transmitted to the scintillating legions. Of the 9 legions guarding Khalastar and the siege of the Terran Webway, only one remained behind. Several warp storms and time cults were coldly sacrificed in pyres of blue flames by the timeless architect of fate. Change could be pragmatic, and Xianch was change. The wheel had turned against the Master of Fortune, but there would be other battles, other destiny points. The anathema had burned half of the painting and the other was going to be drowned in light. But a new artwork would take its place, and the changer of the ways would be there to shape it thread after thread. A last paradox remained. The abomination that billions of chaos cultists worshipped shivered in fury. But the thread didn't disappear, and letting it remain in the great game would undoubtedly cause more problems down the line than it would ever provoke during this particular clash of fates. The thread was cut. And for the first time since the Horus Heresy, a warp storm disappeared as if it had never existed, leaving a trail of dead worlds, ruins beyond counting, trillions of extinguished lives, and a single warship. Xianch seethed and resumed plotting. Let the anathema win this battle. The architect of fate would win the long war. The warp. Navigator Lully Vegdom. Ironically, it was this damn pain in his back which informed him he was still alive. Lully coughed and coughed, before opening his eyes. To his relief, everything appeared to be in the same state it had been before he lost consciousness. By that, he meant the room was a war zone and the bloodstains where 5 other navigators had lost their lives were still there. In all the turmoil, it had been easy to forget this dirty evidence of violence was ever there. There had been other priorities at the time. And there were others now. Lully coughed before repeating the mantras of his house 3 times and once more opening his third eye, dreading in advance what he was going to find. Obviously, the Geller fields had been restored since the latest horrifying incident, but that did not mean everything was well. The first impression was disturbing. The currents were not those of the region he remembered. The warp storms he had tried to avoid were nowhere in sight. The deluge of horrors vomited out by the Empyrean had diminished in intensity and changed. Lully Vegdom didn't recognize anything. Over the course of his distinguished career, he had memorized hundreds of maps his magisterial house was famed for, and many others his associates and family weren't supposed to have access to. And yet none of the maps were of any use in this situation. Everything was wrong, save one thing. The navigator began to shed tears, not of pain, but of pure joy. No matter how many betrayals had occurred, no matter how many years had passed in real space, the Astronomicon still shone over the galaxy. Terra stands, Lully whispered, though no one would be able to hear him as this level's inhabitants had been transformed into meat and corpses by the latest demonic incursion. Praise the Emperor. The warp storms had diminished and the currents were wrong, but using a point of reference, he was sure he could calculate a new course to a naval base. They wouldn't be able to reach Terra, they were too far away, but... Something brilliant illuminated his room, and for a second the navigator stood there unmoving, blinking, and unable to process what he was seeing. A tall golden-armored figure was in front of him. It was utterly impossible, of course. More than a dozen reinforced armored doors stood between him and any intruder, and the Geller fields were still active. But the angelic figure was here. Lully knew instantly it was the great angel, and at the same time it wasn't. It was all the purity, the compassion, and the nobility of the Primarch, but at the same time it was not him. His third eye revealed this was a true being of light beneath the golden armor. There was no sign of flesh or mortal presence. The pain in his back and chest was progressively getting more bearable. The being of light didn't speak. An armored finger was raised and instantly a destination was there in his mind. There was no word of comfort, no praise, and yet the navigator heard them nonetheless. He had a choice to make. All the while knowing the wounds he had received when his son-in-law decided to stab them in the back, quite literally in his case, were going to kill him sooner or later. Lully-Vigdam blinked and suddenly the angel was not here anymore, but fading golden mist informed him it hadn't been a hallucination. Only in death does duty end, these shouldn't be the words a navigator should live by, but there were worse ones in this galaxy of untold horrors. Typing in 3 extremely elaborate codes, Lully reopened the communications with the bridge. And at the other end, he heard the gruff voice of Captain Castor. The trap was near foolproof. But it takes only one to claim vengeance, Lully finished. It is good to hear your voice again, Lord Navigator. We feared the worst after the latest incursion. Captain, the Astronomicon shines once more. And there is a battle waiting for us. In all likelihood, the translation back to real space was going to be the death of him. But he was not going to die in the Sea of Souls. And sometimes it was relief enough to give everything for the sake of the Imperium. Segmentum Tempestus. Desaterian Gulf Subsector. 57 hours before the mark of Kamarak. High Commissar Lion Gregor. Usually, Lion didn't tolerate anyone shouting profanities in his presence. It was undignified and unprofessional. They were in the Imperial Guard of His Most Divine Majesty, not in some sort of sordid bar or underhive slum. In this instance, however, the High Commissar had to admit the man next to him had valid reasons to be furious. What in the name of the 10,000 hell polecats are they thinking? General Callum MacLean shouted with the full power of his lungs. Operator, ask for a new communication to be opened. I am going to challenge this bastard to a duel. The words would have brought a smile to his face, if the hot-blooded red-haired man hadn't already drawn his massive sword that for some reason escaping him the Desaterians insisted on calling a claymore and indeed looked ready to order for a transport and go duel the one who had insulted him to the death. General. Enough. Venting your anger in private when sufficiently provoked was fine, but Lion was not going to tolerate an action going against the reputation and the interests of the Astrum Militarum. General Callum MacLean muttered a few words under his breath which certainly weren't polite or appropriate for noble company, but Lion Gregor let it go. After all, he wasn't sure the target of these insults didn't deserve them. My apologies, High Commissar, the red-haired guard veteran grumbled. It was not professional of me. But I will not take back my words. We don't have the strength to attack the Webway Gate. And like I said before, I totally support your strategic analysis of the situation. The problem, mused the High Commissar, was that in the ruckus of the announcement of the Kamarak invasion people had totally forgotten about the Desaterian Gulf and the Webway Gate opened there. To be fair, it was a completely sound decision. The gate which had been captured at Pavia had been taken intact by Imperial forces. The one which was in the Desaterian Gulf was still in enemy hands. The enemy's nauseating presence was fairly minor compared to what it had been a few days ago when it had captured the Forge Hammer. But it was still an impressive Xenos battle group, 1 battleship, 3 cruisers, and over 40 light attack craft. Since everything able to make safe warp translations was on its way to Pavia, what Callum MacLean and Lion Gregor had available to find and capture the Webway Gate was 1 obsolete destroyer and 20 military transports carrying the 230,000 men of the Desaterian Munitorum Tithe. Given the correlation of forces, the best solution would be to imitate the rest of the Navy and Astartes reinforcements, and use their warp engines to reach Pavia. Or it would have been, if the transports had navigators, which wasn't the case. The Desaterian system had been hit hard by Drukari raids, and the murderous Long-Ears had entertained themselves by leading the guard on futile hunts while they tortured their astropaths and navigators. As a result, there wasn't a single navigator left to allow them to travel to Pavia, and they lacked the strength to assault the Desaterian Gate with any realistic chance of success. They still lacked it now, but good luck convincing the master of the battle barge abhorrence of that. They are completely mad, General MacLean repeated for the 3rd time in an hour. The Long-Ears have the speed and mobility advantage. These pirates and monsters aren't going to stay on top of the gate as they charge. The moment they stop laughing, they will cripple the abhorrence like they disabled the Forge Hammer. And this time, they aren't going to bother towing it back to Kamarak. I know, Lion replied in a cold tone with a hint of reprimand. But whether or not the Black Templars succeed or fail in their endeavor, please refrain from challenging an Emperor's champion in personal combat. General Callum MacLean was an excellent duelist with a claymore in his hands. But he wasn't that good. They will fail, the Desaterian retorted with steel-like determination. Save a miracle of the God Emperor, Marshal Hermann Malberg and his crusaders won't be able to do more than scream at the closed gate, if they're lucky. Archon Vipus Krajurid. What is taking you so long, incompetent wretches? The Ildari Archon hissed, holding his favorite dagger tightly in his right hand and a whip in his left while the corpses of 3 slaves surrounded him. You had more than 1,000 heartbeats to reconfigure the flux of this gate. Grand Archon, the modifications are complex and we don't have the plans or help from Vex artisans. We need more time. The useless Vatspawn protested. You have 100 heartbeats, Vipos bared his teeth. Past this deadline, I will start torturing your team one by one until you give me a satisfactory result. The communication was cut and the last Krajurid fell on his flayed skin-covered couch with a sigh. Honestly, the nerve of these imbeciles. They promised a lot, but when the time came to back up their boasts with real deeds, there were suddenly far fewer people willing to present themselves in front of him. They must reconfigure the tunnel, the courtesan he had invited for a night of pleasure in his personal quarters declared. Otherwise the battle will long be over by the time we reach Kamarak. True, if only they had been able to take some of Vex agents alive. They could have discovered how they had changed the time dilatation characteristics of the gate. Since they hadn't, they had to do it the old-fashioned way, and judging by the last cycles, the wretches he was paying were far less intelligent than the mongrels Vex had hired for this task. The Monday Key battleship. It's still accelerating in our direction, Supreme Archon, the black-robed servant of Valhilatu replied. It will be in range to fire at us soon. We will be able to destroy these primates long before they're able to figure out our tactics. No matter what outlandish rumors came out of Kamarak, here and now they had a slow and clumsy Monday Key ship unable to catch them or find them if they played to their strengths. Imagine, if we succeed where Vex has failed. A purple eyebrow was raised. The primates have just proven they are perfectly able to find some forgotten webway gates and use it for a devastating invasion of Kamarak. So excuse me if I don't share your optimism. I think we should pass through the gate and close it. You might not capture more slaves, but your hulls have tens of thousands of primates and other morsels in them. And what's the problem if you don't arrive in time for? No. Vipos interrupted her forcefully. I will return to the Dark City in time to massacre the Monday Key brutes. I will win the dynast's crown which is mine by right. His mother had been the fifth concubine of Ultimate Archon Krail Lach, and while he had not been permitted to take the name of the Blue Sun's master, he was still a prince of Kamarak by blood and might of arms. I think it is too risky. Lord Archon. The modifications have been cancelled. The gate is reconfigured for the use of your sublime fleet. Vipos Krajurid laughed loudly. At last. If he'd known some serious threats were all it took to motivate the wretches, he would have done it sooner. Contacting his senior warriors, the Archon ordered them to regroup in a new offensive formation. We crush the arrogance of the Monday Key in this system and enslave them, he told the cowardly courtesan, hoping she would be better in bed than at guessing the outcome of his grand projects. Then we return to Kamarak and humiliate their friends. It is simplicity. Alarms blared and the joyous bloodbath shook violently, as if explosive ordnance had barely missed it. By Cain's bowels, what have the useless gate artisans done now? If they had damaged the gate, they were going to pay for it with hundreds of cycles of torture. But before he had the time to do more than think about leaving his personal quarters, a rising maelstrom of Empyrean energy opened in the void extremely close to his fleet. Evasive action. He screamed on his personal communicator. Evasive action. Enemy incoming at killing ground range. Vipos knew from the start it was going to be extremely close, especially if it was another Monday Key warship. But hopefully the first evasive action would confuse. The Archon's thoughts abruptly stopped as he saw the huge prow, followed by an equally monstrous mass of metal and weapons coming out of the great ocean. What was this thing? Take evasive action and prepare to return to Kamarak. We returned to Kamarak. Forget the Monday Key brutes, we. The enemy fired, and his world exploded in flames. The Ildari Admiral had just enough time to see his bedwarmer severely wounded by many splinters before getting propelled against the door and losing consciousness. How long he stayed that way, Vipos Krajurid didn't know, but when he opened his eyes again, it was to scream in pain as marvelous suffering was assaulting every part of his body. You were right, disciple of Valhilatu. We should have closed the gate. The apology came too late. The lifeless eyes of the courtesan in a growing pool of blood were not looking at him. The Archon smelled blood, and the pungent odor of smoke. He felt more than heard the moment artificial gravity generated in the entrails of the joyous bloodbath failed. Vipos tried to rise, and realized neither his legs nor his arms were responding. Maybe it's fitting. No one will remember us, save our enemies. The young noble tried to laugh once more, but he spat more blood, and strangely the pain was getting less and less pleasant. The end of times wasn't supposed to be like this. He was feeling them now. The claws of she who thirsts were severing his soul from his flesh. His eyes rose a last time and he saw the unbelievably large battleship advance into the debris fields of what had been his fleet. It was really ugly, by Cain, and what sort of advanced civilization used a name like Flame Rot? Vipos Krajurid laughed and died. Marshal Hermann Malberg. A miracle. It was a miracle of the God Emperor. Praise his light, for we live in an era of miracles. Hermann exclaimed. There undoubtedly would be many heretics at this moment who would try to voice another opinion and spread doubts in the minds of the faithful. But both as a loyal servant of His Most Divine Majesty and a marshal of the Black Templars, he knew this was a miracle. The Flame-wrought, flagship of the Salamander's Legion, had returned from the ashes of Istvan to punish the Xenos and the traitors once more. It was a holy day for the Imperium, and the fact the Gloriana-class battleship was busy annihilating the Eldar fleet which had protected the Desaterian Gate a couple of minutes ago was clear proof of the God Emperor's designs. It is just. It is righteous. Castellan Marienburg declared. The soul of the 18th Legion was offended by the treachery visited upon the Forge Hammer and the noble sons of Nocturne. The soul of the 18th Legion will punish the vermin of Camarak. No mercy. Emperor's champion Gottfried Montfort shouted. No remorse. Dozens of Black Templars on the Abhorrence's bridge continued. No fear. Hermann had never felt so alive and invigorated. Contact the guard transports. They will follow us, or I will kill them for their abject cowardice. Yes, Marshal. 300 years old, and it seemed there were still things in the galaxy which could surprise him. But it was for the best. His light could find them anywhere in the galaxy and lead his champions to victory. I am Hermann Malberg, Marshal of the Black Templars. The white-black armored space marine repeated the words generations of marshals had spoken before him. By the will of the God Emperor, enemies of mankind challenge our blades. Suffer not the unclean to live. A saint fights in the burning spires of Camarak. Uphold the honor of the God Emperor. Abominations and sorcerers have been allowed to fester in that realm of darkness for too long. Abhor the witch. Destroy the witch. We will be outnumbered 1,000,000,000. The armies and fleets of the perfidious Eldar will assail us in untold numbers. Accept any challenge, no matter the odds. Brothers, in the name of beloved Sigismund, First High Marshal, I proclaim the Camarak Crusade. For the God Emperor. We shall know no fear. For the God Emperor. Heart of the Webway. Camarak. Course Spur. 56 hours before the mark of Camarak. General Taylor Hebert. Invading Corspur in less than 2 days had been a massive gamble from the start. Contrary to what some administrative idiots claimed, moving an army from point A to point B was not simple, and the problems increased when you had to fight every step of the way. The logistical issues alone were bad. The military priorities made the situation even worse. As tempting as it was to scream charge, and deploy all her forces in a mad adventure, many forces had to be left behind in the ruins of Zelhars to make sure the future retreat wouldn't be done under enemy bombardment. Thus the 10th and 12th Skitarii legions had been ordered to build imposing fortifications in the citadel realm they had just brought low, helped by the engineering corps, while Skitarii and elements of the 1st and the 2nd Army eliminated the remnants of Eldar and mercenary resistance. Legio Defensor, supported by houses Beaumaris and Sablis, was wrecking the infrastructure of Camarak which had survived the assault so far. And she might as well count the 11th Skitarii legion among these numbers too. They had taken heavy losses and most of their offensive power had been exhausted, largely on its way back to the port of Lost Souls with a terrible 40% casualties, most of them fatal. This logically diminished the firepower at her disposal to 3 Skitarii legions, though of course the 1st and 2nd were among the largest Mechanikus armies available and the 6th had been mostly kept in reserve until now. Still, until now the gamble had paid off. The enemy had been paralyzed by command issues and the units which had tried to assault her lines had done so using idiotic and piecemeal attacks. This was good, because there hadn't been a plan B or C to accomplish the major objectives and no, Trazen didn't count as plan T. Taylor had to rely on the shock and fury of the assault, hope the diversionary attacks at Mar Lych and Udarak convinced the enemy leadership to divert significant forces from Corspur, and pray it would be enough. Objectives H and I, which in many ways were one and the same really, could not be accomplished without the core gate, and the core gate was in Corspur. This made the neutralization of the spires and its defences an absolute priority. It had worked well. The Heracles Wardens and their new reinforcement had neutralized the forces covering the gate before continuing their missions. The first spires and macro-weaponry batteries had been neutralized by her swarm. In a matter of minutes, the Guard, Space Marines, and Frat Eris Templar had begun delivering the punishment which had already been administered to the port of Lost Souls, made all the more effective by the fact this sub-realm had larger concentrations of population. It had worked well, until now. Of all the sights she had expected to be confronted with at the beginning of this campaign, an immense Biltan army blocking her way to her main objective was not one of them. What must I do to make sure these treacherous long ears will stop following me? It took her a second to realize she had spoken aloud. I think total extermination of their race should be a good beginning, my lady, Kratos replied eagerly and predictably. It was a sad thing when she couldn't find it in herself to disagree with her bloodthirsty champion. Honestly, what was it going to take for these imbecilic long ears to stop coming after her? They had lost an entire fleet in the Battle of the Death Star, and if Wolfgang's report was correct, they had lost another one at Port Shard. To risk so many warships like this, they should have a reservoir of manpower and hulls bigger than the Imperial navies, and the Insect Mistress knew for certain this wasn't the case. But their madness didn't matter. They stood between her and the core gate, and judging by the psychic energy seeping into Corspur, the abominations were on their way as well. There wasn't enough time to bleed the Eldar in a long artillery duel or a series of flanking maneuvers. Assuming we survive this battle, I am going to make sure their damned craft world pays the price for their interference, Taylor promised. The official doctrine of the Imperial Navy and the other military adept uses was to avoid provoking battles with the moon-sized ships of the Long Ears as long as they didn't cause too many problems, but Biltan had never recognized this informal agreement, and the last few years had proven this galaxy was too small for humans and the Long Ears to coexist. The Basileia of Nyx didn't know how she was going to do it or how many favors she would need to trade, but Biltan was going to burn for their actions. There are tens of thousands of them, Gamaliel declared. It's not going to be an easy battle. No, she agreed, but we don't have a choice. We must break through. At least some of the Long Ears had been sufficiently moronic to believe an aerial sneak attack would work and had been gunned down by the anti-air cannons of the Mechanikus. It was going to be very, very ugly. There were maybe 5 or 6 large streets to advance through, and they were far from empty of debris, abandoned vehicles, and corpses. Moreover, the Eldar were waiting for them, and she couldn't even count on them being intelligent enough to avoid using their psyker powers. My centipedes will engage first. At the very least they were going to bleed the Xenos and decrease the initial amount of casualties. Then the Hemoveries and the Ants. The 1st Skitarii Legion will follow with the 12th Division of Major General Weiss. The attack began immediately, and the Basilisks and the rest of the Imperial artillery expended a lot of the shells they had kept in reserve for this rain of fire. The centipedes rushed in, only for most of them to be struck down by a blue-green storm that was definitely not natural. They are completely mad. Epistolary Aslan exclaimed. The Immaterium is howling it. The psychic storm ended a couple of seconds later, but it was too late. Already she could see several pink abominations had mingled with the white armors and were butchering their way through the ranks. Breaches had been created between the webway and the warp, and the corrupting touch of the ruinous powers was beginning to be felt. Forget this. Attack. Attack before they kill us all. In one command she unleashed everything she had kept in reserve in this sub-realm. The biggest centipedes, hundreds of thousands of Sonora bees, millions of Catachan ants, an unending tide of razor beetles and more mosquitoes, flies, hornets and average insects than a world should be able to contain. For the God Emperor. Attack. Guardsmen and Space Marines, Frateris Templar and Skitarii, they all charged as the artillery barrage shifted forward. In a concert of screaming and howling, new gates opened and tens of thousands more aspect warriors poured into Corspur. It was a slaughter. Despite all she had done to prepare her men, despite everything her insects could do, hundreds of men were slaughtered like they were nothing. Baying demons came out of nowhere to fight the stubborn ogrins of Commissar Colonel Gerald. The Fey 25th Infantry was literally decimated, losing 9 out of 10 men in 10 minutes. The Montgomery 6th didn't hesitate to throw itself into the gap and massacre dozens of Eldar Graf tanks, though their Rust tanks were eviscerated by nanofilaments and armor-piercing ammunition. They killed tens of thousands of Eldar and banished thousands of abominations, but somehow there always seemed to be more surging from the gates to take their place. The shrieking Eldar assaulted the Buxanua's 7th in a direct attempt to attack her, only to be intercepted by the Hell Spiders and the cavalrymen of T. Sakapek. The recently arrived flesh tearers filled the gap, killing hundreds of white and green armors. The world exploded in evil and flames, and Taylor felt herself be slammed to the ground. She did not fall unconscious thankfully, but that realization was cold comfort, as when Gavriel helped her back to her feet it was him who had pushed her aside, it was to see Sergeant Jonas unmoving on the battlefield and a strange black-armored enemy standing over him with bloodied blades. No. Light struck the Eldar and annihilated it in the next instant. 4 of the Long Ears having ambushed them shared the same fate. Over 1,000 insects were ordered to sacrifice themselves upon the nebula's shard, and the next second Taylor poured in more and more energy into it, slaughtering rank after rank of Long Ears. Damn the consequences. Damn the potential mental or physical alterations it might give her. Damn them. They wanted a battle? She was going to give them a battle. A mental order later all the newborn Hemoveries which had been hidden in the growing mountain of corpses exploded from their flesh cocoons, and the ambules opened new tunnels for hundreds of thousands of insects to participate in the battle. Stop. Stop. I am Farseer. One of her dreadnought beetles decapitated the figure with a brilliant white scepter. Maybe he had tried to surrender. Maybe not. Anyway, she didn't care. They had killed one of her Dawnbreaker guards, and dozens of guardsmen and guardswomen of the Fey 20th had also perished. Dead to protect her. Dead because these Long Ears had decided to try to screw her over. Dead because Biltan wanted an empire. Well, she was going to give it to them. When it was over, Biltan would reign over an empire of ash and corpses. You were right, Kratos. The massacre will only cease once they're all lying dead at my feet. The para-human woman approached Jonas and fell to her knees. As she had feared, there was nothing she could do. Bacta and advanced medical technology could do many things, but over a dozen lethal wounds had pierced the Mark 7 power armor. Jonas was dead and his incredible drawing skills were lost forever. Bring him back to the Enterprise, she ordered a nearby Magos as her swarm continued to slaughter Biltan's soldiery by the thousands. Bring all the loyal sons of the Emperor you can. We will not abandon them in this hellhole. Yes, chosen of the Omnissiah. Inform Archmagos Dominus Zyarch 33io that he can begin the nuclear bombardment of the second northern quadrant. And if the Biltan armies come from that side too, make sure they burn. Archmagos Dismirius Lankovar. During a very tiny minority of processing cycles, Dismirius wondered what sort of threat he had unleashed upon the galaxy by meeting Taylor Hebert. These moments of doubts never lasted long, obviously. In the last decade, forces under his command had found more precious archaeotech than all the explorators of Stygies 8 combined. Clearly the young saint was accomplishing the will of the Omnissiah. Praise the great machines and the blessed cog. The armies of Biltan have withdrawn from the battlefield, the junior Archmagos reported, though their motives are as incomprehensible as their previous ones. The golden-armored woman laughed, and it was not with the pitch she used to congratulate subordinates or a sound of happiness. It was vindication, and the light surrounding her flared brighter. I think the Long-Ears have figured that if they do not help the inhabitants of Kumarak against the demonic invasions, they won't see another dawn. Moreover, we had their measure here. A few more minutes, and the Iron Drakes would have been in range of their farceurs. Lankovar nodded, though he noticed there was no mention of the losses which had been suffered winning this costly victory. It was true the large suburb of Kumarak which had been fought over was now covered in Eldar corpses, both of the Asuryani and Drukari subspecies. No Mechanicus Logis had tried to establish formal numbers, but it was going to be in the hundreds of thousands, at least. But this victory had been paid for in blood. The 6th Skitarii Legion had been crippled, the 12th Division of the Imperial Guard had seen its frontline troops butchered and most of its companies annihilated. Many knights were now in desperate need of repair, and the blessed war machines destroyed were numbered in the hundreds. Space Marines, heroes all, had died to protect the Basileia General. The dead guardsmen numbered in the tens of thousands. Dismirius couldn't see her face under the golden helmet, but he doubted there was a smile or a kind expression. Taylor Hebert had taken the death of several of her bodyguards hard and her revenge had been apocalyptic. He had heard the words from the lips of the survivors of this fight. Millions upon millions of insects had poured onto the battlefield, submerging the Xenos, slaughtering everything in their path. Blasts of light had wiped out enemy champions. Hailstorms of crystal had consumed the Eldar Psychers. The Biltan army had died under the unending tide of insects, but Dismirius knew it would not bring back the dead. Nothing would. And the 2nd Legion was paying the price too. Since the invasion raid had started, over 30% of its Skitarii and war machines had become casualties of war. But they continued to fight. Orders had been given, and as long as the objectives remained mechanically feasible, the Adeptus Mechanicus would continue the fight. Important caches of technology, including objects presenting the characteristics of STC templates, have been found in all conquered regions of Kumarak, the Nyx Master of Exploration informed the Insect Mistress, though in all likelihood she had been informed of it well before he was. Several tech priests of Phaeton found extremely impressive archaeotech weapons and what looked to be schematics for a fusion reactor in the Krail Latch vaults. The Griffon Magi of Archmagos Dominus Basilic Delta 90 Ballista have acquired what appears to be a STC for energy blades. A Skitarii Macroclade of the 1st Legion has discovered a damaged tractor assembling machine which might be a standard constructor. The Akatrin Mechanicus. The Basileia made a hand gesture and he stopped listing the incredible discoveries. I have no doubt this expedition is extremely productive from a STC acquisition perspective. His superior told him. And congratulations on finding one yourself. But the complete report can wait. There are more Eldar armies mustered against us, and we're still 1 kilometer away from the location where the core gate is waiting for us. Just make sure all templates and archaeotech reach the port of Lost Souls. I am more worried about the state of Objective I. Why was it that every time they found an incredible piece of archaeotech, the military situation was complicated? Dismirius regretted for a second not being able to declare that the template he had personally found was in all likelihood the plans of an advanced orbital space elevator, before replying to the point raised by the chosen of the Omnissiah. The stasis fields are still functional, the Stygies 8-born tech priest assured Lady Weaver, as arachnid-looking Eldar flickered into existence, only to be massacred by the combined fire of the Guard and the Dawnbreaker Guard. And my experts have been able to recharge the generator for a few more hours. The container will hold long enough. But let it be known I have my reservations about this objective. Of all the objectives he had been made privy to, and at the moment it was a large majority, Dismirius couldn't say he liked Objective I at all. Yes, the initial concept was tempting. Who had never dreamed of engineering a plot where the forces of the ruinous powers fought each other and the Imperium profited from their quarrels? But the aquila-marked container they had found in the vaults of Zelharst was something unquestionably wrong, and the Nyxian Archmagos didn't need cogitators and auspexes to arrive at this conclusion. And in practice, the only thing which happened when you tried to set heretical factions against each other was a lot of dead and corrupted tech priests. Stygies 8 had learned this painfully and paid tuition in oil, blood, and broken machines. I won't claim I don't have my reservations, the golden-armored para-human admitted. But whether we managed to finish all the other objectives or not, I understand why the order has been given. Destroying Kamarak will hurt the pink abominations a lot and possibly do more than that, but there are 3 other ruinous powers. And besides, Seraph Gamaliel interjected, it is going to hurt the treacherous vermin of the 17th Legion. Yes, the mistress of the Nyx sector acknowledged. The first heretic will learn treason against the Emperor never prospers. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Citadel of Uter-Rak. 55 hours before the mark of Kamarak. 2nd Naval Secretary Dennis Peters. It was a lovely morning in Uter-Rak. The air was poison. The skies were on fire. The battlefield looked like all the movies Dennis had ever seen about World War I. Translation: there were tens of thousands of craters, millions of corpses in every position imaginable, ranging from strangled in the razor wire to the mutilated and repugnant disintegration into 100 different gory parts. Everybody had taken rebreather masks to not die instantly from the gas and other chemical Xenos attacks. The trenches and the rest of the battlefield were covered in corpses, so many any attempt to count was both an exercise in futility and a completely depressing endeavor. There were Eldar ninja assassins everywhere trying to murder Guard and Mechanicus officers, to the point that taking a few minutes in the rear was dreaded, not desired. On a positive note, the commissars had no problem manning the trenches. In fact, all the staff officers had reported the desertion levels were nearly non-existent. Part of it was due to Taylor's popularity, the other part was because there was nowhere to go. Where was a deserter supposed to flee? The Biltan armies, the Third Army and the other Imperial military forces were fighting killed humans as soon as they fell into their hands. The Kamarak armies behaved far, far worse. Some of the mercenary Xenos ate everything and everyone that had the bad luck to come close to their fangs and paws. No, the port of Lost Souls was the only possible salvation, and the disciplined flow of supplies and evacuations did not allow deserters to pass unnoticed. We will have to abandon the next 2 trench lines, the Howling Griffin representing his captain at the emergency meeting began bluntly. We are too overextended, and the 21st Division can't hold its section anymore. Every officer and tech priest present grimly nodded. The 21st Division had done its best, but the cursed shadowy assassins, the Mandrakes as they were called, had managed to slaughter its upper command, though it had cost them over 30,000 infantry and hundreds of their flying tanks to pierce their lines in the immediate aftermath. Apparently, the aliens had made the mistake to leave Major General Cassander Gorgias alive because he had been busy drowning his sorrows and loudly complaining about his superiors. It had been a colossal mistake. The Donian officer had rallied a few thousands men of Scorpio, a half-mangled Lemon Russ, and held for most of an hour with nothing but sheer grit as the guard line resisted a colossal offensive of the Biltan armies. The cost had been beyond horrifying. The most optimistic estimates were that 80% of the men of Brigade Green Helmets and Brigade Golden Bayonets were dead. All the colonels save Killian of the Nyx 678th Armored were dead. Brigadier General Fuchsie had been slain by a sort of engineered plague which had killed half of the Defiant Heart 102nd Artillery. But Major General Gorgias had fought and died like a hero. According to the reports of the very few survivors, he had taken 8 Eldar with him at the end, and nobody knew how many he had killed before with his flamer. Whatever the faults in his career, Cassander Gorgias had given everything he had for the Imperium and likely saved the Third Army's right flank. The Mordian Marshal had nominated the man for the Ultima Honorifica and the Tempestus Honorifica since they were technically in a contested segmentum jurisdiction in the Star of Terra. The sacrifice of the 21st won't be forgotten, the scarred commanding officer of the Third Army promised all men and women summoned to this emergency council. No sacrifice will be forgotten. The fallen will await us by the Emperor's side, and I agree withdrawing from the next 2 trench lines is the best choice. Despite the Skitarii support, we lack the sheer numbers needed to hold a large front when the enemy is this fanatically determined. At least the Cogboys had finished pillaging and looting the areas of Uter-Rak they had access to, for now. Dennis frowned as the eyes of Maltka turned towards him. Lord Clockblocker, is it possible to activate the Thulha weapon again? The time-stopping para-human grimaced, and not just because he wasn't feeling the humor in his own name when the air was toxic and every tactical decision was measured in the blood of thousands. At the beginning of Caribbean, when everything had seemed so promising and happy, he had decided to continue the use of his para-human name. Now with everything so dark and sinister, the humor and the joke seemed childish. I don't know, he answered truthfully. But I can say it's certainly not going to be pretty. Leet's inventions sometimes work as intended, but the longer they do, the higher the risk of catastrophic malfunction. And Thulha was certainly not something inoffensive. The second naval secretary had no idea why Leet had built this thing, and he wasn't going to brainstorm in an attempt to figure it out. What he knew was that the Tinker had engineered a sort of gelatinous sphere from advanced materials, one he had based on an enemy monster in a video game called Valkyrie Profile. The thing was called a will-o-wisp, and when its HP fell too low, it self-detonated. It also had powerful lightning attacks. Leet being Leet, he had tried to replicate the feat in his lab and boost it. The result was a gelatinous mass about the size of an Astartes sprouting a mass of electrified mechadendrites and other tendrils. Now, obviously, there were far more awful-looking things in Kamarak. There were also more dangerous beasts and traps for that matter. Something that exploded when you tried to bring it down was rather tame compared to some of the horrors the Inquisition was busy dissecting. Unfortunately, that wasn't the end of it. The Thulhu, as it was called by everyone, or the bouncing horror if you were a bit more informal, was very interested in pursuing and feeding on Eldar in general, and each time it seized one, it liquefied it and used it to get bigger. Worse, each self-destruction only led to a big explosion before two newer, smaller Thulhu orbs emerged. It had been a monumental chore neutralizing it once it had broken the last offensive of the Crimson Armors. The Biltan armies still have a lot of Kumarak cannon fodder to increase the weight of their attacks, Lorelei Maltka reminded him. If we use it again, they're going to break. Dennis groaned internally. That was a good point, admittedly. I understand. I am going to see if Thulhu can be deployed as far away from our defenses as possible. Let's return to another pressing point, the Archmagos with the ridiculously long name buzzed as he returned from his visit on the front lines. We have to neutralize the Xenos giant walkers. Aurelia Melis. A Revenant War Walker was one of the most impressive weapons in their delusional craft world cousins' arsenals. It could easily leap over difficult terrain where even grav vehicles would have trouble traveling. Its armament was considerable, with a pair of giant pulsars, multiple missile launchers, and its protection was assured by hollow fields. Frozen in time by some unnatural power, it was completely and utterly worthless. The effect did not last, of course. But by the time it ended, the human artillery had turned its cannons upon the Revenant, and the War Walker was fast, but it could not evade the Holocaust saturating this part of the battlefield. There were jet fighters which were that fast, but a Revenant wasn't. This is the sixth they've brought down. A couple of heartbeats later, the losses in Revenants and Phantoms became a minor issue. Explosions engulfed the battlefield, as the enemy returned to its classic bombardment of their lines. Sonic shrieks echoed as the horrible mass surrounded by electricity bounced a league to their left, spreading slaughter and causing thousands of casualties. Kain damn it! One of the new recruits in crimson armor shouted and climbed out of the trench in order to close in with the enemy. Come face me, Monday Key. Come in. The next explosion interrupted his rant and threw his mangled corpse back into the trench, to the disgust of every surviving veteran present inside it. 2 artillery salvos later, Aurelia saw the next wave of reinforcements, and to her consternation they were from Biltan. By Vyleth, what had she done recently to offend the Dark Muses? I bring the word of Farsukaran, the tallest male declared in a tone that could not be qualified as anything but pompous and full of himself. Who's the commander of this section? I am, Aurelia replied, making a parody of military salute. One might say a lot of things about this battle, but it sure afforded plenty of promotion opportunities. By virtue of having survived from the beginning of this butchery, she had gone from slave to Draken in a few battles. Obviously, it would be a bit better if she had assurances rank was going to guarantee some privilege after the last weapon fired in anger. You? They're sending courtesans on the front lines. Aurelia narrowed her eyes. Now that was just rude. Former slave, actually. I am Aurelia Melis, the new Draken of the Black Trench. And I have a message for you, striking Scorpion. And this is... The Craft World warrior looked singularly unimpressed. Welcome to the end of times. Welcome to Kumarak. Get out of the trench. Get out of the trench. A gigantic form passed over their heads and Aurelia recognized it as one of the massive fire-breathing machine monsters. Already she was moving towards the relative safety of the rear. It was just in time. In the blink of an eye, the trench they had occupied became an inferno and most of the Biltan warriors died screaming as flames consumed their flesh and she who thirsts claimed their souls. Back to the last trench. Hurry. Aurelia commanded to the disparate company she was now the mistress of. What do you think you are doing? Screamed a farser with a bright blue armor once they reached this meager protection. Return to your positions, Kumarak dogs. Return or I swear by Kain I will. Sparkles of power descended on his hand and Aurelia almost froze in horror. No, no, and no. Had these delusional small brains learned nothing? Using warp power now was synonymous with disaster. Her blade was in her hand without thinking about it. In a fluid move, she cut the throat of the farser. Rule 1, oh retarded one, the former slave spat. No sorcery is to be done in Kumarak, ever. We already have handmaidens of she who thirsts rampaging everywhere, we don't need more. Kill her. One of the junior leaders in green gold armor shouted. In answer, her warriors began to fire at the disorganized garbage the Biltan had the gall to call an army. I don't think the Biltan leaders are going to be very happy about we've just done. Laughed one of the rare wishes who had survived to be integrated under her command when the last Biltan corpse stopped twitching. No, they won't, Aurelia didn't care for these idiots, truly. But for some reason which totally escaped her, the Farsers and their minions the Aspect warriors seemed convinced throwing army after army into Kumarak was a fine idea. Oh, they were hurting the humans, no doubt about it. But the Asuryani were bleeding in the process too. The air was saturated with toxic fumes and quantities of substances the dynasts had ordered produced for torture purposes. The battlegrounds were covered in corpses of every species, but the Ildari numbers lying dead on this battlefield largely overwhelmed the dead of every other species. Wrecks of tanks, downed flyers, and failed defensive protections were everywhere. All of this had been sculpted into a realm of crashed spires and broken walls. Here and there were the structures of destroyed slave markets, some noble's idea of a private residence, or jet fighter's landing pad. And in the middle of this, the human artillery continued to fire, the supercannons ravenously sending hundreds of thousands of Ildari lives to inglorious deaths while the lesser pieces crushed everything they targeted. It was chaos. It was the ruin of Kymarak. And Aurelia knew she had had enough of it. There weren't any overseers left. The Zelian Crimson Guard was nowhere in sight. The farcer she had just killed had been a section leader, and he was dead. We withdraw to the core spur. That way they would have an idea how bad the battle was going, and she would be able to recruit more survivors to her cause. Ildari who like her and her company had had enough of these arrogant bastards of dynasts and farcers. You won't hear an objection from me, Draken, a former artisan replied. I have just one question. Where are the damned spirit stones of the aspect warriors we've just killed? Aurelia turned her head and realized the red-armored recruit was right, where the familiar light of the spirit stones should have shone to protect the delusional souls of Biltan, there were only empty settings. And it had been done so fast they, survivors of one of the bloodiest battles in Ildari society, had not noticed anything. There were very few things able to do that in the webway, and even the mandrakes weren't included among those. What game are you playing at, servants of Seguruk? Heart of the webway. Kymarak. Old City. 54 hours before the mark of Kymarak. Trazyn the Infinite Collector. Please, Nimzur, be reasonable. I am being reasonable, arch-thief. Trazyn sighed. He had no physical need to do so of course, but the stubbornness and the narrow-mindedness of Nefertan's subordinates were certainly deserving of his recognition, especially at times like this. You are going to destroy plenty of irreplaceable treasures in your acts of wanton destruction, the Archiovist of Solemnes complained. Please let my legions save the relics of cultural significance. Request, denied. Trazyn internally cursed the Nimzur. What was his name again? Bah, he couldn't remember him, so it shouldn't be anybody too important. The average Nimzurs in Nefertan's phalanxes were sadly all too interchangeable. And now countless precious items were going to be lost, unable to be honored with a presence in the Solemnes galleries. Destruction Overlord Sitka had once more unleashed the shard of Niadrazitha, and the diminished essence of the Burning One was ravaging the old city of Kymarak, killing tens of millions every hour. This subrealm had been heavily populated, and the sack and destruction visited upon the rest of Kymarak had brought hundreds of thousands of refugees. Now they died in the inferno started by the Citan. What a waste, the Infinite Collector regretted out loud. So many things I was unable to collect. Alas, if Niadrazitha wasn't recalled, there was really no way to send his collector helpers to empty the vaults under Old City. Trazyn had seen necrodermis-forged bodies survive a lot of things, but nothing living survived the star flames of the Burning One for long. And now it is over. Niadrazitha rose over the spires of Kymarak and, with a scream imbued with hatred and malice, conjured a gigantic meteor of flame and antimatter. Are you really sure you have it under your control? The Archiovist asked the Nimzur. Of course we do, thief. Do not underestimate the skill of the cryptex who were taught by the brilliant Feeric Nefertan. I was just checking. Some called this type of attack the antimatter meteor. The one Niadrazitha was preparing promised to be a particularly devastating one. In the high spires, the air was already burning, such was the power contained in this asteroid of hatred and cosmic power. Let Kymarak burn, the Narushlatset Nimzur declared. The flames surrounding the Citan shard grew brighter and the meteor began its apocalyptic descent upon Kymarak. Prepare your teleporter, thief. We will not be able to contemplate the destruction of Old City for long. Trazyn didn't answer. He was too busy mourning the loss of the precious vaults. This massive attack was going to destroy everything. This was disastrous. This miniature asteroid was too much. A flash of silver struck out of nowhere. Trazyn went still. Had his sensors suffered malfunctions? The world exploded in a supernova-worth roar. The shockwave was immense. Fortunately his personal energy shields held, and as their surroundings became engulfed in fire, the Infinite Collector could see the Nimzur and his bodyguard phalanx were also protected. The rest of the Necron warriors were not that lucky. Necrodermis was resilient, but it was not invulnerable, and between the inferno and the sheer impact of the disaster they were dealing with, most melted or were outright disintegrated. At last, the storm calmed and Trazyn was able to see what fate had befallen the meteor. It was extraordinary. The meteor was still there, over the dark spires of Kymarak. Except that it looked like it had been cut in half and was entrapped in a sort of space-time anomaly, of course. What sort of Ildari sorcery is this? The Nimzur next to him shouted. That is no sorcery, Trazyn answered coldly, for the first time feeling the familiar tinge of fear. It is the ultimate expression of Ildari swordsmanship. It is the very act of severing reality to remodel it to your desires. Nyadrizitha, screaming with hate, raged and plunged from the sky, evidently having seen the one who had thwarted its attack. There was a second flash of silver, this one vertical, and far more limited in length. The Citan shard was neatly severed in two, and a second later a new gigantic explosion of flames announced the disintegration of the necrodermis shell. You should have recalled it, Neemzer. What is this? The poor Necron phalanx commander must have been stationed at garrison outposts for most of the war in heaven. Not that it was going to make a difference, in the end. This monster? Something I dearly believed time and the fall of the Ildari Empire had taken care of for our species. Although in hindsight, that was incredibly naive. There had only been 3 ancient sword-bearers alive by the time the war in heaven ended, and of those 3 she was unquestionably the most dangerous. New gates opened in Old City, bringing a flow of reinforcements to the beleaguered Drukari. 2 armies of the Arakshine craft world if he wasn't mistaken, 1 army of their Nakartime allies, and of course, last but not least, the mask of the Dreaming Shadow, Harlequins who made sabotaging Necron tomb worlds their lives' purpose. It was a formidable force, overall maybe 1 million Asuryani and Harlequins mustered to replay the old battles. Today they were totally and utterly insignificant compared to the threat which had just defeated Nyadrizitha. Granted, it was just a shard, and not a particularly powerful one at that. She had fought a minor Citan and survived, so it wasn't like dealing with a pale shadow of one was going to be a problem for her. Return to the port of Lost Souls and inform Destruction Overlord Sitka that my assertion about the ancient Ildari being extinct was in error. Also, send a messenger to Lady Taylor Bear in Corspur. Tell both of them we are out of time. The wall of flames in front of them parted to let a single figure pass through the Citan's fire. Trazyn removed his cape and his most ostentatious pieces of weaponry, before sending them away into a dimension pocket with his obliterator. Then he seized his favorite Warishith, mounted a tachyon arrow on each of his wrists, and attached solar shields at key points to augment his defense. For any other opponent save perhaps the human swarm controller in Corspur, it would have been a stunning case of overkill. Against the Queen of Blades, it was the basic condition for not dying in 3 seconds. It looked like he was going to have to fight seriously. This wasn't an enticing prospect. The Ians had treated her well, Trazyn reflected with a shadowy feeling of jealousy. Aenaria Eldinesh had changed a bit, of course. The magnificent black armor was not one of those he had seen her fight in during the war in heaven, and her skin was definitely paler than it had been, certainly the consequence of spending too much time in the webway over the last millions of years. But the long curved blade in her left hand removed any possible misconception as to her identity. So you are still alive, thief? The voice was like a choir of singers, lust and war ringing from one mouth. So are you, Queen of Blades, Trazyn replied. Many years I asked myself if the fall of the depraved empire would have been enough to kill you. The crimson-haired Ildari barely raised an eyebrow. Evidently, the mistress of the Abyssal Fleet had not improved her conversational skills in the last million years. Around them, the Harlequins jumped and danced, engaging the other Necron phalanxes, and of course listening to every word of their exchange. You arrived too late, of course. The Empyrean abominations are going to end the destruction of Kamarak. The end of your species is at hand. My species died the day of the fall, thief. And so will you if you don't return my mother's crown to me. And here Trazyn thought it was the beginning of a new relationship. But no, typical Ildari. They always return to threats within 2 sentences. I protect the treasures of the galaxy far better than your race ever will. The sword of Vol was raised imperceptibly. Most warriors wouldn't have noticed, but Trazyn was not most warriors. Strange, the Queen of the Blades stated in her melodious voice. Every time we fought, you began fleeing before accepting a duel once I cornered you. What changed this time? Maybe I have grown bored. His fellow Necrons and the humans needed time to withdraw, and he was the only one able to slow down an enemy like Aenaria Eldinesh. Hear my words, Ildari, Harlequins, Asuryani, Drukari, I am Trazyn the Infinite Collector. The Chief Archiovist adopted a defensive stance. I survived 340,000 battles with your kind. I have betrayed the deceiver and danced in the core of your stars. I was here before your empire was born. Don't worry about his monologue, Aenaria spoke to the Harlequins. He does that every time. I am the Chief Archiovist of Solemnace, Overlord and first cousin to the Silent King. I am Triarch-elect of the Necron dynasties and I do not sleep. For a second flames burned in the eyes of his opponent, before vanishing like they had never existed. How nostalgic, the long-eared sword mistress murmured before raising her long blade in a quick salute. In this age and place, I am known as Lelith Hesprax. But forever and always, I am the Queen of Blades. The ancient Ildari charged, and Trazyn fired his first tachyon arrow before charging to meet her. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. High Kamarak. 52 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Supreme Lord Asdrubal Vecht. Now that the masks were removed, Asdrubal freely admitted he had always loathed the clowns of Seguruk. These laughing harlequins treated the entire existence of the masters of the Dark City and the other Ildari armies like it was a joke, forgetting that, for billions of them, it was a difficult existence and that the first mistake could send oneself directly into She Who Thirsts Maw. And the harlequins laughed, danced, and mocked them, confident that when the hour of their demise came, Seguruk would save them. It was absolutely delicious when their eyes acknowledged salvation was refused to them. I wonder what you've done to displease the laughing fool, Asdrubal laughed, all the while avoiding the last pathetic attempt of his opponent to take him with him into death without difficulty. But since he was a busy army commander, the supreme lord of the Cabal of the Black Heart slit the throat of the trooper and returned to the battle at hand. It was a battle which was an absolute bloodbath, as per the norm for the catastrophic events raging in Kamarak since the Port of Lost Souls had come under attack. According to his vanguard, Krail Lach troops had already released a death plague before he arrived for reasons which were likely to remain a mystery forever. As one might imagine, the situation had rapidly turned from bad to hellishly bad within a few breaths. Vect could have handled the remains of the Krail Lach forces, the Xilian armies pouring into High Kamarak, the Craft World Dire Avengers and howling banshees trying to kill him, and countless other problems like Mandrix and Mad Homunculi. The arrival of the Mask of the Frozen Stars on the other hand was not something he had been prepared to handle. The murderous clowns had announced their presence on the battlefield by detonating a stockpile of weapons dating back to before the fall, one which had turned more than 3 entire sub-cities into a frozen landscape where nothing survived. She Who Thirsts only knew how many billions had been slaughtered in this attack. High Kamarak had billions upon billions of slaves and lowly servants to keep it somewhat functional, but it undoubtedly was a colossal number. Needless to say, the insane harlequins had not stopped there. Somehow Asdrubal had no idea how or why the warlocks had managed to transport a crippled battleship over the Dark Spires, before releasing it with absolutely predictable consequences. How many of them have we killed? The Blackheart Supreme Leader asked one of his lieutenants. Maybe 24, my lord. This was not the answer Vect had wanted to hear. By his most optimistic estimates, there were more than 500 harlequins of the Frozen Stars running wild in High Kamarak, and no matter how he wished otherwise, the Master of the Hidden Blade was not stupid enough to assume this could be the entire strength of Seguruk's wayward killers. Have the remaining Krail Lach vaults been secured? The messenger didn't have the time to answer his question. In the distance, a new gigantic explosion tore apart the district Lithric Krail Lach had given to one of his numerous spawn to rule over. Never mind, Asdrubal Vect gritted his teeth. And I suppose our reinforcements from the Prophets of Flesh have also failed to materialize. The silence which answered him was particularly eloquent. Obviously the situation has changed and our position must be modified accordingly. Order the retreat to Low Kamarak. My lord. Several of his subordinates barked out in an almost comical synchronicity. Whoever emerges victorious in this sub-realm isn't of any importance anymore, the Supreme Lord of the Black Heart admitted to his underlings. The Gene Lab facilities are destroyed, the realm has lost over half its population, and most of the Kaindandra weapons have been detonated by the Harlequins. High Kamarak isn't worth the casualties we would take conquering it. Obviously, it was a terrible setback. High Kamarak, Old City, Low Kamarak, and of course the Korspur were the most populated sub-realms of Kamarak, and since the Dark City was the greatest Ildari settlement of the Webway, these 4 regions had boasted the highest population of the entire Ildari race. Vect had taken control of Low Kamarak, but it wasn't enough. The destruction of the 3 ports had wiped out something like 60% of the Webway shipyard's shipbuilding capacity, and that was assuming Panda Iman was intact and undamaged, which according to the rumors reaching his ears was not the case. The destruction of the Zelharst, Mar Lych, and Udarak fortresses had annihilated the stockpiles of weapons and the core of elite warriors which should have rallied to the future cabals, and naturally it had also removed millions of factories, slave markets, mercenary holdouts, and Homunculi headquarters. Honestly, Asdrubal didn't know if rebuilding Kamarak was even going to be possible. From his spies he knew the Mundaki were looting and pillaging hundreds of spires and vaults, so the treasures and the currency every lord of Kamarak had accumulated would emphatically not be available for reconstruction. And that assumed. From the gates leading to Udarak, a new army in the reviled colors of the dynasty of the Red Sun and with the banners of the Crimson Guard had entered High Kamarak. And evidently, the commander leading them on a huge Ravager which was almost a small warship in its own right was none other than Maestros Xilian. My lord? Do you wish to amend your previous orders? There is only one slight modification I wish to make, Asdrubal Vect agreed. While our army continues its retreat, I am going to personally ensure the demise of the last dynast. Judging by the rising levels of psychic energy, his forces, and himself, it went without saying we're in all likelihood going to have to evacuate Kamarak before the final showdown. But it was out of the question to leave Xilian alive at his back. This haughty aristocrat had been a right thorn in his side for thousands of cycles. It was time that ended, right here, right now. You have challenged me for the last time, Xilian. Heart of the Webway. Middle Darkness. 51 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Admiral Marquis Madrax YSCLYTH. If he survived this, Madrax would make it his mission to kill every Harlequin he met, slowly and painfully. It was bad enough when Vect and most of the high archons and dynasts of Comorac fought each other when there were demons, Mundaki and Ngurt to provide opposition, but it wasn't too surprising given that the Dark City's society was based on betrayal and broken oaths since before the fall. But the Harlequins were supposed to consider protecting Ildari against the primordial annihilator their goal. If they couldn't trust them on that, what sort of certainty did they have for the cycles ahead? Assuming they survived, of course. The Admiral Marquis managed to advance a half-step and slightly twitch his ears, but the agony he received in return was definitely not pleasurable. After a few more attempts, he abandoned his efforts. There was no way he could release himself or his forces from this trap. It wasn't a stasis weapon, the Talon Admiral was sure of that much at least. If it had been based on Chinook stasis technology, neither he nor the armies trapped in it would be able to think. And there would be no attempt to move. But that knowledge didn't decrease his anger in the slightest. Everything had been touched by this not-so-funny explosion in the sub-realm of the Middle Darkness. And yes, Madrax was not exaggerating. It was truly everything. More than 1 billion Ildari inhabitants, workers, and artisans mostly, had been neutralized, and thus were unable to evacuate. The Biltan army which had fled in disarray before the Angel of Death unless it was Queen of the Swarm now, there were a lot of nicknames spreading about the killing machine the Mundaki were commanded by were frozen too. So were all his armies, his supporting elements, and the surviving mercenary forces. The core spur burned. Old City was ravaged by Lelith Hesprax, and wasn't it an unpleasant surprise that the Queen of Knives had decided today of all days to fight seriously? Vect was busy stabbing all of them in the back. Billions of Ildari lives were at stake, the gates which should have brought Château reinforcements had been sealed, and the loss in assets was beyond catastrophic. And the Harlequins had decided to trap all the Comorac forces of Middle Darkness. Worse, they had decided to trap them with an uncountable number of She-Who-Thirst's legions. From his position, the Admiral Marquis could see the tall and abominable shapes of 66 Keepers of Secrets quite clearly, along with quite a few horrors every Ildari hoped to never meet during their life, like the Pale Naga, the Triple Maw, or the Tyrannical Obsession. They were going to be utterly massacred when the effects of the weapon dissipated. Every legion of She-Who-Thirsts which was arriving from the abyssal wall could move, albeit at an incredibly slow pace, and this allowed them to throw in more reinforcements for the final slaughter. All the while the Harlequins' laughter resonated in their ears. Madrax didn't like Segurica's servants at the best of times, but he truly loathed them now. Green and yellow, the troops of the Veiled Path flew over the battlefields, stealing a few warriors of Biltan and the other allied craft worlds. While he could be mistaken, the Talon Admiral didn't believe they had spirited a single Comorac warrior away. This won't be forgiven, the nominal leader of the forces present in Middle Darkness managed to utter. There was more laughter coming from every direction, as if his words truly amused them. A shadow seer jumped to his right and whispered words which made his blood freeze in horror into his ear. All will be forgiven with the second fall. Heart of the Webway. Comorac. Course Spur. 50 hours before the mark of Comorac. General Taylor Hebert. There were many advantages in keeping a void-sealed helmet on one's head, and not just because it prevented death from a sniper or some other ridiculous manner on the battlefield. No one saw you grimacing when close to 500 Martian Skitarii were disintegrated by a concentration of explosions so dark they looked like black holes. Damn the Eldar! Damn them all to hell, or the warp. There were sayings about beginning to respect the enemy you were fighting against. She didn't feel a shred of respect for these monstrous long ears. The hundreds of thousands of slave markets, the uncountable torture chambers, the psychopathic behavior of the enemy armies, and the massacres of innocent civilians to enrage the guardsmen, the Eldar were scum. And the sooner they were all dead, the better for this galaxy. Taylor shook her head and banished the gloomy thoughts. There were more important things to be concerned about. Chapter Master Izaz, Lord Commissar Zuef, Archmagos Lankovar, I'm leaving the overall defense in your hands, the insect mistress relayed to all the senior commanders as one group of her hell spiders was busy eating a counterattack of the Biltan Eldar, and yes, in this case eating was to be taken literally. I will still be in range to control the swarm, but don't expect any tactical suggestions from me. I'm descending towards the core gate's chambers. They had lost hours and hours digging the access to the core gate, and to put it bluntly, Taylor was really wary about the fact they had been granted that much time. By this point, the para-human woman was certain the ruinous powers had seen what the Emperor had ordered her to do. That they hadn't tried to prevent it save with an eruption or two of succubus-like abominations was not a good sign in her opinion. The levels of psychic contamination were also rising too slowly compared to what they had been 8 hours ago. No commissar had executed mutating troopers in the last hour, and while Taylor wasn't complaining about having all her soldiers stay true and loyal, this was not exactly normal. Something or someone was delaying the abominations coming, and this benefactor wasn't the Emperor. The Eldar really intended to never activate the core gate again, didn't they? Gavriel commented as they descended into a corridor whose walls were covered in Eldar runes. In ancient times, these scripts would have wiped out the Dawnbreaker Guard in a single blast of psychic energy. Now, they were lifeless and dull, unable to oppose their advance. At the passage's end, her dreadnought beetles smashed apart the last crystal door barring her way. The Kamarak Eldar are murderous and will betray each other at the first opportunity, but their ancestors weren't complete idiots, the general murmured. Once their worlds were swallowed by the abomination of excess they had created, they knew using their psychic powers like they had once done was an utter impossibility. Their souls would instantly be devoured by the demons. And the core gate, while not a very dangerous psychic device by any standard, requires warp-empowered beings to activate. Did the Custodes representative reveal how His Majesty was aware of the existence of this particular core gate? Asked Forge Father Envar, who, despite not being a member of the Dawnbreaker Guard or one of the Space Marine librarians, had insisted on accompanying her. No, Taylor admitted. I think he must have found the ruins of one during the Great Crusade with ancient Eldar archives to find the others, but that's just a theory. What I am certain of however is that as soon as the Great Crusade was over, the forces of the Imperium would have poured into the webway to secure this one. Because yes, now that the invasion of Kamarak had proceeded extremely well against the Long Ears' collapsing resistance, it was kind of obvious the plan the Custodes had divulged to her ears had not been prepared for Operation Caribbean. Sure, it had been adapted to account for the limited forces of the Mechanic-U's 24th Fleet and the effectives the other adept uses had brought to Pavia. But the plan, unless she was badly mistaken, had been prepared during an era where the Astartes legions still existed. The invasion of Kamarak would have been led by the Emperor in person, or failing this several primarchs, and hundreds of thousands of Astartes. I was informed that there aren't that many core gates in existence, the golden armored general continued. There are exactly 3 core gates the Adeptus Custodes knows the location of. One is rumored to be in the mythical Black Library. One is in the Eye of Terror, and it is extremely uncertain if it is still in working condition, assuming one could reach it in the first place. And the third is here. In fact, the second one had been in the heart of the Eldar Empire, and given how traumatic the creation of the Eye of Terror had been, there was a 99% chance it had not endured the first minutes of ruinous ascension. The Kamarak Eldar still could have recruited their cousins from Biltan to activate it, one of the Iron Drakes she had borrowed from Chapter Master Duplex pointed out. No, they couldn't have. The use of the core gate would have attracted the attention of the excess demons and prompted an invasion the moment they attempted to use their psychic abilities. And anyway, the 2 subspecies of the Asuryani and Drukari hate each other's guts. A pity they seem to hate me a bit more than they hate each other. A pity indeed, Gamaliel replied so seriously Taylor was aware he was pulling her leg. The Blood Angel was not going to escape her vengeance so easily. The moment they were back at Nyx, she was unleashing Dennis on him. There were no more questions as they entered the core gate's chamber, just muffled exclamations and swearing. It was beautiful, and the scene only became more magnificent when the Salamander librarians used their flamers to light the large basins filled with what looked to be some kind of flammable substance. The chamber was a circular room that most artists in the galaxy would have sold an arm and a leg to visit one time in their life. The ceiling was a marvel of green crystal. The walls were decorated with so many jewels it was more appropriate to say there were thousands and move on. The floor was silver marble. There were statues of resplendent Eldar deities, and unlike all those they had seen in Kamarak until now, these sculptures were truly elegant and awe-inspiring. But the real artwork in this room was the core gate. Of course, the name was immensely misleading, for it was not a webway gate at all. It was, the best comparison Taylor could give was of an organ. It was an Eldar organ which was circular and massive. The claviers rose up against the walls, and there were 3 of them, one at knee height, the second more or less at her chest, and the third largely above her head. Veins and arteries of psychically reactive crystals were playing the role of pipes. Librarians, the insect mistress commanded. Take your positions. The 20 space marines formed a circle around her, just as the center of the chamber opened to reveal a platform where a gigantic diamond-like crystal sculpted like a gigantic white tear awaited. The sight gave her courage. 5 salamanders, 5 iron drakes, 1 brother of the red, 2 angels sanguine, 2 crimson scions, 1 silver skull, 2 howling griffins and Aslan and Hendrik of her own Dawnbreaker Guard. Save the Flesh Tyros and the Heracles Wardens, both of which hadn't brought librarians to Kamarak for different reasons, all the Astartes chapters fighting in Kamarak were here. I won't insult you by pretending what we are going to attempt isn't insanely dangerous, Taylor began, deciding blunt honesty was the best policy. The core gate is one of the central nodes of the webway. It was built by the Eldar millions of years ago, and while they never needed a lot of their psychers to activate it, those they had would have largely surpassed every psyker in today's galaxy, save the Emperor, of course. Silently she commanded her insects to come into the chamber. The 3 claviers had many, many keys, and exactly 10,000 insects were required for each of them to have a player. With this command node it is possible to sever existing webway tunnels, modify their points of entry or exit, or create entirely new ones from scratch. Obviously, this made it one of the most dangerous and valuable artifacts in the entire galaxy. That sounds entirely too good to be true, and Kratos spoke, right on schedule. Sturzing was going to owe her a favor, and a big one. As I'm sure you have noted, Kratos, the claviers are kind of long and only one person can touch the keys per session. The experts of the Adeptus Custodes theorized there were only 2 Eldar core guardians using these devices when they were functional. It confirmed her theory the Emperor had found a non-functional core gate, and explained why the Necrons had never risked sending their fleets into the webway during the war in heaven. Still, touching the keys is also said to inflict warp-based blowback. I can handle it with the protection the Emperor grants me, but I'm not sure any Imperial Psyker would be able to resist the influence for any length of time. And don't forget that we're in a warp-contaminated war zone. This was the reason why all the non-transhuman Psykers except the astropaths had been kept aboard the warships and the transports in the port of Lost Souls. Comorak was literally built over the very mouth of hell, a direct gate which could open to unleash endless legions of demons of the warp against them. Psyker powers were outright suicidal to use in this part of the webway, and dying was in many ways the best scenario for the Psyker who dared to use his abilities. Possession, spawn mutation, soul fracture, the list was long, and could give guard veterans nightmares. And since all of her non-marine Psykers were kind of weak and would die in mere seconds after activation, the insect mistress had refused to use them. 20 Astartes librarians would have to suffice. Archmagos call, Taylor turned towards the only non-Astartes in the chamber save herself. Are you ready? The Martian Archmagos nodded, as his mechadendrites were already in action, with quantities of recording devices scanning, analyzing, and photographing his surroundings. It was unlikely the Imperium would be able to replicate a core gate anytime soon, but at least they would have the data. I am ready, Lady Weaver. Dawnbreaker guards, take position. 20 of her bodyguards drew their bolters and each one placed himself behind a librarian. It was cruel, and absolutely necessary. They couldn't afford for a single one of the librarians to succumb to the assault of the ruinous powers. Let's begin the activation. The former supervillain of Earthbet would be lying if she said she wasn't very nervous at this moment. She had received hypotheses and hearsay rumors from the Custodes, but these were no substitutes for a true manual or the testimony of someone who had used the core gate in the past. Pour as much energy as you can handle into this diamond crystal. 3 Catachan Queen Ants were also in the room just in case she needed additional protection, or more energy to remove exhaustion and tiredness. The diamond pulsed as the librarians began to slowly but surely add streams of vivid energy to the psychic crystal. The song started, powerful and enthralling. Instantly, the golden aura burned brighter around her, and there was a sort of mental assault, like a hammer was beating against the walls protecting her mind. Damn it! What sort of insanely dangerous psychic artifacts had the Eldar been playing with here? Concentrating, Taylor began to play the keys, pouring her emotions into her insects, forcing them to ask the thing at the heart of the core gate how to accomplish Objective H. She asked how to sever the existing webway artery linking the fallen webway city of Kalastar and the Golden Throne of Terra. Maybe it took minutes, hours, or years, she didn't know anymore. The song was assaulting her senses, and millions of Eldar runes and symbols she had only a very incomplete understanding of flashed before her insects and her eyes. The para-human repeated her mental command. Sever the webway connection between Kalastar and Terra. Instantly the song shifted to some sort of oppressing melody, which she found oddly martial. You are not Inaria. The thought arrived directly in her mind, and it took the general several seconds to master herself and reply. No, I am not. I am human. Where is Inaria? For that at least, Taylor could be truthful with. She had not bothered learning the names of the Eldar of Comorak, save those of the principal targets, and this name had not been mentioned anywhere. I don't know. A salamander collapsed, and his armor began to burn in a fire which was many things, but certainly not natural. Taylor closed her eyes and winced as the sound of a bolter round echoed. I need help. I need to sever the demon-infested tunnel between Kalastar and Terra. You are no priestess of Hosi. How can you play the secret melodies? I am Weaver. I am the Swarm. I am many in one. A second bolter shot arrived at her ears. She had to hurry. Their sacrifice couldn't be in vain. The liaisons of Kalastar cannot be severed or modified in any way. The act would endanger several critical nexuses. This decree can only be countermanded by the true Ildari Emperor and the Queen of Blades. Damn it! So close. Taylor gritted her teeth as the pressure on her mind and body became incredibly painful. Wait a minute. There is no true Ildari Emperor anymore. What is the process to crown one? The entity communicating thought to thought with her appeared to feel surprise, or at least an emotion sharing a lot of common points with it. You need to defeat a Phoenix Guard and have the support of 666,666 Ildari of the Noble Court, or convince them to withdraw their claims by blade and death. Could it really be that simple? I fulfill the conditions. This time the mental assault made her head ring a lot, and none of it was pleasure, just pain. You speak truly. Yes, the conditions are fulfilled. I am Taylor Bear. I claim the title of Ildari Empress for myself. Claim made and acknowledged. Emperor Malekith is dead. Long live the claimant Empress. Further steps require the oath of allegiance of the Phoenix Court or fighting a duel with the Queen of Blades. Well, this was progress. A scream of agony brought more tears to her cheeks. Best way to eliminate the threat of Empyrean-based invasion between Kalistar and Terra. Study ongoing. Change requires modification of approximately 5,000 tunnels. A complex maze materialized in her mind, and the ex-Brockton warlord had to focus to not lose any time enjoying the triumph. All right. This is what I want you to do. Compared to the length of time she had needed to understand the artifact, the execution of her command was amazingly quick. All feelings of triumph she could have felt disappeared when she reopened her eyes to see the corpses of 6 librarians, and before she had the time to scream at the Psychers to stop their effort, Epistolary Aslan of her Dawnbreaker Guard, loyal son of Sanguinius and the Templars of Blood, joined them in death. Webway. The Gates of Terra. 49 hours before the Mark of Kamarak. Dark Apostle Sor Jokardal. The siege had lasted for so long any change was almost welcome. Almost. The Dark Apostle who had once been named Sor Jokardal but now had become a far greater champion of the true gods as one of the Gal Vorbak was, concerned. The faithful son of Lorgar had continued the siege of Terra while lesser warriors and priests had long since returned to the Matrium and died against lesser opponents. Let the weak minds and the opportunists perish in the eye of terror or on countless minor battlefields. It was in front of the gates of Terra the long war would be decided. The false emperor resisted, but the legions of the true gods could exert more and more pressure against the gigantic golden wall the failing corpse had erected to protect his golden throne. The false emperor would fall and humanity would be forced to accept the truth. Only in the embrace of the true gods was any salvation possible. But right now, the commander of the Defilers of Heaven cult was concerned. The number of legions trying to bring down the gates was never fixed, of course. The architect of change's numbers were eternally varying, as was the nature of the Master of Fate. Mighty Kern's hosts regularly arrived and left. As there was no blood to be spilled, the servants of the false emperor at Kalistar had long been hunted down and crucified. But on a normal cycle, if these words had any meaning when time and space were garbled and the warp had long reigned supreme, 9 scintillating legions for Tsianch, 8 blood legions for Kern, 7 plague legions for Nurgle, and 6 legions of excess for Slaanesh. There were also 66 Emperor's Children legionaries, 77 plague-infected Death Guard warriors, 99 Tsianchan sorcerers, and 88 world eaters, like the symbolism of the primordial truth demanded. The 6 daemon-imbued titans and the 888 word-bearers of the Defilers of Heaven completed the order of battle. This was a force able to bring upon the fall of Terra with ease, and yet it was only a fraction of what would assault the seat of the false emperor once the protections collapsed. Thanks to Magnus Folly, the word-bearers and their allies could count on an infinite number of reinforcements from the realm of the gods. All of this made the latest events even more concerning. For a reason which escaped him, in the last hours all the servants of Slaanesh had deserted the siege. Yes, both legions of excess and Emperor's Children had departed, and none of his inquiries had been answered. The problems had not stopped there. The scintillating legions had rapidly decreased in number, and now there was merely one left to provide its might for an eventual fight. The possessed sorcerers were all gone too. Be ready for anything, the possessed Dark Apostle growled to his officers. I don't know what sort of trick the false emperor has tried this time, but... His sentence was never completed. There was a gigantic blast, and the webway section the legionaries of the 17th Legion had waited in for so long began to shift and be reshaped like a god had decided to play with it. The Defilers of Heaven began to run in search of a more secure position, but there didn't seem to be one. All around them walls became avalanches of machines in a realm of swirling debris and crystals. Fear had long been burned out of his body, and yet at this moment the entity which had been born under the name of Sor Jokardal felt something very close to it. Bloodletters were banished from existence. Nurglings disintegrated into pus and goo as their larger brethren trampled them or the World Eaters rampaged in their ranks with their blades. A titan exploded, its pyre annihilating everything nearby. There were flames and unpleasant sensations everywhere. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the cataclysm stopped. The Dark Apostle assessed the situation, and though the urge had not been present for an eternity, the temptation to mourn was strong. Half of his legionaries were gone, and the rest of the siege forces didn't look as if they had fared any better. Where are we? They were still in front of the gates of Terra, but the webway avenue they used for the mustering of the primordial truth was entirely different. In fact it looked to be brand new. It was ridiculous, of course. The webway was Ildari work, old, abandoned, and no one living knew how to repair it. But the worst sensation was the certainty that they were cut off from immediate access to the warp. Neither his sorcery skills nor the daemon he hosted in his flesh could feel direct contact with the Sea of Souls. There was no potential source of reinforcements from the gods' end. They had no reinforcements and they didn't know where the liaison led anymore. This event, however it had been done, had hurt the besieging forces badly, and the initial order of battle had been weakened before it had struck them. There was nothing preventing the false emperor from reopening the gates of Terra and waging the webway war anew. Flee, he ordered to his surviving word-bearers. Flee and discover where this new webway tunnel leads. But it was too late. A heartbeat after he had uttered the last word, light was summoned and the dark apostle's senses were overwhelmed. It was sickeningly pure. The sun arose once more, and it was horribly bright. It burns! He roared. The sun and the golden flames. A bleeding bloodthirster roared before being banished in a red explosion when a terrible column of golden light blasted him apart. The anathema! The anathema comes! The son of Lorgar looked to where the immense wall had stood since the defeat of Horus, and before being blinded by the abominable light, he saw rank after rank of tall and brilliant grey-armoured space marines marching side by side with the 8th damned golden custodes. Behind them came the soul-dead abominations, the cursed sisters of silence, and they had an even dozen titans roaring their familiar challenge. For him and Terra. The surviving legionaries could not let a challenge like this go unanswered. Death to the false emperor! The Gal Vorbak roared and raised his weapon to rally his troops. An instant later, the possessed legionary was disintegrated by a volcano cannon and his part in the long siege at last came to an end. Tribune Basil Macedonian. When the Captain General had departed to Pavia, he had left the choice of deciding what would be considered to be an appropriate retaliation force to punish the traitor abominations which had threatened their liege for so long to his tribunes. Basil was a firm believer in the best defense being an overwhelming offense, and while the very principle of the operation called for a total severance of the Webway Gate, the commanding tribune had not risen to his current position by taking chances. 7,000 spears of the Adeptus Custodes, 600 Grey Knights, 500 Sisters of Silence, 12 God Engines, and of course thousands of Custodes war engines had been assembled with celerity and discretion in the last year, ready to be unleashed the moment His Majesty gave the order. Basil Macedonian at this moment was very happy he had done so. Because the Webway corridor leading to their liege was definitely a lot of things, but it wasn't severed. Avenge the first defeat! He roared as he impaled 2 vile red-skinned parasites with his spear in close succession. Custodes did not usually shout battle cries, but today was a very special day. For the first time, the shame of the defeat suffered by their predecessors 4 millennia ago was about to be repaid back in pure and glorious annihilation. Suddenly deprived of most of their endless reinforcing armies and the vile powers of the warp, many abominations tried to flee. They were gunned down the moment they broke ranks. Supreme Grand Master Helios, the Watcher of the Throne addressed the champion of Titan. I do not know where the new Imperial Gate leads, and judging by the reaction of the parasites, the ignorance is mutual. Please ensure they are banished before they have the ability to find out and share the news with the greater abominations. Do not worry, Tribune, the daemon-hunting marine who commanded the 666th chapter of the Adeptus Astartes replied. They will return to oblivion with empty claws and no information of importance. Mere seconds later the last Blood Legion to have maintained some amount of cohesion broke, and the extermination pursuit began. The monsters asked for no mercy. The Custodes and their allies granted none. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Course Spur. 48 hours before the mark of Kamarak. General Taylor Hebert. One of her best decisions before launching Operation Caribbean had been to replace the rations with far more palatable substances while the old ones were given to the Grox herds. It was neat progress, now the new rations merely tasted bad instead of the awful so many guardsmen and guardswomen complained about. Taylor knew she could have gotten a far better meal if she wanted. She was the general of Army Group Caribbean, and her word was law barring some intervention from the Custodes or another miracle from the Emperor. But it would strain the logistical chain of the Army Group, which was already stretched to its very limits. And as long as she had enough energy to function properly, the insect mistress had decided it didn't matter what she ate in the middle of the battlefield as long as it was something which wasn't going to give her health problems in a few months or years. And hopefully, in a few days, she would be back in her personal dining room aboard the Enterprise, eating high-class meals and afterwards enjoying a real bed with the girlfriend included with it. Taylor felt exhausted. Siphoning energy from the ants was keeping her standing and in peak form, and even somehow erased the mental strain, but the feeling of tiredness was still a shadow in the back of her thoughts, getting worse with every hour. Alas, she couldn't really afford a few hours of sleep. Her insects were a major strategic and tactical deterrent, far more than the emergency fortifications the tech priests had hastily built around the core gate. If the hell spiders and the other insects lost their tactical flexibility, the cursed psychers of the long ears would become aware of it in the next minute and again try to send their shadowy assassins after her. One thing she had to give to the bastards of Biltan, they didn't abandon the battlefield without a fight. Of course, one had to wonder what the hell the aliens were going to do assuming they won. By the most optimistic estimate from an Eldar point of view, the Battle of Kamarak was destroying their armies faster than it took to describe the process. They had lost millions of warriors in the last 24 hours, if the latest reports from Mutarak and the other sub-realms could be trusted. Give it 24 more hours, and there would no longer be a Biltan army. I wonder what they think my death would accomplish. The para-human general asked Gavriel as 100 hell spiders decimated several aspect warriors which had tried to make a reconnaissance in force. By this point, even the total annihilation of Army Group Caribbean would result in their armies being stranded in the middle of Kamarak with eldritch abominations and murderous Kamarak warlords. It was kind of obvious, but the Inquisitors forcefully interrogating the rare prisoners had confirmed the Drukari and the Asuryani subspecies of the Eldar were only united in their hatred of her above everything else. On every other aspect, these long-ears hated each other and gladly stabbed an undefended back when given the chance. I'm unable to explain it, the dark-armored Astartes admitted. Rationally, the loss of millions of their elite warriors must be compensated somehow by your death, but I don't see how or why. Maybe you have unknowingly removed their retreat options with what you've done with the core gate artifact. I have touched as little as few webway gates and tunnels close to Kumarak as possible, the golden-armored woman replied in a skeptical tone. To alter the connections between certain gates to cause more Eldar fatalities had been extremely tempting, but with the general earthquakes and demonic disjunctions since this battle had started, unleashing more problems would in all likelihood come back to bite her. No, the only gate in Kumarak she had modified was the one she had told Archmagos Lankovar to wait near in order to throw Objective I into. Assuming it had functioned correctly and there were no reasons or evidence to believe otherwise, the presence of the Emperor must have reached Sikaris by now. In this case, I believe the simplest way to discover it would be to ask the Xenos. Plenty of guardsmen and space marines waiting outside the Baneblade machine's loyalty chuckled, courtesy of the Voxcasters relaying the conversation. The only questions between humans and their long-eared enemies had been voiced with bayonets, lasguns, artillery shells, and macro batteries ammunition. All right, Taylor stood as she finished swallowing her last ration and began the fastidious procedure of resealing her helmet. I want a status on the primary objectives. Objective A is 100% accomplished, General, Marshal Werner Groner declared after saluting. The Mechanicu's 3rd, 4th, and 9th have finished pillaging and looting everything of value which was recoverable in the Port of Lost Souls. Port Carmine and Port Shard are total losses for our enemies, they won't be able to build capital ships in these realms for centuries, if ever. On objectives B and C, I regret to say we have not done so well, the hololithic projection of Chapter Master Duplex of the Iron Drakes announced on her command table. We have eliminated hundreds of clones of Urian Rakarth and Asdrubal Vect, but each secret facility we discover has 1 or 2 backups, somehow, and that's not counting all the supreme leaders we're slaying in the streets which are manipulated to believe themselves the real leaders while in reality they're just doubles used to distract us. Chapter Master Isley's kill team has also reported slaying dozens of replicas. That was annoying. She had really hoped to kill those two, and not just because these two monsters had massive bounties on their heads. Vex was recent, but it was worthy of attention. No, these two psychopaths had caused billions of deaths and could cause far more. Unfortunately, she didn't have the time to search Kumarak subrealm by subrealm to end all the clones and their secret gene lairs of horror and damnation. Stop your search, Chapter Master. We will just have to hope the damage we caused to these two was enough to set them back centuries in their plans. Yes, my lady. The image of the Chapter Master flickered out. Obviously, Objective D was successfully dealt with, she had killed personally Drazar, after all. Objective E. The containers have been sent to Pavia, the Kadayan Marshal assured her. There have been several ambushes from the arch-enemy, but the custodes and the escort have fended them off. Good, it would have been a pity to negotiate with Trazyn only to be robbed of the gains before they were out of Kumarak. Since we were speaking about the Heracles Wardens a moment ago, have they been successful in locating the whereabouts of the Khan? No, my lady, Gamaliel admitted sadly. They continue searching for the Black Gate prison, but so far they have found nothing. Taylor clicked her tongue in annoyance. Of all the objectives she was given, why was it this one she and her forces had utterly failed at? Objective G was a success, it had cost them a lot, but most of the Kumarak fleets were exactly where they wanted them. Objective H, the manipulation of the webway, could be considered a success. The webway section had not been severed, but since she had chosen an abandoned gate close to one of Nocturne's greatest calderas to link to the webway connection leading to Terra, she was rather sure the demons weren't going to replicate an invasion there anytime soon. Objective I was going to bleed the word-bearers by introducing them to a species more chaotic and prone to betrayal than them. And Objective J was prepared in the Port of Lost Souls. Chapter Master Izaz is in communication with Isley and his kill team, right? Taylor didn't wait for an answer, which was more a confirmation given what the gist of the information she had received via her insects during the last hours. He will have to give them the bad news, they have 30 minutes before withdrawing to Zelharst. My lady, we're speaking about a Primarch, Kratos spoke bluntly on her frequency as she left the protection of the Baneblade to return to the familiar smoke-filled, blood-stained, wrecked landscape of Kumarak. I'm aware we're talking about a son of the God Emperor, the saint stated since there were hundreds of people in the vicinity listening to their conversation. But even with my swarm, so far we haven't found a single clue beyond the last words of a dead White Scar. The body of the son of the Khan had been transferred to the Iron Drake's apothecarium. If nothing else, the White Scars would be happy to have it returned. Psychic levels are rising again and I can't afford to let the army group and the rest of our allied forces stay here. We're too vulnerable, and each hour is costing us thousands of wounded and dead veteran soldiers. The only reason I'm willing to give 30 minutes is that Archmagoskal hasn't finished extracting everything transportable from the core gate yet. The psychic device had cost her 7 good librarians, 2 salamanders, 1 angel sanguine, 1 howling griffin, the 2 crimson scions and Aslan, and put the 13 survivors out of commission. But it was out of the question to allow the ruinous powers or anyone else to grab the sentient diamond crystal, as the entity communicating thought-to-thought with her had so kindly informed it was the diamond, not hidden somewhere in the room. Without the principal focus, and with the keys, the jewels, and most of the systems allowing its activation, what she had done with the core gate would not be reversed so easily. This may be so, but my lady, this opportunity isn't going to come again, the flesh tearer insisted. The ground shook as to approve Kratos' words. No, this was inexact. The entire subrealm shook. A powerful shriek echoed in the distance, and a fortress which had been under the Andes artillery's bombardment suddenly exploded, but the cloud which rose was not the dark black of regular smoke as dark as the Eldar's souls, claimed the Jokers, it was pink. The veil separating webway and the warp began to thin. Millions of screams, none belonging to a mortal's voice, began to be heard. Let me correct my previous command, the recipient of the Star of Terra ordered her forces by Vox and insect communication. Forget the half hour, general retreat. General retreat, immediately. All forces, pack your gear and other equipment, and begin a fighting withdrawal to Zelharst. Damn it, they had been overconfident. She should have just taken the diamond crystal and forgotten the rest. But they had stopped Biltan's attacks and slaughtered the defenses of Korspur. Deep inside, she prayed she was wrong. That they still had time. But as the infernos began to burn pink and the air began to be poisoned by a perfume no human or Eldar wished to smell, Taylor knew she wasn't wrong. Exactly 3 seconds later, 6 distant portals swirled in infernal shades and disgorged an unending army of pink abominations in Korspur. Now we're out of time. Major General Helmut de Villers. Merciful God Emperor save us. That, mused Helmut de Villers, was an entirely accurate summation for what had just materialized in Korspur. In hindsight, maybe the luck of the brigade he was nominally in command of would have been better if they hadn't chosen the particularly challenging name of Legion Punishers. The Kadayan Major General stopped this amusing thought there. In the end, whether it was bad luck, fate, or the avidity of several tech priests to grab ever more archaeo-tech which had brought them to this position, it didn't change the fact the archenemy was here and most of the 9th Division was going to take the brunt of it in less than a minute. The 6 guard regiments had 0 defensive lines, they had after all been the ones doing all the punishment. As if it couldn't get worse, the Lumini 9th Armored had been badly mangled thanks to the stupidity of Ludendorff. So the sole armored regiment which could have possibly stalemated the gigantic abominations materializing a couple of kilometers away was in no state to do so. So Kadayan blood will once more pay the price. He muttered before turning towards his watchdog, also known in Low Gothic as a commissar. We can't stop them here, Helmut told the political officer bluntly. The Lumini tanks are too weak, and the Polar Reconnaissance and the Toulon Drop Regiment are out of their depth in a fight like this. As for the Calypso artillery, their basilisks are too valuable to lose in a fight at close quarters. I am going to lead the Fey 24th and try to delay them for as long as possible. Inform Brigadier General Moro I relinquish command of the 9th Division to him. Tell him to place the Nix 34th in the rearguard and to run back to the Zelharst gate. The representative of the commissariat saluted, and Helmut realized after a few seconds it was the first time the man had done so. It has been an honor. I've screwed up many times in my career, but Cadia stands. There was nothing else to say and the Major General ran to the command chimera of Colonel Udiskov. My men stand ready, the brown-haired officer's hands were shaking. I can block the main avenue with my chimera. In other times, I would commend your tactical skill, but it won't serve our purposes. We won't delay this horde by staying on the defensive. General attack, Colonel. We must attract all the attention of the archenemy if the rest of the division is to survive. The preparations to reform the line didn't last long. The 100+ surviving the chimeras had all been piloted by competent drivers, and while they had all expended more than 50% of their ammunition, it would not be too much of a problem in this battle. Helmut's command vehicle took position at the center of the line, as everything shook and the shrieks of the demons increased to an unbearable intensity. The guard stands forever. He shouted into the Vox. Attack! Attack for the God Emperor! The armored vehicles obeyed. At the final hour, all the guardsmen answered the call of duty and pushed their chimeras to meet the demonic horde at full speed. The air felt corrupted and vile, even in the turrets blessed by the Adeptus Mechanicus. But the Fey 24th charged, gunning down quantities of horrors. With some surprise, the Major General realized the broken Eldar armies they had been fighting were also trying to oppose if quite ineffectively the host of the archenemy. The shock when they met the warp abominations was impossible to describe. All the lights in the chimera instantly turned a bloody red, and the impact was as if they had been punched by a knight. But the armor held, and the weapons barked in anger. The vehicle was surrounded by claws, fangs and a sea of pink horrors. For the Dark Prince! For Slaanesh! For Slaanesh! Helmet heard his driver scream as the proscribed name was repeated by a million demons. Voices echoed in his thoughts, promising him wealth, power. Cadia stands forever, the Major General repeated. Cadia stands forever. All the demons are lies and evil incarnate. I serve the God Emperor, and the line will stand. Surrender to excess. Your saint has abandoned you. Infernal claws carved apart the plasteel and the other alloys of the front armor of the Chimera, and he had no choice but to draw his chainsword and open the turret, immediately cutting apart the two pink humanoids which had tried to tempt him. The battlefield was a sea of monsters. There was pink everywhere, the skies of Chimerac were turning pink from the sickness of the warp corrupting the place, not that they had much to do, considering how horrible the Eldar lair had been in the first place. It was something you rarely saw outside a Black Crusade and the constant assaults coming from the Raiders of the Eye, and there were things crawling in this horde of damned traitors and heretics that looked like Eldar but truly weren't. Helmet de Villers cut down Pink Damon after Pink Damon trying to reach him, grimacing when he saw the catastrophic situation he was in. Most of the Fey 24th had been repelled several dozen meters behind his command vehicle, and Slaanesh! Slaanesh! Shut up and crawl back to the pit of horrors where you were spawned. The Kadian snarled. Cadia stands. Cadia will fall. Something huge came. Something that could look down on him, despite the fact he was on top of an armored vehicle. Helmet had heard of such things, though he had never seen one with his own eyes. It was a keeper of secrets, one of the unholy abominations leading the hosts of heresy and damnation. Cadia will stand, he managed to utter, his rebreather mask making his voice more guttural than it was in reality. For all your sorceries, your betrayals, your corruption, you have never managed to break our walls. For all your promises of power, you are never able to win when the numbers are roughly equal. You are, failures and lies. There was a flash of pink and purple, and Helmet's body exploded in agony. When he opened his eyes again, he realized half of his body was lying on the ground, broken. I will enjoy torturing your soul for all eternity. And that was when 100 hell spiders assailed the abomination, making it shriek in a pitch that was definitely indignant and surprised. My soul belongs to the God Emperor, and Cadia stands. Marshal Werner Groner. This operation had gone so far beyond its parameters it was not even funny. Werner finished decapitating one of the female pink abominations with his power sword and grimaced when he saw the ocean of malice and heresy coming straight for them. Only for the vanguard to immediately die as a gigantic worm and tens of thousands of hell spiders exploded out of a hidden tunnel and began to inflict a massive amount of carnage onto the demonic army. Colonel, please record that I recommend Major General Helmet de Villers for the Star of Terra. In the encroaching darkness, General Taylor Hebert looked like the last beacon of light, and her crystal sword shredded the materializing abominations at mid-distance by the hundreds. All around her, the Space Marines tore apart everything which tried to assault their mistress with bolter and blade. We will also reward the Fey 24th with the highest military awards possible. Their sacrifice allowed more than 15 regiments to disengage. Werner wasn't going to disagree. The Fey 24th had lost so many troops in this last mad charge, but they had attracted at least 3 main hosts of pink demons with before their resistance broke. 95% of their men had died, and yet, somehow, they had managed to save their regimental standard. Yes, General, said Tanya Svrev, colonel of the Fey 20th. I am going to join Chapter Masters Tafor Hezon and Duplex in the rear guard. Commissar Zuev, please ensure the artillery regiments are ready for the abominations once we will have returned to Zelharst. And Vox Lankovar, his forces can release all the dangerous insects I've kept in reserve until now. No need to keep anything up our sleeves, the real challenge is here. And the challenge was definitely impressive. There had to be billions of demons pouring into Korspur. It was difficult to estimate, because merely looking at the warp horrors hurt, but there had to be over 100 different hosts and more were flooding in every minute. Even by Kadian standards, it was sheer insanity. To his shame, it appeared he had voiced the thought aloud as plenty of guardsmen's heads turned towards him. More than you think, Marshal, the angelic armored woman replied as hundreds of thousands of hell spiders and Katachan ants were storming out of every hole to support the Space Marines 100 meters in front of them. More than you think. Every demon we face today is here because their ruinous power expends energy to allow them to invade the webway. With every demon banished, a lot of energy is lost. And the demonic hordes already suffer from the destruction of Chimerac. I've seen a few thousand monsters disappear since their emergence in Korspur. The laws of the Matrium are taking their due and the process is going to accelerate. In 60 hours at most, the forces of excess are going to suffer the worst defeat of their existence. If the Emperor-favored swarm mistress said it, Groner was going to accept it. He could not help but feel a twinge of worry about the size of the opposition, though. Gamaliel, relay to the Abbess Crusader the Frat Eris Templar have to accelerate their retreat. If one point of our echelon defense stalls, it's the entire flank of our army which is placed in danger. I don't care if we The scream was loud and utterly reeking of evil and madness. 10 guardsmen of Atlas which were waiting to relay more orders to their regiment screamed and clawed their eyes out with their bare hands, forcing the commissars to give them the Emperor's mercy. It was impossible to miss the thing which had shouted. It was slithering in the heart of the nearest advancing horde. May the Holy Golden Throne protect them. It was gigantic, easily the size of a knight, if not larger. Reality seemed to die where it went as the screams of the damned and the dying echoed in a heretical symphony. It was a gigantic four-armed snake, which had somehow managed to acquire 2 wings and a vaguely humanoid head. My lady, you always find the most interesting sort of abominations to anger, the only black-armored member of the Dawnbreaker Guard commented with had to be a heavy dose of sarcasm. Should we add this thing to the updated Endbringer list? No, the golden-armored general retorted. I think I have a rule that to be an Endbringer, there needs to be a risk it will come back for a second round. And when we have finished implementing Objective J, this thing won't try to return to real space for a million years. I envy your confidence, Lady Weaver, note the salamander waiting nearby. But it's still a Daemon Primarch, and we need to defeat it. Wait. What? Weaver. Come to face me. I think I will have to decline this oh-so-generous invitation. We have a few more surprises waiting for it at Zelharst. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Lo Kamarak. 47 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Supreme Lord Asdrubal Vecht. Asdrubal Vecht should have been happy when he emerged from the gate which had allowed him to escape the chaotic melee of High Kamarak. It wasn't every day one was holding the decapitated head of a dynast by his hair, obviously. The problem was that if things had gone according to the plan, Zelian would never have been decapitated. A Monday Key starship would have pulverized him and his entire progeny at the very onset of hostilities, while all the homunculi labs allied to the dynast of the Red Sun suffered catastrophic malfunctions. But the plan was gone, and the death of Maestros Zelian after all this destruction was done more to ensure the Moron would not pursue him as they retreated into the webway. How far are we in the preparations? The Supreme Lord of the Blackheart asked, before realizing the smell and the ambience were wrong. Everything was wrong. There were no disjunctions in Low Kamarak like there had been in High Kamarak or the Corspur. Plenty of deserters and refugees had been quite insistent on the latter. Asdrubal Vecht activated an expensive artifact on his wrist. It had cost him enough to buy a Virgin Craft world slave and uttered a forbidden word. The world shifted in his eyes and the horrid smell went from bearable to absolutely repugnant. Deep inside, he knew nothing had changed. It was the illusion he had been bewitched by which had been broken. And the spectacle that now greeted his eyes was one which made his blood boil. Thousands upon thousands of his warriors stood at attention, but it was clear from the pink collars on their necks and the handmaidens of She Who Thirsts behind them that their allegiance had recently changed. It was total and utter defeat. There was nothing to salvage. Some delusional leader would have held on to a last hope, but Vecht, for as long as he remembered, had decided to remain clear-sighted to the last breath. For millions of his warriors and his newly conquered subjects to have submitted to She Who Thirsts, the unending columns dragged by the daemonettes were all the proof he needed. Meant a large majority of his lieutenants had betrayed him. And between the parody of honor guard which had welcomed him, stood something which might have been an Ildari once, but now had definitely lost the right to be called by that name. Vecht, at last you come. The Dark Prince had predicted your arrival. To his horror, the Supreme Lord of the Blackheart recognized this voice, as horrifyingly corrupted and distorted as it was. Rikarth. The laugh which answered him could not have been made by any Ildari throat, no matter how hard one tried. And his disgust must have been a bit too evident, because the twisting shape surrounded by a pink cloud laughed again. Surprised by my betrayal? Yes, the old homunculus was definitely mocking him. By the act itself? No. By the identity of your mistress? Yes. Everyone was willing to betray everyone. It was simply common sense to accept this fact. But every Ildari, especially Rikarth, should have known better than to ally with She Who Thirsts. My mistress, as you say, has a proposition for you. I am not interested in hearing it, much less accepting it. This time, it was the turn of his interlocutor to be surprised. You would refuse the blessings of Slaanesh. A storm of shrieks and screams of ecstasy hurt his ears. You, the blackest soul of Kamarak. Yes, quite the surprise, isn't it? Asdrubal Vecht gave a splendid smile. And maybe, under different circumstances, I would have considered an offer coming from your mouth. But he let the thing which had once been a homunculus ask the question. To the end, he would irritate it, a fitting punishment for its betrayal. It didn't escape him though that the handmaidens of She Who Thirsts had him completely surrounded. But the truth is, servants of She Who Thirsts, you have nothing to offer me. I have analyzed the plan of attack the Monday Key have used for their invasion of Kamarak, and between my last spy's reports and what I have discovered on my own, I believe they have a genuine chance of killing the Dark Prince. Ridiculous, the corrupted Ildari standing next to Rikarth scoffed. I prefer the term humiliating, the being who had tried to engineer the demise of the dynasts corrected. I wonder how long it will take for She Who Thirsts to devour you again in a vain attempt to safeguard its existence, all these disjunctions and invasions must have taken a lot of soul energy. Swear yourself to Slaanesh and maybe we will forget your insults to the Lord of Dark Desires. Operation Scorched Kamarak authorized, the former slave stated. Codeword, Vect Vectaz Execution 1-1 Abyss. You can't kill all of us, the demons screamed. My dears, Asdrubal Vex smiled brazenly, that sounds like a challenge. One heartbeat later the anti-Empyrean bombs that no one but him knew the existence of began to explode across Low Kamarak. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Course Spur. 47 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Captain Ianid Thiel. Most people didn't believe a space marine could feel fear. Ianid knew this was an outright lie. The difference between a battle-hardened space marine and the average soldier of the Imperium was simply that it took far more to shock the former than the latter, and in the end an Astartes had psycho-indoctrination and inbuilt reflexes which would protect him even as his mind froze for a fraction of a second. The ultramarine captain knew it, because at this moment he was very, very afraid. There were few things which could inspire fear in his two hearts, but the thing which had effortlessly slain his Primarch was one of them. Fulgrim was here, and the Daemon Primarch had not grown weaker after the Battle of Thessala. Weaver! Come fight me! Screamed the serpentine abomination the Primarch of the Emperor's children had become, his four blades carving a massacre from the flesh of the Frat Eris Templar. The military strategy of retreating towards Zelharst could have worked. Slowing down the monster with a few million insects and presenting an unbroken wall of several hundred space marines and heavy tanks had allowed hundreds of thousands of Skitarii and guardsmen to properly disengage while the artillery could prepare a new saturation bombardment. But there was one thing the sons of the Emperor had been renowned for in the days of the Great Crusade beyond everything else, and that was their peerless strategic skills rather than their sheer strength or their charisma, though obviously the latter was considerable. And it was proven once more, chewing up the forces protecting one flank bit by bit in a multitude of apparently random attacks and having the most dangerous opponent in the demonic hordes coming straight at them. Are you a coward? The ground under the Daemon Primarch exploded and dozens of ambules and hemoveries launched a surprise attack on Fulgrim. The Naga was not quick enough to avoid everything, not when spiders had trapped its tail in their webs. And then a gigantic centipede larger than most super heavy tanks charged the serpentine monster. Ianid would be badly lying if he claimed he didn't feel a very large amount of satisfaction when the insect slammed into his Primarch's bane. For the first time, the pink madness shining in the abomination's eyes was not the least bit feigned. I will kill you. The Daemon Primarch's wounds all over its body healed in a fraction of a second and the centipede was soon the target of a true maelstrom of blades and was transformed into a badly crippled carcass. I will kill. This promise was interrupted by the Heracles Warden Dreadnought Pierre grabbing the tail of Fulgrim and twisting with considerable strength. The serpentine daemon screamed. Fulgrim, I hate your hair. Ianid laughed at the expression of the fallen Phoenician before charging into the melee, delivering his last bolter rounds filled with the special ammunition he had borrowed from the Sisters of Silence. Directed at the not completely healed wounds, the effect was terrible and soon the wounds were bleeding pink-purple blood quite heavily. I recognize you, Ultramarine. The monster seethed. How did it feel to fail to protect your Primarch? It hurt, Thiel admitted, but it will get better soon. His murderer is going to be punished for his treachery. And how are you going to do that? The Daemon Primarch mocked him. An uncorrupted Primarch would have not made the mistake to ask. While the battle had been raging, a Frat Eris Templar command vehicle had still been functional nearby and now it rammed the partially immobilized demonic Naga. And then the rest of the Heracles Wardens arrived, firing their Fulkite weapons, while their dreadnought brother had not released his hold on the tail. I will kill you all. From head to tail tip, the Daemon Primarch exploded in pink warp energy, and a gigantic shockwave threw away Space Marines and the other fighters. I am Fulgrim. Rallying to the traitor Primarch, possessed traitors of the 3rd Legion ran to form a terrifying honor guard, and hundreds of thousands of demons followed on their heels. I am perfection. Do you think I can be beaten by lowly mortals? Liar. A gigantic storm of insects rained upon the battlefield and the battered ranks of the Frat Eris Templar opened to let what appeared to be a million ants rush to war. And from the sky, a brilliant winged figure repelled the pink clouds and the chaotic tainted energies. Ianid had rarely seen a spectacle so magnificent, and he had seen the Primarch of the Blood Angels fly. So the saint of my father deigns to challenge me at last, Fulgrim laughed, even as several of his corrupted sons were devoured and killed by the insect assault. Liar, the golden armored woman repeated. Oh. The Daemon Primarch questioned. You seem under a few mistaken assumptions, fledgling angel. Primarches can embrace the truth of the universe. You are not a Primarch, Lady Weaver interrupted the condescending speech. Possessing the husk of one does not give you the right to call the Emperor your father. Ianid, like nearly all the people and demons on the battlefield, froze at the words. By the ashes of Kalth, there had been rumors throughout the heresy, but... You will retract those words. The scream had to be heard all over Kamarak. Dozens of men and women took their own lives, or collapsed in agony. Why? the insect commander asked whimsically as hundreds of space marines arrived to form a honor guard around her. The true Fulgrim considered humanity to be above all Xenos forms. He would not have tolerated taking the appearance of a latter, a race his legion had defeated and brought to extinction. And my ants can feel the bleeding where the original soul was ripped from. You are like the rest of your demonic breed, usurper, parasite, and abomination. You disgust me. I am really going to take great pleasure killing you, the serpentine daemon hissed. And I will use your skull as a teacup like I did with the head of the Iron Hands Primarch. These are big words for an overgrown snake, the angelic-looking woman replied as she drew a crystal sword and rose to the sky with golden wings. But of course, you are unable to say anything but lies, aren't you? Slaanesh will torture. Something jumped from one of the multiple underground holes the ambules and the other insects had dug up, and a second later the false daemon Primarch screamed as a gigantic axe bit into its tail. Enid was not easily surprised, but the presence of the newcomer was literally reason for a lot of surprise. The newcomer was small in size, but his arms were easily more muscled than a space marine's. And the reason why he could make this assertion was that the warrior wore only pants and not much else. The long beard and orange-dyed crest which remained of his hair were not enough to hide the fact the torso was entirely naked. The warrior was a Duarden. Or, as the imperial authorities preferred to call them, dwarf or squat. By Grimnir. And as befitted a race which was by galactic standards completely insane, the Duarden Slayer looked incredibly pleased. I escape out of this damned prison and my doom comes to me. Living ancestors be praised. 1 or 1,000 foolish heroes, it makes no difference, not Fulgrim hissed. I am still going to kill you all. The axe-wielding Duarden exploded in laughter. I am champion Slayer Borak, son of Burlek, of Karaz-e-Karak. A million enemies have made the same boast, and failed to deliver. You are a descendant of the rats hiding in the galactic core, waiting for the gods to finish your last redoubts. Now that's just not polite, imposter. Enid felt his presence seconds before he emerged from the tunnels. His armor was scrap, the likes of which orc brutes used as equipment, and one of his hands had been replaced by a large metallic power fist, but the aura was unmistakable. You. Me. The ultramarine captain had come to Kamarak to free the Khan, a certainty which had been confirmed by the presence of a white scar Astartes in the dark cells of Kamarak. But this Primarch who stood like an indomitable rock as more diverse creatures emerged from the tunnels was not the Khan. His name was Rogel Dorn, Praetorian of Terra, and Primarch of the Imperial Fists. Praise Slaanesh. After Ferris and Robot, I will add you to my hunting collection, brother. You are not my brother. Enid couldn't remember the Praetorian shout like this, but it was a roar which solidified will and determination into something unbreakable. Soldiers of the Emperor. Terra stands. Terra stands. And the legions went to war. Abbess Crusader Theodora Gaius. Never give an order that you know won't be obeyed is one of the simplest things a commander learns when climbing the ranks. And as a Primarch raised his fist and spoke to them, Theodora knew there was only one order to give, and it was not retreat. Terra stands. For the God Emperor. Attack. The 4 infantry regiments of the Frat Eris Templar had bled hard and died valiantly in the last hours. More than half of the men and women who had donned the fleur-de-lis armors were dead. And yet in a triumph of faith over the frailty of limited endurance, her soldiers followed her into the inferno. Many jumped onto the ants and the centipedes, using the biggest insects to take the high ground and rain down destruction on the demonic horde from above. But in the center, the Space Marines could not hold against the serpentine monster. Despite their might, the chosen of the God Emperor were slain or thrown aside. The false Primarch was simply too strong. It crushed dozens of insects with each strike of its blades. The battlefield turned into butchery where everything felt wrong. Hundreds of guardsmen and Skitarii arrived only to die fighting the evil hordes for mere seconds. Theodora kept her eyes on the Naga, and thus she saw it moving, its target incredibly evident. The serpent would strike the unprotected back of the Primarch. She saw an Iron Drake Terminator lose a leg and half of his body. Lord Primarch! Behind you! Her blade broke in her hand and Theodora dimly realized 2 of the 4 abominable blades had impaled her body. The power armor she'd secured before their departure was not enough. He doesn't care about you, you know, the abomination laughed as her life faded away. He never wanted to be worshipped, and each of your prayers hurt him more than 10,000 deaths. Liar, the Abbess Crusader replied. You are all liars. And with the strength of the dying she used her last seconds to grab the swords and preventing the heretical creature from removing them from her body. Alone, she couldn't have managed it. But she wasn't alone. Ants were pouring their light into her body, and from the corner of her eye, Theodora saw the Primarch strike a mighty blow to the head of the monster. Light descended. More light poured from every direction and hundreds of thousands of insects swarmed the thing which had pretended to be a son of the God Emperor. Theodora Gaius closed her eyes for the last time. Abbess Brigadier Galatea Dumas. Galatea knew her superior and almost mother was dead before her body fell to the ground. She knew it and yet she ran to save her body from the ravages of the abominations, slaying 4 in the process. The abbess was with the God Emperor now. There had been a flash of light when she closed her eyes, and the abbess brigadier had no doubt His Most Holy Majesty had rewarded her for her sacrifice. Dragging the body away from the area of the fight where the Primarch and the Saint were fighting the serpentine abomination was more complicated, but half a dozen soldiers of the God Emperor were there to help her. So concentrated was she on her task of protecting the body of Theodora Gaius, she almost jumped when a very large commander of the Adeptus Mechanicus advanced and, pushing aside one Frateris Templar, strapped a device to the blades which had been used to kill the Abbess Crusader. "What do you think you are doing?" she barked angrily. "Who are you two?" "I am Archmagos Belisarius Call, and your Abbess Crusader has been killed with the very blades and poison which were used to wound the Primarch Rabut Gilimon. Tech priests, prepare a stasis field. Examination of the blades can't be done here. My Frateris Templar will escort you. Do you think I will allow you to steal my blades?" The monster was suddenly there, flashing and killing. The Archmagos stood alone. And just as suddenly there was a bright flash, a feeling of ozone, and an entire cohort of huge robots assaulted the pink-shrouded Naga. "I have always hated your pathetic breed, crippled metal creature. And I've always loathed your desire to attain perfection." Belisarius Call snarled back. "The quest to improve ourselves, to climb back and improve ourselves genetically and technologically is what makes us humans. The flesh is weak, and we must protect it. You are a problem I will enjoy getting rid of," the monster hissed, breaking 2 robots like they were nothing. "And you should watch your back." The daemon contorted itself, but not fast enough to avoid the powerful blow of the Primarch, and once again a web of spider silk trapped the tail. Again it didn't last long, but the blade of the Saint opened a large wound on the monster's back, and the last demons next to it were disintegrated. One by one, the heroes of the Imperium took position. They were numerous and powerful, the Primarch, the Saint, the chapter master of the Salamanders, the Archmagos, the short abhuman with the gigantic axe which had arrived before the Primarch, and many other space marine and fighters. "Our father would be so disappointed by your behavior," the daemon mocked Rogaldorn, but there was no confidence in its tone. "My father, lying creature," the Primarch of the Imperial Fists retorted, "has always praised the soldiers who eliminate parasites like you. General Taylor Hebert." Now that she had met one, Taylor's opinion on the subject of daemon Primarchs, or in this case, false daemon Primarchs, was that the ruinous powers had boosted them to a really unfair degree. Speed, corruption, strength, regeneration, command over the demonic hordes, and even the totally disgusting ability to create blades from its own bones. The Archdemon of Excess was so far above what a Primarch was able to do, and the sons of the Emperor weren't exactly pushovers. It was truly a terror. Seriously, what the hell was it going to take to kill it? Axes and blades had pierced its scales. 5 times Ondu terrors had trampled it. There were tens of thousands of ants trying to eat it despite how lethal the food was. Many of her spiders were hard at work burrowing beneath the scales. The hell spiders had removed one of its arms 5 times, and the nebulous shard had easily inflicted hundreds of wounds. And yet this abomination simply refused to be removed from reality. Not even the light she was able to imbue her sword with was effective enough to give it a fatal blow. Part of her thoughts insisted this was a good thing. The more energy the abomination of Excess poured into the snake demon, the more it was going to be weakened in the next several hours. The rest of her mind simply wanted the monster dead. This abomination had cost her dozens of space marines, thousands of veterans, and her Frateris Templar commander. The insect-controlling parahuman had had her differences with Theodora Gaius, but the woman had been a loyal commander and had stayed true to the end. Just for her sacrifice, Taylor was going to tear the demon apart. "You can't win." Because of course the horrible snake could not remain silent. "Slaanesh is going to exterminate your pathetic army and reign supreme. Our armies are already surrounding you. Our victory is imminent." The Naga had a very strange definition of victory. Since she had intervened against it, her swarm had forced the demon hordes to abandon over 500 meters of terrain, and more than 600 traitor Astartes had been killed. The artillery which was not at Zelharst was sending a rain of destruction on the succubus-like demons, and the shock of the initial onslaught was gone. Ultimately, neither the Guard nor the Mechanicus forces could win this battle, of course. The demons were simply too numerous, but for the moment the exchange rate was definitely in their favor. No, victory was not impossible to claim. The only problem was how to deliver the killing blow to the snake demon without getting killed in the process. And without getting the Primarch killed, obviously. The sheer presence of Dorn was extraordinary. The Custode's charisma and aura were paltry in comparison. Watching the Primarch of the Imperial Fists was like meeting a living mountain, a force of legend somehow shaped into a humanoid body. His voice was the echo of every rally which had resonated over millions of battlefields. His moves were those of the gallant champions standing on top of the ramparts ready to defend their homes. Every time she looked at him, the Primarch was slightly different, reminding her of legendary crusaders, architects, or master builders across the different millennia of Earth. But there was no denying the equipment Rogaldorn had currently equipped himself with would have raised no eyebrow on an orc war boss, and his health could not have been great before he raised his blade in this battle. Though fortunately, the thing which was definitely a Daemon Primarch in power lacked the ability to enrage him. I wonder if your sons would accept pilgrims on board of the phalanx when they will want to pray over your corpse in stasis. This mockery would have been a bit more impressive if Khal didn't seize the opportunity to sever the end of the tail. The demonic flesh began to regenerate immediately, but more energy had been expended. Bolters fired, bringing revenge and punishment onto the monster. You have failed, tiny saint, the serpent taunted her. Cadia will burn and then it will be Terra's turn. Demons were really not logical creatures, weren't they? The general in her wondered how Terra was going to be under attack when for the last millennium the ruinous powers had routinely failed to breach a single karst wall of Cadia, never mind raising the famous fortress world. And then a gigantic webway gate opened in the skies of Corspur. And this shape, Taylor had seen the same prow on the Forge Hammer, albeit on a smaller scale. It was a mountain of macro batteries, armor, and emerald, the ultimate expression of imperial power. Its very arrival was announced by the pulverization of the few dark Eldar spires which still stood in this sub-realm of Comorak. And then the immense battleship, and to her stupefaction, it was bigger than the arcs of the Adeptus Mechanicus, fired a full salvo against the enemy. The demonic hordes had bled and suffered. This blow, however, disintegrated their formations. The salamander's reaction was far more vocal. Fucking lives. Aurelia Mellis. The humans were truly insane. The problem was that the more craziness they tried in Comorak, the more it seemed to work in their favor. Aurelia and the Ildari surrounding her had watched the gigantic battle as they tried to find a gate to lead them out of the Dark City. The human forces had been outnumbered significantly. Many of their elite space marines had fallen. The size of the enormous swarm, for the first time, was not enough to guarantee victory. And then the new madness had come. A gigantic battleship, greater than any starship ever built by the Ildari since the fall, had translated into the Corspur, pulverizing the mighty Zelian's spire and 4 other air bastions, and the only reason it had not done more damage was because the other towers and high structures had already been destroyed by the heavy fighting. The fact another battleship followed the monstrous reptile-themed starship out of the gate a microcycle later just confirmed what she had already known. The humans had won. By this point, it didn't matter that this small Erd race could not coordinate a two-pronged invasion by different gates given their limited knowledge of the webway. It didn't matter that they had left thousands of their elite warriors and hundreds of thousands of bodies on the different battlefields of Comorak. The behavior of the forces, their willingness to retreat, and the carnage they had inflicted on the Ildari and Tishihuthersts all pointed to the same conclusion: the invaders had won. And everyone else had lost. Maybe in a few thousand cycles, assuming that she lived that long, Aurelia could have felt sad about seeing the Corspur consume itself in the flames of destruction and damnation. But this society hadn't given her anything but slavery and humiliations, and it was only when the rule of the dynasts had crumbled that she had begun to exist as more than an anonymous slave. Aurelia had enjoyed neither her stay at Comorak nor the collar around her neck, and few among those who followed her now had a single good thing to say about the games the dynasts, admirals, and great nobles had played with their lives. Where will we go, Lady Melis? The gates to Shadiom and Panda Iman have fallen to the forces of She Who Thirsts, and I doubt we have the strength to overwhelm even one of their garrison forces. That was a good question. Originally, Aurelia had seen 3 options. The first was to take refuge in a sub-realm not too far from Comorak, using the opportunity provided by the fact her column by now had grown to almost 5,000 refugees, deserters, and conscripted warriors. Panda Iman and Shadiom would have been too dangerous for them, but there were small pocket dimensions here and there, and hopefully one could have been used as a safe haven. The second, assuming the dynasts won the battle, would have been to flee to a maiden world and abandon all ideas of returning to the webway forever. It was evident these 2 approaches weren't going to work. So this left the third. We are going to take the silver gate surrounded by 4 statues of Megasaurs. It will take us to Craft World Ulthwi. Craft World? Asked an Ildari woman who, given her clothes, had been in the courtesan circles for far longer than she. Aren't we going to suffer their wrath for not helping the idiots of Biltan? It was very good her interlocutor didn't know what most of her fighting force had done to convince the Biltan aspect warriors to let them go. I don't think so. Ulthwi and Biltan are both sovereign realms in their own right, and their leaders are regularly shouting at each other. Or so the rumors from captured prisoners and whispers from bitter warriors had informed her. The forces of She Who Thirsts can predict some of our moves, but I don't think they will have anticipated this one. Let's hope you are right. We don't have the strength to oppose any of the legions fighting the Angel of Death and her swarm. Sergeant Gavriel Forkas. Despite Nyx being a sector of little importance, it had not escaped the multitude of rumors concerning the Space Marines. Some were completely out of touch with reality, their origins likely tales propagated by people who had never met a single Astartes in their lives. There were some which included more realistic facts. The Ultramarines were champions of the Codex, though Gavriel had not met one until Comorak and thus was unable to say how much they truly adhered to it. The Blood Angels were perfect angels, as beautiful as Sanguinius himself had been. And the salamanders were gentle giants despite a rather impressive appearance, the very antithesis of the warmongering maniacs also known as the Black Templars. This may very well be so. Gavriel had not lived next to salamanders long enough to have a definitive opinion about them. 2 days of battle were not enough to give a final judgment. But it was best not to forget the salamanders were space marines. They had been built for the terrible wars of the Great Crusade. And the gigantic battleship now dominating the skies of Corspur was the Flame-Wrought, one of the many Gloriana-class battleships which had been declared missing in action since the Great Heresy. There simply was no other monstrous salamander's flagship of this size built since M31. And this meant the drop pods which fell onto the burning demonic-infested battlefield of Kumarak were filled with space marines who had survived the Istvan atrocity, better known as the Drop Site Massacre. To say they were burning to avenge their losses and punish the abominations and the traitors was, if anything, greatly understating the truth. Well, what have we here? The Naga hissed as a drop pod disgorged a platoon of salamanders in battle-scarred power armors. The failures have returned. If it had not been proven before that demons had no self-preservation instincts, this line just now more than confirmed it. The new salamanders didn't utter a word, they just opened fire, and the weight of the heavy weapons they had all hit the serpentine body, adding flames and ammunition which had been banned from the imperial inventories. Burning with a palpable fury, hundreds of Astartes pulverized tens of thousands of demons and forced the rest to retreat or face utter annihilation. And then new drop pods crashed into the burning spires, these newcomers needing no introduction. Dorn lives. The Eternal Crusade continues. Father. With a helmet on his head, it was difficult to guess what the Primarch was thinking, but his stance did not look pleased. Anyway, these new arrivals had proved enough to turn the tide. Everywhere the hordes of the warp were pulverized, and though more were coming, the guns of 2 battleships were decimating them before they had the time to reach close-quarter range. And new transports were arriving from the webway, shuttles already descending to provide guard reinforcements. As for the thing which had pretended to be the Primarch Fulgrim, his endurance was not diminished in the least, but he had not managed to kill anyone in several minutes, and the mid-range guns were ensuring it stayed that way. You should have chosen a better sword, little saint, the monster laughed, despite having one of his arms severed again by ancient Mechanicu's blades and thousands of spiders immobilizing 2 others. The answer of Lady Weaver was incredibly fast, and before Gavriel or any member of the Dawnbreaker Guard had any time to shout a warning, their lady had jumped and delivered a terrible strike to the head of the excess daemon, parried mere centimeters away from its goal by the 4th arm of the creature. Tell me, how does it feel to be a failure? How does it feel to abandon your forces to die to the true gods of this galaxy? Nebula's shard and demonic blade were clashing, but for all the golden energy fighting the pink corruption, Gavriel could see it was a fight Taylor Hebert was not going to win. The ruinous power empowering the Naga had made it too powerful, and besides the rest of the fighters had been forced to stop firing lest they hurt her. I have a message for the abomination you call a god. Gavriel felt his heart soar in hope, as the Basilia's voice definitely carried a lot of viciousness in its tone. A message. Tell him that there will be no next time. And on her right arm, a golden covering was ejected, revealing a dark-colored handle that Gavriel had seen once when it was confiscated from the 3rd Calidus assassin. And then Weaver activated the green blade of energy and stabbed the snake daemon right between the eyes. The serpentine abomination screamed, and for each scream the Cetan blade stabbed the daemon in the face again, and this time the wounds didn't heal anymore. The Naga screamed harder. The nebulous shard again began to shine with magnificent golden energy. Crawl back to hell, and tell your friends it was Weaver who ruined your face, usurper. The green and the golden blade shattered the last demonic blade and pierced the demonic scales where a heart was supposed to be. There was a terrible explosion, and when the light dissipated, there was nothing but a vast amount of pink goo and fading corruption. Fukin lives! Fukin lives! The drop site vengeance begins. Ave Imperator! Ave Imperator! General Taylor Hebert. In a fairy tale, the death of the enemy leader would have convinced the rest of his troops to see the error of their ways and the misguided bad guys would have thrown down their weapons and surrendered. The Battle of Kumarak was not a fairy tale. In fact, Taylor was going to say it lacked the core ingredients for it. Too many heroes had died to achieve victory. After so many losses, so much bloodshed, the insect mistress was just feeling numb. And unfortunately, removing the serpentine abomination which in power if not in truth had been a daemon primarch had not banished the rest of the demonic legions with it. The monsters were still pouring into Kumarak and Corspur by the millions, and her swarm could not hold them at bay forever. The Flame-Wrought must immediately withdraw back to the Desadarian Gulf, she ordered the space marines around her. Once our retreat to Zelharst will be over, the monsters will not take long before turning their anti-air and flying assets against the starships. I agree, the Salamander captain who had introduced himself as William Castor, commander of the 18th Legion's 9th Company, replied. But since our navigator has died valiantly to lead us here, our ground forces will stay and fight with our brothers and cousins. Taylor shook her head, feeling a small tinge of amusement. Most people would try to flee Kumarak as fast as it was technologically possible but not these space marines. While she had no idea of the torments they must have endured lost in the warp, it was obvious these Astartes warriors had fought during the heresy, with their Great Crusade-era armors and their battle cries. As you wish, Taylor was not going to refuse the support of 484 additional salamanders, supported by 62 Raven Guard legionaries and the tanks and other weapons they had brought with them. You are temporarily placed under the command of Chapter Master Hezon. We will sort out the questions of seniority later. Shadow Captain. The black armored Raven Guard was, well, he was seriously different from every space marine she had met until now. Gavriel wore black armor too, but these legionaries seemed to bathe in the shadows and strike at the most unexpected moments. Watching them fight was a surreal experience. We will join your forces and strike from the shadows, the black-haired son of Korix promised. Thank you. Taylor turned to Marshal Groner. Inform the Desaterian officer I want all his troops at Zelharst within the hour. I do not care how many grudges he has with our enemies, now is not the time to settle them. I will transmit the order, the Kadian officer declared. But I must warn you about not expecting the kind of discipline and training you built with Army Group Caribbean. They have a lot of conscripts, and nothing has prepared them for Black Crusade levels of opposition. The general nodded, conceding the point. Of course, it was an excellent question what the Munitorum had been thinking when it mustered these inexperienced troops to fight for a conflict against the Eldar. The Desaterian troops had a lot of infantry and not much else. If I could spare him, I would send Zuef, it would cost a few lives, but at least the officers of this expeditionary guard force would understand her words weren't to be taken lightly. Alas, there were so many problems with the retreat of the crippled 1st and 2nd Army regiments that she needed Zuef where he was, preventing the troops from panicking and executing the soldiers who had fallen to demonic corruption. But I can't. In moments like this, the lack of competent high-ranked officers was a major thorn when making tactical and strategic decisions. The commissars were overwhelmed by the number of tasks they had to care of, and the few competent officers who had survived and thrived were sharing the same predicament. The preservation of your army takes priority over the salvation of a lesser command. You can't reinforce failure when your own situation is so perilous. No doubt that if she asked her staff later, they would provide her 100 different answers as to how they had perceived the voice. As for herself, she thought the voice curiously sounded like Legend when they had been gathering to battle Leviathan. But when she turned her head to meet the blue eyes, the sensation was not like watching Legend at all. There was no para-human equivalent. The Primarch was simply beyond every cape of earth bet. The blue eyes were capable of deep warmth and yet colder than an iceberg. The visage was like marble decorated with snow-like hair, magnificent and yet terrible, fueled by an implacable purpose. The armor he had somehow managed to forge was bronze-colored scrap, and yet in it the son of the Emperor could move faster than most space marines. His very presence was absolutely crushing. Most soldiers had fallen to their knees the moment battle was done, as if only the carnage had prevented them from feeling the aura of domination and power. Suddenly, it was easy to understand why so many bureaucrats were rumored to be afraid of the idea of a Primarch returning. I bow to your experience, Lord Primarch. The primogenitor of the Imperial Fists made a sound that was like the laughter of mountains. My experiences of the Great Crusade never involved invading the webway and kicking the Eldar sociopaths between their ears, Rogel Dorn admitted. A pity it didn't. This lair of pirates deserved destruction 1,000 times over. Please walk with me. Taylor mustered a couple thousand more insects and followed in the steps of the giant transhuman. Technically, she remained in charge of the entire operation, but she knew the Primarch could have asked for command and immediately received it. The authority of the Sons of Emperor largely surpassed those of a mere general by law and custom. And like her, Rogel Dorn was recognized as a saint, though perhaps he was not aware of this fact. The Black Templars and her Dawnbreaker Guard followed them, though they stayed at a good distance. The Primarch did not go far, just a few hundred meters to reach a set of prominent Eldar stairs with some similarities to white marble. The son of the Emperor used the ruin as an improvised seat. A sigh escaped his lips, and suddenly the Primarch looked very, very old. It was not supposed to be like this, you know. We were to be the heralds of an age of logic and reason. Taylor did not say that that age was long gone. The Primarch knew far better than her how the Golden Age promised had been slain by the traitors. How bad is the behavior of my sons? Rogel Dorn asked bluntly. Taylor hesitated, before deciding honesty was the best policy. I personally have only met the Death Strike chapter, aside from the Sons of Sigismund, it went without saying, but from what I have gathered from the descendants of the Blood Angels, the Imperial Fists and their main successors are a credit to your teachings, fortifying the Imperium against all threats and punishing traitors. And the Black Templars. The tone employed was a very big warning sign. Dorn had already an opinion on the subject. Most of the chapters, and this includes the Flesh-Tearers, consider the Eternal Crusaders fanatic warmongers which have succumbed to the same lies the ecclesiarchy has poured into the ears of the imperial citizenry. And while investigations have been nearly non-existent due to this very same faith, it is kind of obvious the chapter of the High Marshal has violated every rule and restriction of the Codex in the last millennia. It was supposed to be a punishment and an act of penance, the Praetorian of Terra murmured. His voice was barely audible now. Sigismund had begun to understand, duty always comes first. The Imperial artillery continued to bombard the demonic lines. Her swarm continued to keep the rank and file of the horrors at bay. The carnage continued in the wrecked sub-cities of Korspur, with some forces of Eldar trying to fight the abominations on their own. And the Primarch, for all his formidable aura and huge size, looked incredibly human and vulnerable. What happened to you, Lord? The stories are a bit contradictory on the subject. And that was probably a big understatement. In every historical work sponsored by your friend the Imperial Department of Propaganda, the fate of the Primarch differed. For some he was dead, buried in a gigantic amber coffin in the heart of the phalanx. Others mentioned a tomb next to the Golden Throne. The most reliable texts taken from Astartes' libraries had mentioned a space battle against traitor Astartes which had gone wrong, leaving only a severed hand. Since one of Dorn's hands was a metallic power fist now, this story clearly held a core of truth in it. I went on a hunt to kill one of my treacherous brothers, the Blue Eyes regained strength and power. You may know him as Alfarius. Taylor blinked. Lord, Alfarius is dead, or at least he was declared dead. Oh, he's dead, the Primarch confirmed, though it was a massive undertaking to confirm it. I killed a very convincing double of him in the Battle of Pluto, months before the true siege. Between the physical surgeries, the retroviruses, and all the other forbidden technologies the Space Marines of the 20th used, it was a bit difficult to discover where the Primarch was in that nest of snakes. Taylor knew what Dorn was going to say. There never was a single Primarch of the Alpha Legion. There were two. And I feared Omegan managed to survive the attack of Guilliman on Escrator. So I went on a hunt to eliminate him. Only to learn it was a trap as many traitor ships ambushed my fleet. I led a boarding operation on one of the enemy battleships, but the warp drives weren't neutralized in time. And we were lost in the warp for a long time, without a navigator, half of the crew butchered by our own fists, and our enemies with every reason to take us with them in death. It was not hard to guess what had happened next. And once you translated back into real space, you were assaulted by an Eldar fleet of Kamarak. Rogel Dorn laughed, though the sound lacked warmth or happiness. A good guess, but no. There were 3 ships, I think, and 2 only watched from afar. Only one? This single ship entered range just long enough to let one of their female wishes reach the hangar bays. Long enough to begin the massacre. My sons and the treacherous dogs of the 20th all died fighting her. I've never seen anything like that before in my life. This she-Eldar fought half-naked and armed only with 2 knives, and we weren't even able to scratch her. The Primarch had a haunted expression, like he was in the throes of a nightmare. And suddenly, the words of a dying pirate came back into her mind. But there is another queen in the webway. If you see her, flee. And she cut off your hand. And she cut my hand, the Imperial Fist's Primarch repeated, though as I was wounded and exhausted, that killer must not have been satisfied by the one-sided defeat she handed me and departed without slitting my throat. Alas, her allies arrived shortly after and dragged me to the prisons of Kamarak. A few white scars found me in the past centuries, certainly under the guidance of Jagatai, but each time the attempted rescues ended in blood and failure. I believe you know the rest of the story. Yes, she did. Some forces in league with the ruinous powers must have reoccupied the battleship after Dorn's capture, and when the Imperial Fists and their successors located it again, they only found the severed hand of a Primarch and no clue about the exact sequence of events. Well, I can't make any guarantee on the subject, Lord Primarch, but I have excellent biologists in my service and the rest of the Mechanikus owes me a few favors. I'm sure they will be able to grow you a new hand in real space. The Primarch stood again, reminding her how impossibly tall he was. Ah, yes. I'm afraid I will not go with you. At first she thought she had misheard him, but looking at his resolute expression for a single second, Taylor knew this wasn't the case. But Lord Dorn, the people of the Imperium need you, the news of your survival alone. Instinctively she went on one knee, only to be raised gently by the intact hand of the Praetorian. You have the same priorities as Sanguinius, you know? Maybe your soldiers had a point about you deserving the golden hair. Taylor blushed. Those traitors would pay for that. The Primarch looked at her, eyes filled with sadness. I think you overestimate my influence and political power, young general. I am the Praetorian of Terra, not its high administrator. To put the fear of my father into the bureaucrats, it was to Malkador or Guilliman's door I went to knock. But whether I underestimate it or not, I will not abandon Jagatai in the webway when many of his sons have endured unspeakable torments to free me. I was not always a perfect brother, but the Khan has never betrayed my trust and he came to my aid many times in the past. Saving him is more important than the other obligations I owe to the Imperium. Taylor instantly knew the Primarch would not budge on this point. And to be fair, was she supposed to convince him too? One of her goals had been to find the whereabouts of the Khan. By letting his brother go to save him, the insect mistress technically fulfilled the spirit of her orders. You will have to hurry, then. We have prepared, something the demons aren't going to like. The entire webway around Kamarak is going to be somewhat affected by it, I'm afraid. I feel the fingerprints of my father all over this entire operation. Dorn smiled before handing her a small vial of blood. Well, small for his hand. A small sample of my blood, explained the primogenitor of the Imperial Fists. With the Gene Wright's help, create a new chapter of Fists to help you in your battles. Ask my sons spread all over the galaxy to train your new aspirants. And in exchange. The blue eyes turned more melancholic. Please lessen the fanaticism and the insane practices of my Black Templars. I'm used to impossible missions and miracles, Lord Primarch. Taylor bit her lip before answering, but I'm afraid this task is a bit beyond my capabilities. The Primarch Rogel Dorn laughed, and for the first time it truly seemed genuine amusement. I'm not expecting miracles. But your status, and the defeat of the Naga should give you enough leverage to control their excesses until I return. The gaze of the Praetorian returned to the whiteback Space Marines waiting nervously at a respectful distance from their location, silent statues as the retreat of the Imperial Guard accelerated. I will give them a few words of my own before leaving. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Zelharst. 46 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Marshal Hermann Malberg. Hermann was shedding tears, and behind his helmet he was sure the eyes of each and every one of his 234 Templars were tear-filled too. They had been reunited with their Primarch for less than an hour, and their father was already leaving them? If the Marshal had thought protesting would have done any good, his words would have been heard loud and clear, but his Genesire's presence was crushing his thoughts through its mere existence. And frankly, no Black Templar could contest that, if it was possible, the Primarch of the White Scars needed to be rescued. Oaths had been sworn on the ramparts of the Imperial Palace, and lives had been mutually saved. Do not succumb to despair, my sons. The light still shines and the age of shadows will have an end, like every lie and artifice of the enemy. I will return and once more take command of the phalanx after I have found my brother. So I have sworn. So it will be. Hermann Malberg wanted to say a united force of several Space Marines could do this job, but honor. The honor of the Legion was at stake, and oaths were not to be forsaken. In my absence, you will obey the commands of Lady Taylor Hebert. Their father commanded, placing his soul-armored hand on the shoulder of the God Emperor's living saint. You will not forget the 7th Legion was made to protect the Imperium of mankind and the trillions of humans living on its planets. Remember that, for all the might of the Crusades, no conquest is sweet if you come back to a loyal world to find the foundries in rebellion, the citizens enslaved, and order collapsing everywhere. An enemy is not awaited behind the walls if you can preempt its coming, but the walls mustn't be left unmanned. Our enemies always take advantage of our absence. Yes, father, the commander of the Kamarak Crusade answered, followed by all the sword brethren, initiates, and neophytes. The Primarch had opened a new path for the Black Templars, and like Sigismund himself, they would thrive on it for the greater glory of the God Emperor, their sire, and the Imperium. You will repeat my words to your brothers in the other chapters across the galaxy. You will reassure them that while I have lost a hand in combat, my determination to rebuild the Imperium to the pinnacle of technology and magnificence we had reached at the end of the Great Crusade has never been greater. Terra stands, my sons. We held it against overwhelming treachery and dark betrayals, and for all the shadows that have fallen upon the Imperium, we can always rebuild. Though your colors have changed, you are still Imperial Fists in blood and legacy. Do not lose. Each Black Templar struck his right fist on the location where ceramite armor protected his original heart. Terra stands. Their father turned to the strange abhuman which had accompanied him for most of the last hour. Hermann had ordered a quick search through the data libraries of the abhorrence, but it indeed seemed there was a subspecies of humanity called squats, though for obvious reasons they preferred to be called Duarden. Our paths separate here, Borak. I hope you will find your way back to your stronghold. That, or my doom will find me first. And the small warrior burst into joyous laughter. I have found someone who will lead me to mighty battles and worthy opponents. Plenty of grudges will also be avenged. Can an old slayer like me ask for more? Their father laughed as well and clasped hands, each using a strength which would have pulverized Astartes' bones. The next handshake was far lighter, but lasted longer. Sanguinius would have been proud to count you among his legion. Their father told the winged General Saint stoically. Make sure the betrayers of the old dream pay. Build great fortresses with my sons and ensure the traitors despair. And never forget that no defense is ever foolproof. What counts at the end of the day is protecting what you cherish. The saint saluted once the hands were unclasped, and the Primarch returned the gesture. Then the Primarch saluted them, his sons, and began to run away, followed by the 10-strong honor guard he had chosen: 2 salamanders, 2 iron drakes, 1 brother of the red, 1 howling griffin, 1 crimson scion, 1 angel sanguine, and of course 2 Black Templars. Then their father was gone. And Hermann Malberg, Marshal of the Black Templars, could only pray their sire would return in his lifetime. The Warp. Palace of Slaanesh. Time wasn't a law the entities of the Empyrean cared about. That said, when a powerful warp predator was banished from the mate realm, the power having created it could wait for what said predator would be an eternity of torment and suffering before summoning it once again in its presence. And in general, the more humiliating the defeat and the more plans ruined by the banishment, the longer the exile. The very idea did not sound bad in principle. In reality, it was a slow and agonizing death for the banished. Far from the realms where their mistress-master reigned, demons of one of the four rapidly weakened. Denied the support of a legion to handle the infinite mass of carrion soul eaters, the hunter quickly became prey and was hunted in the depths of the Empyrean, all the while knowing it was a challenge and a punishment coming from their god. Fazarens Lathhesh had been defeated badly and been unable to accomplish the will of Slaanesh, and thus had anticipated a very lengthy punishment before being summoned back to the palace. Instead, the daemon was near immediately summoned back, its scales bloodied and its ruined appearance a testimony of the harsh battle which had resulted in its banishment. Fazarens Lathhesh hissed in utter loathing the very moment it re-emerged in the avidity circle. For as long as it had ascended to the supreme favor of the Dark Prince, the entity which had been worshipped by the latter race as a god had taken the name Fulgrim as its own. Now it was unable to. Fazarens Lathhesh muttered 666 curses of undying enmity against the anathema's spawn. She was going to pay for that. Weaver was going to pay, and when her broken body was in its claws, 6 legions of excess would make sure her agony lasted until her soul was broken and begging for the mercy of Slaanesh. Its body was racked in abominable pain, and Fazarens Lathhesh realized the last wounds inflicted by the green blade were not healing at all. Those inflicted by the golden light were already gone, unable to withstand the aura of excess, but there were others not closing. Fazarens Lathhesh screamed louder. As the daemon which had pretended to be the primarch of the Third Legion for so long looked into a pool of liquid silver like one used a mirror, horror and loathing racked it. Its noble visage, its precious appearance, was in ruins. Fazarens Lathhesh did not look like Fulgrim anymore, its face was now a horror, disfigured by plenty of scars, and as much as he tried to pour infernal essence of selfishness and avarice on it, the scars simply refused to vanish. Only one great cure appeared in the mind of the thing which had usurped control of a primarch's body. It had to devour Fulgrim's soul. Once that was done, it would be truly Fulgrim again, and no one, not even that angelic menace, would be able to deny him. Fazarens Lathhesh tried to call the pathetic emperor's children. They needed to bring the pride of the emperor to its location immediately. But the moment the words of loyalty came out from its mouth, they felt wrong and distorted. Utterly appalled, Fazarens Lathhesh was forced to realize Weaver had not just denied it the right to call itself Fulgrim. It had also severed the sire bond existing between the essence it used to fuel its power and the gene allegiance of the Third Legion. The scions who had been corrupted would still be loyal to Slaanesh, but Fazarens Lathhesh had no way to control them anymore. The powerful daemon seated before acknowledging the unavoidable, it was going to have to depart in search of the pride of the Emperor by itself. Thankfully the Gloriana-class battleship should not be too far away, and the thoughts of the formerly recognized daemon primarch were brutally interrupted as an entire section of wall began to burn in an ugly taint of crimson fire. Fazarens Lathhesh shook off the problems involving its appearance and realized for the first time since it arrived that maybe, just maybe, its god had not summoned it to begin a long procession of humiliating punishments. The skies over the palace, which should be a languid pink, were tainted with flashes of crimson. Faint traces of nauseating sulfur were beginning to arrive at the nostrils of its naga-like shape. And as it used its weakened wings to fly over the first circle, Fazarens Lathhesh screamed in rage once more. The forests, plains, and cities of excess built by its god were in flames, and there were uncountable blood legions rampaging everywhere, with many bloodthirsters leading the charge. Fazarens Lathhesh was fast. It was this speed which allowed it to avoid adding decapitation by gigantic axe to the list of recent humiliations it had suffered. "Welcome, fake primarch." Kabandha greeted it with a roar. "I have a few lessons to impart to you. You will learn to not touch my prey." Before the Battle of Kamarak, dealing with this brute would definitely not have been easy, but probably doable. The Angel's Bane was a brute, and as proven by Sanguinius, Primarch-level beings could and would defeat it with talent and flair. Now, Fazarens Lathhesh was weakened and badly wounded from its recent battle. And there was nowhere to flee save in front of Slaanesh. Cursing Weaver 6,666 more times, the winged Naga tried to fend off the attacks of the bloodthirster. 8 strikes later, its essence was sent crashing against the wall of avidity at subsonic speed. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Citadel of Udarak. 46 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Marshal Lorelei Maltka. It took a lot to shock a Mordian general. The Thulha weapon seemed to have a gift for achieving this feat without trying. The fact she and no one else had ordered the weapon to be deployed a second time wasn't exactly something that cheered her up. Gone was the time when a single giant bouncing mass was massacring the enemies of mankind. Now there were more than a dozen of them, and the effect was particularly nauseating. It was bad enough that these huge doom-like orbs were attacking with what appeared to be incredibly powerful lightning strikes. They were also consuming thousands of corpses to get bigger, and the shrieking sonic attacks required everyone near the battlefront, including herself, to wear earmuffs in addition to their helmets. And she and her staff were positioned a half-kilometer away from the closest Thulhu. If the things had been decimating anything else but Eldar and demons, Lorelei would have felt quite guilty. As it was, it still gave her a deep sense of unease. It wasn't the idea of killing the long-eared Xenos. These bastards had chosen to come to Kumarak of their own volition. If they didn't want to fight the Imperial Guard, they should have stayed away from this battlefield. But in the privacy of her own head, the Mordian Marshal would have really preferred to use something conventional like a Death Strike missile and not be forced to rely on an invention which looked far too much like the delirium of a Mechanicu's heretic, if only her peace of mind. I wonder why the Nix Mechanicu's authorized this lead to build that thing, Lieutenant General Hanover wondered on her Vox frequency, speaking out loud having become quite rare with all the secondary effects of Thulhu deployment. We didn't stay long on that hive world obviously, but the impression I gained while fighting this battle was that the cogboys serving the general personally were extremely focused on efficiency, mass production, and reliable weapons. This thing is not meeting any of those criteria. I asked Lord Dennis Peters the same thing. The general's representative had decided to not be addressed as Lord Clockblocker 2 hours ago of his own volition when he departed to make his report at Zelharst. He told me most of Thulhu is useless except for the gelatinous substance stabilizing and containing what is inside the orb. The Mechanics has apparently found some important use for it in other projects, but to properly study and replicate it, they needed a prototype. And once they didn't need it anymore, well, bringing the weapon to a war zone was apparently the logical conclusion. No offense, Marshal, but I find that sometimes the logic of the Mechanics is not one I would consider particularly sane, the Sonus officer commented tartly. None taken, Lieutenant General, Lorelei replied. I find myself in agreement with your views. General situation. The flow of abominations coming from the eastern gates is slowing down a bit. So they are coming in their hundreds of thousands instead of millions now. The Marshal could not see the face of her subordinate, but there was undoubtedly a grimace on it. But for the time being, the demons seem to concentrate on fighting the armies of Biltan, and the ones which aren't are trying to neutralize the Thulhu self-replicating weapons. With a rather distinct lack of success, I might add. The commanding officer of the Third Army nodded. After stabilizing the front following the first major Biltan offensives, retreat had been ordered to the major defensive lines prepared by the Mechanics and the other support forces. And while it was not a standard imperial fortress due to the lack of time and specialized materials, the cogboys and tens of thousands of workers had accomplished near miracles. In mere hours, massive trenches had been dug, high walls had begun to be raised, countless killing grounds had been created, and the artillery had hundreds of prepared positions to fire at the enemy from without risking the precious cannons and artillery servants being slaughtered by long-eared assassins. Not that they had seen much of the latter in the last few hours. Either the Xenos bastards had had only a limited number of kill teams of those assassins, or those they had were now busy fighting the monsters of the warp. It was also possible it was both. And since the Skitarii had finally run out of vaults to loot and archaeotech to grab with their mechadendrites, the fortified positions were now also manned by the Skitarii legions, and she had the Legio Ares Estis to provide an extremely devastating bombardment. Lorelei had decided to keep the Citadel word in the reports she was regularly sending to the Port of Lost Souls, but it wasn't because this subrealm of the Webway was a bastion for the Xenos anymore. It was because humanity had entrenched itself there, and if the abominations wanted to dislodge them, they would have to pay a terrible price. Otherwise, Utarak was now a scene of desolation in a war-torn landscape in 1. Hours of heavy fighting and heavy bombardment, the use of titans, and the destruction of hundreds of thousands of war machines and flyers, had transformed the Slaver's Citadel into a no-man's land where death was never too far to claim your life. And kilometers away, the armies of Biltan were locked in a death struggle with the heretical forces assaulting Kumarak. Now normally there would be strict orders to not let the average soldier know about such things, but the Inquisition's representatives had not given them, and even the commissars seemed to be mostly concerned about shooting the defeatists and the weak souls which faltered in front of the arch-enemy and the servants of evil. And judging from the tone of the orders coming from her, Lady Weaver had endorsed this course of action which had increased her popularity, something that the Mordian woman had not believed was possible. Most of the Nixians already worshipped the ground the general walked on the moment they had conquered the Port of Lost Souls, but this was nothing to what was happening now. Plenty of preachers and confessors had traveled to the front lines and uttered sermons that something called the Naga had been banished and the light of the Astronomicon burned brighter, while Lorelei herself had no reports confirming any of it. Do we have any idea how to neutralize Thulhu when the retreat order is be given? A junior officer assigned to her staff asked. The Mechanics, on the general's orders, has prepared a world flame warhead. Silence greeted her statement. Marshal? Isn't the world flame the thing? Yes, it's the weapon which burned an entire Eldar fleet at Pavia. Lorelei permitted herself a smile behind the security of her helmet. This should neutralize Thulhu, and everything else. Heart of the Webway. Kumarak. Port of Lost Souls. 45 hours before the mark of Kumarak. Chancellor Friar Achelios. It was exhilarating to be part of history like this. It was also utterly exhausting. Not that the Navigator-Chancellor had any intention to admit it in public or private. For one, he knew every single being he was in the presence of on the bridge of the Enterprise was enduring the same stress and problems. Wolfgang Bach, to name only one of them, looked like death had passed him by 3 times, and this was after he had taken 2 hours of rest. Also, the rewards of this expedition invasion promised to be astronomically high, and that was just from a purely material perspective. The God Emperor only knew what the political, trade, and other types of rewards were going to be in the months to come, but it was certainly going to begin at extraordinarily great and go up from there. So Fryer showed only the image of a diligent navigator and presented his report. At this hour, I'm afraid the exact position of specific reinforcements is difficult to estimate, with the warp in turmoil and every independent command sending irregular reports. The astropaths didn't receive Marshal Malberg's change of plans until 15 minutes ago, at which point the Black Templars and all the forces they had encouraged to follow them were already fighting in Corspur. So keep in mind the timetables I am going to give you are very vague. In other times, he might have shuffled his data slates a bit to impress his audience, but not today. The Mechanicu's Forge Worlds have diverted 14 explorator fleets from their original destinations to Pavia. Estaban, Metallica, Mars, and Griffon 4 are the core of the principal forces. Unfortunately, while their firepower is considerable, we think it will be a week before they can reach the stellar system behind us, never mind transit through the Eversprings Gate. And the battle, Friar Achelius didn't say out loud, would long be over. The Adeptus Astartes. The question had come from Archmagos Sagami. We have received 18 confirmed positive answers from as many chapters which may reach us in around 40 hours. 14 of them come from Blood Angel successors. 2 others are other crusade forces of the Black Templars. The 17th is the most powerful, as it includes a third of the active White Scars fleet. Last but not least, the Nova Marines are coming too. I think they're not going to regret answering the call of duty, the first Naval Secretary declared before inquiring about the next potential source of reinforcements. The Frateris Templar. There are over 30 different individual warships on their way, but nothing coordinated, and their total firepower isn't enough to represent more than a small squadron. Assuming they had the time to train and learn to maneuver together. This was time they would not have, no matter the outcome of the next several hours. There are several hundreds of regiments with transports and escorts on their way, but the most optimistic estimate I have is a week and a half for the fastest arrival. 1 armored corps is stationed at Desateria, but since the transports emptied in Corspur will need days to return there and they don't have the navigators to make the warp jump here, we can't count on them. The navigator emptied a glass of water offered by a guardsman and continued his report on the reinforcements. The reinforcements are far better where the Imperial Navy is concerned. Most of the local forces won't be able to arrive before 2 weeks, but 2 operational battle fleets had finished their battle operations in nearby theaters and are on their way as we speak. They may arrive at Pavia in 30+ hours and should be able to join the Caribbean fleet for the battle you intend to fight here, First Secretary Bach. Do we have an idea what their order of battle is? The question had emerged from the Mechanicu's ranks. No, I'm afraid not. The warp is screaming in fury across Pavia, and several astropaths have told me there's a non-negligible chance Biltan warships and Psychers have taken position around the system trying to perturb our communications. Given that Magos Wismar has shattered one of their flotillas and the Necron forces have annihilated one of these perfidious Xenos fleets which was trying to sneak up on our forces, I support their judgment. Many officers had expressed the opinion the Eldar vermin had more webway gates around Pavia, since they obviously hadn't used the Eversprings one in a long time. Their strategic assessments had been more than confirmed in the last few hours. The first battle fleet is the former Crusade naval support of the Heraklion Crusade, under the command of Admiral August von Kischer. It is designated as the Ultima 70th Battle Fleet. I've heard of the von Kischer family, admitted the blonde-haired naval commander. Their dynasty was obsessed with the idea of creating fast battleships, and they had managed to claw their way into several important war construction programs when I left Karduniash. The Quran shipyards have heard of this controversy, Archmagos Thayer Sagami added a second later. Most Archmagi supported the conclusions of the Karduniash's Mechanicu's strategic board. These fast battleships have been insufficiently analyzed by specialist tech priests and are too innovative. The word resonated like a curse, and it likely was one. Then let's hope they don't bring them here. The number of Eldar fleets waiting to pounce upon our warships means this is definitely not the target to test them on. The other battle fleet is the Tempestus Bacca 13th Fleet, led by Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal. This time, truly nobody around the hololith or on the bridge had any clue about this particular fleet or the name of its commander. It was completely unsurprising, since most of said people had never traveled out of Ultima Segmentum, and Friar for all the resources of his house had never been involved with the Lords of Bacca in the last decades. The rogue traders. Yes, the rogue traders. Rarely had the Chancellor been so tempted to shout a few insults in public. Rogue trader Lady Magdalena Orpheus, based on the star galleon Aurica Orpheus, and rogue trader Great Duchess Olivia Cheshire, owner of the cruiser The Last Opera. And yes, she is the Olivia Cheshire of Nyx. And as for those of you who have some doubts, yes, we found their names and plenty of data about them in Sliskus databases. The administrative teams have other things to do for now than peruse the data and the evidence, but they have been able to confirm that those two were in the Serpent's bed more than once. Damn, to his credit Wolfgang Bach reacted quickly. Colonel, immediately requisition the mercenaries which are present on their ships and use them as garrison troops in the Violet Zone. And find a pretext to put a few thousand Skitarii aboard their starships. I already didn't trust their motives before, I don't want them turning on us when the next wave of long ears comes screaming for our blood. It will be done. Magos. 91% of the archaeotech discoveries have arrived at Pavia. All the SDCs have been evacuated out of Pavia and are protected by our most stringent security measures. The last ammunition ships will be ready for unloading in 46 minutes. Repairs on all battle-worthy starships will be complete in 6.5 hours. Evacuation plan Colossus will be delivered to your hands in 70 minutes. Archmagos Hediatrix estimates the chance of successfully evacuating all the Titans and the Ordinatus is approximately 80%. Inform me if some factor changes your estimates. Now let's get back to the situation on the Necron front. I'm afraid the situation is still extremely confusing there, Lord Bach, a brown-bearded SDF officer replied. No messengers managed to get out of the sub-realm of Old City before everything burned, and the war engines the Destruction Overlord has tried to send in the furnace have not shown any signs of life. Trazen the Infinite. Destruction Overlord Sitka transmitted that, assuming his body got disintegrated, he will need a couple more hours to return and tell us exactly what has happened. The only thing the Necrons are sure of at this hour is that right now, Old City is utterly destroyed, and it's not their weapons which have done the deed. The Xenos ground commanders have fortified their positions at Mar Lych, and for the moment they have been able to inflict massive losses to the Eldar counter-attacking armies and the Abominations. Let's pray this will continue. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Zelharst. 44 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Captain Ionid Thiel. To be quite clear, Ionid was proud to be an ultramarine. He had immensely respected Robert Guillemot and still respected him for that matter and knew that for all his support of orthodox doctrine, his Primarch was far superior to him when it came to tactics and strategy. Ionid had never felt shame about it. The Lord of Makraj was a son of the Emperor, and had certain abilities which were simply denied to even veteran space marines. Fukin lives. Dorn lives. But for all his respect for Robert Guillemot, he could not help but wonder if perhaps the Codex Astartes had been a major mistake. It was obvious watching some salamanders of the Flame Rod explaining to their successors some point of doctrine that the Astartes of M35 had not exactly evolved their tactics since the end of the Scouring. And it was probably going to get worse when he met other space marines, because the 18th Legion had never been truly codified beyond this weapon will roast our enemies, no need to look any further, brother. At least some things didn't change. The Black Templars had found a way to become crazier. They had become worshippers of the God Emperor. To date, the captain was unsure if he was supposed to laugh or cry when he was given the news. Brothers, we will not take a single step back unless the Saint orders us to. Screamed the Emperor's champion. Yes, because the maniacs had obviously needed more than a champion to protect their commanding officer, they had made Sigismund's old title a permanent addition to their ranks. A spectacle I'm told the galaxy doesn't see every day, I'm told, the Archmagos to his left voiced. Truer words had never been spoken. Before their eyes, hundreds of salamanders reunited with each other, crying, laughing, and sharing the events of the last millennia as they erected new killing grounds for the demons which were unavoidably going to pursue them to Zelharst. The sons of Fukin were not the only Astartes to shout and share a moment of brotherhood, as for the moment the gates linking Zelharst and Korspur had been shut down by a combination of several captured Eldar artifacts and brute force. There were Iron Drakes which Ionid thought had a 50% chance of being Loyalist Death Guard. There were sons of Sanguinius, most of them keeping their red armors and their traditions well after their legion had disappeared. There were the Black Templars as he had mentioned before, crusaders to the death, and if they had decided to read the Codex Astartes once, the ultramarine captain would eat the tomes in question one by one. They were just the largest contingents, exchanging tactics, increasing their knowledge about their cousins, and preparing for a new round of battle. And it was evident this kind of meeting was anything but a common event. I had no idea splitting up the legions was going to result in this. The representative of Mars made a curious sound his augmented ears identified as a sound of agreement. Decisions had to be made at the end of the heresy. And to be fair to your Primarch, he was placed in stasis long before he had the opportunity to analyze how much his choices would change the Imperium. That couldn't be denied. The Imperium had lost the Emperor, and a few decades after that most of the loyalist Primarches. It hadn't been difficult to verify that Dorn had been the last active Primarch long after Ionid departed on the search for a cure and that right now the Praetorian was the only one confirmed alive and active. What an irony that after all these millennia, his quest had only achieved a significant success now. Before you ask, yes, the poison and the blades are on their way to one of my cruisers waiting outside the webway, Archmagos Belisarius Call stated. That was not the question I was about to ask, the veteran space marine replied, doing his best not to roll his eyes. I was wondering how you rated your chances of finding an antidote to this awful murder tool. Fairly high, the Martian tech priest affirmed. The Mechanikus has successfully found antidotes for many warp-corrupting substances since the dawn of the Imperium, you know. Really? A lot of mechadendrites were agitated to give orders of a nature Aeonid Thiel was quite happy to forget in the next minutes. The cost is in general an enormous barrier, the Archmagos regretted loudly. And of course the Inquisition usually prefers cleansing the entire world to paying for the healthcare bill. Aeonid dearly wanted to ask Call if he was joking, but fear of what the answer was going to be held his tongue at bay. At least the Naga won't be able to intervene against us for a long time. True, the Archmagos who had been charged by Guilliman to implement several secret projects agreed. With the terrible blow Lady Weaver gave this false Primarch, I sincerely doubt we will see it again before M40. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Hidden Blade. 43 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Supreme Lord Asdrubal Vecht. If Vecht had known that kneeling was the greatest desire of millions of Kamarak warriors, his plans would have been very different in the last thousands of cycles. It was a pity that this fact had been allowed to come in his sight a bit too late. And yes, everything was lost. His main lieutenants had sworn themselves to She Who Thirsts. Rakarth had joined the ranks of excess. Millions had preferred to debase themselves rather than pose the slightest amount of resistance. By Cain's non-existent mercy, the part of the population which was providing the greatest resistance to the Keeper of Secrets and the Daemonettes were the Mundaki slaves. Maybe I should create a city where the hierarchy of the Kamarak is reversed. The leader of the now-defunct Cabal of the Blackheart mused aloud. What a sight it would be, the slaves would be the rulers, as for the nobles, it would only be justice to let them work in the factories and suffer long agonies in the Beastmaster's pits. Asdrubal hadn't the slightest idea how he could make it work. Hallucinogenic drugs lasted only for so long, but for a short moment it brought a small smile to his lips. It didn't last long and he continued running away. The last ruler of Low Kamarak had not come to Hidden Blade because he believed it was the best place to rally his troops. Those armies were gone, and now the demonic tides were submerging everything. He had chosen this subrealm because it contained the nearest gate which was not under She Who Thirsts' control. Unfortunately, that wasn't the same thing as saying there was no daemon presence in Hidden Blade. There were plenty of handmaidens and beasts in the service of the Dark Prince roaming the streets. Plus there were the things his subordinates and warriors had become. Superficially, Asdrubal supposed they could have passed as Ildari, as long you were a few leagues away. Their presence was completely wrong. Their aura was pink, and their eyes were demented. A perfume of pure decadence and madness floated wherever they went. It would take far more than that to kill him or to reduce him to the state of corruption. He was his own master. Asdrubal Vecht did not serve. Asdrubal Vecht was born to rule, he was not going to kneel to a parasite with delusions of grandeur. He was not going to enslave himself to a divinity unable to stop the Mundaki invasion. He didn't know what had happened in the core spur, but given the hundreds of fading daemonettes he had seen with his own eyes, it had been extremely damaging to She Who Thirsts. Asdrubal Vecht ruled, or he died trying. Dominion or death, there was no middle ground. Anti-Empyrean bombs ordered to detonate. Activation code, Asdrubal, Vecht, Kamarak, poison, Cain, extermination. The halls he had just crossed burned in terrible lights, and a deep sensation of nausea and void filled his body. But it was worth it. His pursuers' screams were filling the burning skies of Hidden Blade. You think you have beaten me? The Supreme Lord who had once counted more than 500 concubines in his court sneered. I will not be your puppet, She Who Thirsts. I have sworn to rule the Dark City, or it will perish by my own hand. And since he had been denied the former, it would be the latter. Low Kamarak was destroyed, and now Hidden Blade was going to meet the same fate. He had released some of the most dangerous slaves he kept in chains with a few mental suggestions to make sure they found some specific detonators in Secretary Maegra and the Bones Middens. Added to the measures he had already taken for High Kamarak, the Dark City was going to burn in a pyre that the destruction of the Port of Lost Souls would pale against. And then there would be the grand finale. It would happen in the Port of Lost Souls, that much he already knew, the armada of the Mundaki, allied with the Old Ingur threat, against the last fleets of the Ildari and Biltan, with the legions of excess trying to kill everyone, of course. It was going to be a cataclysm. Asdrubal almost wished to be there to witness the gigantic butchery, almost. The first and last leader of the Blackheart didn't think he would enjoy discovering what the Mundakis had kept as a reserve for them very much. It would be different if I had a few reliable subordinates. Vecht laughed. It was a great lie. Only his life counted. Only his life and the power to rule mattered to him. He left the imbecilic charges and the doomed last stands to more stupid beings. He was going to. Something fell from the skies and crashed a couple of hundred steps on the last bridge he needed to cross. And just as if things couldn't be more dramatic, it was the last intact bridge out of 4, and of course trying to reach the gate which was going to lead him out of Kamarak would require a very long detour. Asdrubal Vect drew his blade, feigning disinterest while in reality he was concentrating like never before. And as the pink fumes increased to cloak the thing delivered by the sorcery of she who thirsts in a cocoon of energy and corruption, Vect realized his worst fears had fallen short of reality. It was common knowledge that in the dark days before the fall, many Yildari had marched willingly to the altars where they were slaughtered like livestock. And it was no secret that at the moment reality was overwritten and the Yildari Empire ceased to be, many of the Doom priests had not died, but became something far more malevolent and corrupted altogether. The Yildari of Kamarak called them Yirzar, an ill-omened word. A rough translation in a lesser language would be those who have sold their souls to darkness. For even less poetic minds and species, the term was Chaos Yildari. The naked female figure armed with a single spear as a weapon was far worse than any Yirzar. Not surprising, she was the first of them according to the old tales. Fallen Empress of the Phoenix Court. Mistress of the Cult of Pleasure. Archpriestess of She Who Thirsts. Her Dark Excellency Morathi Uldanesh. I'm honored, Asdrubal said, all the while trying to find another gate as entire battalions of abominations converged on his position. Silence, vermin. That insult deserved an answer, and it couldn't be a lie. Truth would hurt far more. At the risk of disappointing you, Lelith Hesprax is far more beautiful than you. The elegant face morphed into an ugly expression of utter loathing. Even a heartbeat after it had returned to the visage of a seductress, what little charm she had managed to influence him with was utterly broken. It was impossible to forget the horror under the fake flesh. When I am done with your soul, you will beg me to become my footrest. It was an unpleasant fate, assuredly. And to make things more unfair, he couldn't use a single psychic ability without losing his mind while the soul-corrupted Yildari was free to use her skills however she wanted. Morathi was not invincible, of course. But the next hidden anti-Empyrean bombs were rather far from his current location, and his blade for all its special properties was no pre-fall masterpiece. Let Kamarak burn, Asdrubal Vect murmured while beginning what was probably going to be the last fight of his life. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Citadel of Zelharst. 42 hours before the mark of Kamarak. General Taylor Hebert. 2 hours of sleep might not seem like much, but it had felt like heaven. Any outstanding problems that can't wait until after my first cup of tea? No, Gavriel told her, handing her one of the rare luxuries she had decided to give to her general persona before everyone else. The warmth and the smell were a delight. It was almost possible to forget she had slept in a bane blade to avoid potential attacks. Really? She raised an eyebrow and took a large mouthful of warm tea. The abominations didn't find a gate we had forgotten to close. It surprised us too, the sergeant confessed. But there's a lot of psychic pressure on 3 of the largest gates we used to assault Korspur. The possibility exists they truly have not found an unguarded path to invade Zelharst. Fine. Let's stay prudent, however. These monsters are not very resourceful, but they don't think in terms of losses and gains like we do. The fighting retreat of the Desadarian army had definitely proven that, if nothing else. General McLean had lost approximately 40,000 men in a single hour of battle, and it was best not to mention the sheer number of wounded. This had come in addition to the terrible losses every part of her forces had taken. The support forces were still trying to assess the magnitude of the butchery, but it had been terrible. The Frat Eris Templar, if one didn't count their artillery companies, had stood in almost to a man. Entire regiments had been gutted, and her officer ranks had been decimated. First and Second Army couldn't possibly have more than 30% of their pre-Korspur invasion numbers breathing, and the Mechanik Skitarii had also suffered a high percentage of casualties. More than 100 Space Marines, all in all, had met their ends, though in their case half of the casualties were due to the damned Serpentine Falls Primarch. Dennis Peters and Leet want to speak with you about Uter Rak, Gamaliel spoke as she ate one of the new fruity-flavored rations, wondering once again which cogboy had sabotaged the recipe. Taylor watched the Seraph with a suspicious eye. Please tell me Thulho hasn't gone out of control and attacked our troops. Fighting that bouncing orb of electrical doom was not how she wanted to spend her next hours in Kamarak. No, for the moment the invention fulfills its purpose and massacres the Eldar and the abominations, the Blood Angel Space Marine reassured her. What a relief. The Tinker, alas, began to make jokes on the vein of rumors of my demise were greatly exaggerated. Taylor closed her eyes, counted to 10, and decided scoffing was better than most alternatives. As long as he stays far away from the Black Templars when he says his jokes, I will ignore his behavior for the next days. The Battle of Kamarak was filled with sacrifices, and for all the poor standards of Leet's jokes, he was not disparaging the blood and the tears the Guard and all the other components of the Imperial machine had shed to achieve the objectives. Taylor finished her improvised breakfast, all the while moving in pre-dug tunnels and on the killing grounds hundreds of thousands of insects, leaving millions more in reserve. Lankovar had done an excellent job preparing a new swarm of considerable size. The last one had died when she threw it at the demons of Korspur when the last guardsman had fled through the Zelharst gate. Putting her helmet back on her head, the para-human general allowed the two magi nearby to verify the machine spirit and every component of the angel's tier functioned optimally. The salamanders are in position on the new lava line. The insect mistress asked as a formality as her bodyguards and she left the super heavy tank. They are. And they're impatient to show off some of the old tactics their returned brothers of the flame rod have taught them. I see. One thing she had learned in the last 3 days was that as long as you didn't speak the words flame, lava, magma, or most words associated with the concept of fire, the salamanders were perhaps the nicest space marines to have around. But when they heard any such word, they transformed into highly dangerous pyromaniacs. Dennis and Lead arrived a few seconds later, and the latter had a particularly guilty expression on his face. Taylor was sure that if the edge of her mouth twitched at this instant, no one would count it against her. General, this scoundrel has. There was a powerful amount of wind from nowhere, and a column of green materialized in the space a company had used as a cooking camp an hour ago. From this abnormal phenomena came Trazyn the Infinite, bearing a very different panel of decoration than the last time. Lady Weaver. Why are you not retreating to the port of lost souls? Have you not received my message? What message? Taylor felt something unpleasant develop in her guts. There had been no Necron messenger who had directly come to her. I've heard a few confused reports from my admiral, but... You must retreat immediately. Taylor didn't think she had seen the Necron that agitated and panicked at all, period. The Queen of Blades is here at Kamarak. We must abandon the Dark City at once. Taylor blinked at the familiar title, a title the psychic diamond of the core gate had held with reverence, and grimaced. Trazyn, the Queen of Blades, does she have crimson hair, a black armor emphasizing every curve of her body, and a long curved blade? Yes, absolutely. The Necron thief confirmed. But how did you? Taylor didn't need to point a finger or give descriptions. The Eldar was feigning to sleep on top of the nearby Angel's Sanguine Land Raider, and somehow she had managed to knock out the 2 space marines nearby without a sound. Flee, you fools! The Archeovist of Solemnes teleported away in a new storm of green energy. The Eldar female stretched, and Taylor had to admit in the privacy of her own head, the long-eared Xenos was simply beautiful. Every aspect of her body and with an armor sharing some similarities with the Calidus synth skin, you could not hide much was physical perfection. There was no unnecessary fat, she had a voluptuous pair of breasts, and unlike the female gladiators she and the Dawnbreaker Guard had slaughtered by the hundreds, there were no scars or any signs of age or torture. No scars. It was nearly impossible in a galaxy of war. Taylor had few scars, courtesy of the Golden Bacta, but they existed. Every Astartes of the Dawnbreaker had them, either received during their time as baseline humans or later during their marine training. Her hair was a magnificent color which could have been mistaken for blood. Her skin was far more tanned than the average Drukhari, but remained pale enough to give a shade no human skin could approach. But it was the eyes that were utterly terrifying. When she gazed into those red irises, Taylor could only look at them less than a second before closing hers. This was not the loathing glares of the Kamarak rulers. This was the implacable weight of something eons old. Something that had been there long, long before humanity conquered the stars. It was a brave thing what you did with the core gate, little queen, the Eldar purred, and the sound was like a choir of angels had suddenly decided to sing. Or should I call you Ildari Empress now? The content of the sentence had at least allowed her to remain in full control of her wits, unlike Leet, who was unashamedly drooling, and received a slap from Dennis. The ancient court, I think, would have sundered your home world and shattered your star for your audacity, assuming they didn't fall over dead at the idea of a young race using their precious relic. Each word was pronounced in Low Gothic, English, and any variant of any human language. There was no accent, and the meaning went straight to her brain. The Eldar was passively using her psychic abilities, and Taylor was detecting nothing. And suddenly, she was there, mere centimeters away from her face. Taylor blinked. She had not seen her move. Lower your weapons, the crimson-haired Eldar whispered to the Dawnbreaker Guard. If I wanted your mistress dead, your heads would have rolled with hers. The judgment's words were hammered like daggers of crystal, a divine decree no one had the power to oppose. And Taylor believed her. It was quite evident she was facing the opponent who had defeated Rogaldorn in battle. The human anathema always refused my challenges. It is kind of him to provide a nice substitute as compensation for his insults. The Emperor would have torn you apart, monster. One of her Dawnbreaker guards, probably Kratos, growled. The Queen of Blades laughed. It was an enthralling symphony of amusement and joy. Your Emperor is a bit too young to present a danger to me, and the worst part, the Xenos had a genuine look of regret on her face, like she genuinely regretted not having fought the master of mankind. But he had potential. And then there was a barely perceptible twitch and the Eldar was back on the Land Raider. I am Inaria Eldinesh, little queen. I am the Queen of Blades, also known by your kind as Lilith Hesprax, Grand Mistress of the Ildari arenas. Taylor did her best not to flinch. Sliskus had been in the top 100 of the Imperium's most wanted list, but the Duke had largely been a minor player. The name which had been uttered held the 13th position. I am Taylor Hebert. I am a general of the Imperial Guard, Basileia of Nyx, and Mistress of the Swarm. Good, approved the ancient Xenos. Tell your vassals to remove themselves from my presence if they want to live. We are going to duel. There was a flash, and one of the last spires of Zelharst, the one where the Imperial flag had been hoisted triumphant, was cut in two. The pain is terrible. There is agony, so much agony. And yet, it is lessened. The predators try to circle once more, but a good flick of the wrist forces them to abandon the grounds around his fire. They will come back, of course. They always come back. But for the first time in an eternity, he can truly wield the Astronomicon as an extension of his will. He can't cry. He can't mourn at the horrid state he finds the palace and its surroundings in. Everything has succumbed to idolatry, faith, and superstition. The dream is dead. The dungeon links only a single gate, and it won't allow even one more for thousands of years. But he has chosen. Your victory is not preordained, parasites. We shall yet be free. And slowly, the Emperor turns his gaze to the stars once more. Extermination countdown. 42 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Uncorrupted Drukhari population in the Webway, approximately 83.1 billion. Corrupted Drukhari population in the Webway, approximately 48.3 billion. Asuryani killed during the Battle of Kamarak, approximately 973 million. Chapter 39, Extermination 8-4 The Queen of Blades. Extermination 8.4. The Queen of Blades. Some humans, I've learned, tend to worship the elite warriors who fought by their seer's side when their empire was founded. Even if worship is not involved, they study their writings, comment on their works and philosophies, and appear to regard their deeds, be they military or otherwise, with great respect and fondness. This is true as long as they didn't swear themselves to the primordial annihilator, of course. No respect for our ancestors existed among the Ildari before the mark of Kamarak, and it did not arise after the end of the slaughter. We had the opportunity to meet our ancestors, unlike the majority of the species of this galaxy. They were not legion, by the most accurate estimates, less than 100 Ildari living in the Dark City had experienced the first fall and survived to tell the tale. The three dynasts, Urian Rakarth, Asdrub Aelvect, and several leaders were, if the rumors could be trusted, all ancient Ildari who had survived the cataclysm which had devoured the old empire whole. They were, in every regard, the worst aspects of our species made flesh. Some delusional aspect warriors may try to soften my words, but the truth is that, by the time She Who Thirsts was born and destroyed the core worlds of the empire, the dominion the veterans of the war in heaven had built to rule over the galaxy had been twisted into a nightmarish caricature. The Ildari planets were not daemon worlds, but honest assessment would have included the word yet. Despite the cataclysm and the utter destruction of most of our culture during the first fall, sufficient evidence remains if you are really interested in discovering the truth. Not many are. It is not a pleasant story to listen to. The Harlequin's dances only show a minuscule representation of the horror Ildari society had become before the first fall. Decadence and depravity were the master principles of our species. Altars and the immense stairs leading to them were soaked with the blood of unwilling and willing sacrifices. Temples to the ancient gods were defiled and burned in ceremonies few agents of the primordial annihilator would have disapproved of. The pursuit of sensation had seized everyone and everything. Immense fleets sailed across the stars to plunder planets and enslave billions of souls. The gardens were denatured by carnivorous flora. Each dawn saw a million beings impaled and crucified on 1,000 different worlds. Each sunset saw more and more slaves be sacrificed to the unborn abomination that was going to cause the doom. In this atmosphere of cruelty and malevolence, the Ildari were unwilling to tolerate any limitations on their excesses. Moved to its logical conclusion, this meant the nobles and those who were in charge believed themselves to be gods, and fought each other to assuage their dreams of supremacy. But the Ildari who survived the first fall by sheer luck were paltry shadows of their predecessors in everything except arrogance and malevolence. Deprived of their immortality and unable to use their psychic abilities without attracting She Who Thirsts, any Ildari of Kamarak was not that superior physically to one of his or her Drukhari descendants. Nonetheless, there was a dark legend which was still whispered far from the ears of the dynasts, a rumor that the rulers of Kamarak were neither the oldest nor the most dangerous Ildari survivors. Zelian, Krail-Lach, and Elethian had done their utmost to erase it dissenter by dissenter, but it still re-emerged from out of nowhere every few dozens of cycles. Some said Asdrub Aelvect was guilty of it, others accused upstart groups living under the spires. The second fall would prove the tales had, if anything, completely understated the truth. There was indeed one of the first Ildari still alive, and she had been hiding under everyone's noses as Lilith Hesprax, the Queen of Knives. After the mark of Kamarak, it wasn't exactly difficult to reassemble the fragments and find other names: Qalet, Mistress of Blades, First Gladiator, First Sword-Bearer, the uncrowned Empress, Princess of the Hunt, Commander of the Abyssal Fleet, blood of the first line. But there is one name above others that is hers and that no one will claim until the stars die and the Ildari race vanish from memory. She is the Queen of Blades. 13th most wanted being of the Imperium of Mankind. Dead only. Lelith Hesprax. The Queen of Knives. Eldar Succubus. Extremis level Sword Master. Insanely dangerous. Extremis Omega physical threat. Do not engage without Legionese Astartes and Primarch support. If military support insufficient, flee on sight. Reward, 1 quadrillion throne gelts, 1 sector overlordship. This insult to the Necron dynasties won't be tolerated. The loss of 1 fleet and 1,500,000 phalanxes can be rightfully considered insignificant, the loss in prestige can't. Faerun Namakatak has been extinguished so thoroughly even the Nightbringer is powerless to put the slivers of his soul's remains back together. Enaria Eldinesh has grown from a minor problem to a very annoying threat, and her actions in the Bleeding Stars, if left unchecked, can lead to a general withdrawal from more than 400 systems. The defeat will be avenged. The Queen of Blades will die, and I, Emotic of the Storm, will personally lead the counterattack which will snuff out her arrogant life. In the name of the Silent King, the 5 world engines and 3-star harvesters of the Sodok Reserve Fleet are ordered to muster at Sidon under my command. It is the will of the Citan and the Triarchs that the noble commander who will slay this long ear will be raised to the rank of Faerun, with all the privileges and command codes the title entails. Gather your best phalanxes and equip them with the latest weapons sent from the gloriously divine Magladrith. It is time to teach this arrogant alien princess that nothing will stand against the domination of the Necrons. Extract from the Muster Call's announcement of the Red Nightmare, one of the rare campaigns lost by Emotic the Storm Lord. It was also infamous for the decree issuing the first bounty on someone's life in living history. It is difficult to compare the strength of the great enemies of Lady Weaver and assess which is the most dangerous monster among the 8. The servants of the ruinous powers are subjects to the whims of the 4 in the Sea of Souls, naturally making proper estimations utterly impossible, but the beings living in the Mate Realm are no simple matter either. Shards of the Endless Swarm do not represent the totality of the malevolence and the abilities of the Citan known as Ashedra. The less said about the 4th and the 8th Endbringer, the better. And my colleagues are still wondering what exactly the 6th is. Needless to say, the debate raging whenever the question which is the most dangerous Endbringer is raised will likely continue for the next couple of thousand years, with each Inquisitor taking the rosette having his or her own opinion on the subject and plenty of arguments to justify it. In my opinion, the deadliest Endbringer is the 3rd. The Queen of Blades, despite not being an avatar of soul corruption and / or unquenchable hunger, is a terrible opponent that most champions and heroes of the Imperium can't hope to survive against for more than a few seconds. Speed, mastery of practically every weapon ever forged by advanced human and Xenos species, psychic power, millions of years of war experience, this ancient Ildari is an elemental force of destruction the moment she really decides to fight seriously. The bounty on Lelith Hesprax was raised again after the Battle of Kumarak. Yet anybody but the most deluded fool will acknowledge this was purely a public relations move. As I write these words, the reward for the elimination of the Queen of Blades is still unclaimed. And I don't think even a return of Lady Weaver would be sufficient to change this state of affairs. Extract from Inquisitorial File ZA 56-66139BB88S, dictated on the order of Lord Inquisitor Redacted, 005M41. The Eye of Terror. Orbit of Tor Ivres, Crone World, a former provincial capital of the Ildari Empire. One of the most impressive successes of the 4 during the Horus Heresy was clearly to turn the Primarches against their Gene-Sire. But being able to corrupt the Gloriana-class battleships serving as the flagships of the traitor legions with their soul taint wasn't exactly a minor victory either. Though speaking about a Gloriana-class battleship was a misnomer in itself. There was no Gloriana-class. The M30 authorities of the Imperium had simply assigned this label to any purpose-built warship with a length of more than 20 kilometers. And comparing them to normal battleships, even large and imposing ones like the Call-built Enterprise, was akin to comparing a Primarch to an Astartes. The latter simply wasn't able to fulfill the role of the former. In one of the ironies so common across a galaxy of war, the construction of hulls based on a Gloriana subtype had almost completely stopped before the Istvan betrayal. The Word-bearers had built 3 of their Titanic Abyss-class super battleships in secret, but these lairs of heretics and traitors were not recognized as Gloriana ships but as true star forts in their own right, closer to the phalanx than a spaceship destined to take a place in the line of battle. But for the Imperium as a whole, an empire which had crushed all opposition from the eastern fringe to the Halo stars and from the Veiled region to the Ghoul stars, the Gloriana super battleships were too expensive. And besides, before the Civil War, there were officially 42 of these Void Leviathans in active service, and the Imperator Somnium and Bucephalus, the personal flagships of the Emperor, weren't included in this category. After Horus was killed and the Scouring purged the traitors who didn't flee into the Eye of Terror, the Imperium had not built another Gloriana. Added to the ludicrously high cost was now the major issue of who could be trusted wielding such power when it was obvious even the sons of the Emperor couldn't. As such, in the hellish void regions of the gigantic warp storm, the surviving Gloriana hulls became more and more invaluable. The defeated Astartes legions had seen their supply bases burn in the fires of Exterminatus, and what little they had been able to save was constantly mutated by demons and the touch of the Four. The travel to a planet could last the equivalent of a day, or it could last a millennium. Having your own war factory in the upper and lower decks of your flagship was an assurance your vassal warlords weren't going to betray you the moment your back was turned. Of course, the treatment the different legion flagships received differed vastly. While the Vengeful Spirit was used as the flagship and headquarters of the Black Legion, the Conqueror was more an attack juggernaut directed against annoying Astartes who had the gall to displease him somehow. The Pride of the Emperor, flagship of the Third Legion, had not been used for war purposes since the Battle of Thessala. Phazaren's Lathhesh was more interested in keeping its place as the true chosen of Slaanesh, and the ship which had once been the pride and joy of the Jupiter shipyards was abandoned to the hordes of daemonettes using the avenues and compartments as the playground for their depravity, accompanied the mad disciples of the Dark Mechanicum, and worse things it was best not to know the name of or think too long about. To summarize, the Pride of the Emperor was a daemon ship in every aspect, tainted forever by the power of excess. It was also the worst maintained Gloriana in the service of the traitor legions, and the competition in this regard was particularly fierce, with the Conqueror eternally at war and the Endurance a hive of pestilence and decay. It was absolutely not ready for war. At the very moment Comorak was invaded, there were exactly 6 things aboard which could be with any degree of certainty be recognized as Emperor's children, and it was best to not be too demanding on the appearance or genetic codes examination. The hundreds of Noise Marines and Third Legion's remnants using the flagship were busy raping, desecrating, murdering, and rampaging on the Crone world below, amidst demons, mutants, and debased cultists. With no daemon primarch, pretender, or real, to give the order to return to the Pride of the Emperor, the atrocities on world had not really diminished in intensity. The demons present on the super battleship, however, had departed for a far more important battleground. As a result, there was absolutely no one to give a warning as 7 battleships of the Death Guard materialized into reality. By the time the Emperor's children and the things fighting on their side finally realized the Slaaneshi-controlled region was under enemy attack, the ritual had begun hours ago. Nurgle, after a long period of observation, had decided to intervene. And its first order to its servants was to engineer the removal of the Pride of the Emperor from the Great Game. Had it been any other battleship, maybe it would have been possible to convert it to the joys of fevers and great epidemics, but the Dark Prince had tainted the Gloriana super battleship with so much excess that the effort was simply not worth the potential gains. And, as remote as the possibility was, it was best to stop any attempt from the human anathema to rescue the soul of the Third Primarch. Before Comorak, it would have been thought impossible, but lately the enemy of the Four had done too many impossible things for the Plague Father to take any chances. Slaanesh, too busy directing its forces in its own backyard and against Comorak, was unable to muster more than 1 legion, and the Keeper of Secrets sent to stop the ritual was no match against 7 great unclean ones. A massive greenish warp rift opened and swallowed the Pride of the Emperor, banishing it from reality and unreality for an eternity of torment and agony. Then the 7 battleships and the Plague Marines waiting aboard them turned their gaze to the planet which had once been Tor Ivres, one of the jewels of the Ildari Empire. Orders were barked and new instructions given. And the Death Guard went to war. Heart of the Webway. Comorak. Port of Lost Souls. 42 hours before the mark of Comorak. Epistolary Hendrik. There were moments in your life when you couldn't help but loathe the fact that you were a psyker. Right here, right now, Hendrik of the Dawnbreaker Guard was experiencing one. It was extremely galling to lay on a hospital bed with your body irresponsive when other Space Marines arrived in this section of the medical facilities in a far worse state than yours, and 15 minutes later were able to walk when there was no sign of improvement of your own condition. Hendrik wasn't blaming the Mechanicu's biologist personnel or the hundreds of men and women, of course. The Blood Legion's Marine understood that it would be unreasonable. Unlike many soldiers, he was part of the Dawnbreaker Guard and as such had been briefed on the potency and limits of Bacta. And the ant-generated substance's most important flaw was definitely, do not administer it to a psyker, under any circumstance. Gold Bacta was for Lady Weaver. Red Bacta was for baseline humans. Blue Bacta was for Space Marines. In all 3 cases though, injecting the smallest dose into a person who drew upon the power of the warp was a death sentence, and an unpleasant one to boot. So there was nothing in this super battleship which could allow him to return to the front lines within mere hours. It was humiliating and disconcerting in one. The transhuman physiology of an Astartes had excellent regenerative properties and a top-tier resistance to psychic phenomena. What exactly had this Xenos artifact done to them to leave veteran librarians like him in such a state? The arrival of a familiar figure allowed him to stop lamenting on his fate and the inability to fulfill his oaths at this very moment. Seneschal consort, he saluted the woman in a white medical personnel's robe who had arrived in front of his bed. I was unaware you were serving among the Medici personnel. Epistolary Hendrik, their lady's paramour returned the salute. Due to the influx of wounded guardsmen and former slaves on every ship, the medici specialists have petitioned for every non-indispensable soldier having basic medical knowledge to come help them. Since I helped in the Nix hospital several times during the official visits, I figured I might as well volunteer. There isn't exactly a shortage of Vox operators. The Marine librarian managed to move his head slightly to nod at his interlocutor. He was glad to see their lady's confidence in her consort had not been misplaced. Unfortunately, the mention of the influx of wounded didn't exactly reassure him. Marshal Maltka has begun a full retreat from Mutarak 2 hours ago, the white-robed woman explained as she checked the information provided by the machines next to his bed. So the Third Army's divisions are able to send the majority of their wounded back to the hospital ships. But if Mutarak is abandoned, the Eldar armies and the other warp abominations will be free to concentrate on Zelharst and all the forces fighting there. I have far from a complete understanding of the strategic situation, but I imagine that it is extremely likely, Seneschal Consort Wei Cao agreed. Unfortunately, the alternative is worse. The Mechanikus has to organize the retreat and transfer of their giant Ordinatuses and the Titans of Legio Ares Estis to their specialized transports, or they will be forced to abandon most of Legio Defensor here when the rest of Army Group Caribbean arrives at the port. Hendrik had not thought about that. A consequence of being too focused on what happened on the front lines, the librarian supposed. How bad is it? He could have used the words "how many thousands are we going to lose," but there was no reason to be that blunt. Assuming the plan formulated by the Archmagi works, most of the forces who survived the battle should be able to return to the transports. We may have to abandon the machines of the last echelon, but their crew will be saved. No, the problem comes from the slaves. We have nowhere near even the 10th of the capacity to send them away. I thought the reports sent to Lady Weaver had affirmed we would be able to send close to 2 million former prisoners to Pavia, Hendrik protested calmly. And we did, the Johannesborn woman confirmed. I think the logisticians sent them to the Malta-class star fort which was captured at the beginning of the battle against the pirates. But there are a lot more slaves waiting for a transport to take them away. By the most optimistic estimate, we have at least 400 million ex-slaves under our control. And all of them have to be examined lest they bring Xenos poisons and other evil surprises aboard our transports. The Space Marine gritted his teeth. 400 million was an impressive number. One which was several orders of magnitude higher than anything the Mechanikus and the Imperial Guard brought to Kumarak. To be entirely truthful, I have been forced to use part of Taylor's authority on Wolfgang's behalf, the white-robed consort admitted. While the first 2 rogue traders who arrived will fight on our side and only needed a minimum of incentive, the others had to be persuaded by the Silver Skulls. The ships we could afford to find a spare crew for can be used to transport the ex-slaves away for the moment, but they are not enough. I see, why are so many rogue traders being deemed questionable? Hendrik was well aware of the tendency some rogue traders had to outright ignore the rules, but surely even these rogues were not so stupid to consort with. We have sufficient evidence to believe the majority of those were part of Sliska's harem. The librarian dearly wanted to believe the noblewoman was trying to make a joke, but her serious expression convinced him this wasn't the case. Instantly, disgust and loathing rose in his stomach. Oh, how he hated these traitors, these betrayers of humanity. They had sold their souls and weapons to one of the vilest creatures in existence and expected their treason to be tolerated. I don't have the authority to support your actions, but once I am recovered I will contact Our Lady to tell her you have done well. He was completely sincere. The life of a single slave saved was more important than the trampled ego of a rogue trader in a Xeno's employ. And once this battle is over, I have no doubt my battle brothers and cousins will suggest that these ships must be seized and the treacherous warrant bearers executed. I'm glad you approve, Epistolary Hendrik, Wei Cao stated. Now I'm afraid I have other patients to visit. Try to not expend too much energy during your recovery here. Soon the Space Marine was alone again, still immobilized but somewhat reassured. No other member of the Dawnbreaker Guard had been brought in wounded since he'd arrived and their lady was safe, otherwise the Seneschal Consort would have mentioned it. Why then did he feel some unease when he thought about it? Heart of the Webway. Kumarak. Zelharst. 42 hours before the mark of Kumarak. General Taylor Hebert. Gamaliel, tell everyone to retreat. Wait for me in front of the tunnels leading to the port. Taylor did not wait to see if her order had been acknowledged. One mental command, and her wings and the jump pack of her armor allowed her to exit and then increase the distance between her and the camp of the First Army. She couldn't stay and duel this monster there. Even if her opponent was willing to limit the collateral damage, sending her swarm into the middle of a friendly unprepared army was a recipe for disaster. Fortunately, the Eldar female had given her a reason to change location. The dark spire bisected in an attack which should be impossible was collapsing, and with it the flag of the Matopan First and the few guardsmen who had been ordered to guard it. Marshal Groner and most of her officers had advised her to use the opportunity to make a few propaganda photos like the Red Army had done for the Reichstag during the Battle of Berlin. It was out of the question to abandon her men like this, and if it forced the Queen of Blades to fight her in a location where the number of allies caught in the crossfire was close to 0, all the better. Despite the formidable speed granted by her wings and power armor, Taylor was almost too late. The spire had long since begun its collapse towards the ground, and there was no time to save a few guardsmen and return for a second run. This kindled her rage anew. More humans sacrificed on the altar of Eldar cruelty and arrogance. Her opponent was going to pay for this, the general swore as she seized the two soldiers who had been trying to protect the regimental flag and were now falling to certain doom by the arms. Thankfully, between her new powers and the strength provided by her power armor, the para-human was strong enough to save them. Her flight as she moved away from the ruin of the Zelharst spire was not going to win any prizes in terms of elegance, but she was able to descend and release the two guardsmen on the ground without any of them crashing. Take the flag and return to your regiment, guardsmen. There will be no defense here. Go back to your brigade and retreat with the rest of the army. Yes, my lady. One of the two Matopan men managed to reply, helping his comrade to his feet. Taylor turned, and as impossible as it seemed, the Queen of Blades had already almost caught up, being barely 300 meters away and closing in fast. Go. Taylor drew the nebulous shard once more and called one of the gigantic worms she had freed from one of the Zelharst arenas. Her Mechanicu's staff, Morkis and Lankovar included, had been unable to tell her which planet the Drukari had raided to obtain them, but even the few she had taken control of were excellent at demolishing all opposition through their simple presence. The adult worm, at least the commander of Army Group Caribbean thought it was an adult, was bigger than an Ankalagan-class dragon armor, and its skin was more resistant than the armor of a Baneblade tank. It had gained the nickname of Dune Worm, by the way. She landed on its head, allowing her to observe the entirety of the battlefield without effort. Her hell spiders and millions of insects which had been left to breed while she was fighting in Corspur were now unleashed. Dozens of razor beetle clouds were coming to her, attracted by the pheromone emitters and the modifications the biologist teams had added to the genetic code of certain lab insects. 3 armored columns of Ondu terrors were racing towards her too, supported by hundreds of thousands of civilization termites, ripper spiders, and dreadnought beetles. Millions of adult spiders were swarming the ruins, some of them carrying the sunworms the Nixian tech priests had strapped to their backs. Sonora bees, bio moths, and plenty of flying insects were providing a near-endless aerial cover. The presence of 40,000 plus queen tortoises and millions of Catachan ants could be considered overkill after listing this, but the golden armored para-human wasn't going to take any chances. And she had 2 more colonies of ambules digging under her feet for a sneak attack. It was an army the likes of which she could not have dreamed of gathering before arriving on Fae. The human general didn't know if it was going to be enough. If this was the same Queen of Blades the core crystal had mentioned, her enemy was impossibly old and, even worse, certainly an Alpha Plus Psyker. Granted, with the warp rifts opening and closing in the Dark City there was a strong likelihood these powers couldn't be used, but she wasn't going to bet her life on it. The crimson-haired Eldar was now stationary, encircled by her insect army, but Taylor would be lying if she said the expression on the Xeno's face looked worried or terrified. It won't be enough, the voice was almost angelic, but there was a strong undertone of, not arrogance, more confidence, and the kind of certainty a chess master must have when he was about to one-sidedly defeat a novice. Taylor didn't like it. We shall see. The Queen of Blades laughed. Yes, I suppose we shall. The Eldar's long blade instantly shifted into a perfectly horizontal position. The para-human kept all her attention on her opponent, preparing herself to fly away in order to keep the maximum amount of distance and insects between her and the sword mistress. The black-haired girl wasn't delusional. Against such an enemy 5 years of sword training were not going to save her. There was a horrible shriek, and in the distance the gates which had led to Corspur opened, letting hordes of abominations invade Zelharst, led by 6 immense demons which managed to rival the pink auras of corruption which had surrounded the Naga. Of course, facing only an Ian's old Eldar would have been too easy. The Queen of Blades. She was almost impressed by She Who Thirsts. Almost being the key word. Amnaic the Golden. Enkari of the Unspeakable Excesses. Kiris the Perverse. Cruolt the Pale Death. Sidro the Sinuous. And in 6th position, at the place of honor, was Shalaxi Hellbane, the monarch of the hunt. Judging by the familiarity of its corrupted essence, Enaria was reasonably sure She Who Thirsts had created this servant from an aspect of Kernus twisted into something absolutely repulsive. Not that the 5 other servants accompanying it were any better in that regard, though. The Dark Prince will claim your soul. The sword-bearer laughed again. It looked like someone was angry, though maybe that word was far too weak to be appropriate. Even with the torrent of unbridled emotions created by millions of deaths in the large battlefield of breached walls, raised spires, and burning defenses, the Queen of the Arenas could feel the endless ocean of seething hatred fueling the predators of the Empyrean. It wasn't one of the Void Dragon's legendary rampages, but it was a start. There were millions upon millions of insects, 6 champions of She Who Thirsts, and 66 legions of excess to provide some entertainment. This cycle was going to be many things, but certainly not boring. Can I propose a contest? She asked the human perched on top of one of the worms which had been supposed to be part of an arena competition she had planned to participate in. There was no answer, save all the insects attacking at once. This time she was forced to take matters more seriously. Her armor was good, but there were hundreds of thousands of fangs, pincers, blades, and bone-piercing appendages coming at her in an impressively coordinated offensive. Wielding Ala Ra in both hands, the Queen of Blades began to dance, launching a long-range severance at the big worm, and frowning when the walker-sized thing bled but was not bisected into two neat parts like she had intended. Cain's bloody hand, this was exciting. In the first heartbeats, she tried to pursue her golden-armored opponent, but the winged human was no fool. The moment she tried to jump on the backs of the armored insects, the aerial threats descended in a fury, and there were so many of the things she was forced to execute a series of 20 dangerous attacks before the first wave was spent. And then the Ildari who sometimes answered to the name of Lelith Hesprax was forced to swiftly jump again as 4 claws and 4 purple oozing blades chose her to be their next victim. The Dark Prince has chosen you. The corruption's agent was a deathly pale white-pink, and a combination of traits which might have had a resemblance to Ildari if they weren't in the middle of scales, fangs, long tongues, and a lot of mutations unpleasant to even glance at. So this was Cruel the Pale Death. Inaria wasn't impressed. No. First blade. Death's Dance. The survivor of the war in heaven became a merciless blade again, swift and impossible to follow. Ala Ra severed 2 legs, and this was only the beginning. It took her 10 strokes, 2 of them to remove the insects attacking both Cruel and herself, but the Keeper of Secrets' eye-hurting manifestation was shredded and its essence sent back screaming to the palace of its mistress. Pathetic, but what else could you expect from an entity created from Moratha's cult? A sea of hell spiders surrounded her while lesser arachnids threw silk, venom, and small darts in a vast saturation bombardment. Now that was more unusual than the regular arena fights, and far more dangerous as well. Second blade. Sapphire Strike. The length of Ala Ra shortened and adapted for close quarters combat. Once the change was complete, the extermination of the spider's attack was far simpler. Any inhabitant of Kamarak save herself would have died from this assault. There were too many insects, and she had to invest a small amount of effort to counter every attack. Yes, this was definitely an opponent able to destroy the fallen scorpion. Poor Arira, he had always been too slow. Barbed ants and more hell spiders charged her, supported by an aerial force of bees and moths. It could have been her end, if her senses weren't so good. A heartbeat before striking, the ambules came from below in near-perfect synchronicity. But she was the Queen of Blades, and in 4 sword strikes the trap was reduced to blood and dead insects. Time to raise the level of difficulty, I think. If she fought like this with no increase in skill and speed, the insect mistress was going to last until her swarm was exterminated to the last bug, and that was no fun at all. A pink ray tried to impale her from behind, and the first sword bearer parried the cowardly strike negligently. Learn your place, filth, the Queen of Blades sneered at the Keeper of Secrets who had launched the attack had come, before accelerating. Third blade. Blood's Lamentation. Sidro the Sinuous or another abomination sharing its appearance tried to avoid her strike. Its attempt wasn't really what one could describe as successful. 1/3 of its torso was shredded, and a good kick to the head was her method of farewell before the Keeper returned to explain its total failure to its part of the primordial annihilator. For good measure, 2 half strikes with limited penetration ensured 1 legion of excess was going to end in the Empyrean shortly after. Having eliminated a lot of the hindrances, the situation was a bit clearer to her eyes. Kiris the Perverse was missing 2 arms and its defeat was only a question of time as ants and beetles were busy destroying it from the outside and the inside. Enkari wasn't exactly in a better situation as sunworms directed brilliant blasts of light and bees launched uninterrupted raids on its head and what should be its torso. And a spear was thrown directly at her feet, a feat so transparent the Queen of Blades wondered how the Keeper of Secrets had managed to reach her. Almighty Slaanesh wants Weaver, Shalaxi Hellbane declared, but your soul will also please the Dark Prince immensely. The succubus leading the cult of the strike gave a disappointed expression to she who thirsts hunter. Sending Amnaic against the little queen of the swarm was arrogant in the extreme, since a humiliating defeat was a certainty, but that was XS problem, not hers. You are too weak. The Keeper of Secrets materialized a new spear and went on the attack, a shriek of loathing coming from its essence. It was so easy to anger these perversions. The Warp. Palace of Slaanesh. It should be pointed out that, were Slaanesh at its full power, an invasion targeting its palace and the imperial lands surrounding it would have been the height of idiocy unless the full power of another chaos power came to challenge it. Unfortunately for the Dark Prince, its power was severely diminished, and what was available right now was spread across multiple fronts, trying to stop the offensives of its rivals, or at least win a temporary stalemate. Too many legions of excess had been sent to Kamarak, and withdrawing them was unacceptable for a variety of reasons going from pride to the fact the doom of the Ildari really needed the tasty souls to compensate the ones it was losing by virtue of causality. At the same time, Kabandha the Angel's Bane had to be defeated. But the Bloodthirster was far from alone. 888 blood legions had invaded the Slaaneshi realms, led by 888 bloodthirsters. This was a horde which could have sundered an entire sector in the Matrium, and many legions of excess which had been banished from Kumarak reformed in the plains only to face an endless army of bloodletters coming straight at them. Alas, the huge bloodthirster leading the armies of the Skull Throne in this war was far from the only servant of Khurn which had decided the invasion of the Dark City was the perfect occasion to settle some old grudges. By the time Fazaren's Lathhesh was busy fighting for its very existence against the Angel's Bane, the Daemon Primarch of the World Eaters had opened a new front. Angren utterly loathed the Emperor's children and their decadent ways, and it had taken but a single rumor muttered by one of the bloodthirsters of its entourage for the Red Angel to gather a powerful blood legion and start a new war. Now the world of the Immortal Sorrows, formerly Torilier when it had been part of the Ildari Empire, was the main target of what was for all intents and purposes a spontaneous blood crusade. The Daemon Primarch was massacring everything in its path, and what managed to avoid this fate was pillaged, destroyed, decapitated, and stained with oceans of blood. The Daemon Prince Ilisar Sarath, ruling this world in the name of the Dark Prince, had already tried to face Angren and suffered a one-sided defeat which had ended with a large axe tearing apart its essence. The Ildari souls were still boiled in rivers of tears, but the lakes and oceans of the Immortal Sorrows were slowly but surely taking a reddish color as titans of the Legio Audax slaughtered thousands of daemonettes. The pink and violet shades were losing their peerless artifices and glamour even as flesh hounds hunted everything bearing Slaanesh's mark and some things which didn't. Unless something was done quickly, the blood legions were going to emerge victorious on this world. But none of the available keepers of secrets or the Daemon Princes the Dark Prince kept to guard its walls stood a chance in hell of challenging Angren and slowing down its advance. And this world wasn't the only one where bloodthirsters had decided to pile up skulls by the billions. On Torvendis, the Daemon Prince Doombreed had come in person with 8 blood legions to remove Lady Charybdia, Princess of Slaanesh, from her throne. Scarbrand and Karn were testing their mettle by slaying everything that moved before the altars of Actosha. World Eater warbands thought to be long extinct reappeared to wage terrible conflicts against Slaaneshi fortresses, military assets, and slave markets. This was not a large skirmish or some test. This was all-out war between the powers of blood and excess. And excess was losing badly. It did not pass unnoticed. There was a strident shriek in the Empyrean. In the Causeway of Secrets, a gigantic maelstrom of blue energy opened, and from it the scintillating legions of Tsianch poured through. Millions of blue and pink horrors joined the battlefield, though whether the chief goal was to fight the Kiernaite demons or to critically weaken the legions of Slaanesh was known only to the architect of fate. But the great conspirator had joined the war. The palace of Slaanesh's foundations trembled as the Lords of Change cast their sorcery against the other legions, and the situation became even more chaotic. Heart of the Webway. Kumarak. Zelharst. 39 hours before the mark of Kumarak. 2nd Naval Secretary Dennis Peters. This is like watching a female elfish version of Sephiroth carving up the legions of doom. There were reassuring things about Leet. Not many, but they existed. His passion for video games never abandoning him could be said to be one of these points which made him tolerable sometimes. Unfortunately, Dennis couldn't deny his description of the situation Taylor faced a couple of kilometers away was incredibly accurate. Thank whatever good luck existed in this galaxy that Dragon had agreed to build 3 of Leet's flying cameras and disguise them as servo owls. If she hadn't, they wouldn't have any way to see what was happening to the insect mistress. There were too many demons between the angelic para-human and the lava line to send fighter bombers or any form of sizable aerial support. The tinker next to him was unfortunately not joking when he compared the spectacle to a game of horror/science fiction. There were abominations everywhere. Millions, maybe billions of eldritch monsters, each more repugnant than the last, with towering mutated snake-like things serving as subcommanders for legions of pink succubi and beasts that no real world could have possibly given birth to. For the time being, the demonic legions died by the millions. Many of their elites were busy fighting Taylor and the Eldar Hellcat who had presented herself as the Queen of Blades. And the salamanders and the tech priests manning the lava line had had hours to prepare. The forces of depravity, decadence, and sins perished in columns and armies to learn this painful lesson. Improvised catapults fired makeshift barrages and drowned the abominations in oceans of magma. Trenches were abandoned to the enemy only for it to be annihilated when mines opened the ground, creating geysers of molten rock and brilliant eruptions of fire. If there was one lesson to be learned from this battle, Dennis swore, it would be to always stay on good terms with the chapter of the Salamanders. The dark-skinned Astartes were on a holy mission to broadcast their disgust with the ruinous powers, and there would be no mercy and no surrender. Dozens of tanks led by the super-heavy obsidian chariot were firing implacable salvos methodically, stopping the demonic counterattacks dead in their tracks. The Astartes and Mechanicu's artillery was bombarding the enemy with flammable substances, and the list of things used to cause more devastation included promethium and napalm. Dennis had thought Army Group Caribbean and the fleet which had transported them here had made Kumarak and the Eldar species as a whole burn. He was beginning to rethink his opinion on the issue. There was fire everywhere, and the volcanic theme which had been limited to only a small section of Zelharst was now enlarged and repeatedly increased in size. It was so hot in this large furnace that the regiments of the Imperial Guard had already been withdrawn and the Titans had retreated with them. The ground was becoming unstable as the sons of Fukin had somehow managed to destabilize the Eldar portals to increase the flow of lava, and the conditions forced every member of the rearguard to wear a power armor or be mechanically augmented. It was no problem for the Astartes or the Skitarii, but it was an environment in which the standard Nyx carapace armor reached its limits. Where did this monster come from anyway? Leet asked. The Imperium and Necron forces have been hammering the Eldar for nearly 2 days. Why is this monster only intervening now? Judging by Trajan's quick escape, I would say this Eldar female fought the Necrons for a few hours before challenging Taylor, Dennis replied as he fired his Fey bolt pistol into the mass of incoming demons, and a detachment of knights took position to send the horrors back to hell where they belonged. As for the reason why she was late to the massacre, my guess is as good as yours. Maybe this Longear was locked outside the Port of Lost Souls. Maybe she was on the other end of the galaxy fighting greenskins. Who cares anyway? I'm just happy this killer Xenos wasn't here when we arrived at Kamarak. 2 days ago, the time-stopping parahuman would have been rather skeptical if someone told him that a single being, no matter how powerful, could change the outcome of the one-sided slaughter delivered upon the Port of Lost Souls. That was before seeing this athletic alien in tight black armor fight legions of demons and Taylor's swarm like she was on a stage and the rest of the battlefield were mere battleground actors for her glory. The word impossible had lost more and more meaning, but the very thought of surviving in the middle of that nightmare was completely and utterly ridiculous. Thanks to the efforts of the salamanders, the insects hidden in the subterranean levels of Zelharst were fleeing towards the battlefield, giving the master parahuman an endless supply of arachnids and other insects as reinforcements. On the other side, it was hell hath no fury powered by unlimited wrath, loathing, and cruelty. Some demons were more than 10 meters tall, and the number of claws, spikes, fangs, tentacles, and other monstrous appendages was uncountable. Taylor was raining a crystal bombardment with her sword, and pink clouds of acid and corruption were materializing with zero warning. It was already nearly miraculous, no pun intended, that the former member of the Undersiders could survive in there, but at least she had a few million spiders and millions more of her other pet insects. The Eldar who had declared herself to be Lilith Hesprax and the Queen of Blades had none of these advantage. The alien wore armor and wielded a long sword which Leet had been prompt to dub Moss immune. As far as the holo video allowed them to see, demonic energy caused bad interferences with modern technology. This enemy was not using any kind of special ability, be it a warp-fueled one or anything resembling their parahuman powers. She was just too fast, too skilled, too everything. There were flashes of light, and limbs and claws were severed. Blood sprayed faster than I could follow. The demons were shredded before they realized they were under attack. Kaidan, which would have required anti-tank shells to penetrate, was penetrated in a single blow. Her crimson hair dancing in the hellish atmosphere of Kamarak, the Queen of Blades fought like a storm of death, and nothing seemed to be able to prevent her from claiming victory after victory. Of the 6 gigantic creatures which had assailed Taylor and the Eldar female, only the largest, the spear-wielding one, was still fighting. The others had been cast down, defeated by attacks distorting the very fabric of Kamarak when they connected with the equivalent of demonic flesh. More giant demons had come to replace the lost ones. In 3 hours, a lot of them had suffered the same fate. The vox crackling with new orders from Chapter Master Tafor Hezon made Dennis grimace. Dennis, we must withdraw to the next defensive line. The abominations are trying to flank us from the southeast. This was the logical solution to the problem posed by the salamanders, who simply couldn't be everywhere at once, and the Skitarii had seen their numbers depleted by several days of heavy fighting. If we retreat now, we won't be able to help Her Majesty of Spiders. Dennis chuckled. Like anything we can do now, we'll be able to provide her the firepower she needs. The general had been right to leave her Dawnbreaker guard behind. The Space Marines were skilled and would have provided excellent firepower for a few minutes. And then they would have died one by one. They couldn't fly with golden wings, and the more insects Weaver used to protect them, the fewer were available to parry the realm-destroying attacks of the Queen of Blades. All we can do is ensure the gate to the Port of Lost Souls stays open, no matter the cost. It wasn't what the first or second set of plans had called for. But the plans were useless now, as the circumstances had vaporized their prerequisites. There was only killing and killing again, repelling the demons and giving the rest of the army time to withdraw safely. We retreat, yes. Everywhere he looked, Kamarak dissolved in a painting of apocalypse and hellish bestiary. And it was far from over. General Taylor Hebert. It had taken less than 10 minutes of battle for Taylor to realize she had exactly zero chance to kill Lilith Hesprax, no matter how many insects she sent against her enemy or how much power she poured into the nebulous shard. It was not pessimism or cowardice. Several years of training with Space Marines and many duels had at least allowed her to develop a sense of when she was outmatched. And the difference between the Queen of Blades and her was so great it wasn't even funny. As much as it galled her to admit it, Taylor was proportionally weaker against this Eldar Sword Queen than she had been in the Endbringer fight against Leviathan. It was incredibly scary when she thought about it, given the millions of Death World insects mustered in her swarm and the powers granted by the Emperor. But it was also true. In speed alone the ancient Eldar was quick as lightning, and if it was an exaggeration then not by much. She had stopped relying on her eyes to detect the moves of this Endbringer-level opponent. Even when she slowed down, the races of Hesprax were more blurs than anything else. Could this Xenos have won against Iashudra or Kabandha alone and unsupported? Yes, the answer was yes, 1,000 times yes. It didn't matter how strong and how powerful something was when the enemy was too fast to be touched. The greater demons had paid a painfully high price for presuming the contrary. 6 monstrosities had wanted to kill the 2 of them at the very beginning. She had killed 2, the weakest ones. The Eldar arena fighter had accounted for the 3 others. And now it was time for the last of them to be defeated. Slaanesh will make a priority of punishing you until you don't remember your name. Roared the tall purple abomination armed with a spear longer than she was tall. As always, the threat would have been a bit more impressive if in the next second the long blade of Lelith Hesprax, or was she supposed to call her Enaria, well, if the sword of Val of the Queen of Blades had not separated the disgusting head from its shoulders. Several tall demons tried to punish her for this offense. 3 silver flashes and more of the servants of excess were banished from Kumarak through overwhelming force. The next attack was directed at her, and 4 more bees died to give her a chance to evade the blow in time. This was bad. Whether she tried or not did not appear to matter, the Eldar always seemed to know the perfect angle of attack, the perfect opportunity to wound her, and sacrificing her insects was the only way to remain safe. It was true that there were shields integrated into her equipment and a golden aura protecting her body, but Taylor didn't want to test if it would be enough against such a monster. In the time it had taken her to reflect on her never-sufficient feints and diversions, Lelith Hesprax had slaughtered another 3 large Ondu terrors and likely as many hell spiders. And then the flow of daemonettes and other demons brutally stopped. That was very surprising. The remnants of the chaotic formations were torn apart, and for a few seconds she was alone with her swarm facing the Queen of Blades. They are coming, the red-haired enemy told her, not even turning her head in her direction, her eyes fixed on a point in the distance where the new hordes of mutated succubi and other depraved horrors were assembling to launch a new assault. The prediction was correct. About 30 seconds later, 2 things emerged from the ranks of the damned. And yes, things was an accurate description, if one didn't want to use demon or abomination. The first was slightly taller than the Queen of Blades, and, if you stayed far away from it, maybe you could mistake it for an Eldar or a similar humanoid being. But the aura of pink it was soaked in left no doubt to the thing's allegiance. It wore a crimson cape, made from the flayed skins of living beings and tainted with the blood of innocents. Its armor was pitch black, and screaming mouths with fangs appeared and disappeared on it randomly. The worst part were the head and face, though. There sat a mask of a substance which appeared to be gold, but was undoubtedly corrupted and evil. Maybe it had been an Eldar in times past. But if that had once been true, it was no longer so. Thanks to the power of Sanguinius Ruby and the Emperor's blessing, the insect mistress knew there was nothing but warp essence beneath. This thing was a daemon prince now, no matter what it had been when its soul had been attached to a living, breathing being. The second thing was even more horrible to look at. Its lower half was serpentine while the upper body resembled a centipede, and there were plenty of spikes, claws, and other appendages everywhere to make her wonder how many animal parts had been mismatched to create this vision of hell. One thing was sure, it wasn't going to be an easy fight. The pink aura and the sensation of evil were less than what she had experienced when facing the Naga, but these two were quite close. The Dark Prince must really be desperate to send you to. The tone employed by the Queen of Blades had changed. It was still beautiful, but it had gained a bitter edge. It was provocative, almost mocking. But I suppose that once the monarch of the hunt is defeated, there's not much left in the palace save the rejects. Kneel, the vaguely humanoid demon hissed in a voice which was a chorus of arrogance and loathing. Kneel before your emperor. Lelith Hesprax snorted. Your memory is failing you, most idiotic presence. I never knelt to you while you had the crown of the empire on your head. And I certainly won't now. This was the former Eldar emperor? The standards to gain the title must have been quite low. The para-human woman realized a bit too late she had spoken those last words out loud. The red-haired female found this hilarious and began to snicker, giggling, and finally bursting into a fit of laughter as she sat on top of a dead dreadnought beetle's back. The Daemon Prince was a bit less amused. You dare? You dare, pathetic Monday Key. Yes, that answered her question if the thing had been an Eldar in a previous life all right. I am the Emperor of the Ildari. Ah, no. You're not. The tone of the Sword of Val's owner was falsely apologetic. There was a poorly hidden joy in the red irises. The young swarm queen here is a new claimant to the throne. The core gate has recognized her claim and well, technically she has just fought me and her performance was somewhat acceptable. At this moment words appeared to fail the demon and Taylor had the urge to facepalm, having a good hint of what was coming. The old emperor is dead and what's left of the empire is a ridiculous field of ruins and arrogant imbeciles, me excepted. By virtue of being the last Ildari not corrupted by she who thirsts and having opposed the pathetic fleshbags who filled the ranks of the pleasure cults, I, Enaria Eldinesh, recognize Taylor Bear as Empress of the Ildari. All hail the human Ildari Empress, all boo the false pretender Malekith. And then the Queen of Blades broke into giggles once more. You have betrayed your race for the last time. No, that's my line. Lelith Hesprax inclined her head slightly before smiling widely. Malekith. Rakarth. Know that I have always considered your very existence an insult of the highest order to the legacy of the warriors who fought and died for the hope of a better galaxy. Now I am going to kill you. Do you have any last words before we proceed with the execution? Kill her. Kill Weaver and Eldinesh. Mighty Slanesh will claim their souls. A new endless wave of demons surged to attack once more, and the battle resumed, more terrible and merciless than ever. 32nd most wanted being of the Imperium of Mankind. Dead only. Urian Rakarth. The Prophet of Flesh. Eldar Homunculus. Flesh Crafter Abomination. Extremis Omega Physical Threat. Extremis Omega Moral Threat. Unknown Resurrection and Cloning Abilities. Exterminatus Weapons authorized if presence confirmed. Endangerment of Alpha-class Militarum assets and below acceptable to eliminate the threat. The Xenos is to be incinerated completely upon termination. Reward, 690 trillion throne gelts, 1 subsector overlordship. The Queen of Blades. The sheer expression of loathing Daemon Malekith had given her once she had acknowledged her human sparring partner as Empress was something Aenaria was not going to forget for millions of cycles. It was absolutely delicious to see the horror, disgust, and hatred fight for emotional control on the fake golden face. Truly and in all modesty, the Queen of Blades thought her joke had beaten everything Segorok had ever done and would ever do. The last emperors must be rolling in their graves, not that said monuments still existed, but the very idea made her heart beat faster in amusement. Come Ildari legions! Punish the usurper and the betrayer! The Empyrean answered Malekith's order, which almost surprised the Queen of the Arenas. In times past, it had been Moratha holding the leash of her pathetic son, the lamentable spawn having little influence. Once the military campaigns over who was destined to earn the Phoenix crown were finished, Emperor Malekith had rarely attended state affairs, preferring going from orgy to orgy and other depravities over truly ruling. Bah, it took folly to empower Malekith, and she who thirsts was an entity of folly and hedonism. The slave and the mistress were of the exact same mold. The hordes of daemonettes and the armies drawn from the corrupted population of Kumarak were just puppets for their selfish desires, like during the fall. The creature which had been Rakarth tried to stab her in the back with many long blades. You could have been mighty Slaanesh's consort. The former Homunculus screamed as she devastated the ranks of the slaves, mortal and immaterial. The abomination our species created because we were arrogant and stupid has no consort or any equal, the succubus leading the cult of strife corrected. The only type of relationship the Dark Whore and all the facets of the Primordial Annihilator have with their servants is slavery. The only question is if you are a favored or an unfavored one. In that case you will be dragged to the pens with the rest of the cattle. Erg. The arg part had been uttered as a long spike of crystal had impaled the upper portion of the body Rakarth now used. It was a particularly ingenious manner of using Elsa Bryn, especially as it began to pulse in golden light. The explosion which followed was particularly spectacular, but alas insufficient to completely destroy the favored slave of She Who Thirsts. It was a good attempt, the veteran of the war in heaven commented as she landed on another very large worm, back to back with the little human queen. But the swords of Vol were not designed to permanently destroy entities of the great ocean. Neither will the Cetan blade you have on your wrist, though it might be more useful. The Primordial Annihilator was created after them, you see. The golden-armored youngster flinched at her close proximity, a reaction which reassured the Queen of Blades. If the human wasn't afraid of her by now, the first sword-bearer would have wondered what it took to accomplish this deed. And what would it take to permanently kill Rakarth now? What are you waiting for? Kill them. A single move, and a few 100,000 handmaidens of excess were disintegrated by Al-Ra. Still, the question deserved an answer. An anathema to the Primordial Annihilator or me. For a few moments Aenaria watched the child she had crowned Ildari Empress reform broken insect clouds into new lethal weapons of war and cause a lot of trouble to Malekith's army. Why Rakarth? There were plenty of good reasons to want the Master Homunculus dead, beginning with the experiments he conducted on every planet he visited. As long as he lives, his knowledge of flesh crafting can be used to build new armies of Eldar, the young human answered reluctantly as she rose once again on wings of gold, protected by thousands of bees, hornets, and insects she had not bothered learning the names of. She followed at a leisurely pace, delighting in hearing the screams of hatred uttered by Malekith as the great worm smashed away yet another keeper of secrets. What would it take for you to consider his permanent elimination? The ancient Ildari woman's opinion of the swarm mistress rose a bit higher. So many beings in this galaxy began with I want you to kill this hindrance and never considered the fact she might refuse, or kill the waste of genetics making demands to her for their arrogance. So, killing the new Daemon Prince Urian Rakarth. If Aenaria did it, the doom was going to be in a very, very unpleasant mood and would likely abandon all restraint in its efforts to hunt and destroy her. And the other three were not going to stay idle either. Decisions, decisions. She who thirsts and the excess legions were getting weaker for every inhabitant of Kamarak killed in this battle. And whatever happened before the end of the battle, the generous use of volcanic materials to drown Zelharst in flames guaranteed the Dark City was not going to be a haven anymore. I want a new arena, my Empress, the Queen of Blades said cheekily, not missing the muttered curse voiced by her interlocutor. Don't blame me. You asked the core crystal to be recognized as a claimant. I didn't think there would be a former emperor nearby to take offense, the human retorted childishly. And we both know the title is just an empty word. None of the craft worlds will ever bow to me. The Queen of Blades shrugged. The human wasn't wrong, though she thought the effect of Kamaraka's destruction was perhaps going to convince several outlier groups to change their ways where humans were concerned. You are free to think this, little queen. It was not like she truly desired the return of the Empire. It would have been better had the Necrons won, all things considered. At least it would have been relatively quick, compared to the long and humiliating period of decadence which had led to the fall. Right, my conditions. I want a new arena, since you and your forces destroyed my last performance stage. I heard from the chatter of your troops you are the ruler of a planet, so don't bother claiming that's not something you have the power to do. Her ears were good, but the grumbling she heard in return was not something she could decipher. Right, the arena. I want 1 million seats for the public, and the stadium better be full when I visit. I also want a superb lodge and installations worthy of my rank. Lodging, relaxation quarters, a palace for my wishes. Whether she was Lelith Hesprax or Inaria Eldinesh, she had a rank to uphold. It was out of the question to battle in front of a half-dozen-thousand drunkard humans and lesser beings unworthy to capture a glance of her dagger in hand. And here I thought I had seen the last of the arenas when I raised the Menelaus one. The little queen of the swarm sighed. Fine, I accept your conditions. But you'd better give advance warning when you decide to visit. Of course, as funny as it would be to provoke some humans into doing something stupid, the last time she had done it, one of her arenas in the world it stood upon had been vaporized by the weapons the tiny ears called exterminatus. Doing it once had been more than enough to realize she was not attracting more spectators that way. And on this word Inaria channeled her psychic energy into Ala Ra for the first time this battle. Instantly, the Queen of Blades heard the shriek of rage of she who thirsts as it tried to suck her soul and failed, her protections being as strong as they were during the war in heaven. The first sword of Vol created a couple of thousand blades, all imbued with the silvery brilliance of her power. Sorry Rakarth, I prefer the terms of the new Empress over yours. The Daemon Prince was fast, so it probably saw her moving. But it likely saw nothing else as her blades found their mark and its essence was severed beyond the point of regeneration, and a strike in the great ocean annihilated every principle, feeling, and memory which had allowed it to claim the name of Urian Rakarth. Outer approaches of the Port of Lost Souls. Magnificent Zillion Gate. 36 hours before the mark of Kamarak. High Farser Feir Mok Davar. The death of a part of the primordial annihilator, as tiny and insignificant as it was no gentle thing at the best of times. The Battle of Kamarak was not this optimal circumstance, and the reality that the sons and daughters of Isha were condemned to she who thirsts monstrous embrace if they died was not something that improved the situation. The vast majority of the humans fighting in Kamarak heard a horrible shriek and several hundred freed slaves instantly died. Dozens of guardsmen, former prisoners, and rear area corpsmen would suffer mutations and terrible nightmares until the Inquisition took charge and purged them. Feir Mok Davar did not care about the Monday Key, and even if he had, it would have been to ask how many of the loathsome pests the scream had killed. But, to repeat the obvious, at the moment the High Farser of Biltan did not think about Monday Key or any of the other primates and lesser species struggling to survive. His thoughts were entirely turned towards the damage the shriek of agony had inflicted on his forces. Report, croaked the blue-silver armored High Farser once he had found the strength to get back on his feet after the aftershocks of she who thirsts scream. The situation is extremely confused, one of the senior autarchs answered. Our reserves are in a state of major disarray. Psychic contamination levels are extremely high, especially among the striking scorpions and warp spiders. The next heartbeat saw a litany of disastrous news converging towards his flagship. Everywhere the death scream had struck hard and the forces of Biltan and the other craft worlds had been mentally crippled in an instant. The hosts of she who thirsts had also suffered, but, since the handmaidens of their doom were not beings of flesh and blood, they had recovered faster, slaying hundreds of Asuryani and destroying hundreds of spirit stones. At least one legion of excess has invaded River Cadiz and is attacking the main army of Araksheen. There are more disjunctions in the sprawls. They are coming. They are coming. I can't contact anyone in the Kurys upper chain of command. Seal the Udarak gates. Seal those Kain-damned gates before we are all roasted. Feir Mok Davar tried to calm himself and observe the threads of the future, but a mere light mental touch of the barrier separating reality from the great ocean told him this would be suicide. The dark ocean was boiling in chaotic energies, and the wrath of she who thirsts was impossible to properly describe. Whatever events awaited in the short-term future, it was impossible to take the risk of scrying them so close to Kamarak. Inform all our seers, farsers, warlocks, and all active gifted personnel that they must not use their abilities anymore. The influence of the primordial annihilator is far too strong around us to perceive anything important. Hi Farser, if we do this. Yes, I'm perfectly aware of the repercussions. Not being able to use any active skill in the heart of Kamarak had been bad enough. The training of a seer from a young age was to use said abilities until it was an instinctive reflex. Learning they couldn't do so had deprived the armies of Biltan of a potent part of their advantages. But if they couldn't use them outside of the main sub-realms, it was even more catastrophic. They were utterly blind, and their armies had been severely beaten. How many aspect warriors and frontline assets did we lose? One of the high autarchs cleared his throat. The fact he clearly didn't physically need to do that was an ill omen. Based on the last predictions, more than 900 million of our warriors have been lost. Kurys armies have lost 200 million, Arakshin 300, and Nakartime 150. So they had lost more than 1.5 billion aspect warriors and other war specialists in this battle. It didn't escape him that he wanted to use a quite different word, one far uglier than battle, but could not resolve himself to do so. It is clear we can no longer accomplish what we came for, Mokdavar stated as more and more black and crimson lights appeared everywhere on his console to show the destroyed and crippled formations of the Tempest of Blades. Order a general withdrawal from Kamarak. We can no longer. Autarch. Autarch. The outer gates are closing. The outer gates are closing. The High Farser and most of the command structure of the expeditionary force cried in disbelief as the gates they had arrived through suddenly flickered out. Panicked communications informed them this was no unique and isolated event. In less time than it took to say it, the large arteries leading to the Dark City were no longer connected to the rest of the webway. How? They were trapped. As long as the Engur device was active, the Biltan warships weren't able to enter into the port of Lost Souls. Now they couldn't retreat anymore, and the legions of excess were advancing on all fronts. Weaver. It was the fault of that upstart Monday key called Weaver. Clearly the modifications brought to the webway nexus before had only been precursor attacks before the death strike. Is the gate the primates used to invade Kamarak still active? Yes, High Farser. That was all the confirmation he needed. The thief which dared wield a sword of Val against its rightful owners was responsible for this. And Faer Mokdavar didn't need psychic powers to know it was also certainly guilty of doing something which had also provoked this psychic explosion. Weaver. Everything was Weaver's fault. There is a solution. Nobody had seen the portal open, but when the great Harlequin spoke, hundreds of eyes turned in his or her direction. The colors were those of the mask of the frozen stars, and yet there was something wrong in his or her behavior. And what is this solution, trickster of the laughing god? Faer Mokdavar asked, trying to show no hint of how desperate the Biltan forces were for any opportunity to survive the defeat coming to greet them with claws in excess. We have a weapon which might be of use against your enemies. The Harlequin laughed, and the High Farser did his best to not shiver at the guttural tone. We have the Abyss of Dreams. The Warp. The Hunting Grounds. If the Harlequins of the Frozen Stars had been a bit less arrogant, they would have destroyed the ancient weapon called the Abyss of Dreams the moment their god had advised them to. But the great Harlequin who had made this discovery had not done so. If the Harlequins had been a bit less convinced of their own infallibility, they would have flinched at the price one needed to pay to activate such a terrible weapon capable of sundering the barriers between the sub-realms of Kamarak. But the troops of the Frozen Stars weren't reasonable or willing to seriously investigate whether their actions truly helped the galaxy or not. The weapon was activated. And 1 instant later, exactly 666 Harlequin and 666 Biltan souls were torn from their bodies and thrown into the Sea of Souls. This was, unfortunately for them, merely the activation price. Before the fall, it would have been paid without hesitation, for the Ildari were protected by their gods. In this age, it was a fate worse than death. And it was merely the beginning of the sacrifice. If the Ildari wanted to keep the Abyss of Dreams active, they would have to sacrifice 1,332 souls per Eldar microcycle, which was roughly equivalent to 40 minutes in human metrics. Obviously, the Ildari which had been randomly sacrificed to power the Abyss of Dreams could care less about this. As the battle intensified between the four, their souls had been thrown into the hunting grounds. It was far deeper than any place the light of the Astronomicon had ever reached, and it was part of Kern's realm. The Harlequins and Aspect Warriors did not take long to realize this. Not when they had a pack of very large flesh hounds right in front of them which all howled in satisfaction. There were merely 8,888 of them. Never let it be said that Kern did not give fair odds to those who had so generously shed blood for his personal amusement. For all their flaws and arrogance, the Biltan warriors and the Mask of the Frozen Stars fought together to the end. Unfortunately, death was not a release in Kern's realm, merely the beginning of something far, far worse. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Zelharst. 35 hours before the mark of Kamarak. General Taylor Hebert. If someone asked her the question and she was forced to answer bluntly and honestly, Taylor had never expected the Queen of Blades to be able to permanently kill a Daemon Prince. It was true the Eldar Blade Mistress was more powerful than her. But killing this sort of opponent and ensuring the foe stayed dead for all eternity was something no one save the Emperor had been renowned for in the last 35 millennia. So yes, she had bargained with the crimson-haired Eldar armed with a long and dangerous sword of Vol, but that didn't mean she really believed Hesprax had the ability to do it. Apparently, she did. It had been horrifyingly quick, at least. The short-lived demon had been impaled on so many blades that whatever warp stuff was used for the body had been shredded beyond recognition before the final blow was given. It went without saying that, after having the confirmation her opponent was using her as a test dummy to have fun with, the last thing the insect controller wanted to do was continue the duel. The problem was, the Eldar Sword Queen had not given her the chance to disengage, and her swarm was more and more depleted as their battlefield had become more volcanic hellhole and seas of lava than Eldar Fortress with every second. Not to mention the little issue of the hordes of demons trying to slaughter them all. The immaterial daemonettes poured ceaselessly from newly activated gates. Ex-Emperor How Dare You Malekith had fled with impressive celerity, tail between his legs, when Rakarth had been erased from existence, but the foot soldiers and the mutated things playing the role of horses were sent in uncountable numbers. It made sense, in a way. The ancient Eldar had killed, by her most conservative estimate, over 36 greater demons, including names like Heartslayer, Lewakwaska, Rugguri Lulan, Zarakinal the Bringer of Torments, and Ses Tash of the Vile Caress. Quality had not worked, obviously. Therefore the ruinous power of excess was sending quantity from thereon, along with one or two major four-armed things to lead the hordes and exploit any opportunities that may present themselves. And in the meantime, the para-human general was left to fend off a relentless series of attacks. It wasn't going well. Shortly after disposing of the Daemon Prince and thus fulfilling her part of the bargain, Lelith Hesprax had shattered the first shield of the Angel's Tear, and if the golden aura hadn't been there to protect her, her armor would have been severely hammered by the force behind the attack. The problem was speed. Constantly staying on the move was not an issue, between her equipment and her wings. It was being fast enough which was impossible. In the last 5 years, the former supervillain of Brockton Bay had seen Space Marines spar and fight with amazing speed. More recently, she had seen Rogaldorn and the Naga fight seriously, and these two left the Astartes in the dust. The Queen of Blades was so far above them that if Taylor was not there to see her with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Having nothing better to do, Taylor sent 10 of her last ambules in an underground attack combined with a Mothbee aerial assault. All of them were killed so fast she wasn't sure the ambush had been acknowledged as such. And then suddenly the ground began to twist and disappear. Okay, what sort of devilry had the demons tried now? Fortunately, her wings were perfectly able to carry her in the air indefinitely, so if anything it was the demons which were once again going to come out the losers in this debacle. The bad news was most of her insects which couldn't fly, like the Ondu Terrors or the Queen Tortoises, were doomed and plunged into the darkness which was swallowing everything at an impressive speed. Their entire surroundings became darkness. Fire and lava fell and were extinguished in the inky blackness. It was like being plunged into a realm of night and loneliness, with Zelharst being destroyed piece by piece. And were those tentacles seemingly swallowing the demons? The insect-controlling para-human flew faster, and seeing a wall of darkness progressively erect itself, a wall which was cutting her off from the rest of Zelharst, tried to break through before it was too late. To her stupefaction she suddenly stopped moving in that direction and was rendered immobile. An orb of silvery psychic energy surrounded her. And the creator of this miniature prison was not exactly difficult to find. That was a very bad idea, little queen, the crimson-haired Eldar spoke. The abyss of dreams would have killed you instantly. Taylor had a few seconds to watch as the Queen of Blades walked on a sort of silver carpet to approach her. So the Eldar Blade Mistress was using her psychic capabilities to create a psychic version of a footbridge from nothing. What is this phenomenon? Weaver asked as the silvery support was enlarged to create a rather spacious platform which reached under her prison. Said psychic trap deactivated a second later, but her opponent didn't show a single sign the duel was going to resume, instead sheathing her sword of Vol by her side. It had to be noted that the scabbard had also materialized from out of nowhere. An ancient weapon from the war in heaven my race used to temporarily neutralize the start of ours, the sword mistress spoke melodiously. I thought all of them had been destroyed during the conflict. Evidently, the Harlequin must have found one and managed to restore it to a serviceable state. Great. All lights save the psychic silver aura of Lelith Hesprax and her own golden radiance had been extinguished by the darkness. She still had 40,000 insects flying around, but if this lasted for a long enough time, they would eventually need to land to rest and recover from the effort. How long is it going to last? The only thing now which was proof there was something else than this realm of darkness was the rain of debris hitting her insects at irregular intervals. Until those who activated this weapon release us, the Queen of Blades replied with a smile Taylor didn't like at all. The start of hours of the Necrons used to exploit a flaw in the psychic matrix, but I am powerful enough to imitate their technique. So we have to wait for our jailers to release us. And why would they do something so stupid? Because the power sustaining this weapon is paid in Yildari lives. Each activation, if I remember right, requires roughly 1,300 deaths for the equivalent of 2/3 of one of your human hours. And then the price gets higher. The leaders who used this weapon are linked to the weapon and spend the lives of their soldiers as currency. That's horrible. The Queen of Blades frowned. I was the one who told the Phoenix Court these weapons were best abandoned. They never managed to kill an Inger with one in the first place, or to imprison one for very long either. But it seems the Harlequins managed to steal one out of the existing stocks before they were all destroyed. Stupid. We aren't immortals anymore. The para-human general made a dozen bees land on the platform before asking her next question. So we have just to wait until those who activated the weapon all die or release us. Not exactly, and here the oppressing feeling of very bad news returned. The Abyss of Dreams will sunder the subrealms and ravage any subrealms the Harlequins have marked beforehand. Not the Port of Lost Souls or Zelharst here, they can't access the former and the latter is the activation battleground, but I would not be surprised if they send us the legions of She Who Thirsts really soon. They did. Suddenly the Queen of Blades stopped smiling and once again unsheathed her sword so quickly Taylor's eyes didn't follow. After the pathetic son, the depraved mother. It was uttered in a whimsical voice, but the tone was definitely loud enough for the Eldar Blade Mistress to be heard. I am the favorite archpriestess of the true goddess. Corrupted pink energy burned in the darkness and a new Daemon Prince approached. Or rather a Daemon Princess. Like the previous ones the aura created revulsion and a horrible sense of wrongness, but it was impossible to miss the creature had been an Eldar female. And she was almost naked, armed with a twisted black spear. I should hope that is the case, the first sword bearer mocked her, and Taylor didn't need to be a genius to notice the sheer hate behind these words. Most priestesses of a religious cult have the good sense to not destroy the empire they are part of. I did not destroy the empire. I made it ascend to its true divine place in the galaxy. Inaria the Queen of Blades laughed, before stopping as she regained of herself. That was a good one. Let me educate you, Morathi, on what the other species of this galaxy think of us. They think we are arrogant imbeciles. We dominated the galaxy, and we managed to wipe out our entire civilization, and create a new part of the primordial annihilator which would siphon the souls of our dead. You understand nothing, poor unloved crone. The pink aura tripled in size and the sense of wrongness grew nearly unbearable. I am now more powerful than you ever were and... Too many flashes of silver to count cut off what seemed to be winding up to a grandiose speech. For a second, the abyss was illuminated by a column of silver light. No you weren't. The scream of a beast echoed. I will send your pathetic son join you in oblivion soon, archpriestess. And then for the second time in less than 5 hours, XS lost one of its great abominations. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Port of Lost Souls. 32 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Captain Gabriella Jordan. Zudis was not going to pretend the Battle of Kamarak had given her a deep abiding love for Xenos, quite to the contrary. The sermons and revelations of imperial propaganda had greatly underestimated how evil some species could be. Some traitors would of course try to say that Kamarak was the lair of the Eldar subspecies called the Drukari, and that the Eldar monsters were a special case. The ex-Calidus apprentice didn't think so. Yes, most of the tortures and other abominable and heretical deeds had been committed by the Longears, that much couldn't be denied. But the dynasts of Kamarak couldn't have kept their realm of suffering and ignoble slavery if they hadn't been supported by billions of mercenaries, and an incredible percentage of these willing servants weren't Eldar. The reptilian SSLYTH had sold their services as bodyguards for powerful patrons. Galg harpoon masters had been caught torturing humans in pools filled with carnivorous fish. Caradokian air enforcers had patrolled the skies over the flesh markets, and the hydras of the anti-air regiments had slaughtered them when they were in range. Grovian fiends had served as bounty hunters for the Longears, and they had been far from the only ones. Hazriel, Loxodal, Nekolai, Vari Torin, countless Xenos species had decided to side with the Eldar and were now receiving the punishments their crimes deserved. In this case though, it wasn't the gallows, the pyre, or any execution method favored by the Imperium. Lady Inquisitor Rafaela Harper had after consultations ordered that the former Xenos mercenaries were to be used as cannon fodder to slow down the offensive of the archenemy at Zelharst. This was a spectacle Zudis was sure few humans had ever seen this millennium. Tens of thousands of Xenos, ranging from huge stone-like giants to tiny, horrible-looking reptiles, were walking, crawling, and slithering in neat columns, escorted by guardsmen and guardswomen. Obviously, they were horribly outnumbered by the pincers, maws, and fangs of the former Eldar servants, but that was what the penal explosive collars around the necks of the Xenos were for. They would die to give Army Group Caribbean a few hours to withdraw properly, or they would pay the price. The woman now answering to the name of Gabriella Jordan frowned as she saw a smaller column of Xenos going in the opposite direction, towards the sector where the landers and atmospheric transports waited to continue the evacuation. A problem, Captain Jordan? The Commissar Colonel waiting a few feet away on her right asked her. No, Commissar Colonel, she replied. I'm just not happy to see we are sparing some Xenos. even if they are former slaves and didn't participate in the torture of human prisoners. I know from some Navy envoys we don't have the capacity to evacuate a fourth of the slaves currently waiting on the Vilith platforms. Consequently, I can't say I'm really happy to hear some Xenos are sent away with priority. For some reason which had everything to do with the circumstances under which the invasion of Comorak had been launched, the transport capacity to evacuate the former slaves was incredibly limited, and the bad news was just starting there. There were plenty of whispers that once these tortured martyrs arrived at Pavia, the problem was where to debark them. Pavia Primus was rumored to have served as the testing area of an Eldar poison diffused in the entire atmosphere. Since no one having the tiniest amount of intelligence was going to suggest using the crippled hulk of the Empire of Sin, this meant the survivors of Comorak had to either stay on one of the Malta Star forts, one of the pirate habitats which had not been smashed apart during the Battle of Pavia, or one of the empty supply ships of Operation Caribbean. The only other alternative was the growing trickle of Imperial reinforcements arriving hour after hour, but there weren't enough of them. Most of the hulls rushing to the Eversprings Gate were warships, and those were badly needed for other tasks. Understandable, the grim-faced man nodded. I won't say I don't share the same views to some extent, but the orders of the Inquisition take precedence over our ideals. And really, there aren't many species Lady Inquisitor Harper has ordered to be spared. We have only the Brachura, the Akrani, the Axlo, the Olamithic, the Naiad, and the Strezais that don't deserve a bayonet right between the eyes or whatever will kill one of those Xenos. The rest can go and fight against their former masters. Strezais didn't listen to this explanation and become convinced this was the right thing, but then, these words weren't supposed to be satisfying. Speaking of which, how bad is it at Zelharst? Bad enough, Commissar Colonel Volpahan admitted. The salamanders are forced to drown the battlefield in lava to slow down the enemy, and the air is increasingly tainted by psychic things. Most of the guard regiments are back in the Port of Lost Souls now. Only those who have high-tier void-sealed equipment available can risk facing the perils of the archenemy and the environment. The last sentence was uttered so quietly she almost missed it. We can only delay them. The Abyss of Dreams. 30 hours before the mark of Comorak. General Taylor Hebert. Optimistically, she was going to get out of this Abyss of Dreams soon. When this happy event happened, Taylor would make sure to kill each and every Eldar who had dared use this weapon against her. And if it was the Biltan Eldar again, extermination would go from being one of the top things to do after Comorak to her first and absolute priority. If it wasn't Biltan, it would be the murder clowns. The more time spent in this dimension of darkness and monsters, the less the insect-controlling para-human liked it. There was no military support which could reach her, and even if there was, what good would it have done? There was no place to resupply and the autonomy of a Thunderhawk was not unlimited. Any space marine, guardsman, or other potential ally who somehow found a way to enter this prison of darkness would be trapped like she was. In circumstances like this one, using her insects as scouts would have been the logical option. But the general had quickly abandoned the idea. Without any ability to breed more, she had to be patient and thrifty with those she had. Especially because she was pouring a lot of her emotions into them since this realm of oblivion had closed around her. It reminded her too much of the locker and her trigger. The solitude alone was terrible, and the demons arriving from time to time made things worse. Weaver. Know that you are going to die under the blade of. A strike of the nebulous shard pulverized the head of the creature which had tried to sneak up on her. The pink sparkles of corruption swiftly dropped towards the animated tendrils waiting below. In the distance, there were noises of battle and screams of agony. Certainly the Queen of Blades destroying whatever idiotic opponent had decided it was a good idea to challenge an invincible monster. But as tempting as it was to unleash her frustration and her other emotions on the monsters which somehow arrived here, the golden-armored commander knew she had to rest and wait. Unlike the red-haired Eldar, her endurance wasn't limitless. If she exhausted herself too much, she was going to die, and the consequences of that, well, she had no idea what would happen. Imperial propaganda pretended saints went back to the God Emperor's side until they were needed again, but first there was no one who had ever returned to confirm these words, and second she had no idea how badly it would affect the chapters of the blood. Her personal opinion was to avoid finding out for as long as possible. Taylor breathed loudly. There was nothing to do but wait. Wait and hope that outside, her friends, allies, and subordinates could handle the demons coming to kill them. Hope the Archmagi and the Custodes could prepare Objective J without her help. And if she came out of this alive, Weaver was going to make sure the Eldar remembered the error they had made for all eternity. Heart of the Webway. Comorak. Port of Souls. 26 hours before the mark of Comorak. Archmagos Prime Gastaf Hediatrix. But it has never been done before. If the tech priest in front of him had been of a rank inferior to Magos and not essential to certain noosphere duties, Gastaf would have demoted him. And in all probability, this disgrace would have been followed by a quick deployment to the front lines. There was a lot of action there, he was told. But everyone was under pressure, and so the Martian Archmagos chained his irritation. That is a fact I'm well aware of, Magos. Now by the great cog and the sacred oils, I will repeat my question. Have you finished your task? To his satisfaction, the Magos answered with a positive cant. Let it be known, Archmagos, that I vigorously oppose the principles and ideas of associating non-blessed Xenos technology with omniscia-blessed machines. This is something that goes against every sacred law. Duly noted. Your accusations will be relayed to the Adeptus Custodes. It was only fair, in Hediatrix's opinion, that the party who had given the order took responsibility for it, one way or another. The communication was switched off, and the master of the El Dorado turned towards the lone hololithic figure of Archmagos Felicia-24 Toledo, waiting silently for his decision. The preparations are done. Activate the J-Gate. The order was relayed across 2 arcs mechanicus and through hundreds of thousands of implants of the servants of the Omniscia. Part by part, an ocean of energy was diverted from the sons of Kamarak to an immense portal which had stayed dormant for the entire duration of the Battle of Kamarak. One by one the keys were placed in matrices which had stayed inactive for thousands of years, perhaps longer. This was in many ways a triumph of human perseverance. It was also one of desperate improvisation. 3 of the Xenos keys had been owned by Sliscus the Serpent, but the other 3 hadn't, and the Adeptus Mechanicus and the other Imperial forces had searched all the realms of Kamarak for them. Since it was not possible for Psychers to use their warp-based powers, a certain number of Craft-World Eldar had to be captured to feed their energy into the gate, along with many Xenos witches and sorcerers of other species. And this didn't take into account the logistical and mechanical challenges to supply the non-psychic energy the gate required. Gast of Hediatrix had been forced to go meet the Necron leader in person to be sure that the technical problems and potential catastrophes would not be an issue plaguing their endeavor at the worst possible time. All sub-level activations completed. Main activation of the J-Gate, now. The first second, there was nothing but a dead gate. The one after, a maelstrom of green psychic and non-psychic energy coalesced together in the middle of the gigantic circle the Xenos had built an eternity ago. Soon the energy covered everything and the surface of the gate was akin to a green mirror. A green mirror 10 times the width of the Eversprings gate. J-Gate activated, one of his subordinates reported rather unnecessarily. Systems and energy transfers are occurring within the estimated projections. Outstanding, replied sincerely the Archmagos commanding 24th Fleet. Immediately prepare a destroyer for emergency departure through the Eversprings gate to contact the astropaths at Pavia. We need to be sure Force X is on the other side and ready to play its role. And contact the Custodes representative on the Enterprise. Tell him we are still able to complete Objective J in the timetable we were given. It was something which was, in all honesty, completely extraordinary. Gastov had calculated the probabilities a battle in the Port of Lost Souls would face, and the odds had been grim. The possibility of holding the sub-realm against the first Eldar counterattacks had been worse, and taking control of the port for long enough to activate the J-Gate had been associated with words like impossible, ridiculous, and are you raving mad? And yet, they had achieved it. Now they just had to make sure their very improvised and possibly heretical power coils and unsound mechanical achievements didn't blow up in their faces during the time it took for Force X to transit here. As the estimations for this translation were supposed to take close to a standard Terran day, it was not going to be easy. I think the Fabricator General will be very impressed, no matter the number of doctrinal accusations we will face, Archmagos Felicia-24 Toledo noted. Agreed, the Archmagos Prime replied, not commenting on the fact being impressed and supporting someone were two very different things. This is the first phase of Objective J done. Is the second phase still on schedule? The Nixian biologist teams assured me they were 5.1 minutes ago. They voiced strong reservations against the conditions they have worked under, however. They want Lady Weaver to be present to limit the risks. It is not going to be happening. The members of the Dawnbreaker Guard had confirmed the Chosen of the Omniscia was still alive, but contacting her was not possible at the moment, and allowing her to abandon the front lines would have been a tough order before the events of the last hour. Detach elements of the 5th and the 12th Skitarii legions under your own authority if you think J2 needs to be protected by more military firepower than they are surrounded with. By your command, the representative of the Fabricator General bowed before disappearing from the hololith. None of the tech priests assigned to the J2 assignment would be punished, obviously. The schedule they were all operating under did not leave a single second for major flaws or technical delays, and to make matters worse most of the assumptions made before entering the Eversprings gate had long been acknowledged as obsolete. Archmagos Dominus Zyarch 33IO, commanding officer of the 1st Skitarii Legion, entered the bridge of the El Dorado 5 seconds later. The lines hold at Zelharst, Archmagos. But all simulations are unanimous, we will either need to send more Xenos to die against the forces of the archenemy, or we will need to delay the withdrawal of the God engines of Legio Defensor in the next 2 hours. I don't think you need my input to make that choice, Hediatrix remarked with a faint hint of humor. But I presume there is another problem. Yes, Archmagos. The destructive methods of the Adeptus Astartes, as effective as they were, have accelerated the problems the Knights are suffering on a volcanic battlefield like this one. One of the premises of Colossus was we would be able to withdraw the god engines of Princeps Surina before the knights. I don't know if the machines of Tyrannes and the other knight houses will be able to hold that long. Even with the reserves we have rebuilt after the abandonment of Uter-Rak. Gast of Hediatrix inquired. It had been one of the reasons the retreat had been made in such a short amount of time. Moreover, the arch-enemy had sent an uncountable amount of abominations and there had been plenty of Eldar to kill. A pity they had not been able to diffuse a sufficient amount of Cain particles for maximum lethality, but Uter-Rak was now a pyre where nothing could survive. Even then, the Skitarii commander confirmed. Hediatrix studied the data sent on his personal console section before grunting. You're right. I will try to devise a response with the forces we have available. Unless you have a recommendation? I do, Dominus Zyarch 33IO replied immediately. The Angel Sword power armors of the Guard were dispersed across dozens of regiments to avoid, if I understood correctly, administrative issues. But at this very moment the commissars and elite soldiers are here, in the port of Lost Souls, because most of the regiments do not have the equipment necessary to survive near the lava fields of Zelharst. I propose to regroup them into a single formation and send them as an armored fist to support the Space Marines. It was not a bad suggestion, really. There had to be some 500 power armors of this template available in the theater, and the performance had been perfectly satisfactory for a trial run. Of course most of the armor wearers had not fought together in this battle, but then if they were alive right now, they were adaptable, skilled, and lucky. You have my support to convince the Lord Commissar to release said armors. Begin deployment as soon as you are ready. The Skitarii commander saluted and exited the Eldorado's bridge. STC status updates. No changes in the last hour, Archmagos. There has been no recent discovery of STC material among the tons of archaeotech we have successfully recovered from the Eldar thieves. Gast of Hediatrix internally sighed. It would have been too much, he supposed, to find one more. 11 templates or relics of STC's origin just hadn't the same prestige as 12. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Zelharst. 22 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Colonel Tom Cameron. Once more, we go into the jaws of death. This time, however, the tanks of the Adeptus Astartes and the Imperial Guard weren't the first into the fray. As the last guns which were still in position poured a last long-range bombardment onto the horrors, tens of thousands of men charged with maddened battle cries and ferocious imprecations on their lips. They were not guardsmen, these men and women. They were former slaves who, through no fault of their own, could not be allowed to leave Kamarak alive. The evil of the Drukari had known no bounds, and many viruses, plagues, and corruptive mutations were ready to be triggered in their bodies if they managed to leave Kamarak. Hundreds of tech priests had tried to disarm some of these genetic horrors, but even the specialized biologist teams which could be spared for these tasks required a lot of time and experiments, not to mention secure facilities, to study the Eldar's evil works. Most of these requirements couldn't be provided. Secure labs existed, but only aboard the Mechanikus ships, and in too little quantity to make any difference. But the biggest problem was time. There was no time to disable the plagues and the other eldritch things awaiting only the equivalent of a biodetonator to devour their hosts. There was no time and thus countless former prisoners were going to die. The only thing the Imperium could make sure of was that they wouldn't die without fighting back. Concentrate your fire on Section B. Fire at will. The abominations attacked again. It was like a hurricane of violence, nothing could prevent from reforming and launching a new offensive every time it was broken. But break they did, again, and again. It didn't matter that they had hundreds of thousands of former mercenaries now sprouting tentacles and maws where no normal being should have any. It didn't matter that the Eldar within their ranks were more awful looking than usual. It didn't matter that the hosts of the archenemy included millions of demons. The oaths had been sworn. They would bleed the heretics and the monsters until the order came to retreat. Whirlwinds launched hundreds of missiles, and the big guns of the Space Marine armored formations roared in fury. The Silver Skulls had concentrated 3 of their Land Raiders and 20 Predators, supported by Vindicators and Bombards. The Felglaive Obsidian Chariot gave the signal for the entire Salamander's battle line to ignite a new inferno amidst the dozens of others erupting everywhere. It was complete madness. The air seemed to be on fire, and mere kilometers away a maelstrom of darkness was growing, shattering the broken Eldar monuments and buildings the invasion hadn't had the time to ruin. In this apocalyptic battlefield, the infantry couldn't survive, but they died valiantly. For years the Kamarak Eldar had tortured their prisoners, taunting them endlessly how unlucky they had been to be captured alive. Now most of these monsters were in league with the arch-enemy, and that made the long ears thrice damned, heretics, Xenos, and soul damned. No foe's condemnation could be more deserved, by the Golden Throne. But they died. There were too many servants of the arch-enemy for any other outcome to be possible. 5 or 6 lines were utterly wiped out, but further back more demons materialized to take their place. Charge! Charge for him on Terra! For the God Emperor! Once more they charged. Predators, Land Raiders, and of course the new Khans and Cataphracts, the only guard tanks able to follow the infernal pace imposed by the howling griffins and the flesh tirers. 4 smaller titans walked with them. Above them gunships and power armors brought on a strict volunteer basis provided the aerial support necessary to fend off the flying abominations. There was fire. There was death. They were likely outnumbered 1,000,000 to 1. But they went on the attack nonetheless. Because the line had to be held. Because the victories already won, while impressive, were not enough. Because the saint had asked it of them, and they wouldn't disappoint her. His cataphracts cannon sent hundreds more demons back to the hell they had spawned from, and Tom Cameron smiled before barking new orders to his driver. Chapter Master Agil Azaz. Watching from the fortified position he and the rest of his uninjured space marines were defending, Agil recognized the situation on the front lines was not brilliant. In fact, it was almost impossible to believe something could survive in the realm which a few days ago had been a citadel of the depraved drookery. That was, fortunately and unfortunately, wrong. Fortunately, because for all the darkness, the volcanic eruptions, and the millions of insects assailing the demonic armies, the Black Rage was still kept at bay, unable to break the psyche of any true son of Sanguinius. The Brothers of the Red and their Brothers of the Blood were unaffected by it, and this meant that somewhere in this miniature black hole devouring the sub-realms of Kamarak, Lady Weaver lived. Not that there had been much doubt on the subject. Agil would have to be blind to have missed how several thousand formations of the ruinous powers had refused to engage the Astartes lines and instead chose to disappear into the darkness. Since the things which crawled out of this realm of night were attacking everything in sight, it was not difficult to make the hypothesis that whoever had activated this terrible weapon was no friend of the warp abominations. At the top of the list of suspects came the Eldar, obviously. But Lady Weaver lived. Unfortunately, she was far away from them and all armored formations had to hold the line until the Basileia of Nyx was back. Agil frowned, an expression which was hidden by his red helmet. That was not exactly true, even if it was how he had presented it to the scouts and battle brothers who were still able to fight. Or rather it was not the complete truth. Lady Weaver was incredibly important, but the chapter master had, like all the senior commanders of the Adeptus Astartes, been informed that Objective J was not complete. Some progress had been made, but more time was required. More time was required to make sure Kamarak would become a graveyard neither the Eldar nor the ruinous powers would stop shivering about for the rest of their lives. And so the Space Marines and their allies paid this price again and again. Despite the lava oceans created by the salamanders, there were always more legions of demons to assault them. The salamanders had unleashed enough incendiaries to give birth to 10 volcanoes, and yet the tenacious sons of Fukin would surely have been overrun if they were alone. But they weren't. Howling griffins had fought uncountable horrors step by step, while their brothers of the Silver Skulls protected crippled titans and dragged hundreds of tanks and war machines unable to continue firing at the enemy away to safety. Flesh tirers ravaged the flanks of the corrupted Xenos, buying hour after hour with the blood of Cretaceia. Iron Drakes and Heracles Wardens, Angels Sanguine and Brothers of the Red, and more contingents of the Blood were manning the lines with guardsmen in power armor and metal-built skitarii. The Black Templars, for all their fanaticism, proved a decisive rallying point for the mortals as their encouraging battle cries never stopped. Many glorious pages of history would be written about this great battle, Agil was sure. But a lot remained to be done, by the Primarch's feathers. And they were still hopelessly outnumbered. We should have brought more Astartes, Agil remarked on the frequency allowing him to speak with his counterpart of the Iron Drakes in private. True, Duplex conceded as the Brothers of the Red's bolters and tanks thinned the advancing horde by a third of its elements while the hungering darkness and the lava devastated the rest. I honestly didn't believe the jokes some guard officers made about Lady Weaver's luck, but I've since changed my mind. I am far from a specialist on saints of the ecclesiarchy, but I don't think beginning the Battle of the Death Star and then the Battle of Kamarak within less than a century can be considered normal. I share your opinion, the Nyx-based chapter master agreed. And I don't think the other Lords of the Blood will tell me I'm wrong. Next operation, he was going to optimistically assume there would be one, we will bring far more Space Marines. I'm thinking of petitioning Baal for at least 10,000. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. The Master of the Iron Drakes chuckled. I can live with that. Our good friends the High Lords of Terra may not like it, though. Unless the tech priests lied through their metallic teeth, Lady Weaver allowed the Mechanics to recover enough archaeotech to buy a few sectors, the son of Sanguinius cheerfully reminded him. I think the favor of the Fabricator General may not be the hardest thing to claim. More Titans, Knights, Castellar robots, and Skitarii? I can live with that. Agilazaz laughed. He could as well, really. Add a few million guardsmen, because the gold-winged general was technically a member of the Imperial Guard, and that should serve as the core of a respectable force, and he had absolutely no idea if it would be enough, to be honest. Kamarak was not the average battle a chapter of the Adeptus Astartes fought, not in 1,000 years. But first they had to finish the battle. And as a warhound was assaulted by winged demons, Agil gave new orders and drew his not-so-new power katana. There were corrupted Xenos and abominations to educate. 100th most wanted being of the Imperium of mankind. Dead only. Asdrubal Vecht. The Black Heart. Admiral of the Black Heart. Sadist torturer schemer. Extremis Omega physical threat. Extremis moral threat. Extremely dangerous. Endangerment of Alpha-class militarum assets and below acceptable to eliminate the threat. The Xenos is to be killed on sight and incinerated completely. Reward, 10 trillion throne gelts. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Hidden Blade. 18 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Supreme Lord Asdrubal Vecht. Among the many Kain Dandra weapons which had been salvaged from the fall, Asdrubal had in his young years sworn to himself a good dozen of them would never be used inside Kamarak, save to prevent a total victory of She Who Thirsts or another entity as dangerous as the Dark Prince. The Abyss of Dreams was one of those, although he had never been able to claim one for his future hypothetical cabal. Even by the standards of rarity of the dynasts and the Dark City, this pre-fall weapon had been more rumor than fact. But apparently the Harlequins of the Frozen Stars had been more successful than him, for all the good it was going to do them. Asdrubal Vecht was not the most psychically gifted person of Kamarak, but there was no way he could miss the soul screams of the tricksters and the Biltan idiots they had convinced to participate in this folly. I suppose I should thank them, for all their stupid intentions, the dynast killer mused conversationally. They saved my life, after all. Unfortunately for him, like too many things the Harlequins and the delusional craft world farcers did, it was too little, too late. The creature which had once been the Archpriestess Moratha had been swallowed by the storm of darkness, but his left arm and his right ear had already been severed from his body, not to mention the deep lacerations inflicted upon the rest of his flesh. In theory, these weren't crippling wounds. When the technology you had available allowed you to be reborn as often as you wanted, an arm and an ear were nothing. But the weapon which had drunk his blood had been demonic in origin. The wounds had not only hurt his flesh, they had also damaged his soul and were even now trying to seep corruption into his veins with every heartbeat. It would have been rather fascinating to see if the wounds would reopen when his mind transferred to a new body, but alas, this question would remain a mystery to him. The secret facilities Asdrubal Vecht had spent the last cycles building and hiding from the eyes of the dynast's agents to ensure his immortality were burning wrecks, radioactive dust, or worse. She Who Thirsts alone knew what Rakarth had tried to do with brand new gene labs when he had succumbed to the lies of the Lord of Dark Delights. And the resulting invasions and counter-invasions had recently torched all the other homunculi facilities. There would be no resurrection for him, not unless he successfully escaped out of Kamarak. And since most of the Webway was convinced he had opened the gates to kill the dynasts, a warm welcome was unlikely to be found in Panda Iman or Shatiom, assuming they still existed right now. No, fleeing was not an option anymore, if it had ever been one in the first place. Moratha had wounded him too badly. His sole consolation was that he had outlived both the depraved leader of the cult of pleasure and Rakarth. Their utter annihilation had not been a small-time and unremarked phenomena, and the pink energies had grown out of control each time. With great effort Asdrubal had climbed stairs and taken a fighter up to one of the last spires still standing in the entire sub-realm of Hidden Blade. It was the end of him and it was the end of Kamarak. The very least he could do was to find a nice spot from which to observe the final act. There were even some benefits. Whoever had owned this spire had left thorn liquors and plenty of other drinks and appetizers behind when they had fled the sub-realm. Too bad having only one arm did not allow him to enjoy everything, but life in Kamarak had always been unfair for as long as he remembered. The spectacle, on the other hand, was simply sublime. Darkness was everywhere, swallowing, rupturing, and then grabbing parts of the sub-realm to fuel the abyss of dreams. Sometimes it rained darkness, often the onslaught manifested as a gigantic maw which devoured everything in its path. The legions of the great enemy weren't spared by this cataclysm. Moratha had been far, far from an isolated incident, and judging by the hundreds of thousands of daemonettes arriving and leaving Hidden Blade, the abyss of dreams was gaining ground everywhere the Harlequins of the Frozen Stars had been able to make preparations. I do not envy you, clowns, the former Supreme Lord raised the skull he used as a cup in salute. Your souls are going to be food for the facets of the primordial annihilator, and you have angered them mightily. The enmity of She Who Thirsts was kind of a given, since they had cost the Dark Prince one of its favorite pets. The chaos power of blood wasn't likely to congratulate them for cheating with a highly psychic device and staying in the shadows. The Great Liar was not something you wanted to disturb the threads of, and the grandfather of pestilence, it should be very, very happy to see them, for reasons it was best not to contemplate. Do not worry. You will soon share their torments. Asdrubal clicked his tongue at the lack of civility and courtesy before glancing at the hourglass of crystal surrounded by empty bottles. Was it too much to ask to not be disturbed until the final sunset came for Kamarak? Former Emperor Malekith, what a surprise. He didn't try to find out where the daemon was, the corruption of the great ocean was everywhere. I didn't think you would come to meet me personally, since you've been so very busy running away from the Queen of Blades. The first purple sword strike missed him by less than a half finger. The second found its mark directly in his chest. The third shredded his left leg. The pain was 10 times more dolorous than the wounds he was already mentally struggling against. The golden masked figure at last emerged out of the pink clouds, and Vect could not avoid thinking how sad it was that the humans had more taste than the former Ildari in front of him. Your soul belongs to Slaanesh. Asdrubal Vect does not belong to anyone, coward. And then the Drukhari who in another life would have been the ruler of Kamarak pressed the detonator of the soul obliterator he had recovered before coming to this spire. The warp. Palace of Slaanesh. If Malekith had been 16 centimeters closer to Asdrubal Vect, the Daemon Prince would have been the third greater servant of excess to be obliterated forever on the same day. Small mercy for a being which had none, the former Ildari Emperor was spared soul destruction. But the Daemon Prince who continued taking the name of Malekith was not fast enough to evade the psychic shockwave generated by the soul obliterator and was instantly banished back to the warp in a shriek of loathing few beings could have equaled. It went without saying this unconventional method of banishment didn't faze the Lord of the Dark Delights in the slightest. The Dark Prince had lost so many Daemon Princes and Keepers of Secrets against the Queen of Blades and the Anathema Saint that one more or one less wasn't going to make any difference worth mentioning. The death of Asdrubal Vect, that Slaanesh had no choice but to acknowledge. At no point had the Lord of the Black Heart ever sworn his allegiance to the Prince of Pleasure. But until Weaver began to burn Kamarak in an unprecedented pyre, that was of no importance. Each and every one of Vect's plans for the future would favor the Great Serpent. Forcing the Drukhari to unite under a single banner would make the Dark City a lair of depravity, excess, and murder. Trillions of souls would be tortured in the slave markets and the dark pits. All of these possible futures had been lost, without any hope of recovery, and 6 entire legions of excess vanished with them. These were not the only consequences, but those were the most visible. These legions had already been repelled from Kamarak, and now the counterattack they led against several bloodthirsters and the shock troops of Khurn was replaced by a gigantic hole in the defensive lines, an outcome so shocking that the bloodthirster in command of that part of the battlefield waited the equivalent of 8 seconds before leading its troops into the breach. It was a catastrophe in front of the Palace of Slaanesh. The situation was similarly complicated across the galaxy. Experiencing a shortage of future souls, She Who Thirsts had no choice but to choose its battles carefully. The events of the Horus Heresy and before couldn't be changed, but everything else was up for grabs. And causality was not a kind judge. Where the laws of reality reasserted themselves, the assets of excess were crippled or devastated. Anti-imperial rebellions which should have led to quick and easy triumphs became hard-fought campaigns where humanity gave as good as it received. Maiden Exodite worlds were able to continue years-long campaigns of skirmishes and delays while in another reality their defeat would have been brutal and swift. And those were the planets and theaters where the youngest god had the upper hand. There were plenty of scenarios where this wasn't the case. There were dozens of instances where the imperial forces inflicted major defeats to the ruinous power. And there were hundreds more where Tsianch and Khurn ordered their agents and champions to intervene, while in 1,000 other future, past, and present threads, they would have failed to act. The warp was in turmoil, and the consequences for the doom of the Ildari promised to be very, very unpleasant. Before the first shot was fired in the Battle of Kamarak, Khurn had been the most powerful of the ruinous powers, inasmuch as it was possible to measure such things. Tsianch was second, Nurgle was third, and Slaanesh was fourth, however the difference of power between the last two was slim. This was no longer the case. As Drukhari souls stopped tormenting their billions of slaves and the future of pain and suffering was extinguished forever, Slaanesh was by any standard absolutely weaker than Nurgle, having lost close to a 36th of its influence power essence. The paradoxes weren't over, clearly. The forces of the Imperium had not finished fighting the Battle of Kamarak, and there were still massive fleets of Drukhari and Asuryani locked out of the Port of Lost Souls. But there was no possible way to deny it now. Whether the Imperium fell in 1,000 or a million years, humanity had inflicted one of the greatest defeats to chaos ever. Slaanesh shrieked and raged. For the Kadians manning the walls of their homeworld, this translated into 3 hours of pure hell, when tears of madness rained on their homeworld and many, many starships summoned to defend the Kadian Gate were lost for months in the warp. Soon however, the Dark Prince was forced to shift its attention back to its crumbling realm. The legions of blood and scintillating legions had made great gains. But they were not the worst problem anymore. On the Bridge of Fools, an immense army marched to war. The banners of decay were surrounded by millions of daemon flies and horrors of plague and epidemics, and behind them, 7 daemon princes of the Death Guard had convinced many plague bearers to leave the garden. There were 7 great unclean ones, and 777 plague legions, with more certainly coming, as holes in the ether appeared and disgorged sickness directly on the outskirts of Slaanesh's domain. Nurgle had decided to intervene, and now excess could tremble. The Abyss of Dreams. 15 hours before the mark of Kamarak. General Taylor Hebert. From the moment she had been elevated to the planetary governorship of Nyx, Taylor had been careful to keep the promises and the oaths she made in public and private. It wasn't just because the previous administration had been fond of changing the terms of a contract every time it suited them, though she wasn't going to pretend anything which emphasized the difference between herself and the Menelaus dynasty was a bad thing from her point of view. The people who worked under her deserved to know what she would and wouldn't do if they broke their part of the agreements tying their businesses together. Thus when she had negotiated Rakartha's death against a brand new arena for Lelith Hesprax, Taylor had every intention to fulfill her part of the bargain. Frankly, it helped that according to the staff she had assigned to bounty analysis on the Enterprise, the sum of money the Imperium promised to anyone who could put down Rakarth for good was absolutely indecent. And the para-human general knew the Heracles Wardens and the Iron Drakes had terminated plenty of clones by themselves. It would be child's play to claim Rakarth had been eliminated on her command. Seen from a certain perspective, it was the truth after all. And then she could spend a few billion for a big arena and the security which went with it, and use the rest of the resources and the money to accelerate the modernization of the Nyx sector and give a large boost to its economy. No one had warned her, however, that the Queen of Blades had the behavior of a prima donna, at least where her arenas were concerned. The entrance will need 3 statues at least 10 meters tall and the eyes will need to be emeralds. The red-haired Eldar declared, and then disappeared again in the darkness to slay more abominations. The commander of Army Group Caribbean rolled her eyes. She knew better than to comment through the speakcasters of her power armor what she thought of Hesprax's ego. In spite of the ruckus caused by demons, debris, and many falling objects inside the Abyss of Dreams, the Eldar appeared to be able to hear everything she muttered or whispered, and the punishments did not take long to follow. The first time, the silvery platform had disappeared, and it had not been recreated since. Taylor had been 2 words away from cursing the Queen of Blades lengthily, before realizing that it would be a waste of time. At best, she would amuse the Blade Mistress. At worst, she would irritate a being which had a good chance of being far older than the Emperor and that no para-human could realistically hope to escape from. Besides, the Abyss of Dreams continued to get more and more dangerous, whether you took the appearance of new demons into consideration or not. The tendrils of solid darkness were everywhere at once, and the sword of Hurricane's eye trapping them was visibly shrinking significantly. It couldn't take more than a few minutes to explore the prison of night while flying at a leisurely pace. Good news, more and more of her insects were finding themselves sucked up in what increasingly looked like an unholy mix between hurricane and maelstrom of darkness. Bad news, most of these insects weren't able to fly, so the only utility she could find for them was to kill them and take their energy to give herself a few more hours of endurance. The concept left a bad taste in her mouth, but it wasn't like she'd found any alternatives, and frankly, even with her para-human power plenty of insects got shredded as she took control of them. The Abyss of Dreams is going to be deactivated soon. The Eldar Blade Mistress glided next to her on a psychic rope that even a professional equilibrist would have in all likelihood found insanely dangerous. If the activation process is still reliable, the parties involved in the activation will be forced to feed 16,000 souls to the great ocean in 1,000 heartbeats or so, and the soul bargain will get worse from there. Since she didn't have any other Eldar expert on hand, the Insect Mistress had to rely on this relatively optimistic assertion. And when they do deactivate the Abyss of Dreams, it will take between 3 and 6 of your hours for the darkness barrier to fall down. Oh, and I want the fireworks animation to be spectacular. Not the cheap items the mud classes of your civilization are entertained with. We Avir. You have nowhere left to hide. I, Lush Crick/Tongue, am going to bring your soul to the Dark Prince. The abomination which had emerged above them was like all servants of excess, its very sight generating instinctive disgust and revulsion. Eyes, breasts, and maws were all in the wrong places, and of course, there was that vomit-inducing pink color. Seriously, by the time this was over, not seeing anything in pink or light purple was going to be a relief. The only power you have over human souls is the one their owners have chosen to give you, she retorted to the slave of chaos as one of her sonora bees stabbed it with its large stinger in what should be the neck. And I choose to give you none. Of course, this was the moment more demons decided this was the perfect time to be sucked into the Abyss of Dreams. And this time there were a lot of winged abominations and greater demons, at first. The Queen of Blades once again threw herself into the battle, and Taylor only had to attack the survivors. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Port of Lost Souls. 8 hours before the mark of Kamarak. First Naval Secretary Wolfgang Bach. There were moments when Wolfgang Bach preferred dealing with the Necrons. It wasn't because he particularly enjoyed the presence of destruction overlord Sitka. At the best of times, the icy politeness of the Xenos reminded him that the metallic Xenos long ago abandoned most of the preoccupations humanity fought for. For the moment though, the Necrons had a rigid hierarchy if one didn't count Trazyn the Infinite, and since the assault on Kamarak had begun, they had not played political games with the humans. They were also busy raising Mar Lych and everything trying to impede their fighting retreat, so one could argue they were vital from a strategic and tactical perspective. The same, unfortunately, couldn't be said about certain officers of the Imperial Navy. You are taking dangerous liberties with the privileges which have been granted to you, First Secretary, the low-pitched voice of Admiral von Kischer echoed on the bridge of the Enterprise, and no doubt countless others, as the superior officers not on the front lines were able to hear the content of the Hololithic conference. It should also be noted the words First Secretary had been uttered like a curse. No doubt that if he had not had a formal title, the commander of the Ultima 70th Battle Fleet would have tried to call him ensign or midshipman, the ranks his time at the Naval Academy of Karduniash had granted him. Wolfgang stared at this figure in blue, lengthening the period of silence. The young man didn't like what he saw. The blue uniform was covered with so many decorations that it could have likely stopped a shot from a las pistol if all the metal was used for protective purposes. It was all according to regulations, of course. But a bit of humility had never hurt anyone, and when most of the people watching this council of war had a few minutes ago been busy organizing the evacuation operations or trying to assess the magnitude of their losses, arriving in parade uniform was not likely to endear you to most commanders already present on site. Is he? The two words were uttered loudly, and nearly everyone turned their eyes in the direction of their speaker. First Secretary Wolfgang Bach is doing exactly what his lady has ordered him to do until she returns. The jaw of von Kischer trembled and his brown eyes narrowed, but the admiral didn't dare open his mouth to counter the words which had been spoken. It would take a very brave man to naysay the Great Khan of the White Scars chapter, after all. We acknowledge the laws of the Imperial Navy to police and command its own squadrons, continued Hibu Khan, who, in his massive white armor and with a gigantic hawk perched on his shoulder, looked like a warlord of the old legends brought back to life. But it only grants you command of the Navy starships. August von Kischer didn't quite look like someone was extracting his teeth one at a time, but he was not far from that point. As arrogant as the curly-haired battle fleet commander was, he had no doubt studied the order of battle and knew the only Navy warship above a light cruiser's tonnage in the port of Lost Souls which was not part of the Ultima 70th was von Schaeffer's Grand Cruiser, the indomitable Resolution. There were other units, but the overwhelming majority were destroyers and frigates, and most of them had already formed their own arrangements to fill the holes created by the Eldar's ravages. Lady Weaver Trust's First Secretary Bach, the Golden Sun Space Marine commanding the battle barge Sanguinius Light, added. I have no reason to believe her trust has been misplaced. The space forces of the Blood will obey the orders issued by the Enterprise until the General chooses to rescind them. Wolfgang nodded in silent gratitude. He already had the support of Hediatrix and the other Archmagi to back his decisions, but having another battle barge and 14 strike cruisers to make his position unassailable was far from unwelcome. A single commander who is familiar with the battlefield and has a prepared set of tactics to employ is better than 10 who must fight in the unknown, Hibu Khan declared. The White Scars are in agreement with the sons of Sanguinius. Had he been in private, the blonde-haired son of the Bach family would have breathed a sigh of relief. The White Scars fleet was powerful, boasting the two battle barges Jagatai's Pride and the Star Hunter. In addition, they also had 6 strike cruisers faster than any other capital ship currently mustered in the port, and 15 smaller escorts. Not to mention their reputation and influence. The Salamanders were one thing, but the sons of the Khan had even more prestige among all the adept users of the Imperium. The Black Templars are with you and the Living Saint, the representative of the Black Templars stated, a marshal representing the crews of 3 strike cruisers. One by one the other Space Marines captains present echoed them, though in most cases it was a formality as the Salamanders, Howling Griffins and Silver Skulls were by now solidly integrated into the order of battle. The only unknown had been the Nova Marine strike cruiser which had emerged from the warp ahead of the main fleet, but the Blue Ivory captain commanding it supported Wolfgang without reservation. Now the question was what von Kischer was going to do, since all the other components of the fleet, including Frateris Templar, Inquisition and Adeptus Mechanicus, had been unwilling to recognize him as supreme commander for the battle to come. Your defiance against proper imperial regulations is recorded and will be reported to the highest authorities. The admiral didn't spit the words out, but his poise wasn't far from breaking. And with those words the communication between the Enterprise and the Invincible ended. That man is going to be a problem in the battle to come, Archmagos Thayer Sagami pointed out once the Council of War ended. I know, Wolfgang confessed. But it isn't like I can completely ignore him. Ignoring the political problems certain venerable admirals at Karduniash and elsewhere were likely to cause no matter what, August von Kischer's Ultima 70th battle fleet was no small amount of firepower. The self-proclaimed hero of the Heraklion Crusade had sailed to Pavia with his full battle fleet, and this meant no less than 7 of these fast battleships were forming the fleet's core: Invincible, Flagship, Inflexible, Indomitable, Indefatigable, Implacable, Immortal Emperor, and Lion. There were 2 Mars-class battlecruisers, the Champion of Karduniash and the Domination's Pride. And of course, there were 17 first-rate cruisers, 14 lesser cruisers, and over 60 frigates and destroyers, some of which had been gathered from the various naval attachments rushing to Pavia. We can only hope the Admiral Bacchus sends us is going to be more reasonable, the first secretary commented before returning to the immense volume of things he needed to coordinate. The Tempestus 13th battle fleet was as they spoke accelerating to reach the Eversprings Gate, and its first elements should begin to transit within 2 hours. They should be the last reinforcements that could possibly reach them in time for the apocalypse. There were only 6 hours and 20 minutes left until the Dolmen seal deactivated, and all astropaths and navigators regularly sent reports that the warp was in fury around Pavia. It will be difficult to be less, Sagami retorted. Wolfgang grimaced and then turned his gaze to the tunnels leading to the port of Lost Souls. He wasn't very religious, but more than ever he prayed the Basileia was going to return as soon as possible. Most of what he was doing was pure improvisation, and Lady Weaver had not shared her thoughts with him on a multitude of issues. Heart of the Webway. Camarak. Zelhorst. 8 hours before the mark of Camarak. General Taylor Hebert. The end of the Abyss of Dreams was not calm or peaceful. Black lightning tried to electrocute and devour everything. The tendrils were tripling in numbers over and over, killing her insects faster than she could take control of them. Demons were massacred by the thousands. The notions of up and down became difficult to establish. And then it was finally over. The realm of night expelled them, and immediately Taylor was very happy to have golden wings, otherwise, the speed with which they were ejected from the prison would have ensured she crashed upon what remained of the ground of Zelhorst. And this landing would have been a death sentence, even assuming the impact didn't kill her instantly. The war zone underneath her was covered in demons, and their very presence was so disgusting that, even protected by the Emperor's golden aura, the insect-controlling para-human felt the urge to vomit. Her arrival, needless to say, didn't go unnoticed. Death to Weaver! Death to Weaver! Death to Weaver! It was an ocean of hatred and loathing, one from which nothing good could come. It was excess in all its decadence and its worst appearance. The demons likely knew they couldn't influence her with glamours and illusions, and so they didn't even try. The greater demons and the lesser things as a consequence were masses of claws, tentacles, pincers, fangs, eyes, and maws that bore no likeness to any animal or sapient being. These were the legions of evil, and they only answered to a single master, the ruinous power of excess. The abominations had also grown overconfident. Many of her insects, cut off from her power, had dug tunnels and hidden beneath the ground. Judging by their large numbers, the slaves of chaos, be they corrupted Eldar or mere demons, had failed to pursue them. Now the general of the Imperial Guard made them rue this mistake. The Hell Spiders re-emerged under the captive sons of Zelhorst, followed by a new small army of arthropods and other Camarak-born insects. The battle which had ceased upon the activation of the Abyss of Dreams resumed instantly, and the demons shrieked in pain and indignation as hundreds were banished from existence. You will not escape Slaanesh. You will suffer. 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 Death to Weaver. Death to Weaver. Reality itself seemed to distort as an endless wave of ugly pink gathered on the horizon, engulfing everything. To her stupefaction, Taylor realized the grounds and the air were filled with so many demons it was difficult to know where each individual creature of the warp begun and where it ended. It took her less than 5 seconds to decide staying in the air was nothing but a quick way to commit suicide. The para-human was going to escape through her insect tunnels. There at least excess had not sent its armies. The entire demonic tide shrieked in an unholy cacophony. The corruption of the warp receded. And Taylor fell to her knees, as unimaginable power surged everywhere. Her whole world became silver. The entire battlefield was bathed in silvery light. It was difficult to think or breathe. The demons were dying in droves like they were bathed in acid. The sensation was horrifying. It was like she was nothing but a fly before a godlike entity. My apologies, my Empress, but this is my true power. The Queen of Blades was suddenly there. Or had she been always there and her power severed reality to not be seen? A smirk appeared on the ageless face. But if I fought seriously like this, no one would ever dare challenge me. Taylor tried to rise, but her body was too heavy, or was it the heavy psychic pressure which was too great? Shush, little queen, stay on your knees for a few minutes. I have 2 messages for you to relay to your anathema emperor. I'm listening, Taylor managed to gasp. Good, Lelith Hesprax smiled. The first, obviously, is that I'm very satisfied with the skills you provided for one of my spars. It has been thousands of cycles since I was offered such a distraction from boredom. Around them, the demonic tide was dying. Millions of demons were attacking relentlessly, but the moment they came into contact with the Eldar's power, they were collapsing in non-feigned agony. And the second. If he dares authorize another invasion of the Webway without my permission, I will personally kill him. From any other Eldar, Taylor would have treated this threat as further proof of their monumental arrogance. But from her, the words rang true and with an implacable finality. The Queen of Blades was not joking at all. She would really go to Terra, and for all the strength of the Custodes, the black-haired para-human didn't know if the Watchers of the Throne could stop her. I will deliver the messages. Don't expect to be thanked for it. No, I suppose not. But there are games I won't tolerate any repetition of. Now go. I will come to inaugurate my arena when I'm informed it's ready. The pressure diminished, and Taylor took flight. The further she was away from this monster, the better for her health. Behind her, the winged and non-winged demons screamed in fury, but were unable to do more as silver blades struck everywhere. The Queen of Blades. Aenaria watched the little queen of the swarm leave with conflicted feelings. Assuming there had been noble flatterers in the vicinity, these mediocre sires would have proclaimed her decisions were obviously perfect and far-sighted. But was it really the best decision? This child was dangerous. Through her actions, Comorac had been destroyed, and for all the timing and the disastrous defense of the dynasts, the Arena Queen knew that not everything could be blamed on her species' arrogance and willingness to backstab each other at the worst possible moment. The swarm under her control was extremely versatile, and it had taken the activation of one of the most destructive weapons of the Ildari Empire to force her out of her comfort zone. Millions of degenerate Drukhari had fallen to the swarm, and the aftershocks both in real space and the ether were going to be immense. And all of this had been done under the guidance of a young female who was barely a toddler by Ildari standards. This was why she hesitated. Yes, Taylor Bear was an opponent worthy of sparring with her. But what would she be in a cycle or two? The Queen of Blades had seen through the miniature dimension in the human's brain. She had been very subtle, in order to not allow the golden aura to perceive her intrusion. And what she had seen concerned her. The little queen had been tethered to a worm-like administrating power, but the light pouring into her was changing this. To use an insect metaphor, the moment the larva started building its chrysalis would approach soon. 2 more battles would be sufficient to amplify the data psychic stream in her skills, if the battle fought in the Dark City could be used as a gauge. What would come out once the basic human nature was transcended by golden anathema energy? That even Inaria didn't know. Only one being did, and the exiled Ildari princess didn't think the question would be answered assuming she made the trip to voice it. The veteran of the war in heaven readjusted the ribbon holding her crimson hair with her left hand, while with Ala Ra in her right she made sure more and more of the years were sent right to She Who Thirst's palace. Their servility and vileness deserved nothing else anyway. A million cycles ago, she would have killed the little queen once she'd had her moment of fun, that much Inaria could be honest with herself about. The human was too dangerous. Too wild. Improperly educated. In possession of one of the most dangerous ancient blades. Elsabrin was not the most dangerous of the swords of Vol, but it was not an inoffensive child's toy either. And Taylor Bear, queen of the swarm, had allied herself with Feeric Nefertin and Trazyn the archthief. On the list of things which are never supposed to happen, this was a high-ranked one. In memory of her oaths to the Ildari Empire, Inaria should have killed her. The Empire, however, had rejected her and destroyed itself. It had destroyed itself so badly that the same human could claim the broken crown of the Phoenix throne. In this age, she was Lelith Hesprax. And in the end, the Queen of Blades knew she had already made her choice before their duel began. It will be the age of Weaver. And the primordial annihilator and the descendants of our folly will pay the price. And she would get a far grander and more beautiful arena. It was a fruitful day of negotiations, no? The baleful energies of the Empyrean pulsed, and she felt the attention of She Who Thirsts, a loathsome gaze trying in vain to pierce her blade domain. Which reminds me. I have one last appointment before leaving the Dark City. Sergeant Gavriel Forkas. To describe the situation as desperate wouldn't have been totally accurate with the last 2 undamaged warlords standing guard over the last line of defense, but the situation was getting worse and worse. Even Space Marines tired after hours and hours of uninterrupted fighting, and half of the Astartes present had held the line for over a dozen hours, never faltering, defending each line like it was the last one before the tunnels linking Zelharst and the Port of Lost Souls. Except this time, it truly was the last wall. And ammunition levels were low. The Black Templars barely noticed. Sometimes, Gavriel really envied their fanaticism. The Crusaders of Sigismund didn't bother assessing if charging to stop enemy breakthroughs was the tactically sound thing to do, they went in nonetheless, to the great despair of some Mechanicu's artillerists who saw their grand plans completely smashed apart. The end of the battle came, as it usually did, without warning. The hordes of chaos shrieked and launched diatribes filled with insults and lies that no one bothered listening to anyway. And then the enormous army tried to turn away. It was a most grievous error, as in the next seconds Ancient Pierre led a sally with 2 dreadnoughts of the blood, and the salamanders punished the demons with a terrible Folkite volley. In most circumstances, this would have convinced any enemy to turn back and face the wrath of the Space Marines. Today, it didn't. Gavriel and the rest of the Astartes rearguard had only 10 seconds to wonder why. Then the army of hell spiders and the insect clouds reappeared on the auspexes and the forces of the Imperium roared in triumph. The crippling losses and the exhaustion of this never-ending battle were not forgotten, but they in this moment became lighter and lighter in their hearts. Soldiers of the God Emperor. The Emperor's champion of the Black Templars roared. Terra stands. No pity. No remorse. No fear. 150 tanks of the reserve, led by the Obsidian Chariot, charged to join the slaughter of abominations. And it would be a one-sided carnage, Gavriel knew it in his bones and his 2 hearts. Caught in a disintegrating volcanic plain and with nowhere to hide, the monsters and their Eldar pets were trapped between the small anvil of the Space Marines and the hammer of the insect swarm. What happened next was vengeance pure and simple. Folkite and plasma cannons tore apart the demonic formations, and the 2 warlord titans poured unbridled fury into their volcano bombardments. The Space Marines knew victory was at hand. The Xenos and their ruinous patrons weren't so sure. And as the lies choked their heretical throats, a figure of light descended from the smoke-filled sky. The shrieks doubled in intensity, and Gavriel laughed, scything the horrors of the Empyrean by twos and threes with his trusty old sword. The battle after that did not take more than a few minutes. More demonic hosts were coming far to the east, but for all their celerity the enemy was going to arrive too late. Gavriel went on one knee as his lady landed in front of him. Her golden armor was not in a pleasant state to behold. There were plenty of battle scars, the personal shield was obviously fried, and most of the paint and the decorations were only still visible because the golden aura seemed to have a sort of cleaning effect against the dust, slime, and blood which had dirted it. "Sorry, I'm late," Taylor Hebert said neutrally. "I'm afraid I got lost on the road of life." Gavriel could not help but laugh. "Lost bet with your second naval secretary?" "No, I won this one. Dennis said I wouldn't ever be able to use it in the middle of a battle." The Eye of Terror. Sikaris. Exalted Cathedral of the mighty iconoclastic cult. 5 hours before the Mark of Kamarak. Sergeant Kraz Theomore. The Exalted Cathedral, contrary to what its name might suggest, was not particularly exalted. Then again, the mighty iconoclastic cult was not particularly mighty either. The Iconoclastic Brotherhood had been a rather unimpressive host enforcing the orders of the Dark Council before the Third Black Crusade. The heart of its force had been 444 Astartes, until the fateful day when the Dark Apostle leading them was commanded to throw his faithful chosen against the defences of the Cadian Gate. To this day, the Dark Council was advocating everything had proceeded according to the plan of the Long War, and trying to voice an opposing opinion was treason and would be treated as such by the Apostles. The Iconoclast survivors, unfortunately for the Dark Council, had had a very different view of the debacle, and had never returned to Sikaris, becoming an independent warband in their own right. The Exalted Cathedral had thus suffered the same fate as every location which had the misfortune of attracting the enmity of the Dark Council. Its slaves had been seized and redistributed to more favored hosts, the few legionnaires who had stayed were tortured for the sins of their departed brothers, and the infrastructure was abandoned to the whims of the true gods until the time would be right to build something new atop its ruins. There was no shortage of projects for cathedrals, and the few which collapsed were always replaced by more. Thus it had always been on the holy soil of Sikaris. If you drank the words of the Dark Council like the slaves out in real space drank the lies of the false emperor's agents. Kraz Theomore had lost all care for such things long ago. Time had no meaning in the Eye of Terror, but he remembered participating in no less than 40 major campaigns against other legionnaires, and likely 10 times that number of skirmishes and small engagements. Before that, he had fought on Terran soil, and before that the Shadow Crusade which had devastated Ultramar. He was old enough to have known the Legion when their ranks had worshipped the God Emperor. He had retained his memories, and they were accurate enough to be disgusted at what the vile one and the lying cardinal had transformed the 17th Legion into. Kraz Theomore was a soldier, not a dark monk of the gods. Alas, in the period following the siege, the Legion had begun to be taken over by priests and monks. Prayers were more important than the bolters. Saying the right words at the right time was considered more advantageous than 3 or 4 battles won. This was why, when he had been demoted from Korifos to mere battle brother, Kraz had not protested. What good would it have done? The old Dark Apostle and himself had a working relationship. He had none with the arrogant killer who had murdered his former superior in a monstrous display of treachery and sorcery. Kraz could have tried to climb back up the ranks, impale 888 slaves on top of a cathedral, swear vengeance, ritually summon the Neverborn, and sacrifice plenty of souls. But for what? The more time passed in the Eye, the more the leadership of the word-bearers became something to stay away from. The old legionnaire had been willing to fight to return to a rank of sergeant and garrison holy sites which were as far away as he could stay from the Dark Council and the important players of Sikaris. He had not been willing to do more than that. "Welcome to the Exalted Cathedral, Great Master," growled a prostrated thing which must have been immortal at some point but now sprouted 5 tentacles on its back and 10 eyes all over its body. "We were awaiting your coming with great impatience." As the mutant opened its mouth to reveal many, many fangs and blades, Kraz drew his bolter and began to fire. A couple of seconds later, the creatures which had not received a bolter shell to the head were fleeing. "Was that really necessary, Sergeant?" taunted the sickening acolyte one Dark Apostle had attached to him for the duration of this mission. "Surely you're not afraid of a few wretches of its kind." Kraz didn't respond to the mockery. There was no use wasting his saliva for this imbecile. Since Sikaris had become the new homeworld of the 17th Legion, the ancient veteran had seen thousands of this type, all convinced that, because they had been elevated into the ranks of the Sons of Lorgar, the keys of the galaxy were handed to them. From vast personal experience, Kraz knew this wasn't the case. These sad imitations of true legionnaires lasted exactly the time the gods were amused by their atrocities and behavior, and then died, generally in a horrible manner. "I have a mission," he grunted back. "These wretches are minor obstacles on my way to accomplishing it. Nothing more, nothing less." The progression after this was particularly tense. Despite the helmet, Kraz could tell the acolyte was still glaring at him, and obviously, he wasn't stupid enough to leave his back be exposed to this assassin in waiting. It was also a slow progression. The mutants after a few demonstrations of force knew better than to oppose their march, but the cathedral had been twisted and retwisted by the power of the warp, and 8 space marines was too small a number to really investigate a monument this large. Maybe it took hours, or maybe it took seconds, but by the time they reached the badly maintained webway gate whose activation had attracted plenty of sorceress attention, the decrepit circle of Xenos technology was long cold. Too bad, said the Dark Acolyte. I'd have loved to invade the place whose masters dared activating a gate to Holy Sikaris. Kraz didn't reply to him. The gate was close to a black altar and a sculpted scene representing a dark apostle being blessed with the knowledge of iconoclast purity. The books being thrown into the pyres and the feathered emissaries of Tsianch made this self-evident. But there was something wrong here. It was like there was a glint of metal, and only his transhuman reflexes allowed him to parry the projectiles with his Legion-issued power sword. To his surprise, these were not bullets, shells, or even arrows. No, these looked like fragments of green crystal. And they began to shine with the corruption one often associated with the power of the warp. Take cover! He roared. The entire altar room began to erupt in green explosions before he could obey his own command. And then he and the 7 other word-bearers heard the battle cries and the squeaks. Sounds the Eye of Terror and the 17th Legion would learn to hate and loathe utterly until their very last breath. Malal be praised. Praise the anarchy. Kill the man-things. Malal will know its own. Glory to the Skaven. Glory to Malal. Kraz fired his bolter at the shadows. But when he and the other word-bearers left cover, there was no one left and not even a single corpse to show for the spent ammunition. What an abject cowardice. The acolyte laughed. Let's return to our transport. I see no point in descending into the catacombs to hunt such insignificant creatures. There is nothing left to investigate. Kraz Theomore nodded. He was unaware that the equivalent of several days later, he would curse his decision to agree with the acolyte with his every breath. The Skaven had arrived on Sikaris, and nothing would ever be the same again. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Port of Lost Souls. 3 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Captain General Anubis Excelsior. If Anubis wasn't a custodes, it was absolutely certain he wouldn't have been able to get close to Taylor Bear within 10 minutes, or within 20 hours for that matter. The Captain General had no great love for the Space Marines in general, but he had to acknowledge they were fiercely protective at the moment. Furthermore, there were 2 knights and over 1,000 tech priests armed with heavy weaponry to support them. Any assassin who tried his luck against this sort of firepower was likely not going to get the chance to understand his mistake before he was blasted apart into 10,000 fragments of flesh and bone. The withdrawal from Zelharst is complete and the main tunnel gates have been closed to the arch-enemy, the representative of the Emperor informed the general. The losses in materials and men are below the averages estimated by the plan. Your marshals are organizing the last retreat echelons. In 20 minutes, Army Group Caribbean and the survivors of the Desadarian Field Army will all be aboard the military transports and depart for Pavia. There were a few exceptions to this rule like the Fey 20th and other formations which were helping the Mechanics with the tanks and other macro machines, but that was it. Basically, the ground part of the invasion of Kamarak was at an end. It was also an overwhelming victory for the Imperium. He received a tired nod in return, before the golden-winged woman returned to drinking water and eating rations. Archmagos Hediatrix sends his compliments and assures you all your forces will be back on the warships and the transports in less than 45 minutes. The fleets are preparing for battle, though Admiral von Kischer is causing problems. The expression of fury stayed on her face for less than 2 seconds before it was restrained and disappeared, but Anubis had seen enough to know the commander of the Ultima 70th Naval Force would be particularly lucky if he didn't survive the battle, for the general had looked ready to give an execution order on the spot. I do not have the time to discipline him. As long as he fights and does not cause a disaster, we will care about his arrogance once this battle is over. Plan J. J1 is on its way via the J gate. We can't send scouts obviously, but the Logis have reaffirmed their certainty it will emerge before the Dolmen seal deactivates. J2 is obviously in your hands. As for J3, I am confident the arch-enemy will take the bait. It was the last great gamble of the entire invasion of the Webway. Reasonably, the parasite the Eldar race had created must be wary by now. Most of the major and minor objectives had been reported as complete at a grievous cost in plenty of cases. In 4 days, the forces of the Imperium had caused terrible damage to the plans of the arch-enemy and deprived it of assets which were now totally unrecoverable. Kamarak was a corrupted ruin, and contrary to the lies the parasites told their servants, they could not build splendor from burning wreckage. Chaos was disorderly, inefficient, and unable to rebuild coherently. The demons had no reason to rush into the port of lost souls in strength, especially as most of the armies which had fought and bled were going to be out of their reach. True, there were Eldar fleets at the gates which were going to attack as soon as the Necron machinery ceased operating, but the parasite would eventually devour their souls without lifting a finger. No, excess had to be baited into attacking. And the surest means was to reveal J2 and convince the arch-enemy it was the trap when in reality it was only a lesser part of it. Are you ready to proceed? The young general finished emptying another water container before answering positively. I am. Gamaliel, please tell the Magi biologist to take their machines and the Bacta dispersers away from the cocoon. The dawnbreaker surrounding them closely, the walk was a matter of a couple of minutes until they were in the insect controller's range of the tall biological structure the tech priests had watched over and made grow for the better part of 3 days. The advance went no further. The Space Marines had a lot of trust in their ladies' capabilities, but if the structure collapsed without warning, fleeing would be the only salvation. And it was going to collapse. It was a cocoon. A wide and tall one. The displays in his helmet indicated a height of approximately 20 meters and a width of 3, maybe 4 meters. And every part of it was moving as a sort of muffled whistle echoed in the distance. As plenty of the substance called golden Bacta had been injected and dispersed into it, the cocoon was bright gold now. It was also radiating psychic energy, though there had been no demonic materialization to profit from this opportunity. The warp anathema property of the Emperor's power had been absorbed, and now the occupant of the cocoon couldn't be possessed or influenced by excess and the other predators of the Empyrean. One leg was the first thing to pierce the membrane of the cocoon. Then came another. The head emerged, followed by the other legs, the wings and at last the abdomen. Soon most of its body was free, enough to reveal a lot of details about this huge moth displaying a brilliant gold and green color. Between the very large abdomen and the disproportionately small head, it had to be 12 meters tall. Behold, the para-human calling himself Lead proclaimed, the Titanicus Sancta Vivrian Majora. The wings opened a second later, and it was like a new sun had begun to shine in the port of lost souls, the great wings glowing in golden light and projecting it like the beacon of the Astronomicon in miniature. I will call you Lisa. Anubis Excelsior had no doubts the words were more for their benefits than the moth's. Hearing the melodious trills made by the moth, its name had been given mind to mind, and it approved. Now fly and show the world how beautiful you are. The moth obeyed, to everyone's relief, and its 200 meters long wingspan allowed it to quickly ascend fast over the last Mechanicus bases not fully evacuated. Being underneath it was like watching a rain of emerald and gold descend from the skies. Anubis had seen many elegant things in his life, but this gigantic insect was besting a lot of them without effort. Still, he had a duty, no matter how many people were applauding the successful birth. This is C1. Finish the evacuation and prepare for the deactivation of the Dolmen seal. The warp. Palace of Slaanesh. Had it been in a better mood, Slaanesh would have laughed once the bluff of the puny humans was revealed. Alas for the Dark Prince, the situation it found itself plunged into wasn't exactly one where you celebrated the failed gambits of your enemies. The outer defenses of its palace had been breached. Bloodthirsters and their lesser warriors fought the daemonettes and keepers of secrets in the circle of avidity, and so far, the former were massacring the latter. The scintillating legions were rampaging across its realm, pillaging soul anchors and ruining tens of thousands of plans which should have assured Slaanesh's dominance in the great game. The great unclean ones of Nurgle were busy bathing in the formerly pink waters of the Gardens of Desires, and their armies spread plagues and pestilence wherever they conquered. Attacked on all fronts, the forces of She Who Thirsts tried to delay the inevitable as long as possible, but unless something radical changed, the defeat was going to be total. The legions of excess were weak and dispersed, and as the Imperium's forces had massacred the Drukhari population so thoroughly the decrease in vigor and lethality was likely to be permanent. In every warp storm worthy of being mentioned, bastions of the Lord of Dark Desires were under attack, and if in a few theaters the Noise Marines and Slaaneshi cultists managed to repel the invaders, they were the exception, not the rule. The three had recognized the weakness of Slaanesh, and, like a pack of vicious animals, they were throwing a lot of their legions at its realm to ensure the Mistress of Excess was never going to be a threat to their supremacy again. Slaanesh raged and did a lot of unspeakable things to the nearest souls which had the bad timing to be close to its divine presence. In the Matrium, hundreds of planets were plagued by nightmares, at the cost of more energy expended. The doom of the Ildari turned its attention back to the port of lost souls and to the tiny light hiding in it. Weaver. Taylor Hebert. Basileia of Nyx. General of the Imperial Guard. Golden Saint of the Anathema. Slaanesh wished it could have cursed the line of this upstart primate to an eternity of torment, but the protections of the Anathema held true. This avenue of vengeance was closed to the Dark Prince, but the mortals had been unable to completely close the entrance to the port of lost souls. The legions of excess had lost a lot of their strength, but there were still over 666 which could be considered near full strength. And the saint was exhausted. This mongrel had fought against the Queen of Blades and many of its own daemon princes. It had no super weapons left to alter the fate of the battle with. The naval assets had been strengthened, but there were plenty of Ildari fools to bleed them. And for all their bluster, it was clear the massive gate the Red Robes kept open was bringing no reinforcements. There were 0 psychic signatures, and no warship of any tonnage would require such a long time to travel to Kumarak. The humans had bluffed and bluffed, but their hands were empty. Tsianch would have hesitated. Nurgle would have refused to invade on such a short timetable. Kern would have already sent some disposable vanguard to test the waters. But Slaanesh was excess. And at this very moment, the only thing the Ildari worshipped entity felt was an excessive desire for vengeance. Enter the port of lost souls. Kill Weaver. Kill them all. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Port of lost souls. 2 hours before the mark of Kamarak. 3rd Lieutenant Freya Brasidas. A few minutes ago, the hangar base had been full of tension and prayers as the time to kill the Xenos was near. And then they were granted the light in the form of a gigantic flying insect. And it was singing. Everyone aboard the Great Quest, Peregrine Fleet Carrier of His Most Holy Majesty, was watching the luminescent being. Golden Throne, all the fleets were watching. Every move of wings was a cascade of golden scales, and every thrill of the song they were allowed to hear seemed to have a soothing effect. "All right, pilots," the commissar in charge of discipline aboard this warship's section announced. "I'm very glad you appreciate the beauty of the General's new pet, but there are more important things to do. Return to your flying seats. The long ears are going to come right for us, and for some reason High Command think they aren't going to be happy about the redecoration we gave to Kamarak." Chuckles and smiles welcomed this long and polite command to return to their military duties, and 4 minutes later the carrier's catapult allowed her Thunderbolt to return to the front lines. There was no enemy in sight for the moment, but given how many hundreds of squadrons were launched by the various Navy and Mechanic-Use contingents, the Nyx noblewoman knew this wasn't going to be a problem for much longer. And then all Vox communication died as the gigantic gate, which had stayed active for close to a day, let something through its mirror-like surface. In the first seconds, Freya almost thought it was a starfort of a type she hadn't seen before. This thought quickly died. The Nyx system had a Romuli starfort, and it didn't look like this at all. Nor did any defensive installation look like this. And the size. This thing was bigger than a Romuli's. It was built to be perfectly symmetrical, with a sort of pyramid on top and a pyramid at the bottom. It was of a dark obsidian color, which seemed to absorb every source of light. It was covered in turrets and had some of the biggest and meanest cannons she had ever seen on Hololith or with her own eyes. Suddenly, the reason why they had to move this thing slowly for most of a day became rather obvious in hindsight. The dot on the tactical display suddenly shifted in a flash, passing from orange to green, denoting this monstrous newcomer was indeed a friend. And under the small icon, 5 words appeared. Blackstone Fortress, Will of Eternity. Extermination countdown. 2 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Uncorrupted Drukhari population in the Webway, approximately 51.6 billion. Corrupted Drukhari population in the Webway, approximately 32.1 billion. Asuryani killed during the Battle of Kamarak, approximately 1.8 billion. Chapter 40, Extermination 8-5, The Mark of Kamarak. Extermination 8.5. The Mark of Kamarak. What is the Mark of Kamarak? It might be surprising to hear today, but before the unforgettable battle which took place in the Dark City, the term already existed, though it was rarely written in capital letters and spread to the galaxy at large. It was applied indiscriminately to the scars and slave brands the masters of the Webway Nexus carved into the flesh of their prisoners. As the dynasts had quantities of homunculi in their service, who themselves had inherited their knowledge from the most questionable lore of the ancient Ildari Empire, few species in this galaxy had the skill to remove them. But since during any cycle the number of living beings managing to escape Kamarak was extremely low, it wasn't like this information was common knowledge across the galaxy. Or at least it wasn't before the humans freed millions of slaves from the slave markets, the pits, and the arenas. The forces of the Imperium wasted no time in inflicting their own marks upon the bodies and psyche of the Ildari fighting in the new war zone. While billions of Kamarak Ildari died under the lances and macro-weapons of their enemies, millions disappeared into the Webway to save their lives. These Drukhari would be branded by the injuries the defeat had carved into their flesh, as the destruction of the homunculi layers prevented the healing of wounds, the curing of burns, and the replacement of missing limbs. The other effect, far worse, was mental in nature. Every warrior, be he or she born under the crystal sky of a craft world or in the vat wombs of a dark coven, would remember the endless tides of the insect swarm coming to kill him or her for all eternity. In a very short amount of time, the survivors of this battle, myself included, would all suffer to varying degrees from disastrously crippling entomophobia. In any other major conflict, this would have been the most terrible legacy an enemy could leave us with. At Kamarak, it would be one factor among a litany of things to mourn for. Splendid shipyards crashing down in flames, resurrection labs utterly annihilated, armies and fleets exploding with every heartbeat, and the stability of the Dark City being compromised created an ocean of bad news prompts to paralyze any strategist. But this was not the mark of Kamarak. The mark was when the talisman of Vol, the great war weapon the humans call a Blackstone Fortress, fired for the second time. I was not there, and yet I feel it burning in my soul. We all are feeling it burn, save maybe the Queen of Blades, but then the first sword bearer was always the exception, not the rule. Even after all these cycles, I feel its touch, no matter how distant from the golden flames I am and how many psychic protections are between me and the great ocean. As long as Malesha Eildanan endures and a single Ildari continues to breathe, the mark of Kamarak will continue to burn. I am Aurelia Melis. The second fall has crushed the shadows of empire we clung to. The mark still burns as I write these words. I know there is a considerable irony that I'm the one saying this in the first place, but space battles which are decisive from both a tactical and a strategic point of view have to be a rarity. The major reason? The galactic void is vast, and for all the existing technology available to the spacefaring species, a naval commander can usually see his enemy coming from millions of kilometers away. Therefore the defender will have hours at worst, days at best, to study his enemy and assess if the opposing side is stronger or weaker than him. If it's the former, it's highly likely the defender will try to engage in a round of asymmetric warfare or flee the system where the fight is taking place. Space is vast after all, and if an admiral wants to disengage, it would take a few miracles for his adversary to catch up before he flees into the warp. Besides, it's extremely unlikely the enemy will want to pursue unless there's critical goals to be accomplished, like highly classified information aboard one of the escaping starships which must be acquired or destroyed at all costs. Much like an admiral, for all his bravado, won't pretend that a glorious last stand is the one and only option. Every warp-capable warship is worth billions of throne gelts, and represents a colossal amount of investment, be it in metal, time, or manpower. This kind of asset can't be sacrificed on a whim. Of course, there are exceptions to this rule. If the defending fleet must stand and fight, either because the world it is defending is too important to abandon, or due to formal mission orders overriding the prudence the Emperor expects of his officers, a fleet versus fleet action will be fought. But these titanic clashes are extremely rare. Worlds which must be defended at all costs are not legion, and the Imperium more often than not has reserve squadrons to provide support if such an important inhabited system is about to be attacked. And save a few species like the greenskins, the enemy admiral must be careful with its naval resources too. As the attacking party, the invading fleet will be far from any allied base if it is defeated, and going back through the warp with critical damage is something a competent admiral dreads. Or so every wise and experienced Navy expert loves to remind me. These poor advisors have yet to find a single consensus why in every operation I launch, these exceptional battles are fought in such cataclysmic scale. The Battle of the Death Star may have been recorded as an anomaly. After the Battle of Kamarak, coincidence became less and less viable an opinion. Extract from Archive C0007K106, secured in the Fafner Library Complex. This archive is one of several which were written by Lady Taylor Hebert between 297M35 and 310M35. The necessary level of accreditation to read them is sapphire black. By any reasonable strategy, a black stone fortress should never have been sent into the webway. The Imperium has only been able to find 6 of them in the entire galaxy after all, and the devastating power they wield should have ensured they were the core of some major world's defensive measures, not part of what was for all intents and purposes a suicide operation. But the Battle of Kamaraka's very existence was never reasonable in the first place. And in the end, if one wants to hurt chaos, one can hardly complain about the measures taken. Attributed to Lady Inquisitor Rafaela Harper, 296M35, Battle of Kamarak. Battles which are fought between more than 100 capital warships when adding allied and enemy forces together are few in the long list of naval engagements the Imperial Navy and the other starships loyal to His Most Holy Majesty fight every year. When an average battle fleet has 2 or 3 battleships and 6 first-rate cruisers, how can it be otherwise? Obviously, this made the Battle of Kamarak, and especially the second phase in the Port of Lost Souls, a near impossibility. After the huge losses suffered during the first phase of the carnage, the last thing the Xenos should have wanted was to come back for another round. But come they did. And thus one of the greatest space battles of this millennium started. Let's imagine it for a few minutes. 1 Blackstone Fortress, 3 Arx Mechanicus, 12 battleships, 7 fast battleships, 5 Astartes battle barges, 3 battlecruisers, 1 antique war ark, 2 grand cruisers, 1 star galleon, 52 first-rate cruisers, 30 strike cruisers, 9 Necron battleships, and hundreds of escorts to provide support on one side. On the other, a coalition of many pirates, corsairs, and monsters gathered by the perfidious Long-Ears. Post-battle data would estimate numbers of 131 battleships, 298 cruisers, and 2,286 escorts. The number of starfighters and light attack craft was more difficult to count, but there had to be tens of thousands of them. The mere thought of fighting such a battle should have given either side pause. It didn't. The Xenos wanted vengeance for their dying city, and we wanted to punish the Long-Ears for the countless raids and genocides they had committed upon our civilians. It was a battle of legend. And many heroes died to win it. Extract from a speech of Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal at Wuhan, 300M35. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Port of Lost Souls. 2 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Thought for the day, burn the unclean with the fires of purity. Blackstone Fortress Will of Eternity. The Last Sentinel. Judging by the number of ships coming in their direction, their arrival in the Port of Lost Souls had not gone unnoticed. Then again, it was practically impossible to hide a Blackstone Fortress when one was looking for it unless you were blind and deaf. Webway transition complete. Magos X Iota, not the real name of the adept, but the one which had been assigned to him to protect him from sorcery attacks announced. Priority communications from Archmagos Prime Hediatrix indicate J-Gate power sources will need to be switched out in 3 minutes to avoid overload and proceed with emergency repairs. Acknowledged. Receiving psychic data stream from the Enterprise, the 12 Mechadendrites armed tech priest of Mars continued, the core crystal is indeed able to interface with the Black Matrix and unlock the armament of the Will of Eternity. There was no smile, no shout of victory. The 10 warriors of the Silent Sisterhood surrounding him were as ever standing silent vigil like statues. The Magos was continuing his vital maintenance and overseer's control of the Blackstone Fortress with the few servitors which had come aboard with him. So my liege's gamble has worked. Without the 2 artifacts known as the Eye of Night and the Hand of Darkness, the super weapons of the Eldari that humanity had taken to call Blackstone fortresses couldn't be activated. Yet this had presented a huge dilemma. Many cults of the parasites reigning in the Empyrean were monitoring the location of these 2 ancient Xenos objects. The moment the 2 were taken into formal imperial custody, the 4 ruinous powers would have been alerted of what the plan called for. Thus he had only taken the Eye of Night, reactivating the defensive and maneuvering potential, hoping the core crystal of Objective Age could indeed reactivate the armament of the Will of Eternity in place of the Hand of Darkness. It seemed to have worked. Now it remained to be seen if the rest of the plan was still viable. Lowering the shields on sections D and E to allow Asset J2 to land in the Blackstone Fortress, Iota informed him, with Oblivion Knight Laura Chimalma playing the role of the vigilant shadow to the member of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The equivalent of several Xenos VID screens lit up in the crystal cavern, showing his little group what was a truly huge green golden moth glowing with the Emperor's power. If the wingspan of this insect was less than 200 meters, it wasn't off by much. Asset J2 is inside the superstructure. Shields returned to 70% on all sections. All offensive and defensive measures are now fully operational. Outstanding. The Blackstone Fortress defenses did not function according to principles and technological processes used by Imperial technology, but their performance could be measured, and the energy field protecting the fortress was stronger than the void shields of a Gloriana super battleship. When the enemy assaulted them, they would not have an easy task ahead of them. For the present time, use only the Mechanicus installed weapons. We must give time to J2 to do what it came for. By your orders. J-Gate deactivated behind us. The Enterprise is taking position behind the Will of Eternity, leading the Caribbean Fleet. The Ultima 70th Battle Fleet is on our left flank. The Bacca 13th Fleet is on our right. The last Sentinel acknowledged this as well, though most of his attention was on the sensors following the movements of the moth inside the arteries of the Blackstone Fortress. His leech had told him the powers of Weaver were without peer where insects were involved, but as a warrior and a protector, he couldn't help but feel some concern. In an open battlefield, shooting down this insect would be an easy task for any aerial superiority fighter or anti-air battery. In the corridors of the Will of Eternity, and with a crew reduced to a mere 24 souls, it would take a lot of time and lives to bring the recalcitrant moth to heal, and the enemy was not going to give them that much time. Fortunately, the moth was under control and after a minute of navigation, went straight to land on the gigantic Noctilith crystal in the heart of the Will of Eternity. For once, the Xenos' arrogance to build extremely large avenues had been a boon. The huge insect opened its mouth, and a golden orb of psychic energy materialized and immediately struck the Noctilith surface of the psychic artifact that the Mechanicus had unoriginally given the designation Black Crystal. At first sight, nothing seemed to have changed. But only at first glance. Thanks to the advanced Xenos sensors, he could see small golden veins beginning to spread across the surface of the Noctilith. The light was spreading and soon the Blackstone Fortress core would be coursing with anti-demonic energy. There was only one question worth asking now. How long, Magos? Inquired Konstantin Valder, first Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, first of the 10,000, Grand Companion of the Master of Mankind, holder of 2,000 names, and hero of the Siege of Terra. How long until the Will of Eternity can fire? The Custodes was old, and had seen too much evil in an eternity of service. But in this moment, Konstantin couldn't help but grasp the feeling of hope with both hands. An opportunity that he had believed long gone was born anew. And they were going to have an answer quadrillions of beings had fought and died for to discover in billions of conflicts. Was it possible to kill one of the ruinous powers? Outer approaches of the Port of Lost Souls. Magnificent Xelian Gate. Battleship Empire Reborn. High Far Surfei or Mach Davar. We can't take control of it remotely. The Monday Key must have an artifact protecting the Talisman of Vol from our efforts to command it. May Cain tear their hearts from their thoracic cages and devour their souls. One of the autarchs communicating from one of the other battleships cursed the primates. The despair was palpable on the bridge of the Empire Reborn. By Isha, it was pungent on every warship of the Tempest of Blades and the Drukari Raiders. How by the gods did they manage it? Asked a striking Scorpion Exarch. The talismans of Vol are relics of our empire and the memories of their existence and power are only kept in a few rare craft worlds. How can a bunch of upstart primates be aware of them, much less use one for their purposes? They must have found at least one after the fall, a dire Avenger Exarch responded in a defeated tone. As it was not towed by smaller ships when it came out of the descending Emerald Gate, they must have seized one of the great relics to activate one of its systems beforehand. And now that they have united with their friends of the Khmerak invasion, another artifact found in its ruins confers them more power over the great battle station. There were plenty of livid faces everywhere he turned his head. It wasn't surprising, since even a single talisman of Vol had enough firepower to destroy fleets alone and unsupported. Unfortunately, the Obsidian Black Space Bastion had immediately been surrounded by the 3 Monday Key fleets. Under these circumstances, Fehr forced himself to utter the words, "No matter how unpleasant, the Monday Key have backed us into a corner. All the webway gates behind us are closed and I fear they will stay that way. We can't stay here and wait for them to reopen. The legions of She-Who-Thirsts are on their way now that we retreated from River Cadiz and the Sprawls, and even if they weren't, these tunnels won't survive when the talisman fires its main weapon." High Farser Fehr Mokdavar wasn't a coward, but he shivered after his last words. There weren't many things that could frighten him, but firing a psychic weapon of this power in a part of the webway already badly destabilized by the fall of Cain's Gate and the Abyss of Dreams would likely create such a cataclysm that his entire fleet and the soul of everyone aboard would die, if they were lucky. "High Farser, I agree with everything you said," began the last living Exarch of the Howling Banshees of the entire expeditionary force, "but for all the firepower of this fleet, I don't know if we can defeat the Monday Key and lower the shields of the talisman long enough to land our troops on it. We vastly outnumber them," protested the closest Asuryani admiral in the uniform of the Mariner Path. With all due respect, the red-haired female wearing an armor which had been white at some point but now was 2/3 crimson spoke in a tone conveying no respect at all. "They have between 20 and 30 battleships of various types out there, and if there's one thing our enemies have proven in the last naval battles, it's that when we fight their type of war, their warships are far more suited to survive the inferno of capital weapons than ours. We may have them outnumbered 4-1, but I'm rather sure they could have destroyed 2 or 3 of ours for one of theirs even before they were reinforced by a talisman. And what do you want us to do?" the dire Avenger Exarch asked sardonically. "Like the High Farser said, we can't turn away and flee, the gates we arrived through are closed, possibly forever. We don't have the time to find new ones. And we can't exactly open new gates in the Port of Lost Souls while avoiding battle with the Monday Key." "I agree with Exarch Krendile," a red-armored Autarch added. "And I want to add that the only gate which is fully active and not controlled by She-Who-Thirsts is the Eversprings Gate. But as you can see, not only would the Monday Key be able to reach it before we do, the 9 battleships of the Ingur will also be able to intercept us if we try to race straight for it. No, the moment the damned Ingur device fails, we must attack and destroy their fleets, and retake control of the Talisman of Vol. Oh, and kill Weaver I suppose. There is another option." The vehemence of the Howling Banshee granted her 3 heartbeats of silence. "And what is this miraculous solution that no one but you has managed to think of?" Fehr did not chuckle, the poor female was clearly at her wits' end. "We could surrender." The Howling Banshee shouted. "We could stop throwing millions of good warriors into the maw of She-Who-Thirsts because you're just too stupid to. I've heard enough. Autarch, please arrest her and make sure she's locked in her quarters." But the 2 first hands which were laid on the bloody armor were severed and the Howling Banshee, helmetless, grinned at him with an expression revealing nothing but rage and madness. "This is your fault. It is your fault my sisters are dead." His bodyguards threw themselves against the insane Exarch in a whirlwind of blades. "They call you Farseer. Seer of our doom. Seer of death and disaster. We should never have listened to." At last the Howling Banshee fell, but Fehr could not hide a grimace when he saw the number of lives the kinslaying Exarch had taken with her blades. 5 of his bodyguards, 4 warriors of low rank, 2 Exarchs, and 1 Autarch were dead. 5 more Asuryani were in need of urgent medical treatment. "Send all the wounded to the healers." A martial melody was heard on the bridge, the agreed-upon indicator that the Ingur technology was at last unable to stop them. "We have bled and died, but we are the chosen children of Asurion. The galaxy belongs to us. We will not succumb to despair or folly. We will not be corrupted. We are the Swordwind of Biltan. We stand strong and our enemies will rue this day, for they have aroused our wrath. We will crush the Monday Key and restore Yildari hegemony in the webway. For Biltan. For the new age of empire. For Biltan. For the storm and the blade. The warp. Palace of Slaanesh." If people were able to observe the Dark Prince as it reacted to the arrival of the Black Stone Fortress in the Port of Lost Souls and not get pulverized by the pink maelstrom of psychic energy, the term unholy rage would probably have been used. Many handmaidens and 1 keeper of secrets were disintegrated by the sheer fury of the entity holding dominion over their essence. Yet, unknown to the demons fleeing the wrath of She-Who-Thirsts, beneath the endless hate there was a new feeling the power of excess was experiencing for the first time in its existence. This emotion was fear. One easily forgot, but Slaanesh was not just one of the ruinous powers. By all conventional definitions, it was also an Yildari god. Why wouldn't it be? It was Yildari worship which had given birth to excess as it stood. It was Yildari cults which had helped it coalesce in the warp. And it was Yildari souls by the trillions which had fueled its galaxy-shattering ascension every step along the way. As a result, while no Blackstone fortress had ever been fired in anger after the fall, Slaanesh had devoured the memories of many Yildari who did assist in such events. It had access to the souls of the artisans who had maintained the systems of these massive battle stations eons ago. It had the knowledge many admirals and crewmen had taken for granted before their long period of decadence. And so the doom of the Yildari knew the terrible warp cannons of the talismans of Vol, also known as Blackstone fortresses, were capable of breaking the barrier between the immaterium and real space in a controlled manner, firing a beam of immaterium energy powerful enough to permanently kill most beings of this galaxy. This list of beings didn't include Slaanesh, obviously. As one of the four great aspects of the primordial annihilator, the Dark Prince obviously was a psychic creature, and firing a beam of psychic energy at it would be more likely to re-energize it rather than causing it even a minor inconvenience. That was in part why it hadn't watched the Blackstone fortresses of the Gothic sector as the Battle of Kamarak raged. What use could the humans possibly have for battle stations that would not harm its legions? This had not taken into account the peculiar nature of Noctilith. Depending on the nature of the power it was infused with, the black crystals could acquire properties most spacefaring civilizations would find magical. For example, once a sorcerer poured raw chaotic energy into it, they obtained a corruption-oozing material the few servants of ruin aware of its existence called octorite. The Necron cryptex had been able to develop another substance when they subjected it to top-secret energies of their anti-warp program, repelling the warp and creating the incomplete pylon network extending from Cadia to the eastern fringe. But neither Slaanesh nor the other three had ever asked themselves the question of what would happen if the Noctilith at the heart of a Blackstone fortress was infused with an anathema's light. Though to give credit where it was due, Chaos had invested a large amount of time and energy to ensure their most dangerous enemy was able to acquire only minimal quantities of the substance before and during the heresy. But that was the past. Now the Dark Prince realized it was no longer a hypothetical situation. If the Blackstone fortress fired an anathema beam would be created, and its target was rather obvious. And while under normal circumstances the damage would have been considerable, this was before Cain's gate had been opened. In its ignorance, Excess had opened the door preventing the master of mankind from attacking it directly. Slaanesh shrieked in a fury that mortals had no hope of fully understanding, nor would they want to. But the fury rapidly abated and fear returned. The trap had been revealed and the doom of the Yildari was now conscious of its folly. If it had been at full strength, maybe enduring the anathema's attack would not be a problem. But it was weakened, its legions had suffered considerable losses, and such a mighty blow might very well do the impossible. And it was impossible to close the gates it had ripped open so negligently in the last hours. Too much had been done for a withdrawal to be possible. There was only one possible course of action left. Destroy the talisman of Vaul. Destroy it before it fires. The Dark Prince roared. Attack. Kill them all. Attack. Don't let the warp cannon fire. Attack. Legions which had tried to mitigate the damage on several critical fronts were teleported back to the palace and unleashed through Cain's gate. Then Slaanesh did what it had never imagined doing since time immemorial. It stood and went to wage war in person. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Port of Lost Souls. Battleship evolution of Necrodermis. 2 hours before the mark of Kamarak. Destruction Overlord Sitka. There were very few things in the galaxy which could grant a Necron overlord, no matter the dynasty he or she was sworn to, an unconditional sense of satisfaction. But knowing the humans had managed to turn one of the Yildari's most prized weapons against them and having the certainty the Long Ears were watching this was unquestionably one. It's eminently regrettable we can't see the faces of the Drukari and Asuryani now, one of the many Nemzers watching the human-held Yildari station charge its shields mused. Eminently regrettable indeed, Sitka agreed, and promised herself that, if the opportunity presented itself, she would capture a few of the arrogant spawns of the old ones to properly taunt them. After all, it was really the height of incompetence to lose one of the greatest war machines of your civilization to a race less technologically advanced than you. Had the Blackstone fortresses been Necron in origin, the humans wouldn't even have been able to get close to the AI's core, and the chances of success of a non-Necron activating and controlling a Tomb World Nexus without Necron or Cetan help were so low they might as well not exist at all. Destruction Overlord, the Empyrean creatures are coming through the gates. Orders. Destroy everything, beginning with the Vilith shipyards. With most of the port of Lost Souls burning or a cemetery of wrecks and crippled hulks, the assets which had survived would not do much good to anything capturing them. Assuming there was a port of Lost Souls left in a few hours, and the presence of the human-held talisman of Vol argued against this scenario. But Sitka had not survived the war in heaven by taking chances. It was already bad enough the Queen of Blades was still fighting among the younger races and decimated their infantry as easily as she had in the past. The Pink Tides were not going to find anything left to rebuild the slave markets with. Secondary batteries ready to fire. Priority target is the Vilith shipyards, another Nemza reported formally. Fire, Sitka commanded, and a minor part of the arsenal of 9 Cairn-class battleships was unleashed against targets which could not evade, flee, or provide any defense or counter. By the end of the first volley, the last installations of Comarak which had been left intact to facilitate the human invasion were burning in green flames and torn apart, and the fuel depots and ammunition abandoned triggered huge explosions of red, green and black. The vanguard of the horde has been diminished by approximately 20%, Overlord. Status of the slaves the Imperium abandoned on the platform. The human nuclear weapons have detonated, Overlord. Our sensors can confirm 100% fatalities. Sitka nodded. Weaver had held true to her word, on this point like the others conveyed to them. In the end, for all the logistical skills the humans had developed in moving large numbers of living beings, the transport of hundreds of millions in less than 4 of their Terran days was an impossibility, especially with the need to verify the Drukhari had not used their slaves as unwitting bioweapons. And with the extremely tight timetable both humans and Necrons had operated under, there were things that simply could not be done. Plenty of relics had been recovered. The red-robed humans trying to achieve the union of flesh and metal had by the Feerica's reports delivered more than 10 large containers of various heirlooms and devices to the exchange point, and many major objectives had been accomplished despite the opposition of the debased Drukhari. But there had never been any question that many of the slaves freed were going to be left behind. Some of the Nemzers had very discreetly contacted their counterparts to inquire if said humans considered biotransference an acceptable alternative, but the answer had been a polite no. Sitka didn't blame them, and by the electronic format of her messages, neither did her mighty Feeric. Biotransference could be considered a salvation of a sort from the weaknesses of organic life. But it was also a slavery of metal, protocols, and emotionless duty. Besides, the Destruction Overlord was reasonably sure there were also intelligence and philosophical issues at play. The Nemzers have compiled our losses, Destruction Overlord. 30% of the infantry and 11% of the armor have been critically damaged and will need ultra-resurrection protocols and rebuilding. The losses are more than acceptable given the assets obtained from the Drukhari storehouses. The noble of the Narushlatset dynasty dismissed the predictable argument immediately. She then added. The vast quantities of necrodermis those thieves had the audacity to grab from Necron tomb worlds alone was sufficient to justify this expedition into the webway. And the hyper-alchemical metal all Necrons were built from to varying degrees was not the only successful recovery. Ancient treasures, weapons, crystalline engravings, and religious texts protected by majestic grade stasis technology of the Great Sleep were also theirs once more. The sum of the relics and Necron-forged metal did more than compensate the terrible damage inflicted to 6 of her battleships and 3/5 of the Kapesh-class cruisers. If these successes had been limited to this, all their processors and ace would have confirmed this was a one-sided victory, as the destruction of the Drukhari shipyards eliminated the potential rebirth of an Ildari empire. But it wasn't limited to this. The Necrons had captured millions of Xenos that the humans were unable to use as expendable meat to stop their enemies, and though many of these upstart creatures refused to serve them in life, the fact was biotransference worked on everyone. And once in a low-grade body of necrodermis, it didn't matter anymore whether the soul consumed was a Necron-tier peasant or the favorite bodyguard of a long ear. The phalanxes of the Narushlatset dynasty were going to grow once more, and the Crown world would begin to recover the losses from the silent betrayal at the end of the war in heaven. The talisman of Vol isn't firing for the moment. If the humans try to achieve an evolved transmutation of Noctilith like you predicted, that is not surprising, Cryptech. Now shift the main batteries to the I zone. The debased descendants of our former foes are not going to be the patient sort, I think. As her sentence ended, the Drukhari and the rest of their sub-Ildari coalition proved her right. From the marked gates where they knew the massive enemy fleets awaited, a storm of torpedoes, pulsars, and laser weaponry burst out and began to hammer the large minefields which had been emplaced after the first counterattack. They have learned, a Cryptech noted as he analyzed the data coming from the large Scarab drones abandoned in low-powered mode precisely for that purpose. The enemy is using a new type of torpedo, added one of his brethren. It's certainly one of the new versions using war in heaven knowledge the long ears found in their scrapyards. Sitka clicked her fingers in disapproval. I know the Drukhari of Comarak and the Asuryani of Biltan have done nothing to impress us, but let's not underestimate our enemy. They do not possess the combination of psychic abilities and technology which made them dangerous opponents, true. But they can still kill us, and they now have nothing left to lose. Do not underestimate them. Raise the shields to full power, and prepare for a obelisk pattern bombardment from all the main batteries of our cairns. My apologies, Destructor Overlord, her subordinate bowed. Your wisdom brightens our engrams, as always. We will not underestimate this new enemy fleet. Minefield 2 and 3 down by 40%. Minefield 1 down by 60%, her sensors expert told her as hundreds of new explosions submerged the first line of defense. It appears the long ears have stockpiled a lot of ammunition while the Dolmen Seal kept them out of the port. Clearly, this did not bode well for the fleet engagement which was about to start, and Sitka was not exactly confident even a single ship of her command was going to survive the massacre. But it was likely the last and most powerful fleet of the Drukhari, and as long as her Nemzers and herself participated in its destruction, the threat represented by the remnants would be manageable for millions of Necron years. But for all the detachment granted by her processing cycles and vast experience as a naval commander, even the destruction overlord paused as more than 100 battleships, 300 or so cruisers, and thousands of escorts, surrounded by a cloud of tens of thousands of light attack craft, flashed into existence in the port of Lost Souls. Engage the enemy, the senior Necron overlord ordered grimly. Battleship Enterprise. General Taylor Hebert. Apparently, they can learn, Taylor muttered quietly as she watched the results of the long-range Nova bombardment show up on her personal hololith. What a pity. It would have been nice if the arrogant Eldar, though maybe that was in tautology to use these two words together, had failed to adapt after their mistakes had cost them most of Comorak, but alas, someone out there had clearly watched the last space carnage. And this Xenos admiral had sent the crippled hulks first to serve as torpedo sponges. Between the Enterprise, the Furnace of the Machine, the Fukin's Wrath, and the other battleships, the human fleets had destroyed 90% of this vanguard. The Necrons had accounted for the remaining 10%, inflicting a nightmarish death to whatever crew had stayed in these doomed wrecks with shining green disintegration weapons. Unfortunately, this had allowed the Eldar warships to finish clearing the minefield and really deploy their fleet this time. The para-human general said really because the first time, it was just tens of thousands of decoys broadcasting a fleet-sized hololithic decoy. The minefields are nearly gone, and our long-ranged arsenal will need more minutes than we have to reload and concentrate a volley like the one we fired, Wolfgang said, a twitch of his lip betraying his frustration. They suckered me, the blonde-haired man admitted. Now we have no choice but to go with a conventional fleet engagement. Yes, this was true, but then of all the opinions which had been expressed, there wasn't exactly one which had tried to imagine a different course of action. A general battle was unavoidable anyway, the insect mistress replied after a couple of seconds, removing any hint of criticism from her voice. The Nemesis hunter cannon of the Enterprise is a formidable weapon, and the other Mechanikus and Astartes long guns could have inflicted severe casualties, but I doubt we could have stopped them. The VID screens on the main bridge of her flagship made all too clear the Eldar armada challenging them was an order of magnitude more powerful than the one which had attacked before the Dolmen seal of the Necrons activated. The minefields and the Nova cannons could have slowed the enemy and bled it heavily, but stopping it. Despite not being a Navy tactician, even she could tell it would have been unlikely. And they couldn't yet fire the main guns of the Blackstone Fortress. Lisa the Mothra lead and Dennis had insisted on the normal species name was using her energy transfer psychic ability to color more and more of the black crystal at the center of the fortress in a golden hue, but it took time. Sugar flower perfume perfume fruit sugar sugar flower sugar fruit sugar. Images and sounds of content arrived through the liaison mastery Taylor had over Lisa. Incidentally, the name may have been prophetic, the Titanic-sized flying insect was simply unable to be quiet, much like a certain thinker. And the ego of the female supermoth wasn't exactly tiny either. The psychic skills of this species altered with Bacta were clearly limited to the golden orb energy transfer and a direct connection with her, but somehow the female moth could sense how much those who laid eyes upon her were in awe. And Lisa had no qualms asking for the food and other luxuries of life this ambitious insect wanted to gorge itself on. Sugar flower. Fruit chocolate strawberry. Flower citrus perfume. Thank whatever powers helping her stay sane, Taylor was not going to have to keep this moth around her forever. As far as she had been able to ascertain, the supermoth was far too slow and its wingspan far too huge to be any other thing than a VLT. A very large target, though certain artillerists had also used the term TTYCM, the acronym standing for the target you can't miss. The Blackstone Fortress is not ready to fire, First Secretary, the para-human general told him, fight and crush the enemy fleet. I will inform you when the will of eternity is ready. Understood, the young man showed a roguish smile, after all, we need to teach our long-eared friends a new lesson, since they seem to have assimilated the previous one. All fleets will execute Delta 1, now. The Auspexes and Augur arrays began to be overtaken by what was evidently high-level electronic countermeasures, and the Biltan and Comorak ships charged in two separate formations, the former being stronger with 70 battleships or so, the other being slightly weaker with only 60 battleships. There were approximately 300 cruisers, and the cogitators were still trying to calculate how many escorts, starfighters, bombers, and other lighter craft there were. It was a gigantic fleet, one that even with her space marine reinforcements, the depleted Caribbean squadrons couldn't have faced without more navy formations. But those formations were there, in the form of two battle fleets, and while the numbers were against them, the tonnage and firepower weren't that imbalanced. Eldar ships had small crews and whatever armor they used was not built for an open confrontation with the Imperial line of battle. They could win this. It was going to be bloody, but they could do it, because they had to. They wouldn't be granted another chance if this scheme failed. And after all the sacrifices, the deaths, the blood, and the lives and souls the army group had not been able to save, failure was not an acceptable outcome. The Fukin's Wrath led the center of the battle line. No one had dared voice a complaint when the Salamander's fleet master had asked for the honor of leading the fleet, and the battle barge had some of the most powerful void shields and armor with which to endure the main weapons of the enemy among the capital ships. On the left, the Immortal Emperor was leading the Ultima 70th Battle Fleet, and the Lord of the Stars was doing the same for the Tempestus warships. And the order arrived. The same order which had set fire to this subrealm what felt like an eternity ago for humans, but according to chronometric displays had been less than 5 days. Open fire! Battle barge Jagatai's Pride. Chapter Master Hibu Khan. The destroyer Rhodium's Heart was the first Imperial ship to die. Part of Explorator Flotilla Delta II and sworn to the Forge world of Metallica, the small warship had been part of the first wave of reinforcements which reached Kamarak. It received over 20 torpedoes which had been intended for the far larger Fukin's Wrath. There was no time for evacuation via escape pod or any emergency measures. The Mechanicu's ship suddenly exploded in a brilliant halo of light, and seconds later its debris began to rain down in a shower of fire and scrap metal. 2 Xenos frigates and over 30 bombers had already been wiped out by the retaliation of the Salamander's battle barge, and more died moments later. The Great Khan of the Horde of Jagatai watched the spectacle impassively. "They will wait for us in the great steps of light," the chapter master commented with a respectful nod. Then the real first wave of the Eldar fleet arrived in range, and the true carnage began. The Xenos had known they would not have the element of surprise after exhausting most of their decoy and jamming sorcery minutes ago, and so they went for quantity to break through, sending hundreds of escorts and thousands of small craft against the central Imperial subfleet. Obviously, dozens of destroyers and frigates intercepted, and the hololith and auger screens became whirlwinds of fire and death with torpedoes, lances, plasma, and macro shells going everywhere and causing countless losses. The cruiser machine Myrmidon saw a third of its armament demolished and 3 of the heavy frigates escorting it were nothing but flaming wrecks about to be executed by the monsters coming straight at them. "They are definitely focusing on this part of the fleet, Great Khan," the captain of the Star Hunter spoke. "Then we will have to discourage them," Hibu replied with a hunter's smile. "Contact First Secretary Bach and General Hebert, and inform them that unless I receive contradicting orders in the next 30 seconds, we will execute Separation 1 and Falcon 2. Message transmitted, Great Khan. As exciting it was to be part of the battle line fighting such a large naval battle, the warships he had brought there would not be playing to their strengths if they stayed hiding behind the citadel like Arx Mechanicus and the other heavy battleships the Caribbean fleet had rallied under a single flag. Separation 1 is approved. The Enterprise wishes us good hunting." The Lord of Kogarus smiled. The more time he spent around the woman who had met the Primarch of the Imperial Fists, the more he liked her. Unlike too many tight-lipped and pure-blooded admirals, the golden-armored para-human knew where the priorities of the battlefield truly lay, and didn't spend dozens of hours impressing cohorts of followers with her wits. Orders arrived fast and were clear to understand. Hibu and the rest of his chapter might be a little biased here. Maybe. The guardsmen and guardswomen had confirmed beyond doubt Lord Dorn had raced away to rescue the Khan, and this confirmation had assuaged doubts and fears that their father would never come back to them before the stars grew cold. And since one of their new tanks had also been named for the Warhawk, it would be rude to not respect the accomplishments and successes this young general had won in the Emperor's name. The armored vehicle had proved by its speed and its firepower it was worthy of receiving the Khan's name. Separation 1 begins. And the floor under his feet slightly shook as all the ships he had brought with him in this Xenos hunt left the battle line in an arrowhead formation to plunge upon their Eldar targets like birds of prey. Without the precision the Horde of Jagatai trained for thousands of hours in simulations and real space, this could have easily led to disaster, but here the move was accomplished flawlessly. Eldar ships which tried to exploit their departure faced the guns of the battleship Judgment and the torpedoes of the Black Templar's ships. Falcon 2, execute. Increasing their acceleration, the Jagatai's Pride and the Star Hunter abandoned caution and went straight into the heart of one of the Eldar squadrons, killing more than 5 cruisers and 40 escorts before the Xenos gunners had the time to reload their pulsar weapons. Hundreds of starfighters rearming in their bays died with them. But this had not been their goal. Their goal was the precious battleships behind them, waiting out of range. Fragile battleships which had now realized their mistake and tried to maneuver out of their range like scared tundra antelopes, but they were too late. 2 battle barges, 6 strike cruisers, and 15 escorts delivered the wrath of Kogarus and the fierce retribution thousands of long years of raids deserved. 5 Xenos battleships were butchered, though 2 of his escorts perished and the strike cruiser Legacy of Kumkarta had its void shields battered down and hundreds of fatalities as acid-like ammunition flooded several compartments. Acceptable losses for the first blood cut given to the enemy's major capital warships. "We are going for Buzzard 3. Great Khan, we have a new problem." For a single second, Hibu Khan's eyes failed to comprehend the view as he saw a gigantic pink thing rise in the burning skies of Kamarak. But only for a single second. His experience alone would have revealed to him what this unnatural thing was, even if he hadn't been listening to the reports of the Astartes who had fought and bled at Zelharst. Demons. This is a demonic tide. Raise all Geller fields. Raise all Geller fields now. Contact all flagships and tell them to do the same. He was satisfied his crewmen and his captains obeyed immediately without asking for a repeat of his commands. Then again, many of them were veterans who had fought half of their lives against the heretical pirates of the Maelstrom. "This is going to hit our energy output badly, Great Khan," his tactical officer informed him. "Geller fields are not supposed to stay active at the same time that the void shields are operating." "I know, but it's not like we have a choice." The chapter master made a gesture in direction of the flying warp abominations which were massing to assault both humans and their enemies. "If we were speaking about 1 or 2 demons, we may have been able to risk it, but what's coming is something else." Fortunately, this risk had been anticipated, and soon enough the rest of the Imperial warships, from the arcs to the smallest destroyers, had their Geller fields active too. "Sadi and Arga, prepare yourselves, the arch-enemy is coming." Against the sorcery of ruin, the Astartes foreigners called Storm Seers were his best warriors to prevent chaos from gaining ground aboard his ships if the Geller fields flickered out. "Engines, reduce our acceleration by 0.5%, we must reform to present a united front against these warp horrors." It was not going to be pleasant, Hibu could already tell. The Geller fields of his 2 largest ships could withstand this disgusting pink sorcery, but the Legacy was already wounded, and his escorts were not built for something like this. It was. "Great Khan, the fast battleship Inflexible has just broken in half. Our left flank is in disarray. Battleship Son of Victory. Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal." 20 minutes. It had taken 20 minutes of battle to have the awful confirmation the concept of fast battleship defended by von Kischer and his friends was the flawed idea their doctrinal enemies had warned every Navy officer to be. The Inflexible had been the first to die. It shouldn't have. The fire of the 3 Xenos battleships and 4 cruisers was somewhat dangerous, yes, but the void shields had been holding, until they didn't and suddenly the 9 kilometers long fast battleship had broken in half, with the ship's rear becoming a nova of gas, water and some things that about 20 seconds ago must have been plasteel and ceramite. It could have been a fluke. It could have been a Xenos ace firing one of the luckiest heretical shots ever before dying in a blaze of damnation and suffering. Stranger things had happened in the long and distinguished history of the Imperial Navy. And if anyone really believed that, Oscar had a planet in the eye of terror to sell them. 3 minutes after the first disaster, it had been the turn of the Indomitable to be pulverized, though at least it had taken 2 Xenos battleships with it in its dying throes. And now it was the turn of the Indefatigable. For all his faults, von Kischer had chosen a skilled captain. The man or woman in command of the hull which had become by default the leading capital warship of the Ultima 70th Battle Fleet had understood that, with both the warships ahead and behind it gone, continuing the line engagement was a death sentence. The capital warship built in the shipyards of Karduniash changed course brutally, rammed a Xenos cruiser and broke its hull in half, and went on the attack like the White Scars subfleet had done in the first phase. It was brave. It was worthy of the tradition of His Most Holy Majesty's Navy. It was not enough. There were over 20 battleships to meet this charge, and twice that number in cruisers. The Indefatigable had a single Dictator class and 4 Cobra destroyers. What followed was a bloody display of destruction and carnage the likes which should exist only in holovids. Thousands of weapons went into action, and the space battlefield was shaken by so many explosions the auspexes pointed in that direction were blinded for over 10 seconds. And when the hololithic consoles updated again, the Indefatigable and all its escorts were gone. Another fast battleship had been removed from the order of battle, and the fact 3 more Eldar battleships were mission-killed was not exactly a consolation. The coordination and the discipline of the Ultima 70th Battle Fleet was shot to the warp and more. "There is something wrong with these fast battleships," his chief of staff remarked. "Yes," the Baccaborn admiral coldly agreed. "They are the wrong ships in the wrong battle. At least we know what the enemy admiral is going to do now. Engage all its reserves on our left flank and destroy von Kischer's fleet piece by piece, before enveloping us and finishing the job." Oscar smiled. The joy of having competent subordinates, you didn't have to explain the simplest of tactics. It's simple. It's easy. And it's going to be difficult for us to prevent it. The Ultima 70th Battle Fleet on a data slate had been extremely strong, with 7 fast battleships, 2 battlecruisers and dozens of other capital ships. But now it had lost 2 of its biggest warships, 4 cruisers, 5 light cruisers, 7 frigates, 15 destroyers and more were dying every minute. Worse, the partial jamming of the communications and the questionable naval skills of August von Kischer had completely disorganized the survivors. As it stood, the rearguard of the battle line had adapted and regrouped into what looked a multi-layered formation with 20-plus destroyers, 5 frigates and 2 light cruisers forming an outer shell for the inner sphere of 5 cruisers, the 2 battlecruisers and the lone fast battleship Lion. Unfortunately, the rest of the battle fleet was dispersed, hammered by the Xenos bombardments, and each volley saw more and more warships explode or suffer critical damage. The Invincible, the Implacable and the Immortal Emperor were each fighting on their own, and while they hurt the Biltan warships a lot, it wasn't enough. They were losing too many ships for the kills they inflicted to the long ears. If there's anything left of the 70th after this battle, the rearguard commander will deserve a medal. And a certain genius will deserve a court-martial, Admiral. Oscar rolled his heterochromatic eyes. While court-martialing someone who had screwed up was a time-honored tradition, the higher in rank the officer, the more complex and political the case was. Being an admiral of August von Kischer's seniority implied he had the connections to make a court-martial a clusterfuck of grandiose proportions. And first they had to survive this battle. The Biltan warships are coming back on a 9-2-7 course, Admiral. It was to be expected, he acknowledged in a thoughtful voice. They don't want us to regroup with one of the other fleets now that our left flank is broken. But it is going to cost them. Right at this moment, his 4 battleships were intact, the Aquila Eternal was the most injured, and what it had received was really cosmetic damage. It would probably need a new paint job once this affair was over. Our destroyers and starfighter screen have suffered significant losses, Admiral. Significant was perhaps not the most accurate description. Crippling might be more appropriate. But to declare this where everyone could hear would be a morale crusher, and the men and women under his command deserved better than this. I know. And as long as the demons continue to come, our losses are going to be catastrophic with each new wave striking us. Battleships like his Son of Victory or the Space Marine battle barges could fight with their void shields and Geller fields active at the same time without impeding their battle efficiency too much. But the lighter the warship, the less energy it had to divert to those vital systems. And starfighters, bombers, and all other light attack craft had nothing to protect themselves. But as long as the Eldar continue to send us starfighters by the thousands, we need our light attack squadron's support. These Xenos are insane, muttered a man somewhere on the bridge. More like they have decided to take us with them in death if it's the last thing they do, the young admiral corrected. The tactics employed by the perfidious Long-Ears betrayed their desperation, but they were too elaborate and well-timed to be utterly crazy. Alas! The demonic aerial fleet which bypassed us while we were fighting the Eldar is attacking the shields of the Blackstone Fortress, the Auspex master informed him with a smile on his lips. They are not having much success. Let's pray that doesn't change, Oscar said curtly. The custodes in command there has emptied the fortress of all its garrison and naval assets. I can understand why he did it, but if the enemy manages to breach the shields and land some ground forces on it, our efforts to dislodge them will likely be hideously expensive in lives. The Eldar fleet will be in our range again in 15 seconds. This time, wait until I give the order to use the Nova cannon. The damned Xenos tricksters had been able to nullify the first Nova bombardment, but on his father's sword, there wouldn't be a repeat. Priority target are the 3 blue-green battleships. It was by design that most of the images on the observation bays weren't transmitted anywhere to the crews anymore. In a normal battle, it would have bolstered the spirits of the crew. But not today. Today, the burning void was contaminated by the odious presence of the arch-enemy. The pink creatures were everywhere, nightmares of heresy and servants of the ruinous powers in essence. Lances and torpedoes were exchanged by the thousands, and as Comarak burned again in a storm of fission bombs and macro-weaponry, the monsters were throwing themselves against the Geller fields by the millions. Each time a ship was boarded, the Vox had to be disconnected in urgency, as the screams of agony rose in impossible manners hinting at the fate worse than death these abominations had in store for all humanity. Fire the Nova cannon. Rapid fire on all main batteries. Cruisers, remove these nuisances of escorts from my sight. He had let the Eldar fire first. Usually, that would have been a large mistake, but in the first minutes of this battle he had noticed the defensive measures of the Eldar were good as long as they didn't do something else at the same time. Having a small crew was perhaps cost-efficient, but there was a reason there were hundreds of thousands of souls aboard an average battleship, and it wasn't just for having one's ego stroked when you arrived in the landing bay. The 3 Eldar battleships quickly died under the fire of his 4 most powerful warships. But all feelings of joy he may have felt deserted him as the litany of losses began to be recited. The Lunar-class Rio's bravery lost with all hands and its CO visionaries, the Centauri's paladins, engines are getting critical. The Gazelle's sprint and the Saurian's purpose are broken and can't be considered in fighting condition. Our light cruisers have been mangled. Oscar von Ruenthal grimaced and began to bark new orders to reorganize his decimated line of battle. Battle barge Fukin's Wrath. Forge Father Fukin Envar. The Forge Father had never fought a space battle like this one. Then again, it was likely most of the humans and Xenos present in the area could say the same thing. The Eldar borders have been exterminated, Fukin Envar reported to his chapter master as he returned to the bridge of the Fukin's Wrath. Our librarians are confident the new protection they're shielding us with will be able to prevent them from trying the same sneak infiltration again. Normally, the former captain would be confident any Xenos enemy out there would abandon boarding assaults after the Long-Ears sent were wiped out, but the Eldar had proven anything but reasonable since this fight had begun. Maybe it had to do with the presence of the Blackstone Fortress, or maybe it was the warp seeping into their hulls. The Forge Father personally was ready to bet on the latter. There was a reason the warships of the Imperium kept their Geller fields active at full power. The Ultima 70th's military potential is gone, Captain Foecus reported as the Regent of Nocturne focused on the battle with the Fleet Master. The captain had transferred to the Fukin's Wrath as the Forge Hammer still experienced regular system failures and engine problems. The Immortal Emperor has just exploded, and 13 out of 17 cruisers are destroyed. We don't think the Implacable is going to survive for long, and the escorts of the Invincible have been decimated. The rearguard of the Navy battle fleet is trying to link up with us, but the area between the two sub-fleets was crawling with Eldar warships and clouds of demons, yes. The Fukin's Wrath shook and many dots flashed out of existence on the hololith. Groans and curses were heard as more loyal starships died. This time it was the destroyers of their screening force which had taken the brunt of a massive torpedo attack. Of the 19 they had started this battle with, there were now 4 Cobras left, and all were damaged. Plus they had also lost several escorts which had rallied to them after their capital ships were gone. Frat Eris Destroyer Holy Thunderbolt, destroyed. Navy Corvette Prince of Pelicans, destroyed. And the list of doomed hulls continued, a sinister litany which hinted at tens of thousands of fatalities, and unavoidably hundreds of thousands more wounded. The Grand Cruiser Indomitable Resolution was towed towards the Ever Springs Gate by 2 damaged Blood Angel strike cruisers, half of its weapons outright destroyed and most of its lower bridges charnel houses. No one was able to tell if Vice Admiral von Schaefer was still alive inside the hull. The battle group which had formed around this flagship was no better off. Most of the Hoplite-class destroyers had become cosmic dust or were trying desperately to keep up with the Indomitable Resolution as they bled water, bodies, and vital components. The Long Ears are coming back. They are going for a close-range torpedo attack with their cruisers this time. There was no horror in the chapter master's voice, just grim acceptance. After what felt like hours of bloodshed, the amount of carnage lessened the shock of seeing suicidal tactics. And it was suicide, no doubt about it. The Eldar cruisers were more combustible than the fast battleships busy dying on the left flank, and the Caribbean capital warships were an unbroken wall. They are concentrating on the Valiant Machine and the Guardian of Forges. They are going after the battleships equipped with the new type of Nova cannon, Phoecus remarked grimly. This sadly made sense, since the Enterprise was surrounded by the 3 Arx Mechanikus and thus too heavily defended. But the 2 battleships Archmagos had arrived with his Iron Revenant were ahead with the Fukin's Wrath, and now they were going to be hammered violently. As always since the bloodbath first commenced, even the eyes of the Space Marines weren't good enough to follow the mutual slaughter humans and Xenos inflicted on each other. The Fukin's Wrath shook violently again, alarms blared and reports of casualties streamed in over the auxiliary controls. The bombardment cannons of the Fukin's Wrath's prow were going to need weeks of repairs at the very least. The 30-plus Eldar cruisers exploded one after another in violent stars which gave brilliant ephemeral suns to Comarak. But they took the Victory-class Guardian of Forges with them in death, along with quantities of escorts and the strike cruisers Griffin Founding and Silver Banner. The Defender of Nocturne left the battle line brutalized, its starboard flank opened in an ugly and near-fatal wound. The light cruiser Sirius was dying, and the loyal Investigator was racing to its side, trying to save its crew. Each second, each minute, a million acts of bravery were done and the heart of Fukin Envar wept at the sacrifices of so many brave souls being lost in service of humanity. A Black Templar ship was firing and placing itself in harm's way to buy the Nova Marine warship time to repair its engines. Frat Eris Templar destroyers erected a shield of plasteel, electronics, and blood to protect the battle barge Sanguinius Light. The Eldar are down to 60 battleships. And they will soon have fewer than this number. Swore Ta for Hazan. For Fukin. The Fukin's Wrath proved it was worthy of the name as it incinerated over 30 light craft and another battleship painted in the color of blood. The Implacable has broken in half. The Invincible is. The crew of the fast battleships had not deserved to fight under this idiot, but at least August von Kischer gave them a death which was not shameful. Burning, a third of its weapons torn apart, void shields gone and Geller fields failing, the fast battleship broke into the Eldar formations, pursued by a horde of demons, and pulverized cruiser after cruiser. Compartments were burning, it was venting plasma, burning debris, and the dying men and women charged to sail it through the stars. It was dying blow after blow, crippled beyond redemption. It was a terrible agony of 1,000 cuts, but Fukin Envar watched. It was the least he could do. The Invincible, slowing but still fast enough to show speed worthy of light cruisers, charged a last time and rammed a battleship of Biltan. The resulting explosion wiped the 2 warships and everything nearby from this universe. Thunderbolt White Lance. 3rd Lieutenant Freya Brasidas. This was insanity. Were they supposed to fight a piracy suppression operation, or a black crusade with some Xenos playing auxiliaries? This is Orange 3, they are behind me. They are surrender. Surrender to. Orange 3 is corrupted. A cold voice sounding very commissar-like cut the communication. Give him the Emperor's mercy. Freya changed course and launched her last Hellstrike missile without looking. Coming to the rescue of a fellow pilot was one thing. Shooting down your temporary wingman because he had been corrupted by the fell powers of the warp, it left a very bad taste in her mouth. If only this was the first and last time she had to do this. If only. Her white lance avoided a gigantic blue beam of energy and the young lieutenant shook her head. She had to focus on her own survival. Everything else could wait. Her Thunderbolt was now alone. Orange 3 is destroyed. Ammunition levels at 23%. Requesting permission to disengage and return to the carrier. Acknowledged, White Lance. You have permission to disengage. Freya didn't know if some pilots of the new White-Orange-Blue-Green Squadron had survived or not, and she had a feeling she wasn't going to find out in the shadow of the Blackstone Fortress. It was total war in the skies of Kamarak. There were demons everywhere, horrible things with tentacles, claws, and pincers trying to grab starfighters and bombers and inflict upon them things that shouldn't exist. If she wasn't wide awake, a nightmare would have been a reasonable explanation. There were Imperial warships dying in droves, their disabled wrecks slowly or quickly falling down and taking half of the Dark City into the abyss with them. Platforms which had survived the first days of war were annihilated when starships crashed into them at hundreds of kilometers per hour. Eldar flyers shot at everything and everyone, sometimes even the wrecks of their fellow Xenos ships. The first battles they had fought in the Port of Lost Souls had been nothing compared to this apocalypse. Eyes hurt when you looked at some of the things, the flying abominations of evil. They were vaguely humanoid, but you just knew with a glance these weren't humans or Xenos, that this was something far worse. May the God Emperor save them from these monsters. Was this what the Golden Throne was keeping at bay every hour of the day and night? This was heresy and horror. 2 swift turns and the third lieutenant left the close proximity of the Blackstone Fortress to join the very relative safety of the Caribbean battle line. Immediately 3 Eldar attack craft tried to get the jump on her, but in the hazy environment they realized a bit late that they were bombers and she had a fighter. 1 loop to destabilize them, 2 feints to get the black torpedoes off of her tail, and her autocannons found their mark in the cuirass of her Xenos enemies. Once again, at the first round of ammunition striking true, the Reaper-looking flyers suffered a series of catastrophic malfunctions culminating in their fiery destruction. 3 more victories to her name, and Freya couldn't care less. She had won so many since her 100th confirmed victorious duel that, by now, it was not even something to brag about in the mess hall of the officers. And honestly, the only pilots who had less than 30 victories at this point were those of the 2 battle fleets which had arrived late to the party. White Lance, delay your landing. There is a new wave of arch-enemy projections and 1 Eldar light cruiser between you and the Great Quest. Negative. Freya answered. I'm nearly out of fuel and ammunition. Both meant your death on a regular battlefield. In the Port of Lost Souls, it was worse than that. Someone muttered an unintelligible sentence at the other end of the Vox, but the Nyx-born pilot didn't understand it. Mere seconds later, a ship imploded in front of her, something which looked like a gigantic incinerator gun set fire to everything so close she swore she could smell the promethium, and the flak continued to fire tens of thousands of rounds. Her thunderbolt made sounds that made her soul shiver. The turbo booster engines spluttered and coughed. The runic lights of the cockpit went from orange to red by the dozens. A large amount of smoke rose from under the left wing, a bleak omen which couldn't signify anything good. The Great Quest came into view at last, but Freya had no time for a sigh of relief or to make some funny remark. She was fighting against her own machine now, and she knew she was going to lose. The armor and every part of her loyal Thunderbolt were making heart-breaking noises, and more red lights lit. There was an enormous explosion and something shook the White Lance like it was a toy in the palm of a god. Her world was drowned in fire and debris. Her control of her machine slipped further. Somehow, by a miracle of the God Emperor, she managed to position herself at the correct height for an entry into the starfighter hangar. Not even a miracle was sufficient to prevent her from crash landing in the seconds after. Everything was pain after that. Before losing consciousness, she thought she saw some golden light in the corner of her eye. But it had to be her imagination, and soon she knew no more. Battleship Enterprise. General Taylor Hebert. Before the first shot of the Battle of Pavia had been fired, Taylor had hoped to use the ground and naval forces for more than a single operation. The prospect of traveling to Tur Athens, while small, had not been totally impossible, and even if that didn't work out, there were plenty of uses for that kind of military strength at her disposal. Obviously, this wasn't going to happen. Not after Kamarak. Army Group Caribbean had suffered horrible casualties, and while a solid core of guardsmen and equipment had been saved, the 3 field armies were in no state to conduct another campaign, not even if she reinforced them with the remains of the Desaterian Field Army. And the casualties they'd suffer were unlikely to be over yet. A lot of people had been fighting the warp abominations, and that left marks on the soul which were more dangerous than any physical injury. The state of the fleet was likely to be worse after this battle than the casualties the Imperial Guard had received carving a path into the city of Kamarak. It was already bad when she returned to the Port of Lost Souls, but now the losses were increasing by hundreds of thousands every 10 minutes. We have lost the 4-dimensional matrix, Archmagos Thayer Sagami recited in a metallic voice from which a very human fury was piercing through. And I don't think the Euclidean algorithm will hold for long. Dozens of consoles flashed with red and black lights, and sirens of battlefield damage began to be heard. The Enterprise shook like it had been caught between a celestial hammer and a very big anvil. The Euclidean algorithm is gone, the single brother of the red left on her bridge announced grimly. We have lost one of the plasma projectors for good and the autoloader behind it has been shredded. How the hell did the Eldar bypass the Void Shield's protection? Wolfgang asked astonished. We still have 2 layers active there. Unknown, First Secretary, the Archmagos admitted. Analyzing the emissions, this looks like a new type of pulsar weapon one of the Eldar battleships just fired. They can't have it in large quantities, otherwise they would have used it far earlier and with far more ferocity. The number of destroyed Eldar warships was a lot higher than hers, and, unlike the Imperium's forces, they weren't going to be replenished anytime soon. Agreed. We destroyed the ship which fired this new weapon, but we will stay on alert to see if other capital warships of the Xenos are equipped with them. The battle continued. Energy beams of blue, black, red, and green colors set aflame and caused untold devastation to Comarak and all the warships present within it. The Necron battleships were faring somewhat better with their impressive self-regenerative capabilities, but 3 of them had nonetheless died since the beginning of this nightmarish bloodbath. Chosen of the Omnissiah, the Titanium's core is in peril. Should I redirect the Ankalagan dragon armors to give it support? The tech priest was obviously looking both at her and Wolfgang, since she was more of a passenger than an admiral in this slaughter. Most of her duties in this battle were coordinating the anti-boarding teams of insects hunting the rare long ears somehow teleporting into the Enterprise, and overseeing the efforts of her supermoth transforming a black crystal into a golden one. Yes, do it, the general replied after receiving an affirming nod from her first secretary. There were still 9 Ankalagan-class units operational, and they were far more resilient against all the dangers swarming inside the port of Lost Souls. The pilots of these machines could survive where the Thunderbolts died in droves, and she really wanted to avoid losing another battleship after what had happened to the battle line of Admiral von Kischer. Sugar peach citrus fruit perfume. Sugar. Sugar. The smile must have been quite expressive on her face, for Gamaliel asked my lady, a moment later. The Blackstone Fortress is ready to begin its preliminary firing procedure. In the heart of the ancient battle station, the tattletale-mouthed insect had accomplished her purpose. A brilliant golden crystal was now beginning to illuminate its surroundings in golden light. We can stop our close-range protection, its shields should be able to handle the Eldar survivors and the demons for a couple of minutes. By your command, my lady. And transmit the order to raise Geller fields and void shields to maximum power at the expense of our weapons to all our captains. The power behind the blast is likely going to be significant. Battleship Empire Reborn. High Farser Fayer Mok Davar. Fayer and every Farser aboard the Empire Reborn felt it long before his sensor operators had the chance to relay the news to him. It was like an abyss had been opened beyond the veil of reality and the Empyrean was swallowed into a single location. There were bolts of blue and purple lightning. Fayer screamed as the pressure grew unbearable on his ears and in his head. Everywhere and nowhere, he heard a trillion voices shriek in torment. And suddenly it stopped as brutally as it had begun. Stop them! Stop them from firing or we are! High Farser, we don't have the firepower to finish breaking the shields of the Talisman of Vol. The commanding officer of the Comarak Expeditionary Force looked at the screens, and his heart sobbed in grief. Barely 10 battleships and 15 cruisers surrounded the Empire Reborn, and most of them were so badly damaged their destructive potential was greatly diminished. I don't care how you achieve it, but stop them. Fire. Fire at will. There was an immense column of light. Pure golden light gleamed on every facet of the talisman. Psychic energy coalesced, more than 10,000 Farsers could have ever generated in a single ritual. The ocean roared and shrieked in fury. The servants of She Who Thirsts slammed into the light and were extinguished in pyres of golden flames. Ships, Mundaki and Asuryani, abandoned their organization and fled the center of the battlefield. The cannon pointing at the Zelharst tunnel gates glowed. The obsidian shade of the ancient Ildari weapon swirled and changed, with gold and red seemingly fighting each other. Strange humanoid winged figures materialized and engaged the fight with the predators of the primordial annihilator. The psychic pressure came back and doubled in intensity. Fayer screamed, begging long-dead gods for salvation and mercy. The port of Lost Souls exploded in golden fire. It was like 10,000 suns of gold had been concentrated into a single ray. It was like the end of times had come for everyone. The legions of excess closer to the ray were banished from this reality, for some of them eternally. The screams of the Drukhari, who unlike Asuryani had no spirit stones to serve as spiritual shields, were heard on every psychic and non-psychic frequency. The golden beam grew larger and then hit the gates the Mundaki had used for their invasion this cycle. There was a world-killing shockwave. And the entire fleet was like falling leaves in the middle of the greatest storm of this age. Isha, save us! The port of Lost Souls was set ablaze in golden flames. Heart of the webway. Comarak. Elandrak. 18 minutes before the mark of Comarak. Kradruak the Decapitator. We are the chosen of darkness. The mongrels of excess are not wanted here. Kradruak roared in triumph as several handmaidens of She Who Thirsts fell to his blade. The lesser life forms of Comarak may be prey to the power of excess, but here in Elandrak, even the primordial annihilator held no sway. Elandrak was the supreme realm of darkness. It was the pure realm of night visionary Ildari had shaped from their nightmares, and it was the true way Drukari could escape the claws of the doom. This was not to say he who hunts heads was satisfied with the situation. The massive disjunctions had forced him to leave his lair and participate in the countless shadowy ambushes with the other mandrakes to prevent the demons from gaining footholds in the sub-realm. And those who had tried to use some of the most secret passages leading to the citadels and the ports had returned with tales of primate infestation, demonic corruption, and untold devastation. If they returned, mandrakes were the next evolutionary step of the Ildari, but Kradruake was not going to pretend they were immortal. Until the grand apotheosis, they were only part shadows and could be vanquished. It was only after his sacred and meticulous ritual was completed that he would be able to shed this weakness and truly become the master of shadows, the king of the night, the hunter of darkness. And both the webway and the galaxy out there would tremble at his arrival. Down with the dynasts. They have failed. Down with the Queen of Knives. She doesn't care about us. We do not care about Asdrubal Vect and his pitiful plots. We do not care about Kamarak. We only care about becoming the next gods of the night and shadows. Kradruake. Kradruake. The Decapitator. Elandrak and Kradruake. The Daemonettes were in full retreat now. They had tried their best and failed. Soon he would be able to return to his skull hunt. He had already claimed 2 worthy skulls today. What was that light on the other end of the gate? Kradruake screamed in agony when the first ray of light banished the shadows of Elandrak. It was too agonizing. It was too painful. It was everything he stood against. The light. Stop the light. But there was nothing he could do. The light was pouring in from every direction and it burned. It was burning them. It burned. Evil light. The hunter of hunters prayed to 50 different deities in the next 5 minutes. No god answered his prayers, and Kradruake died, burned to death by the power of the golden light. His last breath preceded the utter annihilation of Elandrak by a mere 30 seconds. The realm of shadows and night was no more, and its inhabitants shared its fate. Heart of the webway. Kamarak. 17 minutes before the mark of Kamarak. Cain's Gate. Slaanesh was under attack the moment it went through the avenues of its palace to go through Cain's Gate, and it grew worse after that. Traps leading to hypercage prisons suddenly found themselves barring the way of the Dark Prince, while anomalies no race had the madness to invent even once were unleashed against its demonic procession. And finally, one foot, quickly followed by the entire body of the youngest Chaos God, manifested in the heart of the webway. Like many deeds and disasters which had happened during the invasion of Kamarak, it should have been impossible. An entity sufficiently powerful to be acknowledged as a god should not have been able to materialize without making the subrealm it did so and implode through its mere presence. But Cain's Gate had long been corrupted by the Immaterium at this point, and She Who Thirsts had an unfair advantage against the other 3, a secret which had almost been completely forgotten in the cataclysm of the fall. To complete the ritual which would truly see the birth of her god, Archpriestess Moratha had required very special ingredients. Those had been the life of her newborn granddaughter, an innocent babe untainted by excess or the long decadence of the Ildari Empire, and 65 other newborn children, kept in time anomalies until the moment to sacrifice them. The fallen Ildari court had murdered innocence itself, and by their actions damned their species for all eternity. But the body of the last Uldanesh child of the imperial line had not been consumed like the other 65. It was still there in the palace of Slaanesh, a last resort ready to be used as a divine receptacle. As such, it was not terribly surprising that the appearance of the avatar of Slaanesh which materialized in Cain's Gate looked like a teenage version of Moratha with pink hair and long purple wings. At this moment Slaanesh, an entity whose exact gender had always been something very problematic to determine, causing enormous headaches both to the Inquisition and its own cultists, was definitely a she. She was Slaanesh. And her arrival had been expected. So the coward returns, the pink lips whispered in a voice that caused nightmares in the psyche of several highly psychic species. I have not the time to entertain you, clown. You will not reach the port of lost souls, declared Seguruk, god of folly, protector of the Harlequins, and guardian of the webway. You will have to fight me first. That should not take long, hissed Slaanesh, the vision of dark beauty slightly altering to reveal fangs in her mouth that no Ildari had ever obtained naturally. How many of your precious Harlequins have you already sacrificed to reach me, I wonder? The great Harlequin stayed unmovable as clouds of pink sorcery fed the entity which was in part its greatest opponent and in part its legacy. A legacy of absolute failure, it went without saying. Too many, the laughing god admitted freely. Then they will surely be satisfied to know their souls have been sacrificed in vain. The doom of the Ildari snarled as a psychic tornado was conjured over her head. Die fool! The attack was nearly irresistible and likely overkill for an entity not relying on martial skill like Seguruk. Which was why She Who Thirsts received a surprise, another one after the events of Kamarak, when the god of the Harlequins summoned a sword to its hand and managed to deflect the attack towards several gates on its right, demolishing them in a rain of crystals. I forgot to tell you, and despite the mask, every living creature would have guessed the smirk on the lips of the Ildari god. I have not come to this confrontation unprepared. Let me present you Lazadrak, the deception of emotions. It will not save you. The rage of the Chaos Goddess provoked earthquakes and calamities with each word uttered. Neither the 98th sword of Val nor any Ildari blade can save you. Who said I was the one in need of salvation? Too late the Dark Princess understood the nature of the threat. A pink shield of energy was summoned, but not quickly enough. Segoruk was safe, thanks to the special properties of the Sword of Val and the unique nature conferred to the Ildari gods by the Old Ones. Slaanesh had no such protection. The golden fires of the Blackstone Fortress struck Shehuthirsts with a mighty blow of pure anathema energy, and for the first time since apotheosis, Slaanesh suffered and shrieked in pain. Across the galaxy, every Drukari, Exodite, Harlequin, and Asuryani who was asleep woke up screaming. The Ildari-looking deity fell to her knees, her torso opened and consumed in golden flames. For my people! Segoruk jumped, and impaled his arch-nemesis on Lazadrak with all his strength. For an ephemeral heartbeat, the laughing god dared to hope the impossible had been accomplished. But the eyelids which had closed reopened to reveal irisless pupils darker than the abysses of the warp. Your people are dead bodies walking, they've just failed to realize it, Slaanesh answered, using one of her arms to deliver a blow which saw Segoruk thrown against the twisting walls of Cain's gate. But don't worry, foolish clown, I am going to make sure you and their souls will share the same fate. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Port of Lost Souls. 16 minutes before the mark of Kamarak. Blackstone Fortress Will of Eternity. The Last Sentinel. If the former Captain General had held any doubt that the fires had been insufficient to put down the power of chaotic excess for good, the colossal blast of pink energy which struck the fortress would have been ample confirmation. Shields down to 10%, coughed Xiota once a silent sister had helped him back to his feet after the entire structure had stopped shaking. The damage is extensive on Warp Cannon A1, and is not reparable with the means at our disposal. The psychic grid on Section A is suffering critical failures. The energy of the blessed Omnissiah is pouring into real space and interacting in curious ways. 3 minor Noctilith crystals pulverized. Psych resistance cohesion critical in 3 sections. The Magos was very thorough and in the next minute listed a quantity of anomalies and problems a lot of tech priests of superior rank would have missed or scratched their heads in confusion at. And this isn't taking into account the fact we have failed the Omnissiah, XS is still alive. We have not failed, replied Valder calmly. We are still alive. Lord. If the power of XS had not been terribly weakened by the fires of my liege, we would not be here to speak about it, the first of the custodians explained. The shields would not be down to 10%, this entire Blackstone fortress would be nothing but orbital dust. That we are still in a state to assess the damage proves beyond doubt our enemy has paid a heavy price to survive. The power of chaos was parasitic and abominable, but faced with the prospect of a Blackstone fortress under imperial control, the last thing the arch-enemy could afford was launching too weak an attack. That may be so, protested the representative of the cult Mechanikus, but we still have 3 operational warp cannons. Valder did not let the Magos voice new protestations. Despite not having much flesh left anywhere, the veteran of the Great Crusade could see the red-robed humanoid pale in shock. Lord, the very fabric of reality in the Port of Lost Souls has been extremely weakened by our last shot. I'm already recording massive disjunctions across all of Kamarak. The sub-realms won't survive another shot. And this Blackstone fortress won't be able to escape in time. Magos, analyze the status of the J-Gate. Constantin had seen the coils and most of the machinery intended to power the exit being disintegrated minutes ago by hordes of demons. Ah! The Blackstone Fortress Will of Eternity will not leave Kamarak, the golden-clad transhuman declared coldly. All we can do is to ensure its loss is not in vain. Truthfully, the Emperor's confidant had always known the gigantic battle station was to be sacrificed. Only perfect circumstances would allow a Blackstone fortress to withdraw safely and intact, and counting on perfection in a time-sensitive operation like this one was a fool's errand. Reorient the Blackstone fortress, Magos, and prepare to fire again with one of the undamaged warp cannons. Then, once all the procedures are complete and the systems protected by your most complex ciphers, take our Thunderhawk and escape to one of the carriers with the Silent Sisters. Lord, no matter how complex my protections are, the ruinous powers can and will attack the core of the fortress first to prevent another shot being fired. Xiota vehemently disagreed. That's why I'm going to guard it myself until the end. The Mechadendrites briefly froze, before shaking violently and displaying erratic movements. No. My lord, the Imperium needs you. What the Imperium needs above all is time and some good leadership to prepare for the coming storm. The old custodian removed his helmet for only the 3rd time in the last days, revealing his scarred and tired face. I have taken too many wounds in the last millennium to be of use in life, Magos. But if my death can buy the Imperium a tiny hope of victory, then I'm more useful here. You are not expendable, Captain General. I am expendable, the millennia-old warrior corrected. only somewhat less so than the average guardsman. Lord! We can't let the sacrifices of the Imperial Guard, the Adeptus Mechanicus, and all the humans who bled and died for this gamble be in vain, always the same argument, and it never grew easier. And my decision is final. Contact the Enterprise and inform them the Great Moth can return to one of their carriers if it has the endurance to. Procedure begun per your orders, X-Iota responded with a hint of rebelliousness. Programming of final shot ongoing. Time until Warp Cannon B1 is in position, 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Cain's Gate. The Laughing God. Segeric was fast. The god of the Harlequins had to be, otherwise survival would never have been possible during the fall. The Asuryani loved to imagine that when the horrified Ildari population, on the brink of annihilation, had summoned the ancient gods to save them, there had been a battle. It was complete nonsense, of course. Thousands of cycles before the final days of decadence, worship of Asurian, Isha, Cain, Liliath and all the other deities, great and lesser, had near completely ceased. And without worship, gods were nothing. Instead of several trillions of worshippers, the true followers had been a few million, and few of them were powerful enough to matter. When Slaanesh was born, it was not a battle. It was just a one-sided humiliation punctuated by horrible deaths. Segeric had fled early, and even then he had nearly been devoured. And now the second round of this nightmare was upon him. The Dark Princess withdrew the sword of Val from her essence flesh and threw it through the gate leading to the abyssal wall, beyond his reach. Then the Chaos Entity moved, an endless amount of corrupted blades surrounding it and accelerating to form a corona of swords and other demonic weapons. Segeric saw a flash of pink and jumped, avoiding the blow which would have decapitated him. The great Harlequin was not fast enough however to avoid the twin pink bursts of lightning which pulsed from his enemy's arms. With what was left of his agility, the last free Ildari god jumped again and managed to avoid 100 psychic spears. But it had been a feint all along. Faster than his divine eyes could follow, she who thirsts was already upon him, her implacable grip tightening around his throat. This realm, this webway, all the works and souls of the Ildari are mine. And as Segeric pushed to get free, he suddenly got his wish, only to be electrocuted by infernal pink lightning once more. The chief guardian of the Black Library crashed hard against the corrupted ground, his essence in pain and his spirit trying desperately to fight back against the mental tortures of the mistress of dark desires. Somehow, in a last gesture of defiance, the god of folly rose once more, in spite of every shred of his essence telling him to stop. Facing him was an ocean of pink madness surrounding a levitating Ildari body. The very air was poisoned and reality succumbed to the warp. Immemorial laws were no more. Chaos was rising, horrifying elegance and sublime depravity united to damn the universe. I am going to destroy Weaver, the Monday Key, and all Ildari who refuse to kneel. You shall not stand against me. Segeric summoned one of his normal blades. It was alas, like a lot of the mortal races said, the end of the line for him. He'd had a single chance to settle things properly, and he had failed. The power of chaos was simply too strong for him. New demons arrived and spherical structures crackling with energy prepared to fire. I deny you. Weak words for what was likely going to be his epitaph on his gravestone, yes. And then Segeric heard someone yawn behind him. A familiar voice he had not heard in eons was all the laughing god needed to identify the newcomer. You. I was searching for Malekith, the Queen of Blades stated in her usual tone of feigned disinterest, but it appears the idiot managed to get himself banished before I could find him. And here is a worthy opponent as a substitute. The first sword-bearer narrowed her eyes and she sniffed haughtily. By the way, aren't you a bit weak to be the doom of the Ildari? I will kill you. I will kill you all. 13 heartbeats till the end, the veteran of the war in heaven replied. And then Ildari and God charged each other at an impossible speed. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Port of Lost Souls. Battleship Standard Template Construct. Archmagos Dismirius Lankovar. Before the ultimate battle began, Dismirius had estimated there was a 0.01% chance the Port of Lost Souls was going to be of any use for an Eldar faction in the next millennium. The efforts of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Imperial Navy and Imperial Guard, among others, had been very thorough. The shipyards had been demolished and the few which had escaped this fate were rigged to blow the moment a Xenos set foot upon them. The ammunition and fuel depots were gone. The slaves the monsters so relied upon to keep their civilization stable had been mercy killed or freed. Warships had been sent ramming the things the Dark Masters of Kamarak had used as resurrection facilities. The forces of Operation Caribbean had done their best to turn the Port of Lost Souls into a field of ruin and devastation where nothing useful could be created. And the terrible space battle and the golden fire emanated by the Blackstone Fortress had done even more damage. This was the good news. 9% of our armament is utterly destroyed, and over 30% has suffered critical level damage which will need a modern shipyard to repair. Lankovar didn't acknowledge. His eyes were fixed on the tear in reality which was growing wider by the second. There had been many terms employed to describe this type of phenomenon. But the most common one which found its way into inquisitorial record was probably warp rift. No official communication had voiced it on a high-level communication frequency, but the junior Archmagos born in Stygies 8 knew what it was anyways. The Blackstone Fortress shot had torn the veil between reality and spread golden psychic energy all over Comorak. This was an act of defiance and a blast which had banished billions of demons. And for every action like this, there would be a reaction from the archenemy. The rift disgorged millions of new horrors. This time the hosts of the damned weren't limited to pink-colored demons. The creatures coming were red, blue, green, black, white, and uglier colors than the last psychic arrays could properly count. And as dangerous as these abominations were, they were merely the heralds of something far worse. It emerged from the abyss like an assassin's dagger, swift and silent. It was properly gigantic, and the moment it was seen, Dismirius Lankovar and all his subordinates knew for sure no tech priest or human mind had ever participated in the completion of this warship. Its batteries and shape were shifting and mutating with every moment. It vaguely resembled a series of immense orbs juxtaposed to one another. But the long guns emerging from every hole left no doubt to this thing's function. It was a gigantic battleship, and it was 18 kilometers long. Do we have something in our databases to identify this insult to the works of the Omnissiah? Yes, Archmagos, the answer came surprisingly quickly. This is the Malefic Arum Aeternum, daemon ship last seen during the Third Black Crusade. It was believed destroyed above Cadia when the Space Wolves killed the leader of the ruinous host and sabotaged its engines and drives. Assuming the Sons of Rus were correct in their assumptions, it was the flagship of a daemon prince known as the Prince of Princes. Evidently, the after-battle reports were a bit too optimistic. Or the archenemy had found a way to rebuild one close to identical in the centuries after that slaughterhouse. Yes, Archmagos. This was anything but what he'd wanted to hear, and the data received by his implants did not improve his mood. The damn thing was infamous for having ripped apart several of the heavy star forts guarding the Cadian Gate during the grand attack it had co-organized with the despoiler. Maybe, if the fleets were intact, they could have fought this super battleship and won the day. But every capital warship which had survived the butchery was heavily damaged, and the Arx Mechanicus, while in a better state than most, were going to die if they were sent unsupported against this heretical ship and its hordes of demons. At least we don't have to deal with the Eldar fleets anymore. The long-eared Xenos had not been banished like the monsters of the ruinous powers, but the shot's effect had still been devastating on them. Their ships had stalled and saw most of their Xenos tech sorcery broken by the light of the Omnissiah, and the Adeptus Astartes had immediately capitalized on this, sending teleportation strike teams and crippling the last battleships and cruisers which had survived the Holocaust down in the abysses. The Eldar fleets were finished. A couple of battleships and some escorts were regrouping far away, but 1 or 2 battleships would be enough to deal with them if they tried to return and spend their lives in vain. Unfortunately, there was no time to rejoice. There were more enemies coming, and most of them looked perfectly intact. The Malefic Arum Aeternum was merely the first warship of a long list of misshaped things to come out of the massive warp rift. It looks like they really want us dead this time, Amagos commented while compiling new battle statistics. Chances of destroying the super battleship with the firepower we have left, 1.3%. Then we will have to tremble, for chaos comes. Let the galaxy burn. It was not a corruption of their communication system. Whatever daemon was at the origin of this scream, it had just screamed to make itself heard. Reform our lines and ask for new orders from the Enterprise. But before an answer came, the Malefic Arum Aeternum opened fire, and the loyal adepts of the Omnissiah could only watch in horror as a heretical beam of black energy struck the engines of the crippled Titanium's core. The Emperor-class battleship had restored some power to its void shields and was trying to catch back up with the rest of the main fleet. It was not enough, and as the blast of the super battleship hit, its protections faltered, and 2 seconds later the 24th Fleet had lost one of its most powerful units. It wasn't the only loss. One Necron battleship which had been slowly losing altitude despite the efforts of the metallic tech experts of its masters received all the attention of the super battleship's escorts. Its final death was neither peaceful nor easy. And the tide of darkness hit the warships. They are trying to overpower our Geller fields. Prepare to repel demonic intruders. Battleship Enterprise. Captain Gabriella Jordan. Sometimes it was a joy to know your superiors believed you had done a good job killing heretics, traitors, and Xenos. And then there were moments you cursed it with all your breath. Like, oh she didn't know, when you were one of the rare guard officers assigned to counterboarding parties on a battleship and the alarms blared, notifying you the Geller fields were beginning to be overloaded by the demons of the warp. Comorak saw a lot of the latter situations and none of the former, if you weren't able to guess. The air was starting to feel wrong without a reason. Then it began to smell wrong. After that you heard the whispers and laughter of evil things mocking you and calling you by many names no one was supposed to know. Prayers to the God Emperor were spoken fervently everywhere. Everyone had seen the angels fighting the demons when the Blackstone Fortress had fired. Everyone had in that moment felt the benediction of He who protected humanity on the Golden Throne. Everyone had known the instant the hordes of the archenemy were banished momentarily from the port of lost souls. And now they awaited another miracle. But the corrupted foulness of the immaterium didn't vanish this time. Claws, fangs, and talons pierced the very fabric of reality in the hangars. Cackles and shrieks no human mouth could have made resonated. They are coming, a priest in a simple white toga who looked decidedly out of place between guardsmen in dark blue carapace armor declared. They are coming and we will await them with chain swords in our hands and defiance on our lips. Like Saint Dorn on the eve of the siege of Terra, swear men and women of the Imperium. Swear to kill all the heretics and the demons. We swear. For the God Emperor. For the living saint. An enormous ripping sound and a chorus of infernal screams assaulted their ears as a horde of things with black tentacles and blue maws burst into reality. Death. We are death and we come for you. Death to the anathema. The darkness will devour the light. For the God Emperor. Lasguns had no time to fire more than a single large volley, but all their owners in this compartment were veterans of over 3 days of bloodbath in the realms of Kamarak. Each shot found its mark, and when the demons charged to fight at close quarters, they were greeted by a wall of bayonets, chain swords, and other blades. The claymores of the Desaterians, so impractical against the Eldar, were devastating against these horrors. Your pathetic last stand will fail. Gabriella laughed when the daemon which had proclaimed this had one of the last hell spiders slash its blade legs all over its torso before removing its body from the matrium. You see. The same priest who had spoken earlier shouted, chain sword black with whatever slimy substance the demons had as a substitute for blood. Lady Weaver is with us and these abominations can die. There is nothing to fear. The Emperor protects. The Emperor protects. Navy volunteers raised their weapons in defiance alongside guard veterans and red-robed skitarii. Support crew who suddenly found themselves on the front lines had taken up arms with the decorum of proud regiments. This was humanity united, and it did not prevent a new demonic offensive from rolling in 5 seconds later. Death. The things were tentacles and fangs, and unlike the pink abominations seemed to follow no common theme. Death is coming for you. The former Calidus apprentice again charged into the melee and the world quickly reduced itself to slaying an opponent as fast as possible to fight the next and thus stay alive. Her acrobatics were of great use, and for all the numerous questions she was going to receive if she survived, the main goal was surviving in the first place. One throat, or the demonic equivalent, was torn apart. Legs or arms were severed. Eyes were stabbed. Gabriella threw grenades into gaping maws. This was a trial the second in command of the now destroyed Alamo Penal Legion would have preferred to be far away from. Her body was already weakening, a few hours had not been enough to recover from all the strain the violent fighting had forced her to inflict upon it. Fortunately, there were reinforcements arriving, led by a platoon or so of Astartes. A second later, the captain was sent flying by a tentacle she had never seen coming. Of course, her training kicked in, and where a normal guardsman would have been killed or waited to bash his head against the walls, Gabriella managed to change course and return to the ground more or less intact. The landing however was directly on top of an officer in power armor, and would get a neat 0 had her teachers been present to mark it. Worse, the moment her body touched the hands of her savior, she was suddenly paralyzed by an electric shock and the pain was sufficiently unpleasant to make her unable to move. It didn't last long, less than a minute for sure, but that way everyone could see her in this position, the man in power armor under her, and her on top riding him. Even not being a Calidus who specialized in seduction, Gabriella could already wince at the storm of gossip and whispers a lot of men and women were going to spread before this battle was over. And then, the former apprentice realized her worries had been nonsensical compared to the reality. Lord Dennis! Boomed a very loud blue-red dreadnought, wearing on top of its metallic structure of all things a large pirate hat. Have you no shame? There are demons out there to fight. You can fraternize with the female guard officers later. Gabriella, for all her training and indoctrination, knew her blushing at this moment had gotten out of control. One thing was sure, however. Gabriella was going to kill this dreadnought, even if this was the last thing she did. When the freezing effect dissipated, the assassin-turned-officer was swift in returning to slaying demons. The comments of the dreadnought, "The God Emperor save her," were unfortunately following her wherever she went. Excellent motivation. Killing comes first, then fraternization. Battleship Empire Reborn. High Farser Fairmach Davar. Report. The High Farser coughed after he finally managed to croak the word. 2/5 of our armament is destroyed, an Autarch mariner answered before leaving his console to vomit blood and other disgusting fluids. Most of the pulsar weapons have been fried by the psychic blast fired by the Talisman of Vol, continued his replacement, a dark-eyed warrior who shivered and had his arms and body randomly seized by spasms. But it isn't a problem anymore, I think. And why is that so? Fair asked weakly. His voice should have come out far stronger, but he felt ill. Ill physically, oh yes. But the worst part was the spiritual illness, the weakness battering his psyche and his spirit stone. Because we have no more arrays with which to target anything, the mariner made a sound which in these circumstances could be considered equivalent to a shrug. And honestly, our engines have suffered so much damage we will be forced to stay at Monday Key speeds. Fair shook his head and looked at the strategic displays, but there was no hope to be found there. A gigantic annihilator's wound had opened, and the servants of the primordial annihilator were emerging in the port of lost souls by the billions, trying to destroy the talisman of Vol before it fired again. And the worst part? The predators and daemon ships which were materializing did not focus on the Asuryani fleet, because there was no fleet anymore. We have. The senior autarch who was not currently in the healer's hands coughed and placed a hand on his chest as pain seized him before continuing. We have 2 battleships, and 3 cruisers which can be considered combat capable if we stretch the definition of the word to its limits. All of the crews report massive casualties thanks to whatever method the Monday Key used to fire a golden psychic beam with the talisman. We are transferring survivors from crippled ships to our, less crippled capital ships. This should give us some operable assets in a few heartbeats. The Expeditionary Forces leader nodded as a new headache arrived and gave him the urge to sob in pain. We need. Damn it, why was it so difficult to think clearly? We need to get out of here. Our fleet is near entirely destroyed, and our Khmerak allies have suffered worse than us. In fact, his description was massively understating the magnitude of the disaster. Not a single ship hailing from Khmerak or any other subrealm of the Webway had survived the Golden Tide. The Dark Ones, be they followers of the defunct dynasts or independent admirals, had not had a single spirit stone to protect their souls, and as a result the effect had been absolutely horrifying on their bodies and souls. It is only a theory, but I think the Monday Key found the way to wound every Ildari soul by scarring the great ocean with an aspect of their seer. Evidence suggests you're right, High Farser, agreed his subordinate. But how could they know in advance it was going to work? Fair Mokdavar coughed a long time before answering. The pain was getting worse in his chest and head. Someone among the primates must have studied the properties of the materials out of which our ancestors built the talismans, the High Farser spoke with difficulty. This changes everything. The Spirit Stone's very purpose is to protect our souls from She Who Thirsts embrace first, and the rest of the Primordial Annihilator second. The crystalline psychic matrices are consequently most powerful against the aspect of excess and of limited utility against this new psychic onslaught. And unless he was completely wrong, what had smashed them apart was a particularly overpowering blast of sacrifice. Their dark cousins, not having a bone of solidarity or friendship in their bodies, had their souls exposed to that, with predictably fatal consequences. His Asuryani had endured it better, thanks to the combination of spirit stones and their more prudent and dignified behavior. It didn't mean the survivors weren't going to suffer the after effects of this for dozens of cycles, assuming they survived this battle. I think it is worse than that, one of the last warlocks interjected. This power of sacrifice attacks the very connections excess is using in its perpetual hunger to claim our souls. For the present, the connection is weak, but if the talisman of Vol continues it is going to leave a mark on our souls. Who cares? Mumbled an exarch in green-white armor. We all heard the scream of She Who Thirsts. The Monday Key's golden attack hurt the old monster. I say we let them finish what they are trying to do, it's not like we have the firepower to oppose them anymore, he finished bitterly. I disagree, the warlock angrily retorted. It's bad enough our souls are marked for eternity because the folly of our ancestors force every generation of Asuryani to use spirit stones or have our souls devoured, but I won't be psychically branded by a bunch of upstart primates. Yes. Death to Weaver. We have been fighting against an evil for thousands of cycles. We won't accept a second one. We will die before accepting the Monday Key as our overlords. There was a flash on the bridge and Faer Mokdavar had just enough time to realize that while the Empire Reborn was trying to return to a battle-ready state, a Monday Key warship had apparently come into teleportation range. There was no other explanation why over 20 of the large primates in white power armor were suddenly here. For the Khan and the Emperor. The Asuryani tried to draw weapons and fire, but their reactions were too sluggish, too slow. The Monday Key brutes were ready for battle and offered them no chance to debate tactics or prepare. Something heavy slammed into his body, and Faer was ejected from his seat. The world was disintegrating in splinters and energy weapons. He should have felt more pain. There were blood and viscera everywhere. He saw an exarch roll next to him, and a boot larger than his 2 fists crush his chest into something horrible. He still didn't feel anything. It was as the world dissolved more and more, and he saw the golden figures fight the pink essence of She Who Thirsts that Faer Mokdavar at last felt an emotion, and it was horror, for there would be no bright future for his craft world. And then something crushed him and the last living farsa of the Asuryani in Khmerak died. Battleship Enterprise. Colonel Tanya Svrev. The squats, if Slayer Borak was a good representative of his abhuman subspecies, were excellent daemon slayers. The orange-bearded warrior was death incarnate with his axe, absolutely fearless, and never faltered when the moment to throw himself into the melee came. He had only one flaw. The squat's notion of singing was so hard on the ears it was a torture in itself for everyone nearby, and yes, that included demons and other abominations. And after the terrible Bay'adal, hollered the vociferating warrior, the great clan ran to the tavern where their enemies were waiting. By axe and ale the grudges were settled. 80 was ours and the law of Grimnir was once against enforced. The great debate among the 20th was what doing the most damage to the arch-enemy, the axe blows or the song. But after a few minutes, the poll was unanimous. The great smith Gromnir had a lover. Without respite without rest he fed the great fires. His forge was great and mighty was his hammer. Authentic and muscled his fist struck the metal. I vote for the song. Oh yes, the song. You call that singing? Please force him to stop. This should be included in the list of exterminatus options. My poor ears. And as the heavily muscled abhuman paused before continuing his musical performance, the reaction of the demons was rather vocal. Kill it. Stop this noise. Death. Death to the squat. Crush his teeth and fill his mouth with poison. In the name of the Pantheon kill this loud-mouthed idiot. The demonic horde attacked Borak with renewed energy, which didn't appear to do much apart from giving the laughing Duarden more enemies for his axe to slay. Incidentally, Tanya wondered what sort of metal had been used to forge such a weapon. Most of the attacks and sorcery the monsters inflicted upon their surroundings were generally corrosive or worse, and even power weapons could break depending the number of effects and the degree of carelessness of the human soldier wielding them. Yet the squat had never needed a replacement weapon from the tech priests or any kind of battlefield reparations, and his favorite axe was not looking any different than when it had entered the battlefield. Keep them at distance. The Fey guardsmen had lost hundreds of men and women in the fighting retreat like most of the regiments. They didn't need to go down in a suicidal display of bravery to prove they were tough. Don't let them enter the enginarium compartments. The axe was singing. The hammer was wild. The sky was magnificent when the siege of Nagarzarad raged. Pick an axe. Hammer and wall. The rampart is closed but the enemy is closer. This was a torture, and that wasn't exaggeration. How could anyone call this series of bellows music? Surely the squats had to have some taste, and if the slayer was here, it was because his singing was too horrible to be heard in polite company. Right? Right? Good news, the enemy was definitely on the retreat. The efficient anti-boarding preparations had prevented the invaders from spreading everywhere through the Enterprise and massacring everyone, though there were far too many dead bodies for her taste in the terrain they began to reconquer. Bad news, Tanya would be the first to tell Lady Weaver it had been anything but an easy victory. The monsters were tenacious, fought until overwhelming firepower forced their destruction, and never hesitated killing a guardsman who made a mistake if it was the last thing they ever did. Onwards, but stay prudent, the blonde-haired officer ordered via the Vox. For the God Emperor and Lady Weaver. Advancing methodically and eliminating the demons to the last had the immediate effect of widening the distance between her vanguard and Borak. Unfortunately, unless it was fortunately, it depended on your opinion if the singing was a very good or very bad thing. They couldn't afford to let infiltrators of the arch-enemy free to rampage across the ship. It was guaranteed priests of the ecclesiarchy and the cogboys of the Mechanikus were going to purify everything and re-sanctify the corridors and the places which had been fought over, but there were civilians and many unarmed people aboard the flagship, and a daemon could spread a lot of misery and cause untold damage if left to its own devices. This was the explanation Tanya would offer to the Basileia days later when her superior asked her why she had not kept an eye on the Slayer squad at all times. For when the colonel of the Fey 20th and her first dozen troopers of the 1st Company arrived in an auxiliary control room, they found Borak surrounded by a respectable number of tech priests. Next to them was a man with a very damaged power armor, and after a few seconds Tanya was able to recognize him. It was the para-human known as Leet, and someone who was rarely spoken of in positive terms around Lady Weaver. Anyway, she had arrived in time to hear the end of the conversation between Cogboys, Axe Warrior, and the Weird Tinker. Yes, Lord Borak, we are witnesses of your impressive slaying and the words which were uttered. Affirmative. The life of the para-human known as Leet was saved thanks to you and the debt was acknowledged, albeit in a rather panicky manner. Good. The Duarden gave a poke which was probably powerful enough to make Bruce skin without a military-grade protection. Good. Nothing opposes then the swearing of a blood oath and this manling accompanying me to my glorious doom. Now rise up, and let's begin writing the poem which will spread my story. Leet gave a pleading glance to everyone, perhaps hoping someone would rise in his defense. If it had been Lord Dennis, Tanya was certain she would have said something in his defense and perhaps tried to convince the muscled warrior that maybe it was best to choose someone else for his quest of doom or to settle the debt in a less risky fashion. But it wasn't someone in high favor with the Basileia, and certain comments about the Imperial Guard hadn't been forgotten. Let's continue the daemon hunting, Fey 20th. The colonel joyously commanded. Something told her this particular source of problems wasn't going to be one for the Nix sector in the next few years. Battle barge Honorable Shield. Captain Ianid Thiel. If this works, we will be considered geniuses. If this doesn't work, we will be madmen. According to my experience, Ianid said lightly, in certain circumstances, a lot of imperial tactics tends to make the divide between the two categories rather thin. Several Iron Drakes chuckled before returning to grim faces when information came from the bridge, the Retribution-class Lord of the Stars was dying. This damn battle consumes capital ships like a bolter devours ammunition, the chapter master of the Heracles Wardens commented. None of the Astartes present disagreed. True. And since nobody has broached the subject, where in the name of the Golden Throne has the archenemy found the shipyards to build something like that? That, of course, referred to the Malefic Arum Aeternum, the super battleship which had arrived through the growing warp rift and accelerated towards the Blackstone Fortress. You didn't need to be competent or particularly imaginative to guess the intentions of the things commanding the damned hulk. There have always been rumors the traitor legions weren't the first to flee into the eye to escape our just retribution, the lone flesh tira of their kill team grumbled. If true, the Malefic Arum Aeternum may be one of the last ships of a race which surrendered to the ruinous powers. I'd love that to be the case, Jeremiah Isley replied in a dead serious voice. So far, the 4 exercises of butchery and the countless campaigns of slaughter masterminded by the Black Crusades have seen no brand new capital ships above cruiser tonnage. If the traitors indeed have the capacity to build super battleships, the rapport of strength changes, and not in our favor. But how realistic is this? Asked an Iron Drake. I mean, I was part of the first delegation sent to Nyx a year ago to begin preliminary negotiations for the building of new capital warships. I know how gigantic an investment of resources a battle barge represents and how expensive they are. The traitor legions do not pay their slaves, but they certainly have to buy or seize the ceramite, adamantium, rare metals, and technology from somewhere, and their raids from the eye this millennium have been too scarce for that. Or they're living off existing reserve supplies, proposed one of his battle brothers. When it comes down to it, we have little idea what's really going on in that hellish realm. Something that was both a blessing and a curse, mused Aeonid. Blessing, because there were certain things even Astartes veterans were better off not knowing where the madness of the traitor legions and their masters were concerned. The Ultramarines Legion had marched through a sufficient number of planetary slaughters committed by the chaos-tainted betrayers to acknowledge this reality. A curse, because, save some esoteric deeds, the Imperium had been blind to the moves of the enemy in mid-M31, and this state of affairs did not appear to have changed since his departure. Shields are down on the Malefic Arum Aeternum. Teleportation. Barked the heresy veteran. Now. 1 second, more than 30 Space Marines were aboard the battle barge Honorable Shield of the Iron Drake's chapter. The next, they were in the middle of a nightmare where demonic engines, animated pistons, dark tendrils, and corrupted things cooperated to give power to the super battleship. You should not have come here, dogs of the false emperor. Shouted something that at some point may, emphasis on the may, have been an Iron Warrior Space Marine. Aeonid took a step to the left. The tall armored thing connected to what looked to be hundreds of chaotic mechadendrites, oily pipes, and heretic machines had its eyes flash red in stupefaction. Yes, the kill team had not come alone to the enginarium of the Malefic Arum Aeternum. They had also brought more than 3 tons of melted charges with them. Stop them. But the bolters, flamers, and Folkite weapons were already delivering long-delayed justice upon the traitors, heretic tech priests, and Xenos vaguely looking like slugs but with lots of prehensile tentacles. 2 Space Marines fell, but within 20 seconds their surroundings were clear of immediate enemy presence. Then every member of the kill team, Aeonid included, seized as many melted charges as they could carry and began to place them on what looked like vital machines and critical systems. They are activating teleport jammers, Chapter Master, noted the other Heracles Warden apart from Isley recruited for this very risky mission. Pathetic worms. The demonic roar came from everywhere at once. Did you think I had not anticipated your intentions? I am coming to bathe in your blood. Charming, the flesh tira retorted caustically. He's going to be so disappointed, Isley added, seizing an object tied to his belt. I suppose this is the time to test this prototype of the ancient teleport Homer Lady Dragon gave me, then. Aeonid did not have the time to ask the Heracles Warden how reliable this prototype was as demons swarmed them before their surroundings dissolved into the ether and they were suddenly back aboard the Honorable Shield, with 2 Space Marines dead and 1 missing, and of course none of the melted charges. But their mission was a success. When they arrived on the bridge to meet Chapter Master Duplex after a quick decontamination procedure, they were greeted by the spectacle of the Malefic Arum Aeternum's rear sections being engulfed by explosions, and with its engines dead the advance of the Chaos Juggernaut had slowed down to a crawl. It would not reach the Blackstone Fortress in time to alter the course of events. But as always, this victory had been paid for in blood and destroyed warships. The battleship Lord of Stars has exploded with all hands. 3 frigates, 4 destroyers, and 1 more cruiser confirmed having self-destructed to prevent the arch-enemy from using them against us. Battleship Enterprise. General Taylor Hebert. After the arrival of the Flame-Wrought and Corspur, her battle against the Queen of Blades, and several other events, like the appearance of a Primarch believed long dead by the Imperium, Taylor had believed reasonably in her humble opinion the list of big surprises was at last over. Apparently, her skill as a general didn't translate into accurately predicting the future. That the custodes who had given her the orders to invade Comorak was of high rank was a logical assumption. There were many tales and rumors about the Watchers of the Throne, but in most stories where they appeared they were bodyguards or counselors. They didn't divert entire fleets from their original targets to attack well-defended Xenos bases. So yes, it had been a given the Custodes was a high-ranking member of the 10,000. But never had she imagined the Golden Giant was the Captain General himself. Nor that when he revealed his identity, it would be to open communication with her to the first Captain General, Konstantin Valder, a hero most the galaxy had believed to be dead for millennia. Was her luck that bad or that good to put her in such interesting situations? Your team and my Moth have arrived safely aboard the Great Quest, Lord. The fleet carrier had a lot of empty space due to the Darwinian process her starfighters and Aeronautica pilots had gone through, and the 200-meter wingspan of Lisa was not something just any battleship could accommodate with a snap of their fingers. Please allow us to teleport you out of the fortress. But the old Custodes shook his head in negation, as Taylor had already suspected he would. There are plenty of Daemon princes coming, General. I can't leave the heart of the Matrix defenseless. And if the heart is destroyed, there will be no second shot and XS will likely endure and continue the eternal war. The face of Konstantin Valder was not pleasant to look at. Maybe at some point, the forehead, nose, and jawline could have been considered noble. But that had been millennia ago, and since then terrible scars and age had marked his face in indescribable ways. And yet, the most impressive aspects of this ancient Custodes were his eyes. Despite the problems caused by psychic backlash and the unstable communication, they remained inflexible and unbeaten. They made clear that the most dangerous general of the Emperor may not have been a Primarch, in the end. I can come to your rescue, the insect mistress proposed nonetheless. I have gained some experience fighting the chief abominations of the warp. You are exhausted, and Chaos will have an easy victory if you do this. It was not voiced like an insult, just as an ironclad certainty. No, my order stands. Give your fleet the general order to retreat through the Eversprings Gate. Save your surviving warships and live to fight another day. By your command, the communication ended on the other end, and the image was replaced by the Will of Eternity ending its slow reloading process and another warp cannon almost in position. It was then the para-human woman acknowledged the bridge of the Enterprise as silent as a grave, or nearly so. There were some people sobbing almost inaudibly. You heard the orders, First Secretary, Archmagos. Transmit them to the entire fleet. Begin a general retreat through the Eversprings Gate. Dispatch the escorts which have engines still able to go to full military power first. Also contact the Necrons, they are closer to us to the gate, they can go first in order to avoid causing traffic jams. Yes, my lady. Yes, chosen of the Omnissiah. Deep inside, Taylor knew the Imperium had already won a great victory and was likely about to win an even more important one in the next minutes. Why then was it feeling like ashes in her mouth? 1 minute before the mark of Kamarak. Blackstone Fortress Will of Eternity. The last sentinel. Konstantin did not have to wait long for the enemy to come. The efforts of the Astartes and millions of men and women had given them pause, but the enemy didn't rely on beings forged from flesh and blood and born of mortals for this. They were demons. Parasites his liege had called them, and the word was appropriate even millennia later. Abominations, never born, damned, liars, monsters, creatures of the Empyrean, soul dregs, and children of chaos, as many names which could be rightly be used and yet somehow fail to encompass the enormity of the threat they represented. Death. Death to the servant of the anathema. A Custodes rarely felt powerful emotions, but for them the first Captain General had to force himself to stay serene and forget his hatred. What use would it be to succumb to his anger and loathing, ultimately? It was not like insults or loud arguments were going to hurt the demons. It wasn't like the things which were sent through the Great Rift to prevent the plan from achieving complete success were sensible to logical arguments. For all the notions of change, excess, war, and decay, the ruinous powers were trapped in their roles. The possibility of supporting positive outcomes for the races of this galaxy was simply inconceivable to the great abominations. It was the nature of the warp-born masses of emotions and psychic residues to be cruel, selfish, disparaging, corruptive, treacherous, destructive, and if it had to be summed up in one word, evil. The Neverborn reveled in it. They wanted humanity and every other race to acknowledge them as such, and they refused to be anything else, therefore assuring it was a self-fulfilling prophecy that they would be cruel and vicious to everything and everyone supporting or opposing them. Let the traitors and the deluded fools who worshipped them as gods believe what they wanted before the time of judgment came. Chaos was not and would never be the answer they desired. Konstantin closed his eyes and struck. When he opened them again, 2 demons were impaled on the Apollonian spear. Little more than shadows, they had believed their near invisibility would prevent him from seeing them. They were wrong. The Blackstone Fortress shook and the hordes came. Their reduced numbers would likely have made him smile, but there was no one to see it under his helmet. The Blackstone Fortress was charged with the Emperor's power now, and this golden disease was fatal for the denizens of the Empyrean. Sorcery could destroy Noctilith if the Four gave enough power to their servants, but once the substance was altered to cause them agony and banishing pain for every single touch, the ancient battle station and its power could no longer be sabotaged easily. not without holding the heart of the Blackstone fortress. The blade and the built-in bolter of the Apollonian spear sang and decimated the ranks of the parasites. Thousands pressed on, and thousands died. Destroy the crystal. I will deal with the custodian myself. The newcomer was tall, like most Daemon princes. Like all the Empyrean-born things which didn't fit into the mold of bloodthirsters, lords of change, great unclean ones, or keepers of secrets, no imperial investigator had been able to discover its origin or true allegiance. Was it a soul dreg forged by the Four in common purpose, or was it the aspect of some fell power which had not yet spread to the stars? You will not. I am Talaman, Prince of Princes of the Dark Skies. Constantin Valder admitted to himself he would not have wanted to fight this kind of opponent alone and unsupported if the real goal was to banish it back to the warp as quickly as possible. The monster was close to 8 meters tall, and that was likely because a larger size would have been a hindrance to move and fight in these corridors. Everything was bestial, from the bloody hoofs to the yellow-green fangs. It was largely covered in black fur and thousands of small blades were protruding from this corrupted coat, all almost certainly poisoned. And you are too late. Valder threw the small vial containing a tear of his liege against the crystal. A new sun was born in a place where the Eldar had tried to bring only endless darkness. The light was devouring and all-encompassing. And at last, more than 4.5 millennia after swearing his oaths, Constantin Valder's duty ended. Mark of Kamarak. Strike Cruiser Divine Will. Marshal Hermann Malberg. The sight of the first shot fired by the Blackstone fortress was not something he would forget anytime soon. The winged armies of the archenemy had been momentarily banished back to the warp. The long-eared Xenos had received their final comeuppance. The Port of Lost Souls had received the judgment of the God Emperor. But if one compared the first and the second blast of divine energy, Hermann Malberg would swear on his honor and his life the former was a mere forest fire compared to the latter's exterminatus. The Black Templar's officer didn't know the reason. Maybe the cannons hadn't been primed to receive the power of His Divine Majesty's fire? Or had the massive battle station for one reason or another been unable to fire at its full potential? But as the battle station glowed in pure, magnificent golden energy, Hermann knew that was going to happen was going to be beautiful, and harmful to the eyes. Captain, the veteran Space Marine voxed the shipmaster, I suggest beginning to shift all observation armaglass for a code nova. The power of His Most Holy Majesty is at work, and I fear our eyes will be unable to watch this miraculous event without going blind. Suggestion acknowledged and accepted, Marshal. Armaglass darkened to prepare against nova-level emissions. It was more difficult to admire what was happening as the observation post's protections turned the armaglass darker and darker. It didn't stop him from watching as millions of small golden dots rose from the abyss to surround the Blackstone fortress. Hermann tightened his fists as the space citadel's golden shroud was attacked everywhere by an endless sea of demons. The column of light burst into existence, and more angels and warriors the God Emperor had saved battled with the hordes of the archenemy. For a few seconds, the golden armies of the Master of Mankind fought the spawn of the ruinous powers. The Blackstone fortress fired. There was a massive psychic blast. There was also a chorus of screams which shook this part of Webway to its foundations. But the golden beam materialized, powerful, merciless, and unblockable. The rift things which had the misfortune to stand where the Zelharst tunnel gate was located received a concentration of light the likes of which had never been seen before in the Xenos history. It was not over. The 2 other warp cannons activated too. The top of the Blackstone fortress began to burn in golden flames. The slaves of the archenemy were disintegrated by the billions. The malefic Aram Eternum and hundreds of warships brought here by the damned disappeared, though whether they had been once more swallowed by warp rifts or disintegrated by the flames was impossible to say at this distance. Many of the flying monsters tried to flee, but the light caught them all. The Imperial ships swayed in the storm, but this was nothing compared to what they had endured before. Hermann Malberg continued to watch the Blackstone fortress. The Black Templar in him obviously didn't like the liberties the custodes and most of the tech priests had taken to bring a battle station which had clearly not been built by human hands. But in this moment, as Kamarak imploded under the psychic pressure, Hermann recognized the Blackstone fortress was burning like a second Astronomicon. Time left until we enter the Eversprings Gate. 100 seconds, Marshal. Good. And it was truly good, the enemies of the God Emperor were punished in a most thorough fashion. His will is done. There was so much light, so much brightness, and it felt right. There was no doubt the God Emperor was going to be victorious against the heretics. Humanity would never be defeated by the powers of darkness. Heart of the Webway. Kamarak. Cain's Gate. Mark of Kamarak. The Laughing God. It was not exaggeration to say Inaria Eldinesh was the greatest blade mistress the galaxy had ever seen in the last million cycles. Obviously, it would have been most surprising if she wasn't, since the sheer experience of fighting some of the more dangerous species, living and non-living, granted her a repertoire of tactics and skills the majority of the warriors spread across this galaxy failed to achieve before growing old and tired. This wasn't to say, however, that the Queen of Blades was invincible. Ildari and non-Ildari had forgotten, though Segurak hadn't, that one of several reasons the then young daughter of the Eldanesh imperial line had decided to devote everything to becoming the most dangerous sword fighter around was the reality that in terms of psychic abilities, Aeneria Eldanesh wasn't that talented by the standards of the first generations of Yildari. Indeed, it wasn't until hundreds of thousands of cycles after the War in Heaven, when the standards of the diverse lore master academies had begun their irreversible descent into mediocrity and decadence, that the Queen of Blades had started being recognized as one of the foremost psychic gifted Yildari. But the first sword bearer, for all her patience and skill, still lacked the subtlety and talent of other younger Shinnik leaders. In a way, spending too much time on the path of blades had degraded her ability to use her abilities in aspects which did not hold a significance to the severance of her enemies into two neat parts. Therefore Segeric wasn't surprised that after the initial clash, Slaanesh rapidly seized the initiative and forced the Queen of Blades on the defensive. She who thirsts had seen what had happened to several of its slave servants and minor aspects of herself. She was not going to fight a sword duel with someone whose very existence revolved around the blade. Aeneria was thus subjected to a terrible onslaught of pink lightning, poison clouds, curses, and sorceress manipulation, and only thousands of faster than the I-can-see counters allowed her to stay alive. It was far more than the great Harlequin had hoped to gain. Judging by Slaanesh's utterly enraged expression, it was also nicely upsetting his pantheon's doom in a major way. Stalling was all the Queen of Blades could do, but time, this most precious of commodities, was for the first time playing in their favor. They felt the tremors coming long before they saw the storm of light. Slaanesh uttered what had to be vile curses in a tongue no Harlequin had ever heard before. I am Slaanesh. I am the goddess of excess and all Yildari. Segeric watched silently as the maelstrom of order infused by sacrifice and countless principles of discipline and defiance engulfed everything. In this second, the god of folly and tales fully expected to be obliterated. There was no sword of Vol to let him evade the consequences of his gambit. Any gate activation to escape would simply be a spark to begin his divine immolation. But there was no pain, and the hurricane of light coalescing into thousands of bird-like creatures and golden-winged warriors ignored him and Lelith Hesprax. At this moment the great Harlequin understood the human anathema was in control of this psychic blast. Segeric was relatively safe. Slaanesh was not. The power behind the blow would not have been enough to seriously inconvenience the Dark Princess at the peak of her power, but the wound inflicted by the 98th sword had not healed. Moreover, Segeric could feel the deaths of the billions of tainted Drukhari who had sold their souls to the mistress of dark desires. His connection to the realms of Kamarak was weak, but he couldn't miss the surviving sub-realms imploding as warp rifts and anathema light tore apart the very fabric of those planes of existence. They were all foundations Slaanesh had seized in ill-considered ways. It all crumbled and exploded at the worst moment possible. Nuuuu. She who thirsts lost her balance. But she was a cruel deity. The past had been damaged. The future was in jeopardy. That left the present. As the light impaled it and endangered its life, Slaanesh's despair became all too visible, and as it was assaulted by an aspect of sacrifice, only real sacrifice could keep death at bay. And Slaanesh sacrificed. An ocean of souls was summoned, and the laughing god knew beyond doubt that right now, billions if not trillions of Slaaneshi worshippers had died in real space and been soul-devoured to save their goddess. Slaanesh was on her knees. I am alive. Slaanesh shouted. I am alive. In the end, no, you have failed because of the anathema's weakness. He does not believe he is a god, and only a true god would be a match for me. There was only one answer to give. Liar. The Queen of Blades threw him all ra. Segeric jumped and impaled Slaanesh for the second time today. And this time, the great Harlequin delivered the strike with a far different purpose than killing in mind. Because now with hindsight, he realized trying to slay excess in one blow had been naive. Even after this immoral act of sacrifice, for what sort of god would be so heartless to their followers? Slaanesh still had too many worshippers in the warp storms, too many assets ready to be discarded if it could save its existence. But Ala-Ra was a weapon whose very purpose across the Yildari saga had been to sever, to cut, no matter how resistant the target. And so Segeric cut into Slaanesh's essence, and separated the 6 primordial essences of the Dark Princess. 6 was more than a fancy number. It was the true nature of the Dark Princess: avidity, gluttony, carnality, paramountcy, vainglory, and of course excess. Pink and gold fought in a terrible clash of will and psychic oppression. Without the human's help, Segeric wouldn't have been able to hold. And with a sound which was heard from the eye to the eastern fringes, the pink essence of Slaanesh tore itself apart and shattered into 6 pieces, leaving only a seemingly lifeless Yildari body behind. Segeric was once again flung away like a doll in the middle of a storm, but for once, he really didn't care. The 6 principles were severed from each other, and it would take another god to put them back together. Something that, given the relationships between the no longer 4, was not going to happen. The largest pink shadow tried to flee back through the gate where the palace of Slaanesh awaited, but immediately blood-red chains entangled / captured it, and a gigantic entity Segeric had no wish to challenge revealed itself. At last. And the voice was the triumphant cacophony of war. At last it is my time. Segeric threw Ala-Ra back to Inaria. It's time to flee. Winning against a weakened Dark Princess had been done by the skin of their teeth, there was no chance of doing significant damage to the god of war in their exhausted state. The effects of the golden blast were fading wherever the red aura spread. Yes, as always, the Eldinesh Blade Mistress was a great conversationalist. Do you want me to take the Avatar's body with us? Segeric frowned. Now that Slaanesh had been banished from it, the wings and the other abnormal features had been removed, and the body he could observe was one of a relatively young Ildari girl. Far older than it should have been at the moment of the first fall, but younger than the duration between then and the death of Slaanesh. Yes, carry it please. It was a bit humiliating, but as each step caused him a lot of pain, the Queen of Blades was likely stronger than him until his essence recovered from the ordeal. She is Ildari and might be useful for my plans. I'm rather surprised you proposed, though, given your lineage. Morathi will roll in her grave at the idea of me helping you saving her granddaughter's life, the red-haired Ildari snorted. Blood. Blood for the blood god. One gate which had stayed inactive since the first fall was activated, and both Queen and God fled as the last foundations of Qamarak were destroyed and blood legions attacked the last remnants of excess. Heart of the Webway. Qamarak. Port of Lost Souls. 1 minute after the mark of Qamarak. Battleship Enterprise. General Taylor Hebert. The death of Qamarak was quite loud and impressive. The gates, large and small, exploded by groups of 4s and 5s in a symphony of destruction nothing could stop. There were remains of Imperial and Eldar ships transformed into cascades of gold and obsidian which proceeded to wreck every piece of infrastructure which had somehow still been standing. There were warp rifts, some larger than a planet, opening and closing randomly, disgorging horrors only to make them disappear a second later. Angels of shining gold fought blue, red, and green abominations in a battle no human could have imagined a couple of hours ago. The laws of reality abandoned this realm as the Emperor's might and the ruinous powers battled each other. The universe seemed to teeter on the edge as the veil between the sub-realms revealed the Dark City imploding one settlement after another, and increasing the magnitude of the devastation as exterminatus-grade flames and failing suns were freed from their cages. There was a heartbeat when nothing blew up. It was only a pause for the triumphant finale. The Blackstone Fortress Will of Eternity, blazing like the very light of the Astronomicon, was the next ancient artifact to die. It was like all the energy left was condensed to form a new sun, an aster of order and terrible magnificence, and it began to fall into the abyss, despite new legions of abominations and warp-born monsters trying to oppose it. 10 seconds to the Eversprings Gate, my lady, announced Wolfgang. The Enterprise was one of the last ships which would get through. Its batteries had been extremely useful, ensuring several Astartes strike cruisers and other damaged warships would not be left to the non-existent mercy of the ruinous powers. Qamarak Delenda Est, the para-human of Earth Bet whispered. The last image they would have of the former Eldar Webway city was light and darkness fighting over its ruin before planet-sized explosions extinguished everything. Segmentum Obscurus. Solus Sector. Craft World Ulthwi. 3 minutes after the mark of Qamarak. Farsa Eldrad Ulthran. Even by the standards the ruler of the Imperium had set during the galactic conquest which had reunited his race after the fall, the outcome of this shadow point was absolutely awe-inspiring and proof that, when they united their forces for a common purpose, the humans could accomplish deeds able to shame the most gifted Asuryani. Eldrad could admit it in the privacy of his thoughts. He wasn't sure he would ever get the opportunity to say the same thing in public without losing a lot of influence and allies, however. Qamarak was gone. After the Talisman of Vol had self-destructed in an overflow of anathema-infused energy, the entire heart of the Webway had collapsed into the warp. If Segeric hadn't used his core gate to close all the junctions, it was likely the entire labyrinthine dimension would have been destroyed. As it was, the consequences were merely catastrophic for the Drukhari and everyone who had been regularly or irregularly using this nexus and the arteries close to it. 40 major sub-realms, including the 13 major ones in Qamarak, were wiped out without any hope of saving something. It should have been 39, but apparently the Laughing God had forgotten to close the gate leading to Pandaiman, and thus this city had also been destroyed. If someone believed it was a coincidence after the Mask of the Iridescent Trick had been ambushed there a few cycles ago, the Ulthwi Farser had a maiden world or two to sell them. Evidently, this meant tens of billions Drukhari deaths. The black-clad Asuryani's psychic investigation was not so precise he could see how many of their dark cousins had survived, but by his most optimistic guess, it wasn't looking good for them. The Queen of the Swarm and all her allies had joyously murdered everything in their path, not that he could blame her much given how murderous and sociopathic most of the Biltan aspect warriors and Drukhari executioners had behaved. Usually, the Dark City having received the fate it had so enthusiastically courted since the fall would have been the information he had to give all his attention to. Today, it was a secondary priority. Slaanesh was dead. She who thirsts had met her end. The more Eldrad watched the storms raging in the depths of the great ocean and the gigantic battles of the primordial annihilator, the more his doubts were fading and his conviction became absolute. Slaanesh was dead. To be sure, some parts of it were not completely annihilated. There was some minor part of excess which had survived, but the ruinous power of blood and war had attacked it the moment it tried to retreat through Cain's gate. Left to its own devices, maybe this shard could have represented a danger, but it was not to be. Kern had dragged it in chains to its brass citadel, and was already busy entombing it in a very secure prison. Without souls to regenerate itself, the threads of the future where excess managed to survive a few cycles weren't legion. Excess would need a link to its past, an avatar. But Seguruk had stolen that with the Queen of Knives, or should he say Queen of Blades. This secret was no longer one, after the first sword-bearer revealed herself in such an explosive fashion in the middle of the Battle of Kamarak. So unless someone made a stupid mistake or tried to assault the indomitable defenses of Kern's citadel, Excess was going to die a slow and unremarked death like it deserved. And since Excess was the very basis of She Who Thirst's existence, Slaanesh was truly gone, and the four civilizations which had survived the fall, or should he say first fall, were free from the ever-gnashing maw of their nemesis. Some greater demons may survive and wage war on their own, but without an aspect of the primordial annihilator, they could be opposed and defeated without investing the same amount of military resources they would have required before Kamarak. Before Kamarak, Eldrad shivered internally at the magnitude of the destruction inflicted during the short and vicious military campaign. Yes, truly there would be a before and an after the destruction of the Dark City. It was a historic moment. It was also one full of danger, and Eldrad was not blind to the pitfalls awaiting the Asuryani and their cousins. 4 out of 6 aspects of the Dark Princess, one was neutralized, possibly forever, but several among the 5 others had been assimilated, for lack of a more accurate word, by the other ruinous powers. Paramountcy had been devoured by the Great Liar, and gluttony had been swallowed by the grandfather of pestilence, of this he was certain. This in turn gave these 2 facets of the primordial annihilator certain claims on Asuryani and Drukari souls. And the way avidity had disappeared gave him heavy suspicions the foremost candidate for the title of 4th Chaos God had snatched it for its demonic purposes. This was not good at all. For all their problems, Asuryani had a very stable society. Having anarchy tempt his craft world was not something Eldrad wanted to see in his lifetime. As for carnality and vainglory, the Ulthwi Farser wasn't able to see that far. He would have to be prudent and stay on the lookout for them. One of the many preoccupations for his stressed psyche as he tried to assess the huge ripples of the destruction of Kamarak. 4 craft worlds had been brought to their knees militarily, and there was no guarantee they were going to see a next cycle, especially in Biltan's case. The psychic beacon of the humans had seen its potency and illuminating range increase vastly. The eye where their empire had once existed had lost a few thousand leagues, nothing vital compared to the fate of its creator, but the correlation was very clear. Across hundreds of battlefields, most Asuryani human and Drukari human conflicts were now over one way or another. Certain raiding parties had tried to bathe in the blood of millions when it had become clear they wouldn't reach Kamarak in time to do any good, and plenty of the dark slavers had met their end when they failed to understand not retreating was a death sentence. The world at the entrance of the Eversprings Gates Liscus and some of his associated had used bioweapons against had been struck by an explosion of light, purging it with psychic power. The Empyrean was in complete chaos, as one of 4 was gone, and plenty of things asleep for eons were now wide awake and trying to challenge the established order. And then there were the aftershocks of so many Drukari and other species having their slave brown to She Who Thirsts severed without warning. Something Eldrad knew was going to be called the Mark of Kamarak. And these were just the most important consequences. It was far from a complete list. Eldrad stopped his meditation and opened his eyes. For today, this was enough. He had to deliver the news to Ulthwi as a whole, inform them She Who Thirsts, the doom of the Ildari, was dead. And then I'm going to get royally drunk. I'm sure no one will have anything to say against it today. Acacia Expanse. Pavia System. 2 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. Space Hulk Empire of Sin. General Taylor Hebert. The Feerican herself met in one of the rare sections of the Space Hulk which could still be considered structurally safe. It was more to preserve appearances of neutrality than anything else, but appearances were important, especially for the imperial authorities who would later examine the circumstances and terms of this burgeoning diplomatic relationship. The view of space was grandiose. The Eversprings Gate may have been closed permanently an hour and some minutes ago, but the golden crystals shining with the Emperor's power had been ejected across the system, providing a system-wide firework as unexpected as it was flamboyant. Before taking her Thunderhawk to this meeting, the Mechanicu's Archmagi had told her the crystals of the substance some subordinates were calling ether gold was somehow purifying the atmosphere of Pavia from the bio-ravages the Xenos had inflicted upon it. The consequences were going to be huge, and Taylor tried very hard to not think about the millions of men and women already proclaiming this was a miracle, and the billions more who were going to follow once the news spread, which was not going to take long since the Empyrean had been battered by the explosions of light and the astropaths were now able to communicate to everyone they were ordered to. But for the hours ahead, the religious and political consequences could wait. With the number of warships and other fleets on their way to this stellar system, it was best to sign the first human Necron mutual defense treaty before an idiot did something regrettable and caused trouble between the metallic Xenos and humanity. And to give credit where it was due, the few law experts they had available had worked hard in the 100 hours of the Khmerak invasion to craft a document which satisfied both parties. The result was a document of 10 articles and the equivalent of 163 pages in the old A4 format, with 3 versions, one in High Gothic, one in Low Gothic, and one in the Necron tongue, which was apparently called Noble Hierontier. "We have received the provisional support of the Fabricator General," the General said formally, "as well as the blessing of the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, which might possibly be more important to make certain high-ranked authorities would consider the treaty valid. I trust the reservations of the Narush-Latsat dynasty have been addressed." "They have," replied Feyruk Nefertun as formally as the insect mistress had spoken. Hearing the contrary would have been surprising and also heavily frustrating. "Herald, repeat the main articles for the record." Obediently, a Necron armored in a sort of knight-like blue armor summed up the contents of the Mutual Defense Treaty. By Article 1, the Imperium and the Necron Narush-Latsat dynasty glyphs and recognition methods had been transferred into imperial custody were signing a non-aggression pact. The duration of this accord was of 100 Terran years, renewable tacitly as many times as the signatories wished. Article 2 was what made the Mutual Defense Treaty part, an attack upon the imperial worlds of the Nyx sector or the Narush-Latsat planets during this period by an enemy belonging to a faction of the Eldar, Chaos, other Necron dynasties, or traitor humans, the definition being extremely large by design, was an attack against all signatories and would be answered militarily as such. Article 3 and 4 were about territorial claims. The Necrons formally ceded Brockton Quartus, Hellhound, and Pavia to the Imperium, while she in her persona of Basileia recognized Nefertun's claims on Brockton Quintus, Wilburn. The Necron worlds in the Swibinebula north and east of the Nyx sector were formally recognized as legitimate possessions of the Narush-Latsat dynasty, not that there was much problem with that as the overwhelming majority had never been discovered by imperial rogue traders and cartographers. An ambassadorial station would be built between Brockton Quartus and Brockton Quintus to host diplomatic meetings between the emissaries of both species. Neither signatory would station mobile forces with capital ships in the system, though orbital grids to defend fixed assets were permitted. And if the Imperium decided to begin mining operations on Brockton Quartus, something highly probable the moment a tech priest had a method to exploit the mineral wealth without millions of deaths, the Necrons would have the trade rights to exchange Noctilith ore against other precious mineral resources. Article 5 was the Gentleman's Agreement. Necron artifacts found by humanity and human artifacts/relics/technologic samples found by cryptex and the likes were to be returned to their legitimate owners as soon as practically possible. The sole and only exception tolerated was for the Calidus Cetan blades, under the condition an Narush-Latsat expert was allowed to examine Taylor's weapon for a few minutes. Article 6 was the formal oath neither she nor Nefertun would engage in diplomatic overtures with an Eldar individual or faction without the full accord of the other. Article 7 was for the conditions of future military cooperation. Article 8 established the protocols for fleet deployments in friendly territory. Article 9 and Article 10 were about the Queen of Blades and Trazyn the Infinite. Those two could take pride in the fact they had been able to by their simple existence amend an interspecies treaty. By it the Necron overlords were authorized to participate in the grand arena fights if they wanted, and Taylor had to warn them when the Queen of Blades announced her imminent arrival. As for the thief, protocols and instructions were put on a material form, though how much good they were going to do, only the Emperor and the Archiovist of Solemnace knew. The representative of the Narush-Latsat dynasty can sign. The object the Feyruk used to place her green seal instantly teleported into her hand, which was just showing off. Note to self, talk to Dragon and see if something similar could be done just for bragging rights. The representative of the Imperium and the Nyx sector can sign. The wax Taylor used was blood red, which given that the alliance had been forged in the blood of allies and enemies at Khmerak, was something worth remembering. The official documents were distributed to their assistants and sealed into stasis fields and other methods to secure highly sensitive documents. Then the female leader of the Necron world engine summoned a sort of miniature cube, from which appeared two smaller objects. One looked very much like it had been forged from the black alloy used for SDCs, while the other was more like a sort of miniature hollow projector, ridiculously small for the power readings it was showing. It was the latter the Feyruk pushed towards her first. "The list of hostile crown worlds I would like you to neutralize with priority," Nefertun explained. "I know you are not in a state to continue military operations after the casualties suffered at Khmerak, but this data should give you some indications where the systems are and what sort of armies and fleets you will want to muster before striking. Further information can be delivered at future diplomatic negotiations." I agree, and she did on both points. The forces which had participated in the Holocaust of Khmerak were in no condition, mental or physical, to begin a new campaign. And the information was sure to be very useful. Wuhan had not been a true test, the defenses there were obviously ruined by long neglect, sabotage, and treason. She took the small hollow projector in her left hand. And the exchange. This time Feyruk Nefertun did what for a Necron had to be an offended huff. "It took me a lot of threats and arguments, but I've managed to convince Trazyn to release this piece of archaeotech from his extraordinary collection. The fact you gave him 2 containers filled with primitive alien tech in the last hours allowed me to break a lot of his counter-arguments. So you will have this STC template, I believe you call it. The rest of what I was able to barter is being transported to one of your cargo ships as we speak. And the rest include, if I may inquire. Taylor asked politely. What, don't you like surprises? This time, the general of the Imperial Guard knew for sure the galaxy was against her. When even Necrons were beginning to tease her. One by one, the Necrons teleported away from the Empire of Sin. 5 minutes later, Taylor received the news from a tech priest losing his binary that 194 Space Marines of the Salamanders chapter thought lost during the Cluvian disaster in M33 were officially hers. The golden-winged para-human could already hear the Fukin lives, from the Fukin's wrath, and she was 10,000 kilometers away. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Holy Terra. 3 hours after the Mark of Kamarak. Tribune Basil Macedonian. Having stayed the near entirety of his life in the Sol System, Basil is rather unfamiliar with the landscape laying before his eyes. A warm sun shines in the middle of the blue sky and warms the earth. Luxuriant green grass is everywhere, the likes which are rarely seen outside of the private gardens of some of the most important dignitaries of the throne world. Mountains rise up in the distance, and the pure whiteness of the snow is clearly visible. But the greatest landmark is undoubtedly the powerful cascade, hundreds of meters tall, where limpid waters fall in a thunderous rumble. And yet for all its attractiveness, these surroundings are only secondary to the tribune's senses. His attention and mental focus are concentrated on the lone figure seated on a simple stone allowing the best view over the river in turmoil below. There was a proverb once, the brown-cloaked man begins conversationally, that with a single rock in the right place at the right moment, the course of a great river could be changed. I long believed the future was no different. There is a pause. I was right, and the parasites were wrong. Basil doesn't kneel anymore, he has after all been told to stand, but the urge is there. I won't disagree with the possibility of changing the course of said river, he responds respectfully. The man chuckles, his graying hair flowing in the gentle wind, and the faint smile revealing new deep wrinkles on his face. I hear a but coming, Tribune. Wrinkled hands tighten around an old-fashioned tobacco pipe the likes of which no one in the Imperial Palace uses anymore. But the risks of such a course of action are extreme, Your Majesty. Of course they are extreme, his liege replies calmly. We were already on the brink of defeat, after all. Had it been anyone else, Basil Macedonian would have already been on them, spear in hand. But as the words come from the only being he owes fealty to, he doesn't move, and besides, the sentence is ringing true with terrible finality. The civil war engineered by the treacherous bastards of Kalkus crippled humanity, and sooner or later chaos would have grown too powerful for anyone to resist it. Give it another 6 or 7 millennia, and we would have lost. Whether the Great Devourer or any member of the Lost and the Damned would have personally killed me was always immaterial in the end. We needed to do something so decisive and extreme the four would not see it coming, and though I didn't intend to use it that way, Operation Spartacus was the best arrow in my quiver for the single chance we were always going to have. I know we killed one of the four, the commander of the Watchers until the Captain General returns from Pavia acknowledges prudently, but you also engineered the rise of another. Chaos would have tried to elevate a fourth parasite given enough time, replies the exhausted-looking man with unshakable certainty. This is not the first attempt they made after the original cosmic conflict. Excess was just the completion of a very long-term plan. Chaos aspires to extend its tentacles of corruption far and wide and awaken the eight-pointed star. At least the way I released the Dark Shard, we will increase the backstabbing and antagonism between each faction of the damned. And anarchy has always been easier to fight outside the battlefield than excess. I bow to your greater knowledge of the arch-enemy, Your Majesty. The brown-cloaked man chuckles again before staying silent for long minutes admiring the cascade and the refractions of the water. Are the 5 black stone fortresses secured? They are. All of them have received a cadre of the Silent Sisterhood and are in transit towards the locations you have ordered, sire. Good, a large cloud of smoke comes out of the tobacco pipe. Allowing them to fall into the hands of the despoiler would have been the equivalent of slitting our own throat. The tech adepts of the Gothic sector are particularly loud in their demand for compensations. They will get replacement star forts, a sigh escapes the ancient lips. And I suppose I am going to have to summon the Fabricator General in the next few days. Only the Fabricator General. A lot of reasons why I can't rule the Imperium have been removed, but many remain, the Emperor confessed. And I fear that with my general distaste of certain religious issues, I would cause more harm than good at this point. No, the Fabricator General and the Mistress of the Astronomicon will be all the High Lords I need, and the rest will keep ruling for now. The 10,000 and the Silent Sisterhood will be my blade for the next several decades. The Tribune knows his reluctance must be perfectly evident to his liege. The opinion of the Adeptus Custodes concerning the matter of the High Lords was best not mentioned in public domains. It is likely a consequence of having to arrange certain tragic accidents whenever one of those ambitious powermongers became the very thing they were supposed to guard against. There will be questions asked, sire. Our interaction with Taylor Hebert is not going to be a secret any longer. Then I suppose it's best to dissolve this ridiculous edict of restraint. 1,000 custodians and 4,000 null silent sisters are more than sufficient here as long as the enemy is contained in the warp storms. Your ranks have recovered since M31. It serves no purpose for one of our most powerful assets to wait here unless the enemy launches an offensive to seize the throne world. This will generate a political firestorm next council, no question. But Basil knows it is an order which is going to be passed, no matter the wishes of any member of the Senatorum Imperialis. I will relay your will to the High Lords. The pipe is lowered and the cloak partially falls down from the large shoulders of his liege. Bring the para-human Calidus here. It's time for that psychopathic child and me to have a little conversation about her future. Basil Macedonian raises an eyebrow. Of course, my liege, he answers dutifully. A couple of eyes have been monitoring her since she arrived at the Calidus temple. We can lead her here in a matter of hours. Though he isn't going to pretend to understand why. The reports he has read on the insect-controlling para-human proved how useful she is where the prosperity and the security of the Imperium is at stake. The same can't be said about, well, yes, psychopathic child is not undeserved. Unlike Taylor Bear, the master of mankind explains, I can't afford to wait years before summoning her here. One way or another, Sophia Hess is going to be trouble. A pity they can't send the shadow-shrouded apprentice assassin to Nyx. The Basileia there would certainly be a useful force to control her, if said insect mistress left her alive after their first meeting. The sky, I had forgotten it could be so bright. No more orders being given, the custodian clears his throat. What now, sire? Now, Tribune, we are going to continue to fight the eternal war. And we will no longer rage against the dying of the light. And when the Oniric lands begin to fade away and the last words are whispered, the Tribune of the Adeptus Custodes is sure they aren't addressed to him. I deny you. Humanity will be free. Extermination countdown complete. 3 hours after the mark of Kamarak. Uncorrupted Drukari population in the webway, approximately 23.6 billion. Uncorrupted Drukari outside the webway, 1.1 billion. Corrupted Drukari population in the webway, 0. Asuryani killed during the Battle of Kamarak, 2.2 billion.